Sinnoh, Canalave City, Wake's house. Bam, 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 bam. Kubfu's fists blurred as it hammered into the reinforced wooden post with relentless speed. It didn't remember much about last night, only that it had slept better than it had in weeks. But something had changed. Kubfu was training harder than ever, not just to grow stronger, but because it had been a long time since nature had blessed it. Were we not working hard enough? Bam, bam, coo, no matter. I'll work even harder. Chop. Tinkaton appeared beside him, hefting her signature hammer in one hand, and in the other, a gleaming pair of custom knuckle dusters. Coo. Kubfu blinked. Are those for me? Tinkaton smirked and nodded with pride. Chop. A real warrior needs a weapon that speaks for them. Yours starts here. Kubfu reached out, brushing his fingers against the steel. Hiss. Sharp. Coo. Perfection. A true blade for a true general. Sliding the knuckle dusters onto his fists, Kubfu's aura transformed, sharper, deadlier. He turned to the wooden post, and crack! The spike-tipped punch pierced clean through. Flint, passing by with a drink in hand, paused and instinctively rubbed his jaw. That's got to be cheating, right? Nearby, Johan, lounging with a book in his lap, flinched at the sound. Wait. Do League rules say anything about Pokémon using self-made weapons? Johan, Flint called, walking over. Wake says the plane's ready. Understood. Johan closed his book and stood up, clapping twice. Everyone, gather up, we're heading out. The Pokémon scattered around the garden perked up instantly. To battle, to glory, to snacks. January 16th, noon, en route to Lily of the Valley Island. Johan and Flint boarded the small charter plane bound for the League's Sacred Island. Wake had duties to attend to, but promised to catch up in a few days. Flint barely made it into his seat before passing out. Johan, meanwhile, browsed the latest updates on the Sinnoh League website. The first banner he saw, confirmed. Teacher Johan joins the Lily of the Valley Conference. Want to challenge him? Register now. He clicked. The comments section was pure chaos. He's actually here. This is our shot. Beat Teacher Johan and win glory. If I win a match, the village chief said I could marry his daughter. Image attached. Wait, at grain in the field, let him win. We need to see this. Johan's Chuyuni instinct stirred. He couldn't resist. I'm wiping the floor. 3 words. Chaos ensued. Evening, Lily of the Valley Island. The plane broke through the clouds, revealing the lush, sprawling landscape of Lily of the Valley Island. Home to the Sinnoh League headquarters, its stadium stood tall like a crown jewel. Unlike Indigo Plateau, where Johan had arrived on opening day, the Lily of the Valley Conference still had 2 days before kickoff. Still, trainers had already flooded the island. Vendors were up and running. Banners fluttered. Balloons floated. The festival atmosphere was in full swing. The format differed, too. Only 64 made into the bracket. Early rounds weren't broadcast. It was leaner, tighter, more elite. Johan recalled something else, the anime. This was the league where Ash actually fought like a tactician. The last true strategic tournament before the era of bond power-ups and water shuriken spam. I wonder how many real tacticians I'll meet this time, he muttered. Huh. Flint looked up from his stretch. Nothing. Johan smiled. Just saying you look good. Flint froze, then grinned. Ha ha ha. You got great taste, Teacher Johan. Johan looked to the sky. I hope Arceus forgives me for that lie. Market District, Players Village. Ooh. Ninetales wrapped a warm tail around Johan's hand as he strolled through the festival-style stalls with his team. Jengar munched popcorn with Dragonite. Charcadet, holding the egg, walked with care. Johan paused at a gift shop and pointed at a pink scarf. This could be a great hatching gift. Ooh. Pretty. Charcadet tilted its head. Goka. What if it's a boy? Fair enough. Johan picked up a few purple scarves. Purple. Ninetales blinked. Ooh. Don't worry, Johan said, handing it to the cashier. My sister says purple's the color of royalty. Both Pokémon looked unconvinced. Before he could explain further, move aside, out of the way. 2 rough voices cut through the crowd. Heads turned. A pair in black vests, skull bandanas, and cocky swagger marched forward. Between them was a man with wild white hair, gold chains swinging, and a smug grin on his face. Johan squinted. Guzma? Team Skull's Guzma? Here? What's with that guy's attitude? Flint frowned. Johan looked at him. Bright red hair, hands in pockets, walking with equal swagger. Is he complaining? Or jealous? Guzma spotted them and scoffed audibly. TCH. Flint bristled. That's it. I'm throwing hands. He took a step forward, then turned. Wait, why aren't you stopping me? Johan was holding up his Rotom phone, adjusting angles. Go ahead. Flint, talk big but no actio. Jengar. Marshadao. Get back here. Behind Guzma, Jengar hovered ominously, while Marshadao crept forward, clutching a twig like a ninja. At Johan's command, they retreated grudgingly. Kaka. That guy looks like he has a bounty. Johan rubbed his temple. Guzma was technically a villain, but in a world of Cyrus, Maxi, and Team Galactic, Team Skull barely made it to a minor nuisance. Still, the question remained. Was Guzma here to compete? Y'all staring at something? The voice came from beside him. Johan turned and blinked. Cynthia? Flint's eyes widened. Big boss. You said you were buried in research, Johan noted. Cynthia shrugged with a sly grin. Homework brought me here. Dandelion Island, just off the coast. Right. He'd forgotten about that place. Come with me, she said, turning. To where? The League HQ. You've got a reward to claim. As long as it's not another Pokémon egg, Johan muttered, already fearing the worst. Sinnoh League headquarters, main building. The towering marble lobby echoed with the rhythmic clack of heels as Cynthia, Johan, and Flint stepped inside. Kaka. Jengar slithered up from Johan's shadow like a mischievous ghost, its eyes gleaming as it took in the lavish architecture. Grand arches, cascading waterfalls, glimmering tiles. It was definitely fancy. Even Jengar had to admit it. For Johan and Flint, it was their first time here. But Cynthia strode forward with practiced ease, leading them straight to the rewards desk at the far end. Wait, is that Teacher Johan? Is that the Cynthia? Who's the guy with the volcano for hair? They couldn't walk 10 steps without whispers trailing behind them. Past the atrium and down a corridor polished enough to see your reflection, they reached the prize collection area. A league staffer immediately stepped forward with a box in hand. Miss Cynthia, she said softly, bowing slightly. This is what Elite Four Bertha requested be delivered. Her eyes flicked repeatedly toward Johan, cheeks coloring. He's even more handsome in person, and they look so good together. Johan accepted the rectangular box with mild curiosity. What's in here? Why all the formality? He was half expecting another Pokémon egg, and his sigh of relief when it wasn't an incubator was almost comical. Flint leaned in. Something rare. Kaka. Jengar sniffed the air and froze, pupils dilating. It leaned toward the box like a predator catching the scent of prey. Open it, Cynthia said with a knowing smile. See for yourself. Inside was a jagged pearl-like stone, no larger than half a palm. Its surface shimmered faintly with purples and silvers, like frozen moonlight. The hell is this? Johan blinked. KKH. Jengar's eyes bulged. It looked like it had just laid eyes on a buffet made of pure ghost-type dreams. Flint, wanting in on the excitement, gasped. Is that what I think it is? Johan turned. You recognize it? No. Flint scratched his head. Just wanted to fit in. Cynthia chuckled, patting Jengar's head. It suits you well. So what is it? Johan asked, brow furrowed. Cynthia's tone shifted ever so slightly. We're not sure exactly, but based on league evaluations and my grandmother's research, we've confirmed it's connected to the adamant and lustrous orbs. She paused. My grandmother's suspects. It's a remnant of the fabled platinum orb. Even Flint froze. The adamant orb belonged to Dialga, the lustrous orb to Palkia. But the platinum orb? That was whispered to be Giratina's, and had never been seen in modern history. This fragment may have originated from the Hijui region, Cynthia added. It enhances ghost-type powers. In the right hands, it's a legendary class resource. Johan stared at it, and a familiar blue box flickered before his eyes. Great platinum pearl, fragment a radiant relic from the Hisui era. When used by Giratina, enhances power and unlocks form-shifting potential. Warning, warning. Possession may attract Giratina. Seriously? And what's this about Giratina coming for it? As if I don't have enough problems already. Still, Jengar was practically vibrating with desire. Its tongue flicked out unconsciously. This wasn't just a power-up, it was a feast. Well, Cynthia asked, not satisfied? Johan smirked faintly. I'm satisfied. Jengar's definitely satisfied. KKH. Give me the juice. At Johan's nod, Jengar's tongue whipped out, wrapping around the pearl fragment, and with zero hesitation, gulp, swallowed a whole. Its body trembled violently. A black mist erupted from its form, spiraling upward like a vortex. For a second, its body flickered between solid and ethereal. Then, pop! It reformed holding 2 crackling shadow balls. Kaka, I am reborn. Johan blinked. Did he just create Shadow Ball, dual-wielding mode? Cynthia nodded, amused. Wave Ninja Jengar, now with legendary DLC. Jengar chomped down both Shadow Balls like candy. Sparks danced around it. The evolution of its phantom force, Shadow Sneak Plus, was already taking root. Flint stood there, dumbfounded. Anyone want to tell me what just happened? Later that night, League dormitories. Cynthia relaxed in the bath, warm bubbles floating lazily around her. Her expression softened as the fatigue of the day melted away. Garchomp stood guard near the tiled wall, arms folded, its steely gaze scanning the room like a sentinel. Cynthia raised her phone to her ear. On the other end, Bertha, you gave it to him? Bertha asked. Yes, Cynthia replied. He understood what it was almost immediately. Of course, he's the one who pacified Regigigas, after all. Was he happy? Cynthia considered. Probably. Bertha sighed. Trainers always want Pokémon or eggs. It's how they're wired. Cynthia smiled at the memory of the egg Johan was protecting so carefully. Still, a fragment of the platinum orb. That's more than a simple gift. Elsewhere, Johan's room. Ring ring. Johan, I heard you're competing again. Professor Oak's cheerful voice filled the call. Professor, you're not showing up again, are you? Haha, how'd you guess? Just a hunch. Oak laughed. Actually, I'm visiting my cousin. He's attending too. Plus, there's a brilliant professor I want to consult. Thought I'd drop in. Cousin? Oh, Samson Oak. Johan remembered running into Guzma earlier. So the Alola crew was migrating to Sinnoh, and I got your Regigigas and Heatran data. I'll upgrade your Pokédex remotely. Rhoda might even get a new form. Appreciated, Johan said, ending the call. Then he clapped his hands. All right, everyone, bath time. Moments later, bath mayhem. Kaka. Jengar cannonballed into the tub, goggles on, water flying everywhere. The Sinnoh League dorm bathtubs were massive, designed to fit humans and large Pokémon alike. Still, with Jengar hogging space, Dragonite was relegated to a stool, happily blowing bubbles with its snout. Draw. Yes, more scrubbing right there. Johan worked furiously with a giant brush, scrubbing Dragonite's back like a car wash technician on triple espresso. Cubfu emerged from the tub, fur plastered to its body. Why is it boiling today? Johan dipped a finger in the water. Hiss. Charcadet, are you trying to turn this into a volcano? Goka. Charcadet floated lazily, eyes half-lidded. Oops. Forgot to turn the heat down. Uwu. Ninetales peeked through the door, then huffed a blast of cold air into the room. Whoosh! Everyone in the room froze, literally. Cubfu began sneezing like a malfunctioning engine. Meanwhile, the Pokémon Egg in Charcadet's arms twitched and shook off its frosty coating. Egg, just surviving in this house is training in itself. Oh! Ninetales stuck out its tongue and bolted before Johan could scold it. They grow up so fast, Johan muttered. Now they even know how to be shy. Cha! Tinkaton flipped her ponytail, casually sitting on the edge of the bath. Johan side-eyed her. Not you. You're basically a hammer with arms. That night, wrapped in soft pajamas, Johan lay on his bed, the little ones huddled close around him. The room was warm, peaceful, and filled with quiet breathing. Outside, the stars glimmered gently over Lily of the Valley Island. And inside, every Pokémon, egg included, slept soundly, cradled by the peace before the storm. Tomorrow, the real battle would begin.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
January 17th, early morning. Yuan reluctantly woke from his dream. Last night, he had dreamed of Cynthia wearing a school uniform, sweetly calling him Teacher Yuan. Who could possibly resist that? Seems like the feather of the new moon really works. Even sleeping feels better now. Swish. Jengar yanked open the curtains and cracked the window, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Unlike Yuan, Jengar had barely slept last night. The newly obtained Great Platinum Pearl Fragment had it completely hyped up and brimming with energy. Now, it was showing off by flipping the Pearl Fragment in and out of its mouth like candy. Enough playing around. Take Dragonite out for a spin. Caw. Jengar saluted and flew off. Cha, take me with you? Tinkaton jolted awake, grabbed its hammer, and ran after them. Meanwhile, Cubfu was still in the corner practicing its punches. Ever since getting the knuckle dusters, its fists were basically lethal weapons. One punch KO. A true warrior? After breakfast, Flint headed to the training grounds in the players' village to find sparring partners. Since the tournament hadn't started yet, the place was packed. All it took was a quick shout, and challengers flocked in. A dream come true for someone like Flint. Meanwhile, Yuan, at Cynthia's invitation, boarded a boat with her to Dandelion Island. Since the Lily of the Valley conference hadn't begun yet, it was the perfect time to explore. Dragonite and Garchomp flew alongside the boat, cutting through the air and leaving shimmering ripples on the ocean's surface. Rotom, slow down. Yuan, looking a little pale, patted the dashboard. This speedboat felt way too close to flying. Trying to race Dragonite and Garchomp. Alright, Rotom. At Yuan's plea, the Rotom controlling the boat finally eased off the throttle, and Yuan let out a breath of relief. Honestly, flying, speedboats, race cars. None of that suited him. Give him a good old-fashioned bicycle any day. Wonder when I'll finally be able to freely bike across water. Yuan sighed. Cynthia, petting both Ninetales and Glacian at the same time, tilted her head in curiosity. Nothing. Just thought of a certain lazy person. Oh, Cynthia nodded cutely, not pressing further. Before long, thanks to Rotom's initial reckless speed, they arrived at Dandelion Island much earlier than expected. A lush, green island, most of it was covered in dense vegetation. Ancient, towering trees dotted the landscape, their roots deep with history. Few people knew about this island, leaving it mostly untouched. The natural environment was pristine. And naturally, wild Pokémon thrived here. That said, for Yuan and Cynthia, this was basically just a winter sightseeing trip. Of course, there were still some minor inconveniences like caw. Jengar suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed a Voltorb just as it was about to self-destruct. Then, boom, Jengar's body briefly expanded like a balloon before it casually spit out the Voltorb, now dazed and spiraling with swirly eyes. Caw. Jengar grinned. Tingly, are you treating Voltorb like spicy peppercorns now? I get why wild islands have pineco that use self-destruct, but this many Voltorb. That's a first, Yuan muttered. Cynthia chuckled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Perhaps, long ago, this island was inhabited. Could be. That would explain the ruins. Battery at 300%, Rotom. Thanks to the generous Voltorb-powered recharging session, Rotom's energy reserves had soared past its normal limit. Now, it was glowing so brightly that it looked downright holy. Seeing this, the exhausted Voltorb all self-destruct in shame. For a while. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed non-stop across the island. Are all the Pokémon here obsessed with self-destruct? First Pineco in the forest, now Voltorb in the clearing. Goka. Charcadet called out to Yuan. The Pokémon egg in its arms was trembling with excitement at every explosion. For the first time, it was shaking so much it was visible. It's about to hatch, Cynthia asked, surprised. Yuan's expression turned odd. You're not planning to avoid becoming a hot spring egg by turning into a bomb egg, are you? As the Voltorb explosions finally settled, the egg stopped shaking. But both Yuan and Charcadet knew hatching was only a matter of time now. Charcadet could even feel something hard inside the egg gently tapping against the shell. At least it hadn't hatched yet. Yuan sighed in relief. Dragonite, fall back a bit. Let Cubfu take point. At this rate, Dragonite was turning into a walking mine detector. Dragonite drooped its head but obediently stepped back. As they ventured deeper into the island, the wild Pokémon clearly grew stronger. Cubfu, on the other hand, loved it. It was practically level grinding in real time. Passing through the forest, they reached a rocky area. This is. Cynthia spotted a broken stone tablet embedded in the rock. Brushing away the dust, she revealed faded, ancient inscriptions. Yuan couldn't read them, but Cynthia quickly translated. The great hero, the people of Shinjo, 10 kings. Cynthia spoke without much reaction, but Yuan's mind immediately jumped. The great hero, the people of Shinjo, the legend of the 10 kings. This sounds a lot like the Hisui-era myths. Did the people of Shinjo once live on Dandelion Island? It's too damaged to read more, Cynthia murmured, frowning. Garcomp carefully dug the stone tablet out, and Cynthia packed it up to bring back to Celestic Town. Kubfu suddenly knocked a graveler away and called out to them. A cave entrance. Rotom, lights. On it, Rotom. Bzzz. Soft electric light illuminated the dark cave, revealing winding tunnels filled with rock-type Pokémon. But none of them posed much of a threat. With Kubfu and Lucario leading the way, and the sound of shattering rocks echoing now and then, they advanced deeper into the cave. Eventually, they emerged into a basin at the island's core. Before them stood a pyramid-like ancient ruin. There really is a ruin here. Yuan's eyes flickered with recognition. Hadn't he seen something about Dandelion Island's ruins in the anime? Though, the way it looked in the show and what they were experiencing now were quite different. Dense vegetation covered the cliffs around the basin, and moss and small plants clung to the ruin itself. Even if someone flew over the island, they'd barely notice it. But Cynthia didn't rush forward immediately. Years of archaeological experience told her most ruins were not safe. And, Yuan, doesn't this ruin look a lot like the Salation ruins? Just smaller. Hearing this, Yuan's mind clicked. Salation ruins in Celestic Town, Snowpoint Temple in Snowpoint City, and even the spear pillar atop Mount Coronet. All were built by ancient Sinnoh people who worshipped Arceus. Celestic Town itself was originally Shinjo village in the Hisui era. The people of Shinjo were the ancestors of ancient Sinnoh's civilization. But Shinjo village eventually fell, and its people dispersed. Maybe, some of them had fled here, to this remote island, and built a miniature version of the Salation ruins. Could Cynthia's research topic be the Hisui era? Or, the ancient people of Sinnoh? Just as they were pondering. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The trees above the basin began to shake. Kaka, Lucario. Gengar and Lucario immediately tensed up, turning toward the source. Shha! A raspy roar echoed through the forest. Then, rumble! A swarm of golem tumbled down the cliffs like an ancient rolling boulder trap. Yuan and Cynthia's faces both darkened. And before they could react, boom! The leading golem self-destruct. The entire basin shook. Yuan wiped away a cold sweat. Egg, explosions look fun? Should I try one too? It's hatching now. Cynthia looked utterly shocked. Hatching amid explosions. What kind of birth ceremony was this? On the day of your birth, the entire Dandelion Island erupted in blasts, cheering for your arrival. Gengar and the others also noticed the changes in the Pokémon egg, turning their gazes toward it in unison. Meanwhile, the golem continued their self-destruct spree. Kubfu's expression turned serious. We must welcome our new companion with a glorious victory. It was said that the bigger the commotion at birth, the greater the accomplishments in the future. Hearing this, the little ones all rallied. Goka. Charcadet carefully held onto the now cracked Pokémon egg. If it weren't for the fact that it had to keep holding the egg, it would have already charged at those golem to knock them all out. Pokémon eggs need a quiet environment to hatch. Cynthia's voice was firm as she waved her hand. Garcomp, Lucario end the battle quickly. Yuan's eye twitched. Quiet, environment? Dragon Rush. Grr. Drae. Garcomp and Dragonite both cloaked themselves in a massive aura of blue and purple dragon energy, then dove straight down from the sky. Boom, boom, thunderous explosions erupted. Crack, crack. The Pokémon egg's surface was now covered in deep fissures. It was like a bizarre symphony, one side exploding, the other hatching. Tinkaton swung its hammer, Kubfu threw punches, Ninetales froze enemies in place, Gengar launched shadow balls. Under their relentless attacks, the swarm of golem was finally taken down, and the rockslide disaster was gradually put to an end. With their foes defeated, the Pokémon all rushed back, gathering around the egg at a slight distance. Cha! Tinkaton blinked, absent-mindedly stroking the handle of its hammer. Am I about to become an older sister? Even though it was the third Pokémon to join Yuan's team, in terms of age, it was easily the youngest of the bunch. Kaka. Gengar rested its chin on its hand, looking deeply thoughtful. How should Yuan's hypnosis technique be passed down this time? As the first inheritor of Yuan's hypnosis, Gengar was seriously struggling with this dilemma. Yuan stepped forward, taking a deep breath. No extravagant expectations. As long as it hatched safely, that was enough. He didn't care if it was naughty, gluttonous, or even if it couldn't eat, he just wanted the hatching process to go smoothly. Cynthia stood beside him, feeling a rare sense of emotion. It was such a privilege to witness the birth of a Pokémon again. This was the beginning of a new life. A continuation of bonds. When life met life, something new was always born. At that moment, Cynthia found herself wanting to raise another Pokémon from an egg. It's happening, Cynthia whispered. Yuan nodded, keeping his eyes locked on the Pokémon egg. Crack, crack. As the shell fractured, a small, dull green horn poked through, pressing against the egg's surface. Then, two tiny hands wiggled out, waving adorably. The hatching was progressing smoothly. Looks like a Larvitar, Cynthia whispered. Haha. Yuan let out a pained chuckle. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, his heart still sank just a little. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Healthy and happy, that was all that mattered. Crack, More fractures spread across the shell as the little one kept pushing against it with its head. Finally, the eggshell gave way, shattering completely. And from within, a tiny figure emerged, still wearing half a piece of shell like a little helmet. Yaji. Larvitar slowly opened its red-rimmed eyes, gazing at Yuan's face in its reflection. Then, it let out a soft call. Seeing this, Yuan finally relaxed. Good. It looked perfectly healthy. Larvitar reached out, broke off a piece of eggshell, and stuffed it into its mouth. Crunch. Crunch. But this hatching was destined to be anything but peaceful. Just as Yuan, Cynthia, and the others were enjoying the moment, a sudden sound shattered the tranquility. Shay. Leaves rustled violently as a figure leaped from the forest. It was a Pokémon, its body dark yellow, resembling a mantis, wielding two massive black battle axes. Its claws, shoulders, and facial fur were made of jagged stone. Those two enormous axes gleamed coldly in the light, and its expression was eerily serious like a warrior standing guard at the final gate. Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, while Cynthia, besides her shock, was mostly confused. Because this was a Pokémon she had never seen before. Cleaver? Species unknown? Species unknown? Rotom error. Rotom Pokédex immediately crashed. Cleaver, the alternative evolution of Scyther, a Pokémon from the Hisui region. Bug/rock type. By all logic, this species should have gone extinct long ago. Yet, here one was, right before their eyes. Whoosh. Cleaver raised one of its massive, battle-worn axes, pointing it directly at Yuan and Cynthia. It was clear if they took another step forward, it would attack. The more nicks and cracks on a Cleaver's axes, the more experienced it was in battle, meaning its blades had only gotten sharper over time. And based on the earlier sounds, the Golem Rock Slide was definitely orchestrated by this Cleaver. What is that Pokémon? Cynthia couldn't help but ask. Yaji. Suddenly, before anyone could answer, a small green blur shot past Yuan and Cynthia. A moment later, Cleaver's raised axe had a tiny green Pokémon hanging from it. Larvitar had latched onto the blade, biting down hard. Scrrrrch. A sharp, grating sound rang out as Larvitar's sharp teeth dug into the axe's edge. Shay. Not just Yuan and Cynthia, even Cleaver itself looked completely dumbfounded. What is this thing? This axe had been tempered through countless battles. Just because it had cracks didn't mean it was weak. This was a warrior's blade, tough and unyielding. Crack? Just as that thought formed, Cleaver felt it. A shudder ran through its axe. The sound of something breaking. And there it was. A massive, bite-shaped chunk missing from the blade. Larvitar, meanwhile, had fallen back onto the ground, happily chewing on the chunk of rock. Shay. Cleaver was stunned. Yuan and Cynthia were stunned. Even the Pokémon were stunned. Cynthia suddenly giggled, covering her mouth. Such a brave little one. Brave? Yuan's mouth twitched. That wasn't bravery. That was gluttony? A reckless little fool. A walking stomach? Wasn't that Uxie's claw on its head supposed to increase its intelligence? Where's the wisdom, huh? Shay. Cleaver finally snapped out of it, enraged. With a furious roar, it swung its other axe straight at Larvitar. Yuan's expression darkened. Jengar. Kaka. Jengar grinned wickedly, flickered forward, and locked eyes with Cleaver. And just like that, Cleaver collapsed into the dirt. Fast asleep. Yuan walked up and scooped Larvitar into his arms. Even as a newborn, Larvitar was already heavy. Yaji. Larvitar blinked, puffing out its cheeks as if chewing something hard yet still refusing to spit it out. Recognizing Yuan, its eyes brightened. It reached out its tiny hands for a hug. This little one looked just like a mini dinosaur, with a rough greenish-gray body, a single blunt horn on its head, and a small wagging tail. Larvitar, the rock-skin Pokémon. Rock/ground type. The baby form of Tyranitar. It has a voracious appetite, eating constantly while awake. It is said to be able to devour an entire mountain. Rotom. Yuan's face twitched. Yeah, no need to remind me. Crunch, crunch. Larvitar happily finished off the axe blade. Yuan sighed. So this was his new teammate. Yuan placed Larvitar back on the ground. Cynthia crouched beside him, her golden eyes curving in amusement. A very cute little one. Cute? Well, maybe. As long as he ignored the inevitable food expenses. Yuan sighed deeply. We should deal with that Cleaver first. Cleaver. Cynthia turned her gaze toward the unconscious Cleaver, which was still twitching slightly in its sleep. Was it dreaming about Larvitar? You know what this Pokémon is. Honestly, Cynthia had thought there were no Pokémon she wasn't familiar with. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Pokémon from the Hisui region, or rather, an evolution line from back then, Yuan explained. Or it could be that an ancient Hisuian relic caused a Scyther to evolve into Cleaver here. Cleaver required a black Augurite to evolve from Scyther, the Hisui region. Cynthia murmured. She didn't question how Yuan knew this. After all, he even had knowledge of Regigigas, Dialga, and Palkia. A single Cleaver? Not surprising. But Cynthia had a hunch. This Cleaver might be the key to a major breakthrough in her research. Yuan, on the other hand, had no intention of capturing it, especially considering the high chance that it would mysteriously disappear within a few days. Gulp. Larvitar finally swallowed the last chunk of Cleaver's axe. Yaji. The little one looked down at its belly, patted it lightly. Then, realizing it wasn't full yet, it cheerfully trotted toward its remaining eggshell, and began crunching away. The other Pokémon gathered around, watching with curiosity. Eating rocks? Eating eggshells? This little one sure had a unique appetite. Yaji. Sensing the stares, Larvitar paused, looking up in confusion. It glanced around at its new teammates, hesitating for a moment. Then, as if making a grand decision, Yaji. Crack. It broke off a piece of eggshell, held it out, and grinned brightly. Yaji. You guys want some too? Gengar was curious about what Larvitar's eggshell might taste like, but none of the other Pokémon were tempted to take a bite. They all politely declined. Seeing this, Larvitar didn't insist. In just a few bites, it had completely devoured the remaining eggshell fragments. But given its appetite, a small eggshell was nowhere near enough. Soon, its little stomach let out a loud grumble. The little one wasn't clueless. It turned around and locked eyes on the unconscious Cleaver. Fortunately, Yuan quickly intervened. That was not food. A surprise bite was one thing, but eating too much, well, that could lead to bad habits. Under Larvitar's confused gaze, Yuan pulled out a box of poke blocks. This immediately lifted the little one's spirits. It eagerly reached out with its tiny hands to accept the box, and then it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire thing. Yuan. A loud crunch followed. The sound of metal being chewed rang through the air. Chomp, chomp, chomp. With a gulp, Larvitar swallowed the whole box down. Yaji? Delicious? Its bright red eyes twinkled with delight. Poke blocks tasted way better than rocks and eggshells? Cha. Tinkaton nudged Gengar with her elbow. Hey, this little one eats even more than I did. Charcadet, meanwhile, was beaming with pride. To it, a big appetite meant strong vitality and good health. Goka. See, the Pokémon I hatched is full of energy. Yaji. Larvitar scratched the dull spike on its head and gave a shy little grin. Yuan, however, was looking more and more concerned. At this moment, he felt as if the sky itself was collapsing on him. Poke blocks are good, but Larvitar also needs to eat mineral-rich rocks to develop properly, Cynthia reminded him. Yeah, Yuan nodded. He already knew this from Giovanni's Secrets of the Earth. Poke blocks provided essential nutrients, but without proper minerals, Larvitar's armor wouldn't harden properly, and its strength might suffer. In short, it needs everything. Let's check out that ruin first, Yuan said, handing Larvitar another box of poke blocks. But this time, he opened the box himself and fed them one by one just in case it tried to eat the container again. All right. Cynthia stood up and headed toward the ruins. Yuan glanced at Larvitar again. Actually, the moment the little one hatched, his Pokédex had already displayed its data, probably because it had instinctively used some moves while breaking the shell. Larvitar. Type, rock/ground. Ability, guts. Known moves, tackle, leer, rock throw, focus energy, pursuit, dragon dance. Mood, happy, excited, so many delicious things to eat. Condition, excellent, this is a highly intelligent Larvitar. Friendship, 100, everything is great, just still a little hungry. Honestly, it had a lot of inherited moves. Clearly, Giovanni had chosen parents with excellent bloodlines. No wonder both Professor Yamabuki and Elite Four Bertha had trouble determining its exact lineage. After all, this Larvitar had even inherited Dragon Dance. Yuan could already picture it. The moment Larvitar performed Dragon Dance in front of Garchomp. Garchomp might not attack the little one, but he was definitely going to die. Aside from that, Yuan was more curious about the Pokédex's evaluation of Larvitar's status. A highly intelligent Larvitar. He glanced at the little one again. Its tiny eyes were filled with nothing but hunger. Where was the intelligence in that? I swear, I need to have a word with Uxie about this. Another box of poke blocks was quickly devoured. Yaji. Larvitar patted its belly. Still only half full. Half? Its appetite was already rivaling Dragonite's and quickly catching up to Gengar's. Yaji. Suddenly, Larvitar's tiny nose twitched. Its eyes lit up, and it began waddling toward a rocky wall at the edge of the basin. Once there, it started calling out excitedly. Oh. Ninetales tilted its head in confusion. Caw. Gengar signaled everyone to wait and then phased into the ground. Moments later, it re-emerged and nodded toward Ninetales. Ninetales understood and immediately started digging with its dig move. Seeing Ninetales dig so skillfully, Larvitar eagerly joined in with its tiny hands. Slowly but surely, its movements became more precise and faster. Wait, is it learning dig on the spot? Yuan thought, his expression twitching. Sure enough, the moment Larvitar surfaced with Ninetales, his Pokédex updated. New move learned, dig. It already mastered dig just like that. Yes, Larvitar had a natural talent for burrowing, but this was too fast. However, what shocked Yuan even more was the item they uncovered. A black, glossy rock. It had a smooth, glass-like surface, resembling obsidian at first glance. Is this black augurite? Yuan was taken aback. Black augurite, sharp and brittle when shattered, resembling both glass and obsidian. Scyther and Cleaver are particularly drawn to it. It was the very item required to evolve Scyther into Cleaver, and Larvitar had just dug it up instinctively. Cha. Tinkaton swung her hammer. Oh, I know this method well. She often teamed up with Gengar and Ninetales to dig up metal. Only this time, instead of metal, they'd found a rare evolution stone. Yuan had the same realization. Did we just get a new excavation team member? Larvitar filled the gap in Tinkaton's skill set. From now on, no mineral, whether magnetic or non-magnetic, would be left behind. They wouldn't just pick the bones clean, they'd consume the bones themselves. We're one step away from mining the entire planet. Yaji. Excited by its discovery, Larvitar chomped down on the black augurite. Crunch. A crisp sound echoed as it managed to break off a tiny piece. It immediately sat down and started gnawing on it, humming a little tune. Wait, this is actually kinda catchy. Cynthia was equally surprised. This island has black augurite. Yuan rubbed his chin. Yes, in the Legends, Arceus era, cleavers were known to drop black augurite, but that was ancient history. He glanced at the unconscious graveler and golem scattered across the ground. Ninetales, put a small piece back. The Pokémon looked confused. If we leave some, maybe it'll grow back over time. Larvitar immediately nodded in agreement, then bit off another chunk. Yuan crouched down and placed a hand on Larvitar's head. The little one looked up, blinking. It recognized Yuan instantly and beamed, reaching out for a hug. Yuan smiled. I have a gift for you. He took out the purple scarf he had bought earlier. Yaji. Larvitar's eyes sparkled. It loved it. Yuan gently tied the scarf around its neck. Yaji. It looks great, Yuan said warmly. Jengar and the others all gathered around to admire it. Larvitar looked at its reflection in Rotom's screen and clenched its tiny fists in excitement. I'll work hard for Yuan and the team. It reached out and tapped the luxury ball. Click. Captured instantly. The team cheered. A new partner had officially joined them. BZZT. Larvitar didn't stay inside the luxury ball for long. Almost immediately, it popped back out, hugging the black augurite as it happily continued gnawing on it. Yuan sighed. Of course, it would come right back out. Why did I even expect anything different? With Larvitar now officially part of the team, Yuan had a new challenge: how to properly raise it. Would it be compatible with Ninetales? What about the team's dynamics? And most importantly, can I even afford to feed it? That last thought hit him hard. Feeding Larvitar equals working more jobs. Maybe if I just pick up a few extra side gigs. How is it? Have you found anything? After capturing the Larvitar, Yuan also arrived at the ruins. The ruins were covered with various patterns. Some were simple illustrations, while others represented text. Cynthia wore a serious expression. I recognize some of the symbols, but most of them will take time to translate. What was recorded here was likely related to the ancient Hisui period. Rotom, please record this for me, Cynthia suddenly said. Understood, Roto. Rotom instinctively responded. Huh? Rotom and Yuan exchanged a glance, only now realizing what had just happened. Roto, confused face. Suzuran Island, contestant village. Rotom, berry blender mode. Roto. The high-end berry blender immediately started operating with a rhythmic hum. Yaji. Larvitar scratched its blunt horn, looking a little embarrassed but clearly yearning for the berry blender as it rubbed its belly. That's right, it was hungry again. Since returning from Dandelion Island, the curious Larvitar had been exploring and nibbling at everything in sight. It played for a while, got exhausted, and then became hungry. Yuan had no choice but to start making poke blocks. The ones he had fed Larvitar earlier were from his old stock, delicious and highly nutritious, no doubt. However, those poke blocks were mainly prepared to establish friendly relations with unfamiliar Pokémon, such as Darkrai, Cresselia, and Heatran. Yuan jokingly called them succubus poke blocks because they were designed to be irresistibly tasty and adaptable to any Pokémon's palate. That meant they weren't specifically tailored for Larvitar. So, after returning, he immediately started making a custom batch. Fortunately, the Secrets of the Earth had detailed notes from Giovanni on the type of poke blocks suitable for Larvitar. With some of his own adjustments, Yuan believed the final product would not only aid Larvitar's growth but also satisfy its taste buds. Yuan hadn't fully mapped out a training plan for Larvitar yet, but he had some ideas. Larvitar was a rock/ground type Pokémon, but its final evolution, Tyranitar, was rock/dark. That transition needed special attention. Its primary training direction had to be physical attack based. A slightly slower speed wouldn't be an issue since it could control the weather, but its offensive power had to be overwhelming. Additionally, Larvitar's ability would eventually become Sandstream upon evolving into Tyranitar. Weather-based abilities could potentially conflict with Ice Ninetales' Snow Warning. There might be a way to merge snow and sand into hail. As Yuan pondered this while making poke blocks, Tinkaton, acting like a big sister, gently patted Larvitar on the head, nearly knocking it over. But Larvitar wasn't upset. Instead, it looked up at Tinkaton with a goofy grin. Tinkaton sneakily glanced at Yuan before taking out a shimmering silver piece of metal. Larvitar blinked in surprise before eagerly opening its mouth, and chomped down on the metal, producing a crunching sound. Yaji? Wow, it really can eat that? At that, the other Pokémon gathered around. Goka. Charcadet pulled out a small piece of charcoal and hesitantly offered it to Larvitar. Without hesitation, Larvitar bit down. Yaji? Sigma. Only to spit it out immediately, sticking out its tongue and frantically fanning its mouth. Hot? Kaka. Jengar, now sporting a pair of glasses, rubbed its chin like a detective and made a conclusion. Larvitar's favorite food was definitely rocks. Hearing this, Dragonite pulled out a greenish stone fragment, faintly glowing. Goka. Charcadet retrieved a dark red, somewhat dull stone that shimmered slightly. Kaka. Jengar clapped its hands and spit out a fragment of the large platinum gem they had found yesterday, placing it in front of Larvitar. Seeing this, Cubfa looked around anxiously, realizing it had nothing valuable to offer. In the end, it pitifully pulled out an energy root. Don't look down on it, okay? Even Ice Ninetails only had a never-melt ice to contribute. Yaji. Larvitar stared wide-eyed at the offerings before it, swallowing nervously. Are these really for me? Can I really eat them? _. Jengar confidently patted Larvitar's head and waved a hand grandly. Eat up. We're not stingy Pokemon. Yaji? *. Larvitar lifted its head, letting out an adorably fierce cry. Surprisingly, it did look a bit like a beast in that moment. Hearing the commotion, Yuan turned around and immediately twitched. Oh great. They're actually feeding it this stuff, and it's actually eager to eat it. Doesn't it hurt its teeth? Put it down. All of you, put it down. Yuan quickly stepped in. You can't just feed the little guy whatever you find. What if it gets indigestion? And you Marshadow keep your little stick to yourself. Marsha. The shadowy Marshadow awkwardly retreated, pouting in dissatisfaction. What a waste. Doesn't even recognize the world tree's branches. Yuan's mouth twitched. That's exactly why I'm stopping you. Feeding a ground/rock-type Pokemon a branch full of grass-type energy? What kind of logic is that? Do you not understand 4 times weakness to grass? Even if it's imbued with the essence of life, you still shouldn't be randomly feeding it. Larvitar, don't just eat anything you see. You need to be a refined Larvitar. Yuan sat cross-legged and placed a freshly made poke block in front of Larvitar. Yaji. A refined Larvitar? Here, try this. It's good. Larvitar happily began munching on it. Yuan sighed. Its appetite was something else. After this tournament, I'll have to order a batch of minerals. Thinking of minerals, Yuan's first thought was naturally his student, Steven, since his family practically lived in mines. However, Steven's minerals were high quality and expensive. Given his personality, he might even send them over for free, taking a loss in the process. I can't just keep mooching off Steven, it's not right as a teacher. Looks like a trip to Orberg City was in order. Orberg City also produced high-quality minerals. With both sources combined, he should be able to meet Larvitar's needs. Larvitar could eat a variety of things: high-grade soil, rocks, coal, metal. If you dared to feed it, it dared to eat. That said, according to Pokemon World diets, Pidgey ate Caterpie, Weevil hunted a lowland Vulpix. Larvitar's menu probably included Roggenrola, Guaidud, Carbink, Roly-Coly, and even Minior. Yuan quickly shook his head and dismissed the thought. At most, just fallen fragments? I wonder if Pokemon World has uranium ore. If it did, feeding Larvitar some might turn it into Godzilla. No matter what, this Suzuran conference is going to be serious. Yuan's gaze sharpened. For the sake of food. Led by Jengar, the Pokemon all cheered. For the sake of food. The Outlaw Squad had officially set their goal. Operation Food Supply had begun. Hearing this, Larvitar wiped its mouth and let out an adorably fierce cry. Yaji. For the sake of food. Viridian City, Rocket HQ. Oh, it hatched? A Larvitar, huh. It was rare for Giovanni to receive a call from Yuan. Upon learning that the Pokemon hatched from the egg was a Larvitar, his mood improved significantly. Raising a Larvitar and running out of money? Running out of money was exactly the point. Ideally, Yuan would remain tied to the Rocket War Chariot, ensuring he could never leave. This outcome was an unexpected but welcome surprise for Giovanni. It's a highly promising Pokemon. My suggestion is to build another Sandstorm team. Tell me what Pokemon you need. I should have the offspring of any Sandstorm team members. Giovanni spoke boldly. Yuan. So, Giovanni, was your plan all along to send me one Larvitar per year until I had a full Sandstorm team? Thanks, I guess. Ahem, Gym Leader Giovanni, I wanted to ask, aside from what's mentioned in the Secrets of the Earth, is there anything else I should focus on when training Larvitar? Focus? Huh. Giovanni paused in thought before answering. I didn't hold anything back in the Secrets of the Earth. Everything I know is in there. As for Larvitar or its final evolution, Tyranitar, my only advice is, fully develop their offensive capabilities. After a brief pause, he added. Offense is the best defense. While that might not apply to every Pokemon, believe me, it absolutely applies to Tyranitar. Giovanni seemed to be getting excited. Relentless offense is equivalent to impenetrable defense. You must trust in the power of the earth. The moment you stand firmly on the ground, you become invincible. Yuan was speechless. You and I are not the same, Giovanni? Isn't the reason you and Mewtwo didn't get along because it prefers to float and fight from the air? But Yuan, remember one thing: the Secrets of the Earth outlines the training method that suited me best. It may not be a perfect fit for you. You need to make your own decisions. To be fair, Giovanni did have a master's attitude when it came to passing down knowledge. I understand. Yuan had received guidance from many people, but he had never blindly copied any of their training methods. He firmly believed that no two Pokemon were ever exactly alike. Good. I trust your abilities. So, do your best in the Suzuran conference. Haha. Yuan chuckled dryly. For the sake of food, I don't really have a choice but to do my best. If you need rare minerals, just let me know. Recently, Viridian Gym acquired a few more mining rights, and we've got a lot of extra miners working. We should be able to dig up quite a few valuable ores. Oh, Yuan's eyes lit up. And the cost? Don't worry about the cost. Giovanni chuckled. You can buy on credit. On January 18th, the venue for the Lily of the Valley conference was packed with people. Today was the opening ceremony of the tournament. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky above the massive stadium, while hot air balloons featuring Pokémon like Pelipper and Wailord floated overhead, broadcasting the event live. Amid the excited crowd, the host stepped onto the stage and announced the ceremonial lighting of the sacred flame. Goka. Charcadet held on to Larvitar, preventing it from running around while curiously observing the silver torch's flame. After all, this was its first time attending a regional league tournament, and the spectacle was overwhelming. Kaka. Jengar patted Charcadet's shoulder nonchalantly, indicating that the flame was just from molters and nowhere near as impressive as the fire on its own head. Goka. Charcadet suddenly understood. No wonder it seemed familiar. Seriously, can't the league get Ho-Oh's flames? They use molters fire every time, Yuan couldn't help but comment. The host took the stage, microphone in hand, and announced, Next, let's welcome President Dandelion for his speech. The old man kept it brief, simply expressing his support for the Lily of the Valley conference. It made sense since every region held a tournament every year. If Dandelion gave a long-winded speech at each one, people would probably get sick of it. I don't see any connection to Tobias, Yuan muttered, shaking his head. Tobias. Cynthia looked at him with curiosity. Ah, just some card player. Bertha is taking the stage, Flint said excitedly. Haven't you seen her before? The cheers from the crowd grew even louder. Compared to President Dandelion, the Elite Four clearly held more weight in the audience's eyes. Yuan, finally found you? A familiar voice called out. Yuan turned toward it. Professor Oak and Samson Oak. Standing before him were two nearly identical elderly men, differentiated only by their hairstyles and skin tones. Oh, and by their outfits. Professor Oak wore his signature white lab coat, while Samson Oak was dressed in a lowland beachwear and flip-flops. Isn't it cold on Lily of the Valley Island? Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Alola, Professor Yuan, Ninetales. Samson Oak greeted Yuan with a smile, and the next second, his hair transformed into the shape of Ninetales. Yuan. Cynthia. Flint, wow, that's amazing. As expected of the man known as the one with 1,000 Pokémon faces, a considerable number of people from Alola had come to this Lily of the Valley conference. Compared to regions like Kanto and Johto, Sinnoh was relatively new in terms of league establishment, though its system was already quite refined. Alola, on the other hand, was still in the early stages of forming its own league. Participating in this tournament would not only help spread awareness of Alola and boost its economy but also provide a chance to learn from Sinnoh and other regions on how to establish a more structured league system. Of course, Samson Oak's primary reason for seeking out Yuan was, ha ha ha, our Alola Pokemon Academy would be more than happy to welcome you, Yuan. Jengar. Samson Oak got straight to the point during their brief exchange. He wasn't necessarily trying to get Yuan to jump ship to the Alola Pokemon Academy, he just wanted him to visit and conduct an exchange program. After all, whether it was Professor Kukui or students like Lana and Mallow, they all greatly admired Yuan. If I get the chance, I'd love to, Yuan responded earnestly without rejecting the idea. Who wouldn't like sunshine, beaches, beautiful women, and bikinis? Especially if Cynthia came along. Cough. By the way, Yuan, hand me your Pokédex. I'll upgrade it for you while I'm here, Professor Oak said. Rotom. Understood, Roto. Rotom immediately emerged from the Pokédex and flew out, leaving the device in Professor Oak's hands. Meanwhile, after Bertha's speech, the host announced loudly, the Lily of the Valley conference officially begins. Fireworks exploded across the sky, excited trainers shouted, and the audience's cheers reached a fever pitch. Who knew what kind of thrilling stories would unfold in this year's Sinnoh League tournament? With the opening ceremony concluded, the preliminary rounds began immediately. Trainers in the preliminaries would battle fiercely throughout the day, and only the top 64 would advance to the knockout stage. As a special invitee, Yuan didn't need to go through the preliminaries. So, after the ceremony, he spent time exploring the area with Cynthia and Flint. Later, two late arrivals Lucian and Aaron finally reached Lily of the Valley Island. The five of them gathered at a cafe. Yiji. Larvitar was brimming with curiosity about everything around it. And for this little glutton and lovable fool, the best way to satisfy curiosity was, chomp, ow, 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 ow. Flint yelped in pain as he tried to tease Larvitar with a piece of cake, only for it to latch onto his hand, leaving him with half a limb's worth of regret. Luckily, Charcadet quickly pried it off. Caw. Jengar observed the scene thoughtfully. Could it be that this little dinosaur's best skill would be pain-induced sleep? So the egg hatched into a Larvitar, huh? Lucian mused. I've heard they need to eat an entire mountain before they evolve. Yuan took a sip of his coffee and smiled. Lucian, your information is incomplete. You might want to update it. Then, he casually handed back the file Lucian had compiled on Pokemon Hunter J and her group. Lucian. Just kidding. The file was actually quite decent. Most of the details were common knowledge, but it was clear Lucian had his own sources. Have you noticed that Hunter J's group has been appearing unusually frequently in Eterna City? Yuan asked, flipping through the file. Lucian adjusted his glasses. That's true. I've noticed it as well. But isn't that because of Eterna Forest? As one of Sinnoh's largest wild Pokémon habitats, it was natural for a Pokémon hunter like Jay to be active in the area. If Lucian was looking at it purely from a logical standpoint, there wasn't anything unusual. But for Yuan, who had prior knowledge, leading things in the right direction was a simple matter. Then why don't they go through Florima Town? Lucian pondered for a moment and caught on. I see. I'll keep an eye on Eterna City. Also, can you help me gather information on the other competitors in this tournament? Yuan asked. Sure. Lucian agreed instinctively, then suddenly froze. Wait. Had he just signed himself up for another task without realizing it? He opened his mouth, glanced at Yuan's smiling face, then at Cynthia casually playing with Larvitar. Nope. Not picking that fight. Then he looked at Flint, who was still nursing his wounded arm, and Aaron, who was spacing out. Not useful. Not useful at all. Wait a second. We're all supposed to be part of the same team, so why am I the only one doing actual work? Where's the teamwork? You all relax while I do all the work? Wait, does Yuan even need to research the competition? Aaron suddenly spoke, his ahog perking up. Yaji. Larvitar glanced at Aaron's ahog, then touched its own blunt horn. Hey, is he copying me? Yeah, with Yuan's strength, can't he just steamroll everyone? Flint added. Yuan, I'm not Leon. The group fell silent for a moment. Leon's strategy was basically turn everything into a Charizard sweep. Even Cynthia often relied on her Garchomp to bulldoze opponents. In fact, many top-tier champions excelled at this kind of overwhelming strategy. Yuan sighed and took a deep breath. Anyone who stood in the way of feeding his Pokémon would be crushed. Yeah, he said, nodding slightly. January 19th, early morning. Why are my dreams getting weirder again? Yuan sat on his bed, deep in thought. Last night, in his dream, Gengar suddenly shouted, Henshin, and the entire scene shifted into something bizarre. He had to admit, though Gengar looked pretty cool back then, that little red cape really gave it a card art aesthetic. But then, things got even weirder. Gengar, now looking like something straight out of a trading card, grabbed a shoulder pole, teamed up with a Ninetales dressed as Snow White, and led a gang including Tinkaton, Dragonite, Cubfu, Charcadet, and Larvitar to start moving mountains. And then, a whole mining mountain just took off. This has to be because I just caught Larvitar. Thinking about it all day has made me dream about it at night. I'm under way too much stress. Yuan let out a long sigh. Other people made high-grade poke blocks and enjoyed a steady stream of income. He was barely managing to keep his little food-loving team fed. All right, time to get up. He threw off his blanket and hugged Ninetales, giving it a few firm rubs until the little one let out a slightly disgruntled whimper. Only then did Yuan, grinning, get out of bed. The first thing he did was check on Larvitar. He found the little one curled up inside a container that looked like a Pokeball, a mix between a cup and a bowl. Seeing this, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. At least it hadn't started chewing on the house yet. No random bite marks, no missing bricks. After all, a refined Larvitar baby couldn't just eat anything. That said, the emergency food supply he'd prepared in the container was completely wiped out overnight. On the bright side, that red and white ball-like container had become both Larvitar's food bowl and its bed. That saved some money, right? Noticing Yuan's gaze, Larvitar rubbed its eyes, stretched its tiny body, and let out a long yawn. Yaji, asterisk. The hungry dragon roars? Great. One blink, and another pile of food was gone. But there was nothing he could do. Larvitar was just too cute. All right, little one, time to get up. Yaji. Larvitar nodded, wiggled its little hands, flailed its tiny legs, and wobbled out of its bedbowl only to faceplant onto the floor with a plop. The little guy, however, didn't seem to feel any pain at all. It just stood up, patted the dust off its backside, and stared expectantly at Yuan. No need to say a word, the meaning was clear. Hungry? Yuan's eye twitched. First, brush your teeth. Clean teeth mean sharp teeth. Sharp teeth mean better eating. Larvitar tilted its head, somewhat understanding. As for teaching the little guy how to brush its teeth, that job was going to Gengar, who also had a solid set of chompers. Aside from Ninetales, practically all of Yuan's Pokémon had been personally trained by Gengar in the art of dental hygiene. It had plenty of experience. Right on cue, Gengar had just returned from its morning run with Dragonite. Gengar, the toothbrushing job's on you. Caw-caw, Gengar saluted. Mission accepted, but moments later, from the bathroom. Caw-caw, the toothbrush is gone. Caw-caw, the toothpaste is gone. Caw-caw, the cup is gone. Caw-caw, the whole sink. Yuan smacked his forehead. The Suzuran Conference, grass field. Yuan was assigned to the grass battlefield. A big screen displayed the matchups, and the arena was already buzzing with excitement. Among the crowd were plenty of Yuan's fans, though their true intentions were questionable. But as Yuan often said, haters are still fans. Better a hater than a turncoat. Whether it was the organizers' doing or just luck, Yuan's match was scheduled first. Even before they entered the field, the audience was already roaring. Professor Yuan? A real man doesn't need a second Pokémon. We want to see strategy? It's been too long since we've seen strategy. Why isn't there an unlimited battle format? Let Yuan fight too. Clearly, most of the cheers were just hyping things up. Yuan chuckled. Come on, he wasn't Ash. What was this about unlimited battles? If Ash got an unlimited format, he wouldn't even need to call out his Pokémon. Pikachu could just keep the show going forever. Wait, why does the name Dino sound familiar? Flipping through the info Fitzwilliam had gathered, Yuan thought for a moment. Then it hit him. Wasn't this guy the runner-up of the Evergrande conference the year Ash competed? He had lost to Basil and his EV team in the finals. But that was still a few years away. Right now, Dino was still relatively inexperienced. According to Fitzwilliam's research, he had only participated in the Johto League Silver Conference once, where he placed in the top 32. Running into someone familiar in round 1? Not a bad start. Now, let's welcome our 2 trainers. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium. As the 2 trainers walked onto the field from opposite tunnels, Yuan remained calm, while Dino looked visibly tense. He was wearing a black vest and a grey sleeveless coat, his fists clenched, expression serious. His opponent was the famous Baby Cup Slayer, Professor Yuan, strength unknown, but always rising to the challenge. Dino took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay composed. No matter what. At the very least, he had to show Professor Yuan that he was no baby. Dino's eyes sharpened with determination. Nice look. I like this kid, Flint said from the stands. Fitzwilliam shot him a glance, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. You had an even sharper gaze when you first challenged Professor Yuan. Huh? Did I? Ha 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 ha. Flint scratched his head awkwardly before quickly adding, next time I challenge Professor Yuan, I'll definitely win. He sounded completely confident, probably because Yuan wasn't there to hear him. Click. Fitzwilliam pressed a button on a recording device, waved it in front of Flint, and smiled meaningfully. You sneaky? Fitzwilliam, you're so dirty. Flint's eyes widened. Fitzwilliam, on the other hand, looked unfazed. Just a professional habit I've been developing. Bro. Flint admitted defeat. Cynthia simply smiled, staying out of their squabble. On the battlefield. Trainers, send out your Pokémon. Dino tossed his Pokeball. Go, Chandelure. The chandelier-shaped Pokémon emerged, its main body bearing 2 yellow eyes. Wisps of eerie purple flames flickered atop its head and along its curved arms. Yuan, without hesitation, threw out his own Pokeball. It's you, Charcadet. Goka. During the previous Indigo Conference, Yuan hadn't yet caught this little one. But for the Suzuran Conference, Charcadet had eagerly volunteered to take the lead. Not only to experience tournament battles, but also to show Larvitar what fighting the Yuan way looked like. Seeing Charcadet, Dino furrowed his brows slightly. He had watched some of Yuan's battles, especially from the Indigo Conference, but there wasn't much information on Charcadet. Battle, begin. At the referee's signal, Dino made the first move. Chandelure, Trick Room. A black field rapidly expanded outward from Chandelure, covering the entire battlefield. Alright, straight into Trick Room. This one's playing the strategy game. But Yuan sent out Charcadet, so no Will-O-Wisp next turn. Wait, are we sure Chandelure is actually slower than Charcadet? That last question was a sharp one. In the games, Chandelure had a base speed of 80, while Charcadet had only 35. Trick Room would normally work against Charcadet. But in the real world, base stats weren't everything. Yuan simply smiled. To be honest, this Trick Room didn't affect this battle much. But for the next one? That was another story. Charcadet, astonish. As Chandelure cast Trick Room, Charcadet had already charged forward, flames flaring up, standing out against the black field. Since he sent out Charcadet, Yuan wasn't going to play strategy. Or rather, his strategy was simple. Go. All. In. Goka. Its unwavering, aggressive stance made Chandelure's eyes shrink as it instinctively backed up. Flare Blitz. The moment Chandelure flinched, Yuan seized the opportunity. Blazing flames erupted around Charcadet as it slammed into Chandelure. Dino gasped. Chandelure, Shadow Ball. As a fire/ghost-type Pokémon, Chandelure wasn't taken down in one hit. Enduring Charcadet's flames, it quickly gathered a swirling mass of dark energy. Boom! At such close range, there was no way to dodge. But Charcadet didn't even flinch. Taking the hit head-on, it raised both arms high. Its glowing red arms and the flickering flames in its eyes showed its rising battle spirit. Flamethrower. Whoosh! In an instant, golden-tinged flames surged forth, engulfing Chandelure. The flames scattered in all directions, and when they faded, Chandelure lay on the ground, eyes swirling. Goka. Charcadet raised its fists triumphantly, the fire around it burning even brighter as its vitality surged. Whoa, this is a whole new side of Professor Yuan? This battle style. It's so reckless, but I love it. No, you guys don't get it. That wasn't flamethrower, that was overheat. Seriously. On the outside, he's just charging in, but inside, he's totally calculated. Yep, that's still the Professor Yuan we know. Dino's expression twitched. He never expected that the famous Professor Yuan, renowned for his tactical prowess, wouldn't be playing the strategy game today. It felt like punching a pillow. You try playing aggressively, he goes for strategy. You try playing strategy, he goes all in aggressive. And the worst part? No matter which style he played, he still won. But at least, one Flare Blitz plus a Shadow Ball. Charcadet's condition should be pretty bad by now, right? Chandelure losing the battle made Dino truly feel Yuan's strength. However, he wasn't discouraged. The Trick Room was still active, and Charcadet wasn't in great condition. So, after recalling Chandelure, Dino wasted no time. While Trick Room was still in effect, he quickly threw out his second Pokeball. Go, Druddigon. It was the so-called disgrace of the Dragon Clan, Druddigon. However, Druddigon earned this title for two main reasons. First, despite having wings, it couldn't fly while even Garcomp could. That alone made it seem ridiculous. Second, its base stat total was only 485. Before Pokemon like Drampa and Fruit Dragons appeared, Druddigon had the lowest total base stats among all fully evolved dragon types. But aside from its inability to fly, its sheer force ability made its physical attacks terrifyingly powerful. Its only real weakness was its low speed. But now, the Trick Room was in play. That last weakness was completely covered. Oh, I get it. Chandelure's Trick Room was set up for Druddigon. Dragon types resist fire moves. Plus, with Trick Room in play, is Professor Yuan finally going to switch out his Pokemon? Professor Yuan, don't be afraid, just go for it. The battle continued. Druddigon, Rock Slide. Grr. Druddigon let out a roar. A massive boulder materialized above Charcadet, forming so quickly that Charcadet had almost no room to dodge. However, as a Pokemon switched into battle, even with Trick Room boosting its speed, Druddigon still couldn't move before Charcadet, who was already on the field and prepared. So, before Druddigon could act, Charcadet had already hurled a small orange fireball. It wasn't big, but it was fast. The key was, boom, the fireball exploded upon contact with Druddigon. It didn't deal much damage, but it left behind faint flickering embers. Burn status? Druddigon's attack power took an unavoidable hit due to the burn, drastically weakening its physical attacks. Only after that did the boulder finally crash down. Bang! The massive rock shattered upon impact with Charcadet, breaking apart into several pieces. At the same time, the green barrier surrounding Charcadet Protect also shattered. Moves like Protect had priority and weren't affected by Trick Room. This time, let's see you block this. Druddigon, Stomping Tantrum. Dino called out confidently. To be safe, Dino chose a high-accuracy move that also had area coverage. With sheer force as its ability and, as Yuan suspected, the life orb as its held item, even with the burn weakening its power, Stomping Tantrum was still a massive threat to Charcadet, who had a double weakness to ground-type moves. But Yuan simply smirked. Block? No need. The earlier Protect was only to ensure that Will-O-Wisp landed properly, just in case his luck made it miss. Now that the burn had landed and Druddigon's attack was lowered. Whoosh! The flames surrounding Charcadet flared up once more. Like a miniature locomotive, it charged forward, stomping through the tremors caused by Stomping Tantrum. Flare Blitz? Boom! The battlefield erupted in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves across the ground. Druddigon was knocked backward, its chest now scorched red. Meanwhile, Charcadet seemingly disappeared into the thick dust cloud. So fearless? Even if it faints, it's making sure to deal as much damage as possible. Didn't think I'd see Professor Yuan use a second Pokemon so soon. Wait, look. The dust obstructed the audience's view. And it wasn't just the audience. Dino also struggled to see clearly. In his mind, Charcadet must have fainted from the recoil of Flare Blitz, combined with the damage from Stomping Tantrum, right? But before the dust could settle, a fiery red glow flickered within it. Dino's face changed dramatically. Druddigon, Sludge Bomb. Whoosh. But before Druddigon could act, a gust of heat wave blasted forward, instantly dispersing the dust cloud right into Druddigon's face. Heat wave? And not just any heat wave, it came in surging waves, carrying an odd special energy that made each blast stronger than the last. Sizzle. The tiny flames flickering on Druddigon's burned body suddenly flared up. Grr. The scorching heat overwhelmed Druddigon. Its entire body turned bright red, and, unable to withstand the pain, its eyes rolled back as it collapsed. Druddigon is unable to battle. Meanwhile, Charcadet was still standing, albeit panting, hands on its knees. Wait, what does this Charcadet even eat? How does it have so much stamina? Simple. It was just eating some charcoal, the highest grade poke blocks, and had absorbed a sliver of the flame of life. Flint sneered from the audience. Pfft. You guys are clueless. Ever heard of the flame of life? Conveniently forgetting how shocked he had been when he first learned about it himself. Cynthia, Yuan's Charcadet hasn't evolved, but its level must be pretty high. Fitzwilliam stared at Charcadet, still struggling but standing. His expression turned strange. Actually, the scariest part is, I think Charcadet is faking it. Flint blinked, then suddenly understood. That makes sense. That's totally something Professor Yuan would do. Buzz. Trick Room wore off. Now, Dino had truly lost any advantage. But he didn't give up. He was so close, just a little bit more. Judging by Charcadet's current state, one more hit should be enough to take it down. Defeating even one of Professor Yuan's Pokemon would be a success. Clenching his fists, Dino pumped himself up. At the same time, he sent out his final Pokemon. Go, Mundi Buzz. A large, vulture-like Pokemon with bone decorations took to the field. Going for a speed-focused approach now, Yuan smirked. He knew exactly what Dino was thinking. Mundi Buzz, Brave Bird. This was it. Everything came down to this attack. Dino's eyes burned with determination. Scray. Mundi Buzz flapped its wings, screeching loudly as it became cloaked in a blue aura, then dove down at Charcadet at high speed. Goka. At the last second, Charcadet suddenly straightened up. A golden flame flickered atop its head, and the fire around its body erupted into waves. Wait, I knew it was faking. Flint yelled. The audience gasped in shock. In the next moment, overheat. Boom! A roaring inferno exploded outward, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames. The sheer heat was so intense that even the stadium's protective barriers flickered, barely holding up. The front row spectators could feel the heat through the barrier. A thick column of smoke shot up through the open-air section of the stadium like a volcanic eruption. The crowd was speechless. Wait, that was overheat? Where was the overheat symbol? Wasn't Charcadet supposed to be exhausted? How did it still unleash something this strong? When the flames cleared, Mundibuzz lay on the ground, charred black, unconscious. Goka. Charcadet let out a small breath of black smoke, standing still as the battlefield grew silent. I get it now. Professor Yuan was pretending to be reckless. It was all deception. A complete mind game. That's so dirty. Going all out from the start. Professor Yuan is here to take the championship. Yuan's famous online comment resurfaced in everyone's minds. I'll crush them all. And that's exactly what was happening. Winner, Yuan. The stadium erupted in cheers. He's back? I can feel it. Professor Yuan is back. As dirty as ever, Professor Yuan. Dino forced a smile, shaking Yuan's hand. I still have a long way to go. Yuan patted his shoulder. Believe in yourself. The future is yours. And this time, Yuan wasn't just saying it. Because one day, Dino would almost win the Evergrande conference. He had potential, he just needed to keep pushing forward. Thank you, Professor Yuan. Dino's eyes shone with newfound determination. Yaji, Yaji, Yaji. Larvitar excitedly greeted Yuan and Charcadet upon their return, congratulating them on their victory. Goka. Charcadet, acting like an elder, gently patted Larvitar's head. Though, in reality, they were about the same height. Yuan's battle against Dino had ended, marking a fantastic start to the tournament. The crowd was still fired up from Charcadet's blazing performance. Arriving at Cynthia's private suite. Congratulations, Professor Yuan. Flint was the first to offer his praise, followed by the others. It was just a round of 64 match, Yuan smiled, not making a big deal of it. Though, since Flint was being so enthusiastic. Next time Flint made a mistake, Yuan would consider letting it slide. With nothing urgent coming up, Yuan stayed to watch the rest of the battles with them. Down on the battlefield, Guzma stood with one hand in his pocket, his face wearing an arrogant smirk as he casually waved his hand. Pincer, finish it guillotine. Pincer viciously grabbed Swanna. At such close range, there was no chance for the attack to miss. The overwhelming force delivered devastating damage. The winner is Guzma, the referee announced, raising the flag. Swanna. The opposing trainer rushed onto the field, cradling their unconscious and heavily injured Swanna. Guzma shot them a sideways glance, sneering. Battling is about destruction. If you're not prepared for that, then go home and cry. With that, he shoved both hands into his pockets and walked toward the exit without even bothering with the customary handshake. Weaklings and weak Pokemon don't deserve to shake hands with the great Guzma. The audience, though somewhat intimidated by Guzma's aura, remained mostly silent. Meanwhile, a group of Team Skull members cheered wildly for him. There was no denying it, Guzma's behavior had rubbed many people the wrong way. Yet, there were still some spectators, drawn to the thrill of violence, who cheered him on. After all, Guzma had just steamrolled through 3 opponents using only his pincer. As the battles continued, none of the other matches ended in a similar one-sided sweep. However, there were still plenty of interesting moments. The winner is Lewis. Following the referee's announcement, the victorious burly man raised the umbrella in his hand and pointed it directly at Yuan's suite. His intention was crystal clear. He was challenging Yuan. The entire stadium erupted in shock. The last person who had openly challenged Yuan on the tournament stage was Paul. And in the end, Paul got absolutely demolished by Jengar. Are trainers these days just this bold? Flint murmured, swallowing nervously. Fitzwilliam glanced at him. Weren't you just as bold back then? Actually no, Flint was even bolder. He had challenged Cynthia over 100 times. Meanwhile, Yuan was focused on something else. The name Lewis sounded oddly familiar. Wasn't he the guy who lost to Elon? The one with the Gar comp? Professor Yuan, aren't you going to react? Flint asked. Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. His courage is commendable. The Sinnoh League sure knew how to put on a show. On the first day, they had scheduled Yuan's battle as the opening match to maximize hype. If that had just been luck, then when the matchups for the round of 32 were announced, it became very clear that the league was deliberately stirring up drama. Yuan versus Lewis. The very same Lewis who had challenged Yuan on stage. Just like that, the internet exploded. Round of 32 matchup, Professor Yuan versus the umbrella-wielding Lewis. Oh ho ho, damn, I cannot wait for this battle. Which Pokemon do you think Professor Yuan will use? Jengar? Ninetales? Dragonair? My vote's on Jengar. No particular reason, I just wanna see someone's soul break. But what if Professor Yuan actually loses? LMAO, that'd be even funnier. Online, the spectators were eating up the drama. The bigger the spectacle, the better. One thing was certain. Both the Lily of the Valley Conference and Lewis were raking in attention. The round of 32 and round of 16, which usually didn't draw that much hype, were now skyrocketing in popularity. Of course, Yuan wasn't the only trainer making waves. This year's Lily of the Valley Conference had attracted many strong competitors. The one Yuan was paying the most attention to? Tobias. He, too, had effortlessly swept his opponent in a 3-0 victory. And his lead Pokemon? Darkrai. A mythical Pokemon, one of the very few ever seen in an official league tournament. Instantly, Tobias became the center of attention. Aside from him, another standout was the so-called Emperor of Destruction, Guzma. With his brash attitude, cocky demeanor, and ruthless battling style, he had cemented himself as a major figure in this tournament. These three Yuan, Tobias, and Guzma were receiving the most attention. Other notable trainers included Kawu, a seasoned veteran from Ho known as the unyielding flaming fighter. Megwa, a powerhouse from Galur dubbed the Crusher of Solid Rock. Simply put, this year's Lily of the Valley conference had way more elite competitors than usual. Fans online had reached a consensus. This tournament is way too stacked. Most people can't handle it. For Dino, however, this realization made him feel a lot better about his loss. During an interview, he said, "Professor Yuan told me he won today, but the future belongs to me." The reporter interviewing him hesitated before carefully pointing out. During the Indigo conference, both Otani and Melanie also received that exact same compliment. Dino. While the internet was buzzing with discussions. What was Yuan doing? Left move it a little left yes, perfect. Good job, Flint and Infernape. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. In the league's commercial district, at a small shop near the edge of the area, Flint's Infernape perched on Flint's shoulders, securing a sign above the stall. Sunbeam Cafe? Inside, a Ndidi duo and an Alcremie were busy setting up. They carefully placed cakes and pastries prepared earlier in Rustboro City into the display case and on the counters. Great work, everyone, Yuan said with a smile. Fetched? Oh, so this is what you meant by bringing them here, opening a temporary cafe. Steven finally understood. Well, with the tournament's popularity soaring, why not? Yuan placed his hands on his hips, nodding in satisfaction. He could already tell. The hype for this year's tournament was only going to increase. As for the Rustboro Cafe, it'd be temporarily closed. Right now, he was here to cash in on the tournament traffic. Yuan had a feeling. His cafe's coffee and pastries were about to sell out. Of course, it's not just about that. Yuan gently patted Ndidi on the head. I also promised them I'd do this. Steven was puzzled. Come on, let's grab some snacks. With Ndidi's baking skills and Alcremie's fresh cream, this stuff is incredible. Meanwhile, Cynthia sat inside the cafe, staring at the Alcremie cake in front of her, spoon in hand, hesitating. It was so cute. Could she really eat it? Jengar, however, had zero hesitation. It had already demonstrated the proper eating method, one bite at a time. Yaji, Omega. Larvitar's eyes sparkled as it stared at the table full of pastries. The ones here are for us to eat freely, Yuan said. But everything made after this? Those are for selling. Because if he let them eat as much as they wanted, they wouldn't need a cafe. They'd clear out the inventory in minutes. Dragonair cheered as it joined the feast. Cubfu's fur was already covered in whipped cream. Cleaning up later was going to be a huge task. Ninetails, on the other hand, ate more gracefully. Yet, for some reason, its cake was disappearing just as fast as Tinkaton's. Goka. Just as Larvitar was about to dig in, Charcadet stopped it, looking serious. We have to serve the guests first. That's proper hospitality? Yaji. Larvitar tilted its head, confused. It then watched as Charcadet picked up a plate with a minty, cream-filled Alcremie cake and carried it over to Flint and Infernape's table, carefully placing it in front of them. Flint was nearly moved to tears. As expected of a fire-type Pokémon, it knows who the real fire-type expert is. See, Flint thought. This Charcadet had personally delivered them a cake? Thank you. But before he could finish his sentence, Charcadet bowed politely, then promptly took the Mariup wool cake in front of Flint and the Boltoned hot dog in front of Infernape and carried them back to Larvitar's table. Now, Charcadet had the Mariup wool cake, while Larvitar had the Boltoned hot dog. Flint and Infernape looked at the single remaining cake on their table, then at the two dishes that had just been taken away. At the same time, identical question marks appeared over their heads. Flint and Infernape. Yaji, Omega, Larvitar exclaimed. I get it now. Goka. Charcadet calmly motioned with its hands. No need to be surprised, this is just normal procedure. Infernape gave Flint a side eye. This is your so-called fire-type affinity, huh? Flint opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say. All he could do was sigh internally. Professor Yuan's Pokémon really are something else. Eat quickly before Jengar devours everything, Yuan reminded Cynthia and Steven. This was a cake battle, first come, first served. This cake is so cute. I almost don't want to eat it, Cynthia murmured. Don't worry. Ndidi and Alcremie can always make more. Yuan reassured her with a grin. Ndidi proudly presented another tray of desserts. Tada! A brand new creation, Jengar chocolate pudding? Cynthia's eyes immediately lit up. Kaka. Jengar, its face covered in whipped cream, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It looked up, only to see Cynthia slicing a Jengar-shaped pudding in half with her spoon. Then, it turned its gaze toward Larvitar. The little dragon's expression seemed to ask, is that pudding the real Jengar? Kaka. Jengar gulped. January 20th, clear skies. At the Lily of the Valley conference, the matches to determine the top 16 from the top 32 were underway. The atmosphere was electric, with every seat taken and the crowd roaring with excitement. Cynthia sat in her seat, nibbling on a plump Jengar-themed cake. Boss lady hasn't had ice cream in a while, has she? Aaron Zahog perked up as if he had made a groundbreaking discovery. Flint crossed his legs. As Yuan-sensei would say, it's winter. Cut back on ice cream and drink more hot water. But doesn't eating too much cake make you gain weight? Bertha questioned, puzzled. If boss lady gets fat. He puffed up his cheeks to mimic someone gaining weight, his mind already picturing a chubby Cynthia. Instantly, he felt a chill down his spine. He stiffly turned his head. Aaron and Flint had already bolted to Steven's side without him noticing. Aaron even gave him a subtle thumbs up. Resting on Bertha's shoulder was a scythe gleaming coldly in the light, mere inches from his neck. Grr. Hashtag. Bertha, are you always this brave? Even Steven couldn't help but lower his voice. A woman's age and weight, two of the most dangerous topics, were things even he wouldn't dare touch. Flint nodded knowingly. It's fine, you get used to it. He won't die. With that, he turned his gaze to the battlefield through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Under the deafening cheers of the crowd, Yuan and his opponent for the day, Remo, stepped onto the battlefield. Because of Remo's provocative actions the day before, the audience was especially hyped today. Yuan, as usual, remained composed, smiling and waving at familiar faces in the crowd. On the other hand, Remo exuded confidence, greeting the audience with an air of self-assurance. So bold, I love it. That's the spirit. Take down Yuan-sensei, and we'll make you a general. Finally, someone dares to challenge Yuan-sensei again. Both trainers took their positions. Remo, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of Orochimaru, with face paint and a paper umbrella in hand, looked like a fusion of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. He arrogantly pointed his umbrella at Yuan, his face full of confidence as he declared, "Today, we will absolutely defeat at least one of your Pokémon." The audience nearly tripped over themselves. Sure, they were expecting some trash talk, but wasn't this a bit too extreme? Their goal was simply to take down one of Yuan-sensei's Pokémon? But thinking about it, it actually made sense. After all, in this tournament, Yuan had never actually let a single one of his Pokémon faint. He had only switched them out. Yuan smiled and nodded. Good luck. Newer fans were touched by how kind Yuan was, while veteran fans were already mourning for Remo. They weren't afraid of Yuan having a stern face, they were afraid of him smiling like that. Trainers, send out your Pokémon. The referee signaled. Go. Remo closed his umbrella and slung it over his shoulder while throwing out a Pokeball. A burst of red light revealed his Pokémon. Conkeldurr. Two heavy concrete pillars slammed into the ground with a thud. Conkeldurr flexed its muscular arms, its gaze fierce and focused. Remo had done his research on Yuan well. Plenty of experts online had analyzed Yuan's battle patterns. They all came to one conclusion. Yuan-sensei had a hidden compulsion. He liked to send out Pokémon in a certain order, either from weakest to strongest or in the order he had caught them. In his last battle, he had used Charcadet, a Pokémon that had never appeared on the battlefield before. That meant today, he was likely to send out Kubfu. Against a fighting type like Kubfu, Remo chose to go head-to-head with Conkeldurr to wear it down. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Yuan released his first Pokémon. A Pokémon with drooping head crests and a gentle smile hopped out of the Pokeball, exuding warmth and friendliness. Indeedee, big sister, i.e. Indeedee gracefully bowed to both Conkeldurr and Remo, as if greeting customers at a cafe. For a moment, the entire stadium was stunned. Indeedee, so polite? AWSL. Wait, isn't this one of the employees from Yuan-sensei's cafe? Holy crap, this is straight up mockery? He didn't even send out one of his main Pokémon. He just threw in a staff member. A staff member? Remo's expression stiffened. Was Yuan looking down on him that much? He gripped his umbrella tightly. Unforgivable? But then, realization hit him. If it was just an employee, didn't that mean he actually had a chance to defeat one of Yuan-sensei's Pokémon? And Indeedee was known for being a support Pokémon. How much firepower could a support Pokémon possibly have? This was his chance. The moment Indeedee appeared, a mystical energy spread from its body, covering the entire battlefield. Psychic surge activated. The battlefield was now a psychic terrain. Battle, begin. The referee announced. Conkeldurr, use hammer arm. Kaka. Conkeldurr gripped its concrete pillars and charged forward, each heavy footstep shaking the ground. Yuan's smile remained unchanged as he calmly commanded. Indeedee, expanding force. I.e. There was a hint of excitement in Indeedee's voice. Finally, a real battle? She was actually a bit thrilled. A surge of immense psychic power exploded from Indeedee, covering the battlefield in an instant. As Conkeldurr charged, it suddenly felt an overwhelming force bearing down on it. The sheer power crushed it within seconds. Kaka. With a cry of agony, Conkeldurr collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. For a brief moment, the entire stadium fell silent. Even Remo stood frozen. Conkeldurr is unable to battle, the referee declared. I.e. Indeedee politely bowed again, her eyes filled with innocence. I didn't even use that much power. How did it go down so fast? The audience finally erupted into chaos. One-hit KO? Conkeldurr just got obliterated. How can a Pokémon be this polite? A polite one-hit KO. That's too polite. Meanwhile, veteran fans who had seen Indeedee's battles online finally remembered. This Indeedee was known as the 7th Battle Frontier Facility boss Pokémon. Remo took a deep breath, realizing his strategy had failed. Without hesitation, he sent out his second Pokémon. Go, Buffalant. A massive buffalo-like Pokémon with an enormous afro emerged. Buffalint, the Bash Buffalo Pokemon, a normal type known for having enough impact force to derail trains. Hey, Bertha, it's your relative. Flint joked. Bertha. Conkeldurr had been weak to Psychic, but Buffalint had no such weakness and had high special defense. Use Head Charge. Buffalint lowered its head, its afro glowing red as it charged full speed at Indeedee. Its impact was far more terrifying than Conkeldurr's. But Yuan remained calm. Indeedee, don't worry. Expanding force again. I.e. A surge of psychic energy flooded the battlefield once more, boosted by the psychic terrain. Boom! The ground beneath Buffalint shattered, forming a perfect square indentation. Buffalint collapsed instantly. Silence. Then, another one-hit KO. This Indeedee is insanely strong. And so, this is what happens when you provoke Yuan-sensei. Smiling politely while destroying you. Remo swallowed hard. Smack. Remo suddenly slapped himself. Hiss. Even Yuan winced at the sight. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on Remo's face, but his gaze was once again firm. It wasn't over yet. He was a proud and determined person, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Yuan in front of so many people. Just like how he would train relentlessly after losing to Alon in the future, he wasn't the type to give up just because he had already lost 2 Pokemon. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his final Pokeball. At this stage, there was no room for hesitation. Go, Chomp. Grr. A burst of red light revealed a fierce Garchomp standing tall on the battlefield. This was the foundation of Remo's confidence, the reason he dared to challenge Yuan. His ace, the pseudo-legendary Garchomp. Garchomp, huh. Flint instinctively shrank his neck and glanced at the Garchomp standing behind Cynthia with its arms crossed. Grr. Hashtag. He quickly averted his gaze. Nope. Not the same at all. Yuan-sensei's Indeedee seems to have gotten serious. Aaron noticed the change in its expression. Speaking of which, Yuan-sensei's Indeedee is really strong. As a specialist in Psychic-type Pokemon, Flint could feel the immense strength radiating from Indeedee. This Indeedee has never lost a battle in the cafe when facing challengers, Steven added. Never lost. Flint couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this really just a cafe employee? Steven chuckled. It may seem that way, but Sensei treats all his Pokemon the same. Whether it's food or items, Indeedee and Gengar receive the same treatment. Indeedee, its younger sibling, and even Alcremie always got the highest quality Pokeblocks, handmade by Yuan himself. Whenever Yuan restocked on items like Dawn Stones, he never left them out either. As a student of Yuan and a regular at the cafe, Steven knew this well. Yuan's sincere dedication to his Pokemon naturally earns him their unwavering loyalty, Steven mused. That's probably why his strength has grown so quickly. Cynthia, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke, elegantly crossing her legs. Pokemon can sense the true hearts of their trainers and respond in kind, especially Pokemon like Indeedee, which are particularly attuned to emotions. Indeedee had wanted to experience an official battle, so Yuan had Steven bring it all the way from Hone. Because Yuan had promised it. Of course, there was no denying that this Indeedee was exceptionally talented. But not everyone would train an Indeedee for battle. The battle resumes? Chomp, show them the fruits of our training, Dragon Rush. Remo shouted. Grr. Garchomp swung its sharp crimson scythes and leaped high into the air, its body suddenly enveloped in the silhouette of a massive dragon. Indeedee, Trick Room. Before Garchomp could complete its ascent, Yuan and Indeedee moved. A transparent barrier expanded from Indeedee's center, covering the battlefield. Speed reversal? Expanding force. Rather than flinching at Garchomp's overwhelming presence, Indeedee's eyes sparkled with excitement. A tidal wave of psychic energy surged forth. Remo knew all too well how devastating expanding force could be, but in this situation, there was no avoiding it. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his umbrella tightly and swung it down, shouting, Chomp, charge through it. The vicious dragon pushed forward through the crushing weight of the psychic energy, diving straight at Indeedee from above. Boom! Like a meteor slamming into the ground, the battlefield shook with a thunderous roar, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Did it hit? Is this a one-hit KO on Indeedee? Not bad. Remo's Garchomp is actually pretty strong. Wait, is that Heal Pulse? As the dust settled, a soft green glow shimmered around Indeedee, restoring its condition back to a safe level. Indeedee's eyes gleamed with psychic energy, effortlessly holding Garchomp at bay just inches away. It had been hit, but Indeedee's Heal Pulse had instantly restored its health. Chomp! Remo shouted again, his gaze sharp. Outrage! Grr! Garchomp's scythe scraped against Indeedee's psychic barrier, producing an unsettling screech. Its eyes turned blood red as a violent aura erupted from its body, an ominous crimson energy swirling around it. With a fierce roar, it swung its scythes down again. Crack! The psychic barrier shattered as the attack sliced toward Indeedee. But Indeedee showed no fear. One hand strengthened its psychic defenses. The other? It simply patted itself with another Heal Pulse. At that moment, the audience witnessed an unforgettable scene. Holy crap, is this instant healing? A healer tanking Garchomp's outrage head-on. This Indeedee is insane. Huh? You're hitting me, but I'm healing faster than you can damage me. Even though Garchomp's attacks were fierce, they weren't enough to take down Indeedee. And Indeedee, experienced as it was, handled the situation with remarkable ease. Back when it had escaped with its younger sibling, this was exactly how it had fought, one hand healing, the other using psychic power. Indeedee's true specialty wasn't offense. It was healing. Just then, the psychic terrain faded. Chomp, now's our chance, go all out. With the disappearance of the psychic terrain, Remo saw an opening. Indeedee's advantage was gone. Was it finally out of options? Yuan simply smiled and shook his head. Indeedee, let's finish this. Dazzling gleam. I.e. A blinding white light erupted from Indeedee's body. Grr. Instinctively, Garchomp raised its arms to shield itself. But within the overwhelming radiance, its body began to sizzle as if it were being scorched. Garchomp let out a pained roar. Then, thud, Garchomp crashed onto the battlefield. Garchomp is unable to battle. The referee waved the flag. The winner is Yuan. I.e. Indeedee chirped happily. Upon realizing the battle was over, it immediately used Heal Pulse on Garchomp, soothing its injuries. The audience erupted into another frenzy. So wholesome. I heard Yuan-sensei's Indeedee runs a cafe in the shopping district too. Really? Once the tournament's over, I'm buying a dozen pastries from there. Had this battle turned into a cafe advertisement? After the battle, Remo shook Yuan's hand, his expression slightly ashamed. Thank you for the match. We lost. It's okay, Yuan said with a smile, patting his shoulder. You fought well too. Really? Remo's eyes lit up with hope. Yuan smiled, blinked playfully, and said nothing. Remo, say something, damn it. Yuan left the battlefield with Indeedee. Well, was that satisfying? I.e. Indeedee returned to its usual gentle demeanor, tilting its head playfully. Yuan chuckled, ruffling its fluffy head. You little troublemaker. Elsewhere. Grr. Hashtag. Cynthia's Garchomp crossed its arms and huffed out 2 puffs of white mist, clearly displeased. That Garchomp was way too weak. It turned to Flint and gestured for him to follow. Grr. Let's spar. Flint stiffened then smirked. Fine, let's go. Meanwhile, as Yuan and Indeedee walked down the hallway, a voice called out. Yuan-sensei. They turned to see a man politely placing a hand on his chest and bowing slightly. Indeedee returned the gesture. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Tobias. Tobias had come looking for him. I'm honored that Yuan-sensei knows of me. As he spoke, Tobias's hand reached for his belt. A duelist's instincts kicking in. Tobias was originally based on the 2009 Pokémon TCG World Champion in the anime. To be honest, Yuan didn't have particularly strong feelings toward Tobias. It wasn't because of his good looks after all. No matter how handsome he was, he still couldn't compare to Yuan or Steven. It also wasn't because Tobias had both a Darkrai and a Latios. After all, even Officer Jenny had a Latias, and that was pretty normal. The main reason? It was probably because when Yuan watched the anime years ago, Tobias had been a total Deus Ex Machina. And not just any Deus Ex Machina, he had zero build-up. Everyone knew how it went. The childhood friend always lost to the surprise newcomer. So naturally, most people weren't very fond of out-of-nowhere characters like that. Cough. Of course, Yuan wasn't the type to let childhood frustrations from the anime influence his treatment of people in real life. But Tobias was definitely worth paying attention to. Originally, this was just supposed to be a fun and relaxing baby cup. But the moment a guy with legendary Pokémon showed up, the entire tournament changed. Then again, even Ash had nearly taken down 2 of Tobias's legendaries. So how strong could he really be? Not to mention, this was before Ash had grown into his prime. Tobias's actual strength was unknown. Whether he even had Darkrai and Latios at this point was also unknown. Caw. From the shadows, Gengar emerged. Its crimson eyes gleamed menacingly, its signature cloak billowing dramatically. It stared at Tobias's red cape, then at its own cape. Hold on a second. This guy is copying my look. Tobias blinked at Gengar, especially at the matching cloak. For a moment, his mind went blank. He and a Gengar were wearing the exact same outfit? Who would even believe that if he told them? Ahem. Yuan cleared his throat and gently pressed down on Gengar's head. Then, he asked, so, Tobias, what brings you here? Gengar, meanwhile, gave Tobias's shadow a subtle wink. Tobias snapped out of his daze and smiled. I'm the founder of the Pokémon trading card game. I'd like to discuss a business collaboration with you, Professor Yuan. A collaboration? Wait, wasn't Mattery the one in charge of these things? But before Yuan could say anything, Tobias continued. But we can talk about that later. For now, would you be interested in an exhilarating Pokémon TCG match? As he spoke, he pulled out a deck of cards and even an extra deck, as if already prepared. Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was a duelist's challenge? But before he could let his competitive side take over, Yuan quickly shut it down and declined with a polite smile. Next time. Definitely next time. Rule number 1 of life. Never under any circumstances play cards against the person who makes the cards. They can literally print new cards at will. What if halfway through the game, Tobias suddenly whipped out a new rule and said, Yuan boy. Tobias blinked. That was not the response he was expecting. Seeing his confusion, Yuan explained, the Lily of the Valley conference is still ongoing. Right now, my focus is on the tournament, and to be honest, I'm not very good at card games. Tobias paused, then nodded in understanding. That's fair. I was too forward. Though he was slightly disappointed, he still smiled confidently and said, then let us battle through our Pokémon instead, in this tournament. Of course. Yuan nodded, secretly relieved that the topic had finally shifted back to normal. Then, I'll see you on the battlefield. Good. As Yuan walked away, Tobias suddenly realized something. Wait, wasn't I supposed to be discussing a business deal? How did this turn into a Pokemon battle challenge? Well, it's all the same. Tobias casually brushed back his hair. After all, our real goal is to use this tournament to promote Pokemon TCG. If I win the championship, it'll be great advertising. Plus, as a true card game enthusiast, Tobias had sensed something in Yuan. A kindred spirit. Yuan definitely understood the beauty of Pokemon TCG. He was just too focused on the tournament right now. But once the tournament was over, there was no doubt in Tobias's mind. He would absolutely get Yuan to play a match with him. From the shadows beneath Tobias's feet, Darkrai silently emerged. That Gengar was strong. Darkray's voice drifted through the air, a whisper as ethereal as mist. Tobias smirked. Of course. We're up against Professor Yuan, after all. You seem to respect him quite a bit, Darkrai observed. Of course. He's a teacher worthy of everyone's respect. Darkrai nodded, recalling the moment Gengar had noticed it watching. For some reason, Darkrai had a very unsettling feeling. That Gengar. It might be far more terrifying than it seemed. Then let's go train, Darkrai said. If we want to win, we should at least prepare properly. Tobias nodded in agreement. Just one more match, and then we'll train. Darkrai. At the stadium entrance, Yuan met up with Cynthia and the others. You're back already. Flint grinned. Who'd you run into? Just a challenger, Yuan said, pointing behind him. Oh, Flint's eyes lit up. I'll go check them out. Without another word, he ran off toward where Yuan had come from. Cynthia, Fitzwilliam, Aim, and Yuan simply stood there, unfazed. Stephen hesitated. Is that okay? Yuan waved dismissively. It's fine. Stephen raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Yuan smiled. He's not gonna win. The group froze. Flint might be a bit reckless sometimes, but his strength was undeniable. Aside from Cynthia, there weren't many people who could guarantee a win against him, especially when he got serious. Seeing their confused expressions, Yuan casually explained. It's a card game. Pfft. The entire group burst into laughter. Right. Flint might be a powerhouse in Pokemon battles, but in card games? Yeah. He wasn't winning anything. Meanwhile, at the stadium entrance, Flint, holding a Pokeball, Tobias, holding a deck of cards. Both men stared at each other in total confusion. Wait, aren't we battling? Wait, aren't we playing cards? That evening, Yuan's hotel room. Knock, knock. When Yuan opened the door, Professor Oak. Yuan blinked in surprise. What's with that look? Professor Oak asked, amused. Yuan chuckled. Ahaha, I thought it was someone trying to hand me an underground business card. Professor Oak looked even more confused. Underground business card. Never mind. I just met a card game enthusiast earlier today. Oh, I see, Professor Oak nodded. Though, in the back of his mind, what do card games have to do with underground businesses? Professor Oak stepped inside, pulling out a brand new Pokédex from his bag. I've upgraded your Pokédex. This version has a more comprehensive database and is even better suited for Rotom. He handed it over to Yuan, who took it with curiosity. Professor Oak briefly explained the new functions of the upgraded Pokédex. Go ahead and let Rotom try it out, he suggested. Rotom, Yuan called out. Rado, here I am. From somewhere deep in the room, Rotom shot out of an electrical socket, zipping through the air like a bolt of lightning. The moment it saw the new Pokédex, its eyes lit up with excitement. In an instant, it phased into the device. BZZT, the Pokédex's shape shifted slightly, adapting to Rotom's presence. A face appeared on the screen, and small mechanical arms and legs extended from the device. Rado, the new Rotom Pokédex is ready to serve, Rado. Yuan was momentarily stunned. Wait a second. Isn't this the same design as the Alola Rotom Dex? Had they already developed this model so early? Professor Oak observed the changes with satisfaction. Looks like a perfect fit. This upgraded Pokédex was specially designed to integrate seamlessly with Rotom. If everything worked well, Oak planned to mass-produce it for other trainers. Meanwhile, from behind the doorframe, Gengar cautiously peeked out. Its glowing red eyes darted toward the unexpected visitor. The moment it saw Professor Oak, Gengar's entire body froze. It had been curious about who had come knocking so late at night. But the moment it saw who it was, it immediately regretted it. Too late. Professor Oak had already noticed it. Oh, Gengar. Caca. For some reason, the fearless, mischievous Gengar suddenly seemed nervous. Yuan was highly amused. Gengar, who feared nothing and no one, was acting like a guilty child caught sneaking around. Professor Oak chuckled warmly and walked toward it. I brought you a gift. Caca. Yuan ignored Gengar's panicked expression and turned back to Rotom. So, how do you like it? Rado? It's amazing. I feel like I can store even more electricity now. Want to take it out for a spin tomorrow? Rotom immediately sparked with excitement. BZZZT? Really? Rado. Yuan smirked. Yeah, I've got a secret weapon. Rotom's screen flashed brightly. A secret weapon. Yuan had only been joking, but Rotom took it completely seriously. And not only that, it seemed genuinely eager to take the stage. Wait, is this thing starting to think like Gengar? Why are you so hyped? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Rotom's screen flickered as it explained. I'm just curious. If I take pictures from on stage instead of in the audience, will they turn out different, Rado? As a professional Pokemon photographer, Rotom never missed a chance to experiment with new angles and perspectives. Let's see how things go tomorrow, Yuan said. Understood, Rado. Truthfully, Rotom wasn't actually interested in battling. It just wanted to take pictures from a new point of view. If Yuan had really meant for it to fight, or even sweep opponents one by one, yeah, that wasn't happening. Compared to battling, Rotom still preferred photography. You'll get your chance, Yuan said. Huh? Chance for what, Rado? Yuan smirked. I'll make sure you get the chance to meet the greatest Pokemon photographer in the world. Rotom's screen flared with excitement. Yuan coughed, suppressing the grin threatening to spread across his face. Then, with a completely serious tone, he declared, "The mission to take down the strongest photographer is in your hands, Rotom." A few days ago, at a Pokemon daycare, Yuan had purchased an egg, but after taking it home, he realized it was fake. A fake Pokemon egg. Could he let that slide? Absolutely not. He immediately reported it to Officer Jenny, and today, she had contacted him again, saying she needed more details about the fake Pokemon egg case. So, Yuan had gone in to give his statement and cooperate with the investigation. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Officer Jenny. Together, they had managed to track down the seller's contact information. When they called, they discovered the seller was actually a Pokemon hunter. And so, January 20th. Yuan woke up to the sound of rhythmic clanging. When he got out of bed, he was surprised to find that even Ninetales wasn't curled up under the covers it had already gotten up. Huh? Did the sun rise from the west today? The little one actually didn't stay in bed. Then, as he scanned the room, he realized that none of his Pokemon were there. He got out of bed, followed the sound of clanking, and slid open the door to the garden. Sure enough, all his Pokemon were there, gathered around Tinkaton. Tinkaton had a serious expression, hammering away in a steady rhythm, sparks flying with each strike. After a while, it placed a glowing red piece of metal into Charcadet's hands, using its heat to keep the material from cooling down. Dragonite occasionally flapped its wings to help Charcadet maintain the temperature. Was this a minimalist version of Orn's living forge? Cha! Tinkaton let out a short cry, and Cubfu quickly used its fluffy arms to wipe the sweat from Tinkaton's forehead. Cubfu had turned into an assistant now. Before long, Tinkaton put down its hammer and called out to Ninetales. Oh. Without hesitation, Ninetales exhaled a chilling breath. With a sizzling sound and a rising white mist, the object Tinkaton had forged gradually took shape. Yuan suddenly understood. A Ninetales brand quenching agent. Where was Jengar? Ka. Jengar, wearing a pair of sunglasses, was floating nearby, overseeing the whole process. Oh, not supervising Tinkaton and the others, but directing Rotom to record the entire forging process so that Tinkaton could review it later. As for Larvitar, Yaji? Asterisk. It had its mouth wide open, trying to catch the sparks flying off Tinkaton's hammer. Of course, it couldn't catch them all with just its mouth, so its personal bedpan was placed nearby to collect the rest. Double coverage. No waste allowed. Larvitar was setting an example. What a display of frugality. So, had this whole group actually formed a complete forging assembly line? Once Tinkaton finished forging 2 objects, it was time for the crucial fitting test. Cha! Tinkaton solemnly handed the items to Charcadet. Goka! Charcadet was just as serious, receiving the objects and equipping them. A golden cannon and a dark purple short sword, one representing the path of Armarouge, the other representing Serolge. And honestly, now that Charcadet was wearing them, it actually looked pretty cool. Goka! Charcadet gave a serious swing of its dark purple sword, then raised its arm as if aiming the cannon. Yuan's expression turned strange. So they'd been working all morning on this? It seemed like nothing more than decoration. But before that thought could fully form, Charcadet's eyes suddenly sharpened, and it lightly swung the sword. Hiss! A crimson flame ignited along the blade, quickly shifting to a ghostly purple. As Charcadet swung, a faint purple energy trail was left in the air. Yuan's eyes widened. The Bitter Blade? Bitter Blade, a fire-type move, power 90. Focuses lingering regrets at the tip of the sword and strikes the opponent. Heals for half the damage dealt. This was Serolge's signature move. And the only fire-type move that could restore HP by attacking? Granted, Charcadet's swing wasn't nearly at the level of a real Bitter Blade, and the Pokédex didn't even recognize it as the move yet. But there was no denying that the form was starting to take shape. Goka! Then, flames flared up around Charcadet's body as it raised the golden cannon. The fire gathered into the barrel, and within the flames, a strand of golden life's fire seemed to resonate with the cannon. At the same time, the fire inside pulsed with aura energy. The power behind this attack. So, is this an armor cannon? Or one enhanced with aura? Armor cannon, a fire-type move, power 120. Burns away part of its own armor to fire a powerful shot, lowering its defense and special defense. Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected Tinkaton's study of the Forging Scroll's armor of celebration and cursed armor to actually produce something useful. Was this an early test to see which armor would suit Charcadet best? Or was Tinkaton planning to forge both armors? Like a card battle transformation, swapping between them? Yuan's expression turned even stranger. That would be pretty crazy. Cha! Tinkaton, having witnessed the entire process, rubbed its chin in thought. This forging session had deepened its understanding of Charcadet's connection with the 2 armors. Even Yuan had to admit Tinkaton's craftsmanship was impressive, truly professional. At the same time, a wild idea popped into Yuan's mind. If Tinkaton could learn how to forge swords and shields, could it replicate them? A Pokemon World version of Cloudsmith? Meanwhile, across the region, Gordy, dressed in a brown jacket and stylish sunglasses, had a determined look. Underneath, he wore Galar's standard trainer uniform, with the number 188 symbolizing Rock Wall. He was one of Galar's rising stars, along with Bea and Nessa, viewed as a future gym leader. His mother was Melanie, Sir Chester's Ice-type gym leader. But while he received elite training from her, their philosophies differed. Instead of Ice types, Gordy followed his true passion Rock types. He wanted to redefine the image of Rock Pokemon, proving they weren't just brute force. To achieve this, he left home, challenging trainers far and wide, earning both victories and a devoted fan base. A fan base mostly composed of women. To show appreciation for his supporters, Gordy had even released 2 photo books. Cough. This was his first time leaving Galar to challenge another region's league. He wanted to study how their tournaments differed from Galar's. And so far, he had proven himself in battle while also charming even more fans. Now, when he learned his next opponent was the legendary Professor Yuan, Gordy realized this might be his strongest opponent yet. So, after a moment of hesitation, he called Leon. Leon, sir. Gordy sat in front of his computer, watching Yuan's battle footage. Any advice for facing Professor Yuan? Leon, currently lost while looking for a flight path, was surprised. Your next opponent is Yuan. Yeah, I just got the news. Gordy knew that Leon had battled Yuan before. He also knew that Yuan had defeated Mustard, Galar's former champion. That fact alone carried massive weight. Leon thought for a moment, then said, if you're fighting Professor Yuan, be especially careful of his EV. EV. Gordy was baffled. He had watched tons of Yuan's battles. What EV? Besides EV, also his Jengar, Ninetales, Tinkaton, Dragonite, Cubfu, Charcadet. Gordy felt like he had asked the wrong person. Who didn't know Yuan's entire team? Leon coughed. Alright, but seriously his Cubfu is the most talented one my mentor has ever seen. Hearing that, Gordy's expression grew serious. Got it. I'll be ready. After a pause, he added, thanks, Leon. He was about to hang up when, wait, Gordy, do you know how to fly to Balinli? Gordy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lily of the Valley Conference's top 8 qualifiers. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the massive main stadium, igniting the crowd's excitement. At this stage of the tournament, all matches moved from the secondary arenas to the main stadium. However, the format remained 3v3 rotation battles. Only when competitors reached the top 8, advancing to the quarterfinals, would the format change to 6v6 full battles. Today's challenger is Gordy from the Galar region. Here's his profile. In the private viewing box, Fitzwilliam handed Yuan a file on Gordy. Yuan took it, briefly flipping through. Honestly, when he learned yesterday that Gordy would be his opponent, he didn't really need the report. He already knew plenty about Gordy. After all, this was the future Rock-type gym leader of CIRC Hester. Seeing Yuan put the file away, Cynthia asked, so, have you decided which tricky strategy you're going with? Wait, did she almost say dirty strategy just now? Humph. Yuan smirked. More or less. Meanwhile, in another part of the stadium, Officer Jenny and I had uncovered new information. After speaking to Jenny, we had confirmed that the suspect was a Pokemon hunter. But he refused to admit it. Not only did he deny his identity, but he also insisted that the Pokemon egg he sold me was real, even going so far as to falsely accuse me of fraud. I was furious. The problem was, I had no solid proof that the egg was fake. All I had was a transaction record. But soon, we found a breakthrough. We managed to contact another victim, and it turned out, that victim had been scammed for twice the amount I had lost. At last, the case seemed to be making progress. As the announcer introduced the match, it was time for Yuan and Gordy's battle. Amid the wave of cheers from the crowd, both trainers stepped onto the battlefield. Judging from the audience's reaction, both of them had a solid fan base. Professor Yuan, please take care of me. Gordy was unexpectedly polite. Likewise, Yuan responded with a smile. Trainers, send out your Pokemon. The referee raised the flag. At the same time, Yuan and Gordy each sent out their first Pokemon. Go, Barbaracle. Gordy's first Pokemon was Barbaracle, the rock and water-type Pokemon known as the collective Pokemon. Its appearance was quite peculiar at first glance. It looked like 7 barnacle-like limbs fixed onto 2 large rocks, forming its body. Even its head was just another barnacle limb. And Yuan's first Pokemon was Rotom, Barbaracle, the collective Pokemon, a rock and water type. It is said that each of its limbs can move independently. Rotom. The moment Rotom appeared, it didn't forget its primary job. Wait, is that a Pokédex? Hold on, did Professor Yuan just send out a Pokédex? But that Pokédex looks like a real Pokemon. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw the Pokédex-shaped Rotom on the field. Even Gordy looked a bit taken aback. He had watched a lot of Yuan's battle footage, but he had never found the EV that Leon mentioned, nor had he ever seen this Rotom before. However, Gordy didn't think Yuan was sending out Rotom to mock him. Instead, he felt, this might be another one of Yuan's hidden aces. After all, that legendary super strong EV Leon mentioned almost no one had actually seen it. It was rumored to be one of Yuan's strongest secret weapons. If that was the case, this Rotom probably wasn't weak either. Not to mention, as an electric and ghost type, Rotom had a strong advantage against Barbaracle. Barbaracle, stay alert. Take this seriously. Skya. Barbaracle took a battle stance, ready to fight. Rotom, Roto, Sigma, LLL. But Rotom was just a small, weak, and helpless photographer. It didn't need this kind of intensity. While frantically taking pictures, Rotom spun in circles toward the audience stands. It could clearly feel the difference between filming on the field versus off the field. The opponent, the crowd, the big screen, the torches, everything was different. And with so many people and so many cameras watching, it was a bit nervous. Rotom, you done taking pictures? Switch forms. From Yuan's shadow, Jengar emerged, then opened its mouth wide and spat out a washing machine. Oh, on it, Roto. Rotom quickly snapped a few more photos, then zipped back to Yuan's side before leaving the Pokédex and diving into the washing machine. The moment it entered, the washing machine's form changed, taking on Rotom's signature markings. The toxic ladder strategy. The root of all evil. The infamous water washing machine. Wash Rotom? Rotom still wasn't that common at this point, so many spectators were seeing it for the first time, especially its washer form. It transformed. First it was a Pokédex, and now it's a washing machine. What kind of Pokémon is Rotom? Wash Rotom, when fused with a washing machine, changed its typing to electric/water. This unique typing, combined with its levitate ability, meant that its only weakness was grass-type moves. Gordy frowned slightly. He knew about Wash Rotom, but this was his first time battling against one. He wasn't entirely sure how to deal with it. Yuan patted Rotom, who was still a little nervous, and said, I've given you a secret weapon. Don't worry if you don't want to fight, just run. Roto. Rotom nodded vigorously, feeling relieved. No problem. If things got rough, it could just run away. After all, it had already taken enough pictures. Battle, begin. With both trainers ready, the referee officially started the match. As soon as the flag dropped, Gordy made the first move. Barbaracle, Shell Smash. Shell Smash shatters its own shell, lowering defense and special defense while significantly increasing attack, special attack, and speed. This was a classic all-out offense strategy for Barbaracle, trading defense for maximum power. Crack. A visible crack appeared on Barbaracle's rocky shell, and in return, both its offensive stats and speed skyrocketed. Its aura surged. Feeling Barbaracle's intimidating presence, Rotom tensed up. But after going through so many crazy experiences with Yuan, even facing Regigigas and Heatran, it managed to stay calm. So, as soon as Gordy shouted his command, and Yuan responded, Wash Rotom made its move. Rotom, Trick. Trick, swaps held items with the target, leaving both Pokemon locked into their new items. Whoom. A blue light surrounded Rotom, enveloping both it and Barbaracle. Then, their held items swapped places. Rotom received Barbaracle's Focus Sash. And Barbaracle? It received Rotom's held item, a Choice Scarf. Wait, what? Trick into Choice Scarf. Holy crap, Yuan, have some mercy. Barbaracle can only keep using Shell Smash now? Endless Shell Smash Barbaracle. Some spectators had assumed that Yuan had changed his battle style after his past few aggressive matches. But now, today, right in front of them, he was back to his usual dirty tricks. Even Gordy's eyes widened. Wait, being locked into Shell Smash? How was he supposed to play like this? Honestly, Gordy had no idea how to handle this situation. Rotom, Thunderbolt. A Trick Choice Scarf Wash Rotom that was textbook toxicity. Roto. Seeing that its opponent was stuck in an infinite Shell Smash loop, Rotom immediately relaxed. It unleashed a burst of dazzling golden electricity, striking Barbaracle head-on. Boom! Return, Barbaracle. Skya. Barbaracle staggered back from the electric attack, just as it was recalled into its Pokeball. Gordy frowned. As expected of Yuan's Pokemon, his reaction time was insanely fast. Even though he had managed to withdraw Barbaracle in time, it still took some damage. At least, it wasn't knocked out. Actually, Yuan was internally sighing. Withdrawing a Pokemon mid-attack, this was one of the annoying loopholes in real-world Pokemon battles. Using a recall to dodge damage. However, since Gordy had withdrawn Barbaracle and was summoning a new Pokemon, Yuan and Rotom had time to act. Roto. Rotom was already charged up and ready to go. Gordy took a deep breath and threw out his second Pokeball. Your turn, Stonjourner. Emerging onto the battlefield was a massive Pokemon composed of large, irregularly shaped rocks. Its legs were especially thick and sturdy, making it well-suited for powerful kicking attacks. BZZZT. As Stonjourner appeared, golden static sparks burst from Rotom, striking the rock-type Pokemon right on entry. Thunder Wave? Stonjourner was paralyzed? Yuan was a little surprised by Gordy's choice. He had originally thought Gordy would send out his contrary Shuckle, using its Fortress strategy to stall. But Stonjourner, that was an interesting pick. Because Stonjourner had only one ability, Power Spot. Power Spot increases the power of allied Pokemon's attacks by 30%. This ability made Stonjourner a great support Pokemon in doubles. But in single battles? Even as Yuan processed this, Gordy remained confident. He clenched his fist and called out, Stonjourner, Wonder Room. Whoom. Stonjourner lifted both arms, and an eerie, shimmering barrier descended onto the battlefield. Within this wonder room, the defense and special defense stats of all Pokémon swapped? Oh, I get it now. Stonjourner has insane physical defense but terrible special defense. With Wonder Room, its special defense just skyrocketed. And since Stonjourner is naturally super slow, the paralysis speed drop doesn't really matter. Rotom is a special attacker, right? But Stonjourner is already paralyzed, and knowing Professor Yuan. Yuan had anticipated this move, so he immediately followed up. Rotom, Will-O-Wisp. Roto. A burst of blue spectral flames ignited around Stonjourner, burning it on the spot. Stonjourner is now burned? The audience instantly knew what was coming. They had seen this before. A few days ago, Yuan had played the role of an all-out attacker. Today, he was back to his status-inflicting, stall-heavy, toxic playstyle. Stonjourner, gravity. Gordy called out, staying unfazed. BZZZT. Arcs of energy crackled around Stonjourner as it released a strange, invisible force. Suddenly, a distorted gravity field spread across the battlefield. Stonjourner's massive stone legs sank slightly, and dark energy rippled outward from its core. Wash Rotom's levitate ability was nullified, forcing it to land on the ground. Roto. But Rotom was unfazed. The washing machine's front door swung open, and a surge of water burst out, rushing straight towards Stonjourner. Hydro Pump. The attack hit dead on. Under the effects of gravity, all moves except one-hit KO attacks had increased accuracy, and Hydro Pump, one of Wash Rotom's strongest water-type moves, was no exception. However, because of Wonder Room, Stonjourner's special defense was now swapped with its high physical defense. So, despite taking a super effective hit, it survived. Rotom, again Hydro Pump. Another powerful torrent of water shot out, slamming into Stonjourner. Stonjourner, Earthquake. BZZZT. But this time, the paralysis kicked in and Stonjourner failed to move. If Gordy had gotten just one successful Earthquake off, Rotom might have been in trouble. But paralysis had finally worked in Yuan's favor, and with the burn damage ticking away, Stonjourner collapsed. Stonjourner is unable to battle. Gordy smiled. The stone formation was now complete. Now, the real battle was about to begin. You did well, Stonjourner. Gordy spoke to the Pokeball as he recalled his Pokémon, then immediately took out his third Pokeball. Without any hesitation, he tossed it forward. His confidence remained unwavering. If anything, he looked even more confident than before, as if the previous battle hadn't affected him at all. Go, Colossal. This was Gordy's signature Pokémon. It resembled a massive, bipedal dinosaur, its entire body composed of hardened, jet-black stone. On its back, it carried a coal mound, glowing with a deep red heat, constantly emitting waves of white-hot steam. Colossal, the coal Pokémon, was a rock/fire type. But truthfully, this wasn't the most ideal typing. It had double weaknesses to both ground and water and an additional weakness to rock. However, if used correctly, the Stonjourner left behind its stones on the field. At that moment, the announcer pointed out something most of the audience had overlooked. As Colossal entered the field, the scattered Stonjourner's rocks from earlier began to glow faintly. Wait, is he activating Power Spot like this? Holy crap, so this is how you trigger Power Spot in singles. Learned it? Learned it. The crowd erupted in shock. Clearly, this was Gordy's exclusive strategy, something most trainers wouldn't even think of. Even if they tried to mimic it, they'd likely fail. Yuan, who had already noticed this earlier, twitched the corner of his mouth. Yeah, figures. So we're just outright breaking the game now, huh? This was basically a 2v1. The Stonjourner's rocks remained on the field, activating Power Spot, massively boosting Colossal's attack power. And yet, Gordy wasn't done. Adjusting his glasses, he confidently waved his hand. Colossal Steam Engine, activate. Grr. The coal on Colossal's back glowed an intense crimson, and thick white steam gushed out like a raging furnace. Under this steam boost, Colossal's entire body became blindingly fast. Its steam engine ability had triggered. Steam Engine, when hit by a water or fire type attack, speed is maximized. Maximized. That meant it instantly jumped up by 6 stages. Wait, Colossal hasn't even been attacked yet. Yeah, how did Steam Engine activate? The audience was confused. It's the water. But the sharp-eyed announcer noticed something most had missed. The lingering water from Rotom's hydro pumps earlier. Colossal had absorbed it. Colossal had landed right inside a crater left by Stonjourner's earthquake. That crater was flooded with leftover water from Rotom's repeated attacks. And now, that water was visibly evaporating, turning into the steam Colossal was expelling from its back. Wait, he can do that. All right. I've officially learned something new today. Professor Yuan is in danger. The audience was stunned by Gordy's strategy. From the very moment he sent out Stonjourner, he had been setting up for Colossal's entrance. No, even Barbaracle was part of the setup? He probably intended to get Barbaracle to use a water-type move on Colossal, but Yuan's choice scarf trick strategy had disrupted his plan. In single battles, it was rare but not unheard of for 2 Pokémon to be sacrificed just to set up for a sweeper. And now, Colossal had successfully powered up. BZZZT. Yuan sighed at Gordy's setup but wasn't about to sit around and watch. He wasn't some gentleman who'd let his opponent finish buffing up before attacking. So, the moment Colossal entered the field, a thunder wave was inevitable. Since Colossal couldn't be burned as a fire type, paralysis was the next best thing. Grr. Hit by the electric current, Colossal glared at Rotom, its eyes burning red hot. Roto. Rotom was freaking out. I'm just a camera bot, man. Relax, Yuan chuckled. Roto. He was still smiling at a time like this? Rotom didn't even dare to meet Colossal's eyes. But even so, Yuan's calm and confidence soothed it. At the very least, Rotom trusted Yuan wouldn't just throw it away. Now, it's our turn. Colossal Earthquake. Grr. Colossal roared and stumped the ground with full force. The entire battlefield rumbled, sending shockwaves racing toward Rotom. Because the gravity effect from Stonjourner was still active, Earthquake was the best possible move to use. Protect, Yuan ordered calmly. Roto. As the ground split apart, Rotom instantly projected a green energy barrier, blocking the full force of the earthquake. Seeing his attack stopped, Gordy wasn't surprised, he simply pressed forward. Colossal Earthquake again. Substitute. With a flash, Rotom created a dummy, taking the hit instead. Wait, what? Protect substitute protect. Is Professor Yuan just stalling for time? Didn't that just waste his focus sash? Wait, is he trying to wait out Colossal's paralysis? Huh? Professor Yuan doesn't have luck, he should know that? Third earthquake incoming. The audience laughed as the third earthquake closed in. But at this moment Yuan's expression turned serious. Drop the focus sash. Run to the edge of the field. Roto. Rotom immediately threw away its focus sash and rushed toward the edge of the battlefield, with Earthquake chasing right behind. However, Colossal's Earthquake was much faster. What's he doing? Dropping weight to run faster. That won't work. Earthquake will still hit. Professor Yuan is panicking. Yuan narrowed his eyes, ignoring the noise. Even though Rotom was panicked, it still trusted Yuan's judgment even as the battlefield beneath it started cracking. Now, trick. Rotom swapped its non-existent focus sash with Colossal's held item. A faint clicking noise rang out. If the announcer had been more experienced, they would have gasped Rotom had just obtained Colossal's weakness policy. Weakness policy, when hit by a super effective attack, and special attack sharply increase, Rotom's power skyrocketed. Roto. Power? At the same instant. Fly up. The moment Yuan's voice fell, gravity disappeared. Rotom lifted off the ground. Avoiding most of the earthquake's damage, Levitate was back. And then, Hydro Pump. Whoosh. A raging torrent of water gushed from Rotom's washing machine door, engulfing Colossal. Gordy's expression completely changed. Colossal Protect. A green energy shield emerged blocking the first Hydro Pump. But, Yuan knew Colossal would try to protect. That's why he waited to get weakness policy before attacking. Crack. The barrier shattered. Rotom's second Hydro Pump blasted through. Boom. Colossal collapsed. Silence. The stadium went completely quiet. Some spectators had witnessed everything, but their brains hadn't processed it yet. The VIP room remained silent for a moment. Then, brilliant. Thorn couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Most of the spectators had no idea what had just happened, but Thorn, Cynthia, Steven, and the others understood everything perfectly. Professor Yuan calculated the exact moment gravity would end, Steven said, shaking his head in amazement. He timed everything perfectly just to steal Colossal's weakness policy. That's also why he had Rotom run toward the edge of the battlefield and delay taking earthquake damage, Cynthia added. If the timing was even slightly off, Rotom might have been instantly KO'd. But if he did it too early, weakness policy wouldn't have activated. The only way to maximize his advantage was to trigger weakness policy at the exact moment gravity disappeared so Rotom could levitate again and dodge the next attack. Thorn smacked his lips. Man, you call this guy a tactical master, but this isn't tactics anymore. This is freaking wizardry. The group chuckled. It was true. This wasn't just about tactics. It was Yuan's ability to predict, adapt, and execute flawlessly, even in a split-second window. To call him lucky would be an insult, Steven said. He wasn't lucky, Cynthia agreed. He just played it perfectly. But then, Flint raised his hand. I got a question. Everyone turned to look at him. How did Professor Yuan know Colossal was holding a weakness policy? That was a fair question. Because if Yuan had misread Colossal's held item, this entire plan would have backfired. Thorn glanced at Flint and smirked. A tactical master doesn't need to guess, he said smugly. Flint. Yuan, if he were here, would have rolled his eyes. Steam engine Colossal carrying weakness policy? That wasn't even a question. That was basic knowledge. Of course, he also had the Pokédex scan data as a backup. But, Riley suddenly spoke, his tone thoughtful. If Professor Yuan had just a little bit more luck, maybe Colossal would have been fully paralyzed earlier, and it wouldn't have been such a close fight. Everyone paused. Then, all at once, they burst into laughter. Yuan? Lucky? Come on. Yuan had never won a battle of pure luck in his life. A brilliant tactical display. By now, the announcer had finally caught up with what happened. After consulting with several experts, he quickly explained the battle's key moments to the audience. As the explanation spread, the crowd's confusion turned into shock, then awe, then excitement. Wait, so that's why he threw away the focus sash so Colossal wouldn't get it. This strategy is insane. If you misread the opponent's held item, you could completely screw yourself over. You guys don't get it. Even if I knew my opponent's item, I still wouldn't be able to pull this off. Not only did Professor Yuan predict everything, but he also timed everything down to the second. That's what makes him a tactical master. Okay, now I understand why people call him that. Wait, so what would have happened if Hydro Pump missed at the very end? Everyone fell silent. Then, someone muttered. Professor Yuan must have prayed to Arceus. Gordy, are you ready for your next Pokémon? The referee's voice brought Gordy back to reality. He took a deep breath. He had to admit, he lost fair and square. His strategy had been strong, but Yuan's improvisation had been even stronger. Leon was right. Battling Yuan was an opportunity to learn. He had just been given a real lesson in tactics. His last Pokémon was still Barbaracle, but against a double-boosted Wash Rotom, there was no hope. A few moments later, Barbaracle is unable to battle. The winner is Professor Yuan. Roto. As soon as the battle ended, Rotom immediately zipped out of the washing machine, shaking uncontrollably. It still couldn't believe it. It just 1v3'd someone. It was just a camera bot. And it just swept a team. It wasn't supposed to be strong. It was supposed to just take pictures. Yuan walked over and patted its head. Good job, he said with a grin. Rotom twitched. It had never been this stressed in its life. Professor Yuan. Gordy walked over, extending his hand. Thank you, he said sincerely. That was an incredible battle. I learned a lot. Yuan shook his hand with a smile. Just luck, he said casually. Gordy gave him a weird look. Luck? Bro. Yuan was literally the most unlucky trainer Gordy had ever seen. If anyone had good luck that match, it was him. Colossal didn't get paralyzed a single time despite the thunder wave. Yuan had zero luck. What he had was insane tactics. But Yuan just shrugged. Deep down, though, he was genuinely relieved. Because if that last Hydro Pump had missed, all his strategies would have gone straight into the garbage. 80% accuracy landing at the clutch moment? That's not tactics. That's Arceus showing mercy. After the match, Cynthia and the others found Yuan in the tournament's junkyard. Ahem. To be more precise, it was the discarded battlefield debris storage area. Yaji, happy face. Larvitar was happily gnawing on a large chunk of stone, the sound of crunching echoing in the air. Anyone unaware might have thought it was munching on potato chips. Caca. Jengar stood proudly beside it, arms crossed in satisfaction. It was the one who found this place. And the stone Larvitar was chewing on? It was a leftover chunk from Stonjourner's battle earlier. The reason Stonjourner's power spot ability had activated was because of the energy stored inside these stones. For Larvitar, that was a massive temptation. If not for being in the middle of a battle earlier, Larvitar probably would have charged in to steal them on the spot. This is next level frugality, Flint muttered as he watched Larvitar sitting in a pile of rubble. Maybe this was the difference between him and Professor Yuan? They were both poor, but Professor Yuan even scavenged in junkyards. Maybe he needed to learn from this? After all, thriftiness is a virtue. Infernape, you wanna hear yourself right now? If you need minerals, Professor Yuan, should I have a plane deliver some over? Steven offered. Yuan. Are we using entire planes as a unit of measurement now? He waved it off. No need. I'll restock once we get back. Larvitar is just curious about the taste. Yuan only wanted to spend a little. Steven just opened up an entire whale-sized transaction. If a plane full of minerals arrived, how was he supposed to transport them all? Even with Jengar's dimensional storage, it'd take forever to pack up. Still, he did plan to buy a batch later. Education was important, even if they were broke. Once the tournament was over and he claimed the prize money, he'd ship some supplies home. Fair enough, Steven nodded, understanding the logistical issue. Cynthia, however, looked thoughtful. Seems like I should keep an eye out for rare stones next time I explore ancient ruins. The top 32 to top 16 battles had concluded. Throughout the day, there had been many thrilling matches. But the most talked about match was, without a doubt, Yuan versus Gordy. Many fans called it the most exciting battle of the entire Lily of the Valley conference so far. Both trainers showcased strategies that defied conventional understanding, pushing the match to an extremely high level. Many believed that Gordy was strong enough to go further in the tournament, but unfortunately, he encountered Professor Yuan and was eliminated. Despite his loss, Gordy still received widespread praise. As for Yuan, his victory only further cemented his reputation, making him a major topic of discussion that evening. Online discussions were equally heated. I never thought I'd see the day where a Pokédex would go on a 1v3 rampage. Bro, I just checked the stats. Wash Rotom is basically a bugged Pokémon. That's not the point. The real bug here is that Professor Yuan is the one using it. I seriously think Yuan has a bunch of hidden strategies he hasn't even used yet. +1. +1. +1 wait, stop chaining +1s. Of course, people weren't just talking about Yuan's match. Another hot topic was Tobias. Since the start of the tournament, Tobias had only ever used one Pokémon. And he only needed one. Darkrai. If his opponent was weak, Darkrai just steamrolled them outright. If his opponent was stronger, Darkrai used Dark Void plus Dream Eater to shut them down. So far, Tobias had yet to reveal a second Pokémon. Such a dominant performance inevitably led to comparisons with Yuan. Back in the Silver Conference, Yuan had done something similar. Except, instead of sweeping with one Pokémon, he rotated his entire team. Some people argued that Yuan's approach showed more depth, while others claimed that Tobias's unknown roster made him even more terrifying. Either way, everyone agreed that this Lily of the Valley conference was truly stacked with competition. Sitting in a cafe, Yuan scrolled through the online discussions with mild curiosity. He, too, was curious about Tobias's other Pokémon. At that moment, the matchups for tomorrow are out, Thorn announced, checking his tablet. Oh, who's he up against? Flint immediately leaned in. Thorn's expression turned serious. Kabu. Kabu? The former Hone trainer who later became a gym leader in Galar, and who had now been temporarily dismissed due to certain reasons. Yuan twitched slightly and turned to Cynthia. Does the Sinnoh League have a grudge against me or something? It felt like all the strongest trainers were being funneled into his bracket. Dino and Remo were already tough, but now he had fought Gordy and Kabu, both legitimate gym leader level trainers. Kabu was even stronger than Gordy, because while Gordy had yet to officially become a gym leader, Kabu had only stepped down temporarily, and Yuan knew he'd eventually reclaim his position at Motostoke Stadium. Under normal circumstances, these guys were at least quarter-final contenders, if not potential champions. Cynthia frowned slightly and nodded. I'll ask around. No need, Yuan quickly backtracked with an awkward laugh. He didn't actually think the Sinnoh League was rigging anything. Major organizations didn't operate like that. Still, it was a little suspicious. Flint rubbed his chin thoughtfully and posed a hypothesis. Maybe, he said, stroking his imaginary beard, it's just Professor Yuan's luck. Yuan. He smiled and clapped Flint on the shoulder. Flint, Garcomp wants to spar with you. Nice? Let's do it. Flint was completely unfazed, even looking excited. Grr. Hashtag. Nearby, Garcomp, its mouth covered in whipped cream, bared its fangs with a low growl. Why the hell should I listen to you? Yuan added. No restrictions. Flint. Grr. That evening, having promised Garcomp a feast, Yuan was now hard at work. If it was just one Garcomp, things would be manageable. But the problem was, Kaka. Finished? Jengar held up its empty bowl. Yaji. Larvitar lifted its bedpan. Me too. Grr-heek. Garcomp let out a burp, blinking in disbelief. No way. It could accept losing to Jengar in a eating contest. But to a baby Larvitar? Unforgivable. Grr. Give me another half bowl. Yuan rubbed his forehead. This is how my savings disappear. Poke blocks were meant to be snacks, not full meals. This was all Flint's fault. He'd pay for this. Somewhere. Flint sneezed. Huh? Did I catch a cold? Just then, incoming call, Roto. Rotom hovered over with Yuan's phone. Yuan, seizing the perfect escape, grabbed the phone and walked onto the balcony. Without even checking the caller ID, he picked up. Yuan, it's me? A familiar voice came through. Yuan glanced at the screen. Professor Sycamore. I'm organizing a research conference soon. Would you be interested in attending? A research conference? Yes, about Mega Evolution. Yuan immediately recalled something. Previously, Professor Sycamore had mentioned his plan to publicly release part of his research on Mega Evolution. He had even shown Yuan a draft paper detailing his current findings. Although many aspects of Mega Evolution were still not fully understood, Sycamore believed that such a groundbreaking discovery should be shared with the world as soon as possible. A research conference. Yuan mused. Yes. Since you're participating in the Lily of the Valley conference, I've scheduled it for after the tournament ends, Sycamore said. Clearly, he had been keeping an eye on the tournament. Both he and his assistant Alon had been following the matches closely. But then, as if struck by a realization, Sycamore's voice suddenly took on an excited tone. Wait a minute. Yuan could feel the expectation in his voice. Are you saying, you'll be showcasing Mega Evolution during this tournament? That would be huge. Given the massive audience watching the Lily of the Valley conference, if Yuan demonstrated Mega Evolution in an official battle, the impact would be astronomical. Yuan blinked. Did I say that? But then again, it wasn't entirely impossible. Let's just say the chances are low but not zero. He couldn't say for sure. After analyzing Tobias's battles, Yuan felt that even with Darkrai and Latios, his opponent hadn't shown anything yet that truly forced him to reveal Mega Evolution. Unless Tobias was secretly hiding 4 more legendary Pokémon. Now that would be fun. If Tobias really had an entire team of mythicals and legendaries, then Yuan wouldn't hold back. They'd go down together. That's... Sycamore hesitated before laughing. Well, let's see how things go. I'll be watching closely. Yuan nodded. Oh, by the way, he added, I heard that after the tournament, a noble from Sinnoh plans to host an exhibition match, probably to capitalize on the hype. They're inviting some top trainers, and they might even extend invitations to the Elite Four. This was information Yuan had learned from Cynthia. If he won the Lily of the Valley conference, there was a high chance he'd be invited. And if that happened, the timing would be perfect. The tournament's attention would still be at its peak, but the exhibition match wouldn't have the same intense competitive pressure. A public debut of Mega Evolution at an exhibition match would be ideal. Sycamore murmured in thought. If that's the case, maybe we should wait a little longer, he agreed. That'll also give me more time to finalize some of my research. Sounds good, Yuan said. Alright then, focus on your battles, and good luck in the tournament. Don't worry, I'm sweeping through this. January 21st. The day of the Lily of the Valley Conference's quarterfinals had arrived. Today is the battle for the semifinals. The host's energetic voice echoed through the Lily of the Valley Conference Stadium. Tobias stood at the highest railing of the venue, leaning on it slightly as Darkrai emerged from behind him. Noticing Darkrai, Tobias remained expressionless and casually asked, "Do you think Mr. Yuan will sweep all 6 today? That depends on which Pokemon he sends out." Recently, whenever Tobias had free time, he would come to watch Yuan's battles in person. Darkrai, as a result, was forced to watch many as well, so it had developed a general understanding of Yuan's strength. "What do you mean?" Tobias grew interested. "If it's that Gengar, then it shouldn't be a problem," Darkrai said seriously. Tobias found something amusing. He highly admired Yuan, while Darkrai greatly admired Gengar. Perhaps that was the bond between them. "Then tell me, how confident are you if you face Gengar?" Tobias asked curiously. Darkrai pondered for a moment before saying slowly, 60-40. Tobias showed a hint of surprise and remarked, "I remember Mr. Yuan once said something very interesting." "What was it?" "There are 3 great illusions in life. My phone is ringing, she likes me, and I can counterattack successfully." Darkrai's expression darkened for a moment, but it quickly turned into a teasing smirk. "Who likes you? Hey." Tobias was furious. "Duel me." Darkrai sneered. "Bring it on." Saying that, it pulled out a deck of cards. After a brief pause, it added, "Don't you dare use my card." Tobias smirked. "Not only will I use it, but I'll use the UR version." Meanwhile, Yuan and Kabu stepped onto the battlefield at the host's signal. Cheers erupted in the circular arena. Kabu, a middle-aged man in his late 30s or early 40s, wore a standard Galar region red trainer outfit, with the number 187 printed on it, symbolizing spark. A towel was draped around his neck, and sweat glistened on his cheeks as he lightly panted, as if he had just finished exercising. Once a gym leader but now stripped of his title, Kabu, however, showed no sign of discouragement. As he put it, "I'm still young. As long as I fight with the spirit of the young, it's all good." Strength speaks for itself, simple as that. Not everyone is willing to abandon everything and start over. Kabu was definitely a trainer worthy of respect. "Mr. Yuan, is it okay if I call you that?" Kabu wiped the remaining sweat off his forehead with his towel. "Of course, Mr. Kabu. You can also just call me Yuan," Yuan replied with a smile. Kabu nodded, his eyes gradually growing determined. "I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time, so please, show me your full strength." Yuan's expression also became serious as he replied solemnly, "Of course. Trainers, send out your Pokemon," the referee signaled. "Go, Torkoal." Without hesitation, Kabu tossed his first Pokeball. This match, which would determine a spot in the semifinals, followed a 6v6 rotational battle format. Oh. As Torkoal appeared, the burning coal on its back released a scorching orange beam into the sky. Buzz. In an instant, the sunlight over the entire battlefield became more intense. Drought ability activated? The already clear weather turned into harsh sunlight? Everyone knew Torkoal, nicknamed Little Groudon, was one of the top weather setters for sun teams. It could even excel in trick room strategies with a devastating overheat. And the Pokemon Yuan sent out was Ku. From the red light emerged a small, gray and white bear with an intensely serious expression. It tightened its headband and waved its fists, exuding an aura of determination. This was none other than Yuan's elite Kubfu. "Who dares challenge me? State your name? I do not fight nameless opponents." "Oh." Torkoal blinked in confusion and looked at Kabu. What did it just say? Why does it sound like complete nonsense? "Battle begin." Torkoal, use overheat. Kabu gave his command without hesitation. Oh. Torkoal wasn't fazed by Kubfu's words. It lifted its head and roared, as flames erupted from the holes in its shell. The next moment, molten lava-like fire spewed from Torkoal's mouth, engulfing the battlefield. Overheat's power starts at 150, and with the boost from harsh sunlight, if it hit Kubfu, even if it didn't faint immediately, the battle would be tough going forward. But Yuan had clearly anticipated this, so he remained calm and commanded. "Kubfu, use dig. Ku." In an instant, dirt and dust flew up as Kubfu vanished underground. Kabu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Torkoal, use smokescreen." Whoosh. Thick black smoke spewed from Torkoal's mouth, completely enveloping its body, making it difficult for Kubfu to locate it. Buzz. But what they didn't know was that Kubfu had already locked onto Torkoal using Aura. To a Pokemon that could sense Aura, smokescreen was practically useless. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a devastating underground strike flipped Torkoal over. "Now, use Brick Break." Ku. Kubfu seized the moment, targeting Torkoal's weaker underbelly, and delivered a powerful punch. Bam! With a pained cry, Torkoal was sent flying before crashing heavily to the ground. A critical hit? Torkoal is unable to battle. The referee waved his flag, declaring the result. The battle continued. That was fast. A critical hit? Otherwise, Torkoal's defense wouldn't have fallen that quickly. This battle style is totally different from Yuan's previous matches. Despite Torkoal's loss, Kabu showed little change in expression. His Drought Torkoal strategy was designed to go all in with one powerful move. Since Overheat missed, its low speed meant it wouldn't be able to mount another offense effectively. But it had done its job. The harsh sunlight still burned intensely. And through that exchange, Kabu had also gained a newfound respect for Kubfu's dig strategy. Taking a deep breath, he quickly tossed out his second Pokeball. Kabu's second Pokemon is Scovelane. It had a humanoid form, with green skin, and 2 heads resembling chili peppers, 1 green and 1 red. Scovillain, the spicy Pokémon, was a grass/fire type said to have originated from Paldea. It was an excellent sun team mixed wall and speed attacker. Under the harsh sunlight, Scovillain's body shimmered with light. Chlorophyll ability activated. Chlorophyll, doubles speed during harsh sunlight. The battle resumed. Scovillain, use solar beam. Bright light rapidly gathered around Scovillain's 2 ferocious heads. Normally, solar beam required charging, but under harsh sunlight, it fired instantly. However, Yuan gave a command that stunned everyone. Charge forward, Kubfu. Kubfu didn't hesitate for even a second, or rather, its thoughts were completely in sync with Yuan's. It took a deep breath, sharpened its focus, and charged straight at Scovillain. The opponent was fast, but if it could close the distance, the advantage would be back in its hands. No dig this time. Because while dig was sometimes a great move, if the opponent predicted the narrow tunnel's location, Kubfu could become an easy target. Buzz. Scovillain's solar beam blasted forward, radiating intense heat and light, aimed directly at Kubfu. Break through it. Yuan commanded, narrowing his eyes. Kubfu, with its full concentration, swung its fist straight into the beam. Boom! Light scattered in all directions, as if fire itself had been shattered by sheer force. Kubfu had seen through it. To the spectators, it looked as though Kubfu was punching through solar beam with its bare hands, evoking the image of someone deflecting a Kamehameha with pure strength. The distance between the 2 Pokémon closed rapidly, in a way no one expected. Kubfu exuded overwhelming momentum. And when it came to momentum, Kabu prided himself on never backing down. If Yuan was going for an all-out offensive approach today, then Kabu would respond in kind. Scovillain, use overheat. Whoosh. The 2 pepper-shaped heads of Scovillain began to move. The green head released a burst of spicy green powder, while the red head prepared to unleash all of its stored firepower. Yuan's lips curled into a slight grin, his gaze sharp as he clenched his fist. Close combat. Most of the audience didn't even see Kubfu's movement. It was just a blur of white light, followed by an explosion in the ground. In an instant, Kubfu appeared directly in front of Scovillain. Then, it spread its arms wide before unleashing a barrage of punches as fast as falling raindrops, each one hitting harder than the last. Such overwhelming power. Speed and strength were often interchangeable, but sometimes, pure strength could also create speed. Still, Scovillain's flames erupted at the same time. The 2 attacks clashed in the most direct way possible, but there was still technique involved. For example, Kubfu deliberately targeted Scovillain's red chili head, striking it several times in quick succession, forcing it backward, thus redirecting its flames away from itself. And that decided the battle. Boom! Scovillain was sent flying, both of its 4 eyes spiraling into swirls. Kubfu, still wreathed in lingering flames, shook them off with a powerful stance, its fur scorched black, but its eyes shining with fierce determination. Ku! Asterisk. It spread its arms wide and let out a victorious cry. I don't know why, but this battle just fired me up. Yuan's tactical skills are impressive, but I think I like this straightforward brawler style even more. But Kubfu's condition isn't looking great either. Close combat is a high-risk move. It leaves the user worn down afterward. At this rate, there's no way it can sweep all 6, right? Everyone knew that reckless brawler strategies, unless backed by a huge level advantage, usually maxed out at a 3-0 streak before running out of stamina. But condition? Kubfu simply clenched its fists and took a battle stance again. It was in peak condition. Because as long as it could knock out every opponent in 1 hit, then stamina wasn't an issue at all. Losing 2 Pokémon put some pressure on Kabu. He hadn't expected that in a direct exchange, Scovillain would ultimately fail to take down Kubfu. However, just as the audience had noted, Kubfu's condition wasn't great. On top of that, after using close combat, its defenses were lowered. This was the perfect time to finish it off. This time, Kabu was a little more cautious. Finally, he threw out his 3rd Pokeball, summoning his 3rd Pokémon. Kabu's 3rd Pokémon, Arcanine. A large canine Pokémon with a thick, flaxen-colored mane, a body covered in tiger-like black and orange stripes, and an expression that exuded majesty. Arcanine, the legendary Pokémon, fire type. Arcanine was a Pokémon of ancient Eastern legends, once said to have fought alongside a great warrior to govern a nation. Back in the day, Arcanine truly existed as a legendary Pokémon. Oh! A long howl echoed, carrying an intimidating presence. Intimidate ability, activated? Kubfu tensed up, its fur bristling under the overwhelming pressure of Arcanine's roar, but it gritted its teeth and refused to take a step back. In fact, Kubfu roared back at Arcanine. A faint aura of aura energy surged around Kubfu, rippling through its body. Noticing this, even Yuan was slightly surprised. Arcanine's presence had actually further awakened Kubfu's aura? Though Kubfu's physical condition seemed poor, Yuan could sense that its mental state was exceptionally strong, stronger than ever before. Arcanine, extreme speed. Kabu barked his command. Whether or not Arcanine's Intimidate had worked, its role was clear: to finish off Kubfu as quickly as possible. A white glow enveloped Arcanine as it lunged at Kubfu with the wind at its back. Aura? Yuan's eyes gleamed faintly, syncing with Kubfu's aura. To them, Arcanine's movements seemed significantly slower. Detect? Block it. Bam! From the audience's perspective, all they saw was Arcanine turning into a streak of white light, then came a muffled impact as Arcanine's front paws clashed with Kubfu's hands. More precisely, Kubfu had caught Arcanine's front paws. Kabu and Yuan's expressions turned serious at the same time. Arcanine, Flare Blitz. SHHH. Intense flames erupted from Arcanine's body, engulfing it instantly. Given their close proximity, Kubfu couldn't avoid being affected. Focus Punch. Kabu and Arcanine sought to use their close range to deal damage, but Yuan had the same idea. Kubfu let out a low growl, ignoring the flames licking at its body. One paw held Arcanine's leg tightly, while the other clenched into a fist and drew back. A dazzling white glow enveloped its fist. Power surged within, gathering to a peak before Kubfu hurled its punch forward. Kubfu's focus punch crashed down like a tidal wave, drawing gasps from the audience. Yes. Flint clenched his fist tightly, as if he were the one battling instead of Kubfu. Holding the opponent in place so it can't dodge this focus punch is guaranteed to hit. Lucian and the others, despite their excitement, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Flint's strategy was exhilarating, but Kubfu was likely at its limit. Bam! The punch struck Arcanine square on the head. With a whimper, it was sent flying, its flames extinguished in an instant. Arcanine flinched, its head dazed from the impact. Kubfu staggered slightly but didn't hesitate to chase after it. Yuan furrowed his brow slightly but still commanded firmly. Close combat. A flurry of relentless attacks rained down on Arcanine, giving it no chance to dodge or counter. By the time Kubfu's assault ceased, Arcanine had already collapsed, unable to battle. Kubfu, breathing heavily, plopped down onto the ground. Arcanine is unable to battle. Whoa, that was a comeback kill. Other people's comebacks are flukes, but when it's Yuan, it's real. Still, Kubfu looks completely exhausted. There's no way it can survive this too, right? Kubfu truly was at its limit. Unlike Sharkadat, which could sustain itself with its life fire and practically acted like it had a leftovers item, Kubfu had no means of recovery. And Kabu was no joke, he was a gym leader, after all. His Pokémon posed a serious threat to Kubfu. Kabu recalled Arcanine and wiped his forehead with a towel. The pressure was intense. He hadn't expected Kubfu to survive that exchange. Taking a deep breath, Kabu calmed himself. He realized he had been too impatient, too eager to finish off Kubfu, which had disrupted his usual battle rhythm. With this realization, Kabu quickly adjusted his mindset. Regardless of Kubfu's current state, he would treat it as if it were still at full strength. With that in mind, Kabu pulled out his fourth Pokeball and tossed it forward. A Pokémon with a crimson body, burning flames along its tendril-like appendages, and a menacing presence appeared. Centiskorch. Centiskorch, the Radiator Pokémon, fire and bug type, and Kabu's signature Pokémon. Upon entering the battlefield, its flame-like tendrils flared up intensely. Centiskorch, Will-O-Wisp. Kabu commanded. Since Kubfu was a physical attacker, burning it to lower its offensive power was the safest and most effective strategy. SSSHH. Centiskorch hissed, its heater-like abdomen glowing as it launched a ball of eerie blue flames toward Kubfu. At the same time, Yuan pulled out a Pokeball. He knew Kubfu's condition better than anyone. There was no need to force it to keep fighting just to satisfy the crowd's desire for a 1-on-6 performance. Kubfu had already done more than enough. He was proud of it. However, Kubfu braced itself against its knees and stood up, shaking its head firmly at Yuan. Huh? Kubfu grinned, revealing a goofy smile. What kind of general runs from battle? If I fight until the last moment. If I fall on the battlefield? Yuan. Yeah, he should probably stop telling Kubfu about Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Maybe switch to Macapaka stories instead. But Kubfu's eyes were resolute. Panting heavily, its thick eyebrows and sharp eyes burned with the desire for battle. Why should Tobias and Darkrai be the only ones allowed to sweep teams? Am I not just as good as them? After all my training, after all the blessings I've received from nature. Who isn't a legendary Pokémon at this point? Ignoring its injuries, Kubfu twisted its body and delivered a powerful kick. Bam! The Will-O-Wisp was shattered on impact, its embers scattering around Kubfu like falling stars. Standing tall amidst the flickering flames, Kubfu made its stance clear. This Kubfu, Kabu muttered, his gaze sharpening. Even he could feel Kubfu's unyielding determination. It reminded him of himself. Once, he had been a renowned gym leader, respected by many only to lose it all due to his own arrogance. But he never gave up. He persevered and climbed back up. No wonder Kubfu had fought this far. You are a worthy opponent. So Centiskorch, Inferno Overdrive. Centiskorch's fiery tendrils blazed, its heater glowing red-hot as a tidal wave of flames surged forward. Then, facing the roaring inferno, Yuan exhaled softly, a relaxed smile forming on his lips. Kubfu, staring straight into the flames, wore the exact same smile. The fire swallowed Kubfu whole. But if anyone with aura vision were present, they would see it. Yuan's and Kubfu's auras intertwining. Yuan's aura poured into Kubfu like a raging river. Then let's fight. Urshifu. Boom! From within the inferno, an explosion of energy erupted followed by a radiant white glow. The crowd erupted. Wait, is it? Holy crap, it's evolving. Kubfu evolved at the most critical moment. A battlefield evolution? As the brilliant light enveloped Kubfu, its small frame expanded rapidly. The years of relentless training, the honed muscles now fully realized. Standing over 2 meters tall, its chiseled physique exuded raw power. Its grey fur rippled in the wind, its headband fluttering. The embodiment of strength and elegance Urshifu had arrived. Guruyo. With a mighty roar, Urshifu's aura skyrocketed, dispersing the surrounding flames. Holy crap, it really evolved. I see it now. Yoha. N used evolution to restore Kubfu to full strength. Wait, that's allowed. Who said Kubfu couldn't recover? Evolution solves everything. Staring at the now towering and battle-ready Urshifu, the audience fell into stunned silence. Guruyo. Urshifu has entered the battlefield. To continue where we left off. After the previous battle, I contacted another victim through Officer Jenny and the former owner of the breeding house. I figured that since we were both victims, we could discuss how to take down that damn Pokemon hunter together. So, we decided to meet up for a meal first and then talk things through. And guess what? I had no idea before, but when I saw them in person, I was shocked. The other victim turned out to be a stunning, fair-skinned, wealthy beauty, and if there was one thing that stood out about her it was this. Rich, and rich. She told me that while she was upset about getting scammed, she had no real way to recover her losses, so she just wrote it off after all, it was just a small sum to her. I immediately thought, man, if only I could have that kind of small sum too. Ahem. I told her that we couldn't just let criminals roam free, so, Galar region, Isle of Armor. Master, Yuan's Kubfu evolved. Leon's voice came through the phone. I saw it, little Leon. Mustard replied, holding his phone in one hand and a bag of chips in the other while lounging on the sofa, watching the live broadcast. He was clearly thrilled that Kubfu had evolved. Maybe now, that little guy wouldn't need to come back to the Isle of Armor? But Master, didn't you say Kubfu needed to clear the Tower of Two Fists to evolve? Leon asked, confused. Mustard chuckled, the Tower of Two Fists is just a test of their martial prowess. That little rascal already climbed it. It already did. Leon was stunned. Yep. Back then, Kubfu had stormed the Tower of Darkness in the middle of the night and read the Scroll of Darkness but didn't evolve. Then, the next morning, it ran over to the Tower of Waters and read the Scroll of Waters. After reading both scrolls, it still didn't evolve. Instead, it learned both single strike style and rapid strike style techniques. Other Kubfu would accumulate enough experience, then read the scroll to grasp their chosen technique. But this one? It flipped the script entirely. It mastered the techniques first then realized it hadn't built up enough energy to evolve. Of course, compared to other Kubfu, its progress wasn't actually slow. It was just that every Kubfu had different capacities for growth. So, did it evolve into a single strike Urshifu or a rapid strike Urshifu? Leon asked. Well, even this old man doesn't know. Mustard's voice carried a hint of mischief. Huh. Mustard's tone became slightly more serious. Listen, little Leon, don't get too caught up in labels. An Urshifu's form depends on the techniques it has mastered. But if it has mastered both. Leon took a sharp breath. In the end, an Urshifu's style was determined by the techniques it wielded. Whether single strike or rapid strike, their base stats were the same. If it had mastered both techniques, could it switch freely? Crunch, crunch. Mustard popped another handful of chips into his mouth. Come on, little Leon, let's watch the match together. Well, I'm watching from Charizard's back, so, back to the battlefield. Kubfu's evolution into Urshifu had set the entire stadium ablaze with excitement, especially after witnessing the incredibly stylish way it evolved calmly walking out of the flames as if they were nothing. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Guruyo. Urshifu struck a fighting stance, standing strong and energized. Urshifu enters the battlefield? If Katetsu from the anime could keep regaining stamina through evolution, why couldn't Urshifu recover by evolving too? Kabu's expression was more serious than ever. He admired Yuan and Kubfu's relentless fighting spirit and respected their dedication to battle. But admiration aside, he was still their opponent. The pressure from Urshifu wasn't just because it had recovered, it was because the Urshifu standing before him was far stronger than before. Not only had Urshifu fully recovered from burns and reset its lowered defenses, but its sheer presence alone was overwhelming. Centiskorch, Will-O-Wisp again. Centiskorch, too, could feel Urshifu's immense pressure. But it didn't hesitate at Kabu's command. 3 fireballs shot toward Urshifu at high speed. Yuan and Urshifu both smiled slightly. Urshifu's stance shifted. It raised both hands and lifted one foot slightly, its expression focused and serious. Here it comes, Yuan murmured. Guruyo. Urshifu let out a low roar and punched forward at the incoming fireballs. Splash. For a brief moment, it sounded like rushing water. As Urshifu's fist struck the fireballs, a deep blue aura of water surrounded its fist. A punch, a side kick, a spin, another punch. With smooth, flowing movements, Urshifu shattered all 3 fireballs. Then Yuan commanded. Aquajet. Splash. This time, the sound of water was even clearer. Water flowed around Urshifu's body, enveloping it as it charged towards Centiskorch at high speed. Fast. Kabu's heart skipped a beat. Centiskorch, burn up. Burn up, a powerful fire-type attack that burns away the user's flames, temporarily removing its fire typing after use. Clearly, Kabu wasn't entirely sure about Urshifu's new abilities. But from their brief exchange, he suspected that this Urshifu might now have a water typing. Burn Up would not only deliver a powerful strike, it would eliminate Centiskorch's fire weakness to water attacks. However, bam! Before Centiscorch could unleash Burn Up, Urshifu had already closed the distance with Aqua Jet. Yuan swung his arm. Surging Strikes. Rapid Strike style secret technique. Surging Strikes? A move that guarantees a critical hit? Guruyo. Urshifu's sharp eyes flashed as it unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each surrounded by spiraling water. As Urshifu's fist struck Centiscorch's burning body, steam rose into the air. Bam, 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 3 heavy impacts. Phew. With a final cry, Centiscorch crashed onto the ground, unable to use Burn Up in time. The entire arena fell silent, until the referee announced, "See, Centiscorch is unable to battle." Whoa. The audience erupted in shock. AA one-shot. Crap, he's actually sweeping the whole team. Water-type moves? Did Kubfu gain the water-typing after evolving? With a water-typing and water-type attacks, Kabu's situation had changed drastically. As a fire-type specialist, he had clear weaknesses. Fire is weak to ground, rock, and water. His team did include countermeasures like Scovillain, a grass/fire Pokémon that resisted all 3 of those weaknesses while benefiting from the sun. But Scovillain had already been defeated. Kabu had studied Yuan's team and knew Yuan didn't usually use water, ground, or rock-type Pokémon. He just hadn't accounted for Kubfu evolving. Who would have? This is a rapid strike Urshifu fighting and water? Fire types are in trouble now, Lucian said, sneaking glances at Flint. Flint, having just witnessed Urshifu's raw power, opened his mouth to respond but found himself speechless. Urshifu stood proudly in the arena, its fur flowing with confidence, exuding an aura of unwavering dominance. Yuan, you've betrayed the revolution. Urshifu's fighting style reminds me of Cynthia's Gar comp, Aaron mused. Yeah, no kidding. It was one-hit KO after one-hit KO. Grr. Gar comp let out a low growl, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Kabu's expression was grim as he sent out his 5th Pokémon Salazzle, a sleek, black-scaled lizard Pokémon, standing on 2 legs, with red markings on its belly and an intoxicating aroma in the air. Salazzle, the toxic lizard Pokémon, poison/fire type. Only female Salandit could evolve into Salazzle, and the pheromones it secreted were highly valued in rare perfumes. Though Salazzle looked fragile, it held its ground. But Urshifu didn't care about its opponent's appearance. Guruyo. For the first time since the battle began, Yuan took the initiative. Surging Strikes. Salazzle, protect. Salazzle immediately created a green protective barrier trying to block the attack. However, something shocking happened. Urshifu's water-infused fist pierced right through Protect and slammed into Salazzle. Bam, 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 a one-shot victory, the announcer stammered. Urshifu ignored Protect completely. Unseen Fist. Because Urshifu's ability was Unseen Fist, a stunned silence swept through the arena. Kabu and Salazzle had clearly been caught off guard. Unseen Fist. Unseen Fist, if the user's attack makes contact, it bypasses Protect and similar defensive moves, dealing normal damage. This was one of the reasons why Urshifu dominated battles in the games. It completely ignored defensive tactics, a sheer, overwhelming force. Clearly, both Kabu and Salazzle had underestimated this. Now, with only 1 Pokémon left, Ninetales, Kabu's chances of a comeback were slim. In the end, Guruyo. Urshifu stood tall in the battlefield, roaring toward the sky. A complete sweep? Yuan wins. Unbelievable. Urshifu is unstoppable. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the stunning 1 vs 6 victory. Who would have thought? Kabu, a former gym leader and one of the strongest contenders in the tournament, had been completely swept. It wasn't because Kabu was weak. In fact, the sheer strength he had shown only made Yuan and Urshifu's win even more incredible. Yuan had swept teams before, but this victory had shocked everyone the most. The stadium was electric with excitement. Yuan and Kabu walked toward the center of the battlefield, shaking hands as Yuan smiled. Just lucky. Kabu twitched slightly at that. Haha. He let out a dry chuckle. Sure, he was the one who had asked Yuan to go all out. But this level of all out, this was way too painful. A complete sweep? And he was supposed to believe that was just luck? Still, Kabu had learned something from this battle. Watching Yuan and Urshifu's unyielding determination, he reflected on his own journey. He had once lost his gym leader title due to arrogance. But after today it didn't feel so devastating anymore. Because just like Urshifu, he could evolve, too. He could grow stronger and reclaim what was his. I've learned a lot, Kabu said sincerely. I look forward to our next match, the kind where you give me a badge and a TM. They exchanged knowing smiles. The quarterfinals had concluded, and Yuan advanced to the semifinals without any surprises. However, his method of victory had left many in shock. A complete sweep? And his opponent was a former gym leader. Though Kabu had lost his position as a gym leader due to certain reasons and had decided to start over from scratch, his strength was widely recognized. For Yuan to sweep such an opponent who could even take a single point from him? That said, the competition level in this year's Lily of the Valley conference was ridiculously high. The remaining contestants all had a shot at the title. This only continued to raise the tournament's popularity. But an interesting detail had surfaced among the spectators. The runner-up of the Indigo Conference, Gudryan, had witnessed Yuan's full team firsthand. Because of this, the value of Gudryan's runner-up title had skyrocketed online. Yuan, however, only chuckled at the discussions. He was more concerned with Urshifu's current state. Kaka. Jengar floated beside Urshifu, scratching its head, then hovering up to measure itself against Urshifu's height. It was surprised. Hey, we're the same height now. Yuan glanced sideways at Jengar's levitating feet, which were still dangling in midair. You sure about that? Cha, Goka, Yaji, Tinkaton, Charcadet, and Larvitar all tilted their heads up, staring at Urshifu. Back in the day, the four of them were around the same height. Now, Urshifu had shot up to 2 meters. What were they supposed to do now? Jump up to punch his kneecaps? Dragonite, on the other hand, was very satisfied. Previously, it had been the tallest Pokémon on Yuan's team. Jengar was big too, but that was just because it was fat. Now that Urshifu had evolved, Dragonite no longer looked like a towering giant. Guryu, Urshifu crossed its arms, its face serious. Enough posing, Yuan said, patting his little ninetails. Relax already. Guryu, oh. Urshifu grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of its head. Its serious aura collapsed in an instant. It had been posing for the Rotom phone's camera. Then, it crouched down and started fighting Larvitar over an energy cube. Looking at this gluttonous Urshifu, who would have guessed it was the same Pokémon that had just dominated the battlefield with raw power and precision. But as Yuan watched Urshifu devour its meal, his expression gradually stiffened. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Oh no, Urshifu had grown bigger. And according to the size equals appetite equation, except for Larvitar, of course, its food consumption was going to Guryu, Omega, _. Urshifu held up its empty bowl, looking at Yuan expectantly. Yuan. Yep. Just as he feared. Just like when Dragonair evolved into Dragonite. Financial disaster. With Larvitar already being a bottomless pit, Urshifu's evolution had added even more pressure to Yuan's already tight budget. After giving Urshifu another bowl of energy cubes, Yuan checked its Pokédex entry. He had glanced at it during the battle, but some details had confused him. Urshifu. Type, fighting/water. Ability, unseen fist. Moves, Leer, Rock Smash, Endure, Focus Energy, Aerial Ace, Scary Face, Headbutt, Brick Break. Aura Sphere, Aqua Jet, Surging Strikes. Mood, excited, joyful, who isn't a legendary Pokémon at this point. Status, excellent, everything tastes amazing. Friendship, 100, do I look more like Guan Yu, Zhangfei, or maybe Xia Yun? It's terminal. But what really intrigued Yuan was why Urshifu had evolved into Rapid Strike style. Was it because its opponents specialized in fire types? As for why it had evolved, Yuan wasn't surprised. There had been plenty of warning signs. And Cubfu had already mastered both the single strike and rapid strike techniques. Other Cubfu had to climb the towers of two fists and read the scrolls to evolve because they needed to learn one of the two techniques. But in reality, the requirement for evolution wasn't climbing the towers, it was mastering the techniques within the scrolls. Yuan suddenly thought of something. Urshifu, aren't you sleepy today? Normally, Urshifu would get drowsy throughout the day, but today, it hadn't taken a single nap. As soon as Yuan spoke, Urshifu yawned, stretched, and immediately fell asleep. But the moment it did, everyone turned to stare at it. Because, even though Urshifu was snoring, its face looked serious. It exuded a ferocious aura, then suddenly walked to the side and began shadow boxing. Each punch sent a sharp gust of wind through the air. Then crack. Several meters away, the wall suddenly cracked open from the impact. Guryu, zzz. As if realizing that it might accidentally destroy the house, Urshifu took a few steps back before resuming its practice. But every punch still carried a terrifying force. Kaka, Omega. Jengar rubbed its chin, deep in thought. As a ghost type, it normally wouldn't fear punches. But for some reason, it felt threatened. Yuan, however, understood immediately. Because Urshifu's Pokédex entry had changed. Its fighting/water typing had shifted to fighting/dark, and its Aqua Jet and Surging Strikes had been replaced by Wicked Blow and Sucker Punch. Oh, great. It's a fusion-style Urshifu. Wait a second, did Master Mustard forget to tell me something important? Yuan muttered. After all, both Urshifu styles had identical base stats and similar fighting techniques, only their typings and move styles differed. So, does this mean that Urshifu is more aggressive when asleep because it's in single strike style, and more active when awake because it's in rapid strike style? It was like a split personality. No, a split personality. Then, a crazy idea popped into Yuan's head. What if Urshifu could merge both styles? Combining the raw power of single strike with the fluidity of rapid strike? Would that create a new form? Urshifu Grandmaster of Tai Chi? Yuan chuckled. Merging two different martial arts styles wasn't easy. Even Mustard hadn't achieved it. It was just wishful thinking. Cha. Tinkaton walked up to Urshifu and tapped its knee. Guryu, zzz. Urshifu looked confused. Cha-cha, give me your hands, I'll make you new knuckle guards. Tinkaton had recently crafted a set for Cubfu, but now that it had evolved, they no longer fit. Guryu zzz. Urshifu nodded and handed over its now too small knuckle guards. Yaji. Larvitar waddled over, grinning as it pointed at the tiny knuckle guards. You're not using them anymore, can I have them? Then crunch. Larvitar ate them. Yuan. Larvitar, are minerals not enough for you anymore? Before he could even react. Yuan, the semi-final matchups have been announced. Yuan raised his hand to stop Rotom. Let me guess. It's either Tobias or Guzma. Correct. Your next opponent. Guzma from Alola. Yuan smirked. Time to crush him tomorrow. January 22nd. Lily of the Valley Conference semifinals, begin. Yuan, don't hold back, crush him. Among everyone, Flint was undoubtedly the most excited about Yuan facing Guzma. Early in the morning, he banged on Yuan's door, fully displaying the unyielding spirit of a fire-type trainer. Jengar, put him back to sleep. Yuan, rubbing his temples and yawning, was already covered in exhaustion lines. Yesterday, helping Urshifu evolve had drained a lot of his aura energy. Since his match was scheduled for the afternoon, he had planned to sleep in. But then this idiot Flint. Caw. Jengar cackled and suddenly popped up in front of Flint. Flint's face drained of color. Wait, no. Bam. He collapsed onto the floor, fast asleep. Luckily, Jengar knew its limits and only used a standard hypnosis, not a nightmare. Then, Jengar casually tapped the pokeball on Flint's waist. With a flash of red light, Infernape emerged, yawning. It looked at Jengar, then at Flint's unconscious body, and instantly understood. Without hesitation, Infernape picked up Flint, yawned again, waved at Jengar, and carried him back to his room. The whole sequence was so smooth and practiced that it was heartbreaking. After all that noise, Yuan was fully awake. His Gallade and the others had already left for work, so he could only make himself a cup of coffee, grab a chair, and sit in the courtyard reading. Lately, he had been focused on reading The Secrets of the Earth, occasionally imparting some knowledge to Larvitar. After all, among his Pokémon, the only ground-type move they really used was Dig. Well, not exactly. There was one Pokémon that knew ground-type moves. Dragonite. If Giovanni ever found out that Yuan's Secrets of the Earth had been studied the most by a flying-type Pokémon, he might just show up at his door. In the courtyard, Dragonite and Larvitar, two Pokémon with the biggest height difference, were having a training session. Dragonite raised its foot, about to stomp down, when it noticed Yuan watching. It chuckled awkwardly and gently set its foot down. That was Earthquake. Yaji. Larvitar scratched the small horn on its head. Then, Dragonite raised its foot again and lightly stomped down. That was Stomp. Yaji? Surprised face. Larvitar's tiny head filled with question marks. Was there even a difference? Just pay attention. Dragonite gently patted Larvitar on the head. Yaji. Larvitar chewed on its finger, looked at its tiny feet, and wobbled them a little. Forget it. It was all just stomping anyway. Oh, right. Yuan had said to feel the pulse and breath of the earth. So, Larvitar mimicked Dragonite, slowly raised its foot, and stomped down. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted. Yuan's head snapped up. The other Pokémon all turned to look. And then, from Larvitar's foot, a thin crack spread outward. The farther it went, the larger the fissure became. It extended all the way to the house, and collapsed an entire section of the building. Yuan. No way. After all the precautions he took against Jengar and the others, it was Larvitar who got the first demolition. Who would have thought that a Pokémon that just hatched days ago could cause such destruction? At the same time, in Yuan's Pokédex, Larvitar's move list updated. A new move appeared, High Horsepower. Now Yuan was completely confused. He had been watching Dragonite teach Larvitar. He had even warned Dragonite not to destroy anything. But Dragonite only knew Earthquake and Stomp. So how did Larvitar learn High Horsepower? Yaji. Larvitar flashed a cute smile. Yuan's frustration melted away. How was he supposed to be mad at that? At least, it's a player village house. Maybe the Sinnoh League would cover the damage? Yuan snapped out of his thoughts just in time to see Larvitar happily running toward the collapsed house. What are you doing? Yaji. Don't waste it, duh. That afternoon, the sky was slightly overcast. Since he had nowhere to go, Yuan spent the morning lounging at Cynthia's place. According to the news, Tobias had already made it to the finals, with zero suspense. His opponent had been lucky just to make it to the semifinals. Their bragging rights would probably be more valuable than an actual championship. Though, of course, not as valuable as Good Orion's runner-up title from the Indigo Conference. Now, the second semi-final match was about to begin. The massive main stadium was packed. Even outside, the square was overflowing with people watching the giant screen. The cheers never stopped and Yuan was by far the crowd favorite. Yuan's popularity keeps growing. Even Lucian couldn't help but comment. Among their entire group, only Cynthia might be able to compete with that level of fame. Only one spot in the finals remains. Who will claim it? Let's find out. The host's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Yuan and Guzma walked onto the field. The two were stark contrasts. Yuan yawned loudly, adjusted his glasses, and looked half asleep. Guzma, hands shoved into his pockets, walked with a slouch. His messy white hair and skull-patterned clothes made him look as delinquent as ever. When Guzma saw Yuan's sleepy look, he frowned. Was this a provocation? Yuan smiled at every other opponent, but against him, he was constantly yawning. Did he think Guzma wasn't even a threat? As soon as they reached their positions, Guzma spoke first. So you're Yuan, huh? He gave a disdainful glare. Yuan yawned again and mentally cursed Flint one more time. Their grudge was only getting deeper. Guzma's face darkened. He scoffed. So you're the teacher Kukui keeps praising? I'm going to crush you today. Guzma's history with Kukui was complicated. To put it simply, it was the classic shonen protagonist versus edgy rival dynamic. If you wanted a reference, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't be too far off. Oh, okay. Yuan nodded. Guzma. His forehead twitched. Yuan yawned again. Finally, as the referee stepped forward, Yuan pushed up his glasses and looked at Guzma. His tone was calm. So, Guzma, right. Yeah, you won't even call me teacher. Now this. This was personal. Before Guzma could respond, the referee cleared his throat and raised his flag. Both trainers, send out your Pokémon. Yuan tossed his Pokeball. You're up, Dragonite. A beam of red light shot out. A chubby orange figure flapped its tiny wings, stretched its neck, and let out a deep roar. Dre? It looked harmless. But everyone knew this was a pseudo-legendary. Guzma smirked when he saw Dragonite. Going all out from the start, huh? Fine by me. He grabbed a Pokeball and tossed it forward. Rain Moth, let's put it in its place. With a flash of red light, Mask Rain appeared on the battlefield. It had 2 pairs of wings, but what stood out were the large, eye-patterned antennae, giving it the eerie appearance of a floating face. Mask Rain, the eyeball Pokemon. A bug/flying type that uses the eye patterns on its feelers to intimidate foes. The longer you stare at it, the creepier it gets. Intimidate ability, activated? This was the only bug-type Pokemon with the Intimidate ability. One of the big 3 intimidators in competitive battles. Dragonite flinched slightly, caught off guard by Mascarin's unsettling gaze. Had the battle already started, it might have had time to counter the effect. But the pre-battle activation meant it lost 1 stage of attack. This was also why Guzma smirked in satisfaction. Yuan had clearly expected him to lead with Golisopod, the Pokemon he usually used to overwhelm opponents. Instead, he threw out Mask Rain first, a Pokemon he hadn't used in the tournament before. Yuan's pre-match strategy had been disrupted, and Guzma loved catching opponents off guard. Battle, begin. The referee dropped his flag. The entire stadium fell silent. Guzma wore his usual cocky grin and stayed quiet. He was confident in his ability to read opponents, so he wanted Yuan to move first. Against Lana's Primarina back in Sun and Moon, he had used the same strategy, forcing opponents to attack first while he countered with devastating precision. But against Yuan smiled slightly and said, Dragon Dance. Guzma's smirk froze. Crap. He had just handed Yuan a free setup. Dragonite flapped its wings, power surging through its body. Its attack and speed both increased. Guzma. He realized something very stupid. Trying psychological warfare against a trained psychologist was not the smartest move. Mask Rain, U-turn. From the very first move of the battle, Guzma had already decided to switch out. This caught the audience off guard. Wait, the battle just started, and he's already U-turning. Dragonite, despite its round, chubby body, was remarkably agile. It smoothly dodged Mascarin's attack as the bug-type retreated into its Pokeball. Yuan rubbed his face to wake up a little. That was close. He nearly fell behind right away. If Guzma hadn't overthought things, this opening would have been a lot rougher. Or, as Jengar would put it, you're actually kind of nice, huh? Guzma is switching Pokemon. Entering the field is Orbeetle. At first glance, Orbeetle looked like a 7-spotted ladybug, but beyond its beetle-like shell, it also had a humanoid body, complete with arms, a torso, a waist, and legs. Orbeetle, the 7-spot Pokemon. A bug/psychic type known for its incredible intelligence, making it one of the smartest bug Pokemon. The moment Orbeetle landed, its eyes glowed faintly with psychic energy. It had just scanned Dragonite's held item, a sharp beak. Orbeetle, Trick Room. Guzma, with both hands still in his pockets, had learned his lesson from before. This time, he went for immediate control. Buzz. With the flapping of Orbeetle's wings, a twisted, transparent force field spread outward, reversing the speed order. But Dragonite remained unfazed. Its body shimmered white, and it rushed toward Orbeetle at extreme speed. That's extreme speed, the announcer shouted. Priority moves like extreme speed are unaffected by Trick Room. Plus, Orbeetle was already fast, so Trick Room didn't give it a huge advantage anyway. Bam! Orbeetle was knocked backward by Dragonite's charge. But Guzma didn't panic. He even chuckled slightly and ordered, U-turn. BZZT. Orbeetle's thin, translucent wings vibrated rapidly, its body glowing pale blue as it spun around and rammed into Dragonite. As long as the attack landed, Orbeetle would be recalled to its Pokeball, allowing Guzma to send out a new Pokemon. Did he teach every single one of his Pokemon U-turn? Wait, if every Pokemon uses U-turn once per switch, couldn't he just wear down his opponent little by little? This strategy is kinda dirty. It's got Yuan's signature style. Infinite U-turn switching? If Stealth Rock was on the field, Guzma's team would be in big trouble. But Yuan had already identified Guzma's game plan. There was no way he'd fall for the same trick twice. As the saying goes, the same move won't work twice against a Saint Seiya. Yuan calmly commanded, Air Slash, Drae. Dragonite's small wings flapped rapidly, summoning a violent gust that carried 2 bright white blades straight toward Orbeetle. Bam! Bam! A dull impact sounded. Crack! A crack appeared on Orbeetle's shell, and as it let out a pained cry, its body suddenly stiffened. Flinch! U-turn was forcibly interrupted. Huh? Guzma's expression froze. Was this a mixed attacker Dragonite? And its luck was this good? Orbeetle flinched. The announcer's voice boomed excitedly. It looks like luck is finally on Yuan's side. Wing attack. Yuan's voice sounded again, and Dragonite flapped its wings, striking Orbeetle with another blow. Bam! Orbital is unable to battle, the referee immediately announced. Boom! On the giant screen, one of Guzma's Pokeballs turned gray. Yuan secured the first victory, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Trying to play dirty against Yuan? Useless. I hereby declare Yuan the true master of underhanded tactics. He actually got lucky for once. I'm so mad. Dragonite hovered in the air, its expression unchanged. Luck? That was pure skill. Just basic mechanics, no need to overreact. Nice one. Flint punched the air in the VIP box. That punk was getting cocky, make him pay. Flint calling someone else cocky was pure irony. On the battlefield, Guzma expressionlessly recalled Orbital. Normally, he would scold his Pokemon for losing, but this time, he didn't. In his mind, Yuan had just gotten lucky. There was nothing to criticize. Guzma pulled out another Pokeball, his expression more serious than before. Crush it, Vikavolt. A buzzing ZZZT sound filled the air as a large, blue-shelled stag beetle with golden sparks crackling around its pincers appeared on the field. Vikavolt, the stag beetle Pokemon. A bug/electric type. Clearly, this was a counter specifically prepared for flying types. Vikavolt had extremely high special attack, but its biggest weakness was its low speed. However, with Trick Room in effect, everything had changed. Vikavolt, discharge. Kara. Vikavolt's underbelly glowed golden, its massive pincers crackling with electricity. Boom! A terrifying surge of electricity erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding golden light. But at that moment, whoosh! A massive surge of red-hot flames erupted from Dragonite's direction, colliding with the electricity. The two forces clashed violently, sending shockwaves through the air. It was Dragonite's flamethrower. The flames successfully neutralized the electric surge, the announcer called out. Guzma gritted his teeth. But then, as Vikavolt's electric attack faded, a golden, thread-like wave of energy suddenly rushed toward Dragonite. By using discharge as cover, Vikavolt has launched an electrowave. But a matching golden thread shot out from Dragonite's side. Both electrowebs collided midair and exploded. Boom! The golden sparks scattered like a spider's web dissolving in the wind. Oh, Yuan seems to have predicted the electrowave and countered it with one of his own. Using moves to counter moves instead of dodging, this was a classic strategy among veteran trainers. Guzma took a deep breath. He hadn't expected all his strategies to be countered so smoothly. His eyes narrowed sharply. There's no other choice. Time for a direct confrontation? At least, with Trick Room still active, I still have the upper hand. Thunderbolt. Guzma finally raised his hand, slashing it through the air. BZZT, a thick bolt of electricity streaked toward Dragonite. Dodge with extreme speed. Yuan frowned. Guzma was right. As long as Trick Room was in effect, he held the advantage. If Yuan wanted Dragonite to avoid taking unnecessary damage, stalling out Trick Room was the best option. But then, chase it down. Buzz. Vikavolt's wings vibrated rapidly, chasing after its own thunderbolt. A sinister grin spread across Guzma's face. Charge. Vikavolt reabsorbed its own thunderbolt, supercharging itself with energy. Though this strategy caused it some recoil damage, it also boosted its next electric-type attack. Yuan's eyes narrowed. Self-charging, wouldn't that cause a short circuit? In this overloaded state, Vikavolt was now extremely dangerous. A single zap cannon could be devastating. But zap cannon's accuracy was abysmal. Even Guzma wasn't reckless enough to rely on it. Instead, he went for a safer choice. Battle is destruction. Discharge again. Flatten the battlefield. BZZZZT. Golden electricity exploded outward, tearing through the battlefield, cracking the ground beneath it. There was no dodging this one. Yuan sighed, his eyes sharpening. If we can't dodge, then we'll fight head-on. Dragonite, fire punch. Dragonite flapped its wings, spinning midair before diving straight into the golden storm of electricity. Zap! Sparks crackled against its scales, but over half of the electricity was absorbed by its protective skin. Multi-scale activated, reducing the damage by half. Relying on its natural durability, Dragonite rushed toward Vikavolt, its chubby fist ablaze. Bam! Vikavolt was sent flying. At that moment Trick Room faded. The battle momentum instantly shifted. Chase it down again. Yuan's eyes gleamed. Bam! Despite Guzma's desperate attempt to dodge, Vikavolt was just too slow. Vikavolt is unable to battle. Boom! Another Pokeball on the screen dimmed. Score, 2-0. Guzma clenched his teeth and recalled Vikavolt. But without hesitation, he threw out his next Pokeball. Guzma's fourth Pokemon is Pinsir. Yuan smirked coldly. Next. Guzma finally snapped out of his daze from Dragonite's overwhelming power. He cast a deep look at the raging Dragonite before him, then did absolutely nothing. Guzma, please send out your Pokemon, the referee reminded him. Yet, Guzma stood still, hands in his pockets, making no move to throw a Pokeball. The referee frowned, his tone more firm this time. Guzma, send out your Pokemon now. At this point, the audience caught on. This guy, he's stalling? He's waiting for outrage to wear off. Once outrage ends, Dragonite will become confused, giving Guzma the perfect opportunity to counterattack. But, blatantly refusing to send out a Pokemon just to run down the clock? That was a first. Yuan finally has a real opponent. This strategy is so scummy. Guzma, you're a genius. Even Yuan was a little speechless. Guzma really was a product of his mentor Hala, showing traces of Gold's playstyle, a dirty but effective approach. As the audience grew restless, Guzma remained unbothered by their complaints. It wasn't until the referee prepared to issue a penalty that Guzma finally, lazily, tossed a Pokeball. Guzma finally sends out his 5th Pokemon Golisopod. Its massive, armored body landed with a heavy thud, dark claws gleaming coldly under the stadium lights. Golisopod, the hard-scale Pokemon. A bug/water type that will use any means necessary to win. Wild Golisopod often challenge Graplock to battles, but the loser of these fights becomes the winner's meal. This was Guzma's signature Pokemon. Golisopod had one of the most intimidating designs among bug types, resembling a samurai clad in heavy armor. However, it suffered from a crippling ability: Emergency Exit. Emergency Exit: if the Pokemon's HP drops below half, it automatically switches out. Unlike Slaking and Regigigas, whose abilities completely ruin them, Golisopod's Emergency Exit is at least somewhat usable. With Guzma's ace finally on the field, the crowd settled down and focused back on the battle. The match resumed. Thanks to Guzma's delay tactics, Dragonite's outrage was weakening. Drae. With a furious roar, Dragonite charged straight at Golisopod. But Golisopod, instead of retreating, stood its ground and counterattacked. First Impression. Guzma shouted. First Impression, a bug-type move, 90 power, priority +2, but can only be used when entering battle. Wham! A lightning-fast strike connected before Dragonite could even react. Dragonite stumbled back slightly. Guzma smirked and pulled out a Pokeball. Return, Golisopod. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, hit and run tactics again? Dragonite, grab it. Huh? The entire crowd froze in confusion. Dragonite was still under outrage. How could Yuan command it? And yet, Dragonite's tail whipped through the air, knocking aside the recall beam aimed at Golisopod. Before Golisopod could disappear, Dragonite grabbed its arm. Golisopod, surprised face, then, with a savage grin, Dragonite swung Golisopod through the air in a massive arc, and slammed it into the ground. Boom! Dust exploded everywhere. Before the dust could settle, Dragonite lifted Golisopod up again, and slammed it into the ground a second time. Boom! Golisopod was completely disoriented. And then, poof! Dragonite suddenly felt its grip empty. Golisopod was gone. Emergency Exit activated, the announcer exclaimed. Golisopod automatically retreated. The audience stared in disbelief. Even Guzma looked dazed. Wait, your outrage. Does it even follow the normal rules? Yes. Flint cheered from the VIP box. Dragonite, smash him just like you smash us. He had first-hand experience with this controllable outrage. But with Golisopod forcibly switched out, Dragonite's outrage finally faded completely. This was Guzma's moment to strike. Without wasting a second, Guzma threw out his next Pokemon. Mask Rain? Intimidate activated? Mask Rain, Icy Wind. Dragonite was 4x weak to ice, and with outrage just ending, its defenses were lower than before. Even if Icy Wind couldn't knock it out, it would reduce Dragonite's speed, making it easier to finish off. But just as Mask Rain exhaled a cold breath, bam! Dragonite's flaming fist struck first. Boom! Mask Rain was blasted away, and before Guzma could react, Dragonite followed up with a massive flamethrower, engulfing Mask Rain in flames. The entire sequence happened too fast. Guzma was stunned. Wait. Outrage ended. Shouldn't Dragonite be confused? Why is it moving like normal? This makes no sense. Turns out, scummy tactics don't work against Yuan. Guzma stalled for time, only to get completely destroyed instead. He brought a knife to a gunfight. Dragonite exhaled slowly, shaking off some frost on its scales. Guzma's face twitched. He was losing control of the battle. Even though he had spent the entire tournament proving he was just as strong as Yuan, he hadn't even managed to take down a single one of Yuan's Pokemon. Dragonite was just too much. But as he watched Dragonite shake off the frost, Guzma noticed something. This was his chance. Now, Golisopod, First Impression. With a flash of red light, Golisopod reappeared, biting down on a citrus berry as it lunged forward, claws glowing faintly. Yet, just as Golisopod closed in on Dragonite, a gentle, greenish-white breeze began to swirl around Dragonite. Its posture relaxed. Its breathing stabilized. Its ears perked up. And within seconds, its condition had visibly improved. Dragonite used Roost. Guzma's mind went blank. Wait. All the damage I worked so hard to deal. And you just healed it up? Ha 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 ha. The audience burst into laughter. This is just bullying. Dragonite heals more HP than Guzma can damage. Speed? Power? Bulk? Healing? This is what a pseudo-legendary is? No hope. Golisopod swung its claw at Dragonite's stomach, but the impact barely scratched its thick scales. Before Golisopod could escape, Dragonite grabbed it again. Golisopod's body stiffened. Its mind replayed the previous brutal slams. Cold sweat trickled down its face. But Dragonite's attention was elsewhere. It stared at the citrus berry in Golisopod's mouth. You're eating? During a battle? Aren't you afraid of choking? Here, let me help you. Before Golisopod could react, Dragonite stole the berry and ate it itself. Crunch. Juicy. A bit sour. Don't buy this again. Golisopod. Guzma. Maximum disrespect. Yuan chuckled. Finish it, Dragonite. Golisopod panicked, but even its emergency exit couldn't save it this time. Mask Rain was down. Golisopod was down. Guzma's last hope, Yanmega, fell to a final fire punch. Dragonite never fell. Yuan had won. And the next day, the headlines of Sinnoh Daily read, Yuan, Guzma, that match just made me sleepy. Guzma's only response was, F***. Yuan-sensei, nice battle. During dinner, Flint had already lost count of how many times he had gotten this excited. Yuan couldn't even be bothered to respond. He was already tired. Flint had disturbed his sleep, then during his battle against Guzma, he had to use aura to counteract Dragonite's outrage backlash. He had no energy left to argue with Flint. He'd let it slide for now and just add it to his mental list. What are your plans after the finals tomorrow? Thorn asked. Plans? Yuan was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of thought, he glanced at Cynthia with a hint of inquiry. What do you think about opening a farm? A farm? Cynthia tilted her head, blinking in confusion. Everyone at the table was also stunned, especially Thorn. A farm. Thorn had asked Yuan with the intention of discussing the special raid team mission. After all, it was no small matter, and as the vice leader, Thorn was under quite a bit of pressure. Who would have thought Yuan's train of thought would derail so completely and land on a farm? Yuan sighed and shook his head. Life isn't easy, the pressure is intense. Besides, the cafe practically ran itself now. The Ndidi siblings, Alcremie, and the occasionally appearing Marshadow handled everything without his supervision. During the Lily of the Valley conference, the cafe stall had made an astonishing profit in just a few days, comparable to months of regular business. As for the special raid team, wasn't Thorn still keeping watch over things as vice leader? Hunter J and her group weren't making any moves, so tracking them down wasn't easy. And as for the TV show and screenplay business, Mattery and the Team Rocket trio were handling things smoothly. Profits were stable. There were new scripts, too, but they hadn't found suitable actors yet. Opening a farm could provide a means of self-sustenance, alleviate stress, and maybe even bring in some extra income. He already had plenty of experience growing ice radishes and black radishes. A farm? Huh. Steven spoke up slowly. Devon happens to have 2 unused plots of land. If you want, I can help you apply for them. If it's a farm, what Pokemon are you planning to raise? Thorn asked. Crops aside, raising Pokemon. Knowing Yuan, the expenses would skyrocket, right? Yuan rubbed his chin. I think Farfetch'd would be a good choice. They're cute, docile, and they come with their own seasoning. Do you even like them? Or are you just craving their meat? As the saying goes, nature's justice is lenient but never excessive. Can I work there? Flint immediately raised his hand, tears of anticipation glistening in his eyes. Fitzwilliam's ahog twitched as he caught on. Count me in 2. Yuan scanned the 2 of them. Hire them? One was a brute, the other a goofball? Forget it. Flint and Fitzwilliam. For once, you 2 finally did something right. Thorn secretly sighed in relief. Yuan exhaled softly. Forget it. One step at a time. The journey must be taken step by step, food eaten bite by bite. You can't just swallow a whole Farfetch'd in one go. Nightfall. At Cynthia's villa. Grr. Asterisk. Garcomp glared at Yuan, looking like it would rip him apart if he dared to make a wrong move. It hadn't missed what Dragonite did during the day with its dragon dance. But Yuan was too tired to care and simply thanked the Spiritomb that brought him tea. Thanks, Spiritomb. He gently stroked its shadowy silhouette. Zpo, //////////// Q. Spiritomb blushed slightly and curled up. By the way, Yuan lowered his voice and whispered, Spiritomb, are you interested in becoming the strongest Pokemon on Cynthia's team? ZZZ, Spa, D, I. Who do I need to beat? Tomorrow is the finals. Shouldn't you be resting? Just then, Cynthia, fresh out of the shower with damp hair, stepped out wearing a cute Alcremie-themed pajama set. It's fine, I'll crush him with ease. Yuan grinned. Despite his confidence, exhaustion overwhelmed him. He stood up, yawned, and said to Cynthia, Good night. Good night. Wait, what did good night imply again? Lying in bed, Yuan didn't have time to think much before hugging Ninetales and drifting off to sleep. It had been a long day. The room fell silent. But soon, a pair of crimson eyes opened on the ceiling. Caw. Jengar tested the waters with a soft call. After confirming that Yuan was fully asleep, it grinned and silently floated down. It approached the dozing Larvitar, curled up in its nest, snoring softly. Jengar gently tapped its little head. Yaji? The little one rubbed its eyes, opening a slit, looking confused. Caw. At your age, how can you sleep so much? Yaji. But, isn't there a match tomorrow? Caw. You're too small to compete anyway? Yaji. Oh, right. Larvitar's little eyes lit up, rolling out of its bed and landing on the floor. It wasn't hurt at all. Patting its belly, it quickly stood up, looking at Jengar eagerly. Yaji. Are we going out for food? Larvitar touched its red-armored belly. Caw. Jengar crossed its arms, looking exasperated. Such a great opportunity, and you're thinking about food. It grabbed Larvitar and quietly slipped out of the room, heading towards Cynthia's door. Before they could even knock, the door swung open, revealing Garcomp sitting cross-armed with a piercing glare. However, upon seeing it was just Jengar and Larvitar, its expression softened. Jengar waved at Garcomp, and they all headed to the courtyard together. Backyard. Caw. Garcomp, look at this little one. Exceptional talent, pure potential. It would be a shame not to train it. Jengar playfully patted Larvitar's head. Yaji? Happy face. Larvitar grinned, waving its little arms. Garchomp glanced at them before Gengar slid over and handed it a stack of poke blocks with a smile. Grr. Garchomp swiftly accepted them. Ahem. Indeed, the potential is impressive. It had heard about Larvitar stomping on Yuan's house. Considering it had only hatched recently, such destructive power certainly lived up to the Tyrant of the Desert title. As a ground type itself, Garchomp was confident in ground type moves. Grr. Show me what moves you've got. Caca. Gengar immediately signaled for a pause. One house was already destroyed if another collapsed. Where would they sleep? So it led them away from the competitor village to a secluded spot. Larvitar then began showcasing its moves. Yaji. Despite its small size, it executed its moves cleanly until, a soft blue light shimmered around Larvitar as it raised its arms, swaying its hips happily. Dragon dance? Oh no, Gengar's face went pale as it slowly turned toward Garchomp. Smack! Garchomp's forehead veins bulged into a cross shape. It grinned a terrifying kind smile. Grr. Let's have a talk, Gengar. Garchomp grabbed the mischievous ghost. Yaji. Larvitar seemed to sense something was off and covered its eyes. Grr. Kids shouldn't watch this. Yaji. Okay. It peeked through its fingers. Then, caca. Flapping wings, startled Pokémon, and silence. The next morning, Yuan woke up, feeling fully recharged. Gengar, did you get fatter? Caca. Today was the final match of the Lily of the Valley conference, and online discussions had already erupted in full force. Darkray's Dark Void combined with Dream Eater and its Nightmare ability, how do you even counter that? LOL, do you even know hypnosis? Yuan-sensei is the master of sleep tactics. Exactly. Not to mention he has Ursaring. If you've never seen a sleeping Ursaring, you don't know true terror. So you're saying Yuan-sensei is basically Darkray's worst nightmare. True nemesis of Darkray confirmed. But Tobias has other Pokemon too. You don't really think he only has a Darkray, do you? What if Darkray is actually Tobias's weakest Pokemon? His Yuan-sensei is in danger. Of course, none of these online debates had the slightest impact on Yuan. At this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle over breakfast with his little Pokemon. Larvitar, you can't eat the plate? Spit it out. Watching the little one gobbling down its meal like it hadn't eaten in days, Yuan was starting to get a headache. Hadn't he fed it plenty before bed last night? How did one night pass, and it was already acting like it was starving again? Wait. Was Larvitar's appetite another one of those conceptual problems? January 23rd, Tuesday, clear skies. The main stadium of the Lily of the Valley conference was packed to capacity, with tens of thousands of seats filled. The finals were about to begin. The deafening cheers shook the entire venue as countless voices erupted in excitement. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Yuan and Tobias entered the battlefield from opposite tunnels, their names being shouted from all directions. On the giant screen above, their portraits appeared, along with 6 gleaming poke balls for each. Yuan-sensei, I've been waiting for this match, Tobias said with a smile, flipping his wavy, light blue hair back. Yuan smiled slightly. I've been looking forward to it, too. If he won this match, he'd finally get the tournament prize money. This was way too difficult. I have a request, Tobias continued. If I win, Tobias's expression grew serious, please have a real card battle with me. No problem. Yuan agreed immediately. If Tobias won, they'd have the match. But if he lost, then there'd be no need, right? Hearing Yuan's answer, Tobias secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a dramatic flick of his cape, he pulled out a deck of cards, drawing a confused look from the referee. Did I walk onto the wrong stage? Wasn't today supposed to be a Pokemon battle, not a Pokemon card game tournament? Ah, my bad. Grabbed the wrong thing. The referee nearly tripped, but quickly composed himself, raised his flag, and announced in a deep voice. Both trainers, send out your Pokemon. Go, Tinkaton. A beam of red light shot from the luxury ball, revealing the hammer-wielding Pokemon. Her twin ponytails swayed as she grinned excitedly. Cha, my big hammer is starving for battle. Tinkaton had been pestering Yuan all morning for a chance to battle, and she had finally been given the opening spot. It was her first time appearing in the Lily of the Valley conference. Oh no, I bought the wrong tickets? I should have chosen seats further back. The spectators in the front row suddenly felt a chill of regret. You were rushing to buy front row seats before, but now that you see the hammer-wielding Tinkaton, you're panicking? At the same time, Tobias threw his first Pokeball. Tobias's first Pokemon is not Darkray, the announcer's surprised voice echoed through the stadium. Suspended in midair was a massive black and blue dragon with 3 pairs of demonic wings and 3 heads, 1 large, 2 small, roaring in unison. It was none other than Hydreigon, the pseudo-legendary Pokemon from Unova. Hydreigon, the brutal Pokemon, a dark/dragon type. It's said to be extremely violent. Yuan had expected that Tobias wouldn't lead with Darkray as he usually did. He had guessed it would be Latios instead. But Tobias surprised him. Not only was Darkray not the lead, but even Latios was skipped in favor of Hydreigon. This actually worked out perfectly. After all, Hydreigon, being dark/dragon, had a quadruple weakness to fairy types. An unexpected but welcome advantage. A major type advantage, Thorn commented calmly. But that Hydreigon looks strong, Steven added. Flint blinked. Tinkaton is a fairy type? I thought she only used Steel-type moves. The group gave him a collective glance. To be fair, it wasn't entirely Flint's fault. Yuan's Tinkaton had always displayed overwhelming strength and mastery of Steel-type techniques, but hadn't really showcased much of her Fairy typing. The biggest issue was that there were relatively few strong physical Fairy-type moves, and Yuan's Tinkaton was purely a physical attacker for now, at least. Regardless, Fairy types are immune to Dragon-type moves, Cynthia pointed out. True enough. Battle, begin. As the referee's flag dropped, the Lily of the Valley Conference Finals officially started. Tobias frowned. He had anticipated that Yuan would send out Charcadet first since rumors online claimed Yuan had a habit of using a weak-to-strong lineup. Now it seemed all those so-called experts on the internet were just spouting nonsense. Still, despite the type disadvantage, he wasn't without options. What Tobias didn't know was that even Yuan himself hadn't planned his lead in advance. Hydreigon, use Tri-Attack. Grr. Hydreigon's three heads simultaneously gathered colored energy fire in the center, electricity on one side, and ice on the other. Tri-Attack was normally a normal type move, but because it used fire, ice, and electric energy, it had a chance to inflict burn, paralysis, or freeze. In the games, only one status effect could be applied. But in real life, if unlucky, all three could stack. If Tinkaton got burned, paralyzed, and frozen all at once, the battle would be over before it began. Cha! Suddenly, Tinkaton's body glowed white as she dashed at Hydreigon with incredible speed, slamming her hand down on its central head. That's Tinkaton's fake-out, the announcer explained. It prevents the opponent from moving, causing them to flinch. But it can only be used upon entry. The fire gathering in Hydreigon's mouth flickered out. But before the announcer could revel in his Pokémon knowledge, the two side heads continued charging their moves, aiming at the now close-range Tinkaton. That's not how Tri-Attack works. Sensing danger, Tinkaton immediately jumped back. Grr. The two remaining heads fired off a bolt of lightning and a freezing beam. The audience held their breath. Was Tinkaton about to take a major hit right at the start? Cha! Tinkaton raised her hammer, using its massive frame as a shield. The lightning and ice struck the hammer with loud bangs. For a moment, the hammer was engulfed in ice and electricity, its surface shining with a silver glow. Meow meow hammer frozen form? Ice hammer. Yuan suddenly commanded. Cha! Hashtag. Tinkaton swung the hammer behind her, then sprinted forward, dragging the hammer along the ground, causing icy fissures to form. By the time she reached Hydreigon again, the hammer had transformed into a massive, ice-coated weapon, and she slammed it down on Hydreigon's just-recovered head. Boom! Ice shards exploded, sending shockwaves through the arena. Hydreigon crashed into the ground, the battlefield cratering under the impact. Fragments of rock and ice scattered everywhere as the ground trembled violently. The audience stared in stunned silence. Was this a battle? Or were they renovating the stadium? Or were they renovating the stadium while battling? Hydreigon, use flamethrower. Tobias ordered. Grr. Flames burst from Hydreigon's three mouths only to be met by Tinkaton's fully swung hammer. Boom! The front row spectators felt a tingling numbness in their seats as pink dust and star-shaped sparks filled the air, blending with rising flames. Tinkaton, still holding her hammer, dashed away on light feet. She glanced at the soot-stained hammer, then hurriedly blew on it. Huff huff. A soft breeze passed through the silent arena, revealing Hydreigon lying unconscious amidst the battlefield's wreckage. Hydreigon is unable to battle. The referee, hovering on a special flying platform, let out a quiet sigh of relief as he announced the result. Thud. One of Tobias's pokeballs on the giant screen dimmed. That play rough was devastating. Hydreigon wouldn't have survived even with 3 HP bars. Not only is Hydreigon knocked out, but the battlefield itself is already trashed. Hydreigon? More like wrecked dragon. With the battlefield needing repairs, Yuan recalled Tinkaton. How was that? Fun battle. Yuan chuckled. Cha. Tinkaton was still worried about her hammer. The tournament continued. But one thing was clear, this was going to be a wild fight. Tobias had already recalled Hydreigon. After a moment of contemplation, he threw out his second Pokeball. Tobias's second Pokemon is a Speon. The audience erupted in murmurs. Today, they were seeing many of Tobias's hidden Pokemon. The imagined scenario of him hiding 5 legendary or mythical Pokemon behind Darkrai wasn't happening. A Speon had a sleek, streamlined body covered in soft lavender fur. Its deep purple eyes carried a mysterious gleam, and the bright red gem on its forehead shimmered. Its forked tail swayed gently, exuding an air of elegance and enigma. A Speon, the sun Pokemon. A pure psychic type, said to have extremely strong precognitive abilities. Yuan, considering both Tinkaton's condition and Tobias's inevitable strategic adjustments, decided to switch Pokemon as well. In that case, it's your turn, Urshifu. Guryu, ZZZ. The tall, muscular Urshifu landed lightly on the battlefield, exuding an aura of explosive power. The energy at his feet swirled as his fur gently rustled. The moment Urshifu appeared, the entire stadium erupted into surprised gasps. The sun must have risen from the west. Yuan-sensei actually switched Pokemon? No full sweep this time. In Yuan-sensei's words, it's the finals, might as well show some respect. But isn't fighting-type Urshifu at a type disadvantage against psychic-type Espeon? The crowd was abuzz with debate. Yuan maintained his calm smile. A full sweep? That only worked when he already knew his opponent's team composition, essentially when his opponent was playing with an open hand. But Tobias was a different story. His team was a mystery. If Yuan underestimated the power of hidden cards, he'd be in for a nasty surprise. Besides, Urshifu versus Espion. How was that a type disadvantage? Guryu, zzz. Urshifu, eyes still closed, radiated an overwhelming presence. Such an elegant Espion. Would it cry after taking just one punch? Jengar suddenly floated in front of the camera and translated. Kaka. Coach Bear says, he'll now demonstrate what it means to split the heavens with a single punch. Espion versus Urshifu? Tobias frowned slightly as he looked at the sleeping Urshifu. For some reason, today, Urshifu gave him a different, somewhat unsafe feeling. However, the change in battlefield had already consumed a lot of time, leaving him with little opportunity to think further. The battle continues? No matter what, Tobias chose to strike first. After watching so many of Yuan's battle videos, he had drawn some conclusions. That is when battling Yuan, seizing the first move is crucial. Although Yuan had an extremely high tactical sense and could often counter attacks or even predict moves based on his deep understanding of techniques, it was still necessary to strike first. At the very least, taking the first move meant having a chance to continue fighting. But if Yuan seized the initiative first, then more often than not, there wouldn't even be a chance to counterattack. Espion, trick. Tobias called out. Eevui. Espion straightened up, lifted its head, and its deep purple eyes shimmered with light. The red gem on its forehead gleamed brilliantly as a wave of psychic energy surged from its body, connecting it with Urshifu. Trick, a move that swaps the items held by both Pokémon? Upon seeing this, the audience couldn't help but react with amusement. Trick? Never thought I'd see Yuan fall victim to this kind of move. Haha, I'm really curious what item Espion is holding. Most likely a choice scarf or a choice band, right? Buzz. Urshifu's black belt disappeared, replaced by Espion's choice scarf. At the same time, as Espion executed trick, Urshifu moved. Urshifu. It suddenly took a deep breath, its fur bristling, and its headband flapping wildly in the wind. Although this was its first time using this move, back when it was still a cubfu, it had already memorized all the key points of this technique and mastered them completely. Countless nights, in the silence, it had trained relentlessly. To an outsider, the practice might have seemed monotonous, just constant punching, over and over. But this accumulation of effort gave it absolute confidence in this move. And now, it was finally time to test its years of training. Yuan observed Urshifu's stance and solemnly commanded. Wicked blow. Thorn's eyes widened in shock. Most people might not understand, but he had studied Urshifu's data carefully and remembered it well. Urshifu had two different battle styles, determined by the techniques it had mastered. Based on the moves it had displayed earlier, it was clearly a rapid strike Urshifu, which meant its signature move should have been surging strikes. But why was it using Wicked Blow now? Guryu, zzz. The choice scarf Espion had swapped onto Urshifu only made it faster. In an instant, a dark aura surged from beneath Urshifu's feet. It clenched its fist tightly, appearing to merely lift its foot slowly. Boom! The battlefield exploded. In the blink of an eye, Urshifu was in front of Espion. Eevui! Espion's eyes widened in horror. It tried to dodge, but Urshifu's fist was already right in front of it. And with its ability to foresee the future, Espion could sense its fate unfolding before it. Critical hit, explosive damage. This punch held 20 years of training. Boom! The stadium shook as Espion was launched like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the reflective wall of the arena, sending shockwaves rippling through it. The force of the punch blasted a powerful gust of wind against the protective barriers, causing them to glow fiercely. For a moment, the entire stadium fell into absolute silence. Everyone stared with bated breath, utterly stunned by what had just happened. After a long pause, the announcer's trembling voice finally broke the silence. A one-hit KO? Urshifu takes down Espion with a single punch. Roar! The stadium erupted into thunderous cheers. A one-hit KO? Did I see that right? That was a dark-type move? Urshifu's dark-type attacks are this strong. Wicked Blow? That's the signature move of a single-strike Urshifu? I've seen Master Fu's Urshifu use it before. But Yuan's Urshifu is supposed to be a fighting/water-type rapid strike Urshifu, right? This is the power of a sleeping beast. So this was what Jengar meant by a heaven-splitting punch? Who? Guryu zzz. Urshifu let out a faint breath of white mist as it exhaled. Tobias quickly analyzed the battle in his mind. The most fatal mistake. He had misjudged Urshifu's type and moveset, which led to Espion being defeated before it could accomplish much. However, Espion had still played a role. Tobias took a deep breath, regaining focus. But we won't surrender so easily? He pulled back his cloak, eyes filled with determination. Until the final card is played, no one can decide the outcome of this battle. Go, Grimmsnarl. A humanoid Pokémon covered in thick, dark green fur emerged. Grimmsnarl, the bulk-up Pokémon, a dark/fairy type. Grrrrrrrr. Grimmsnarl let out a piercing cry and instantly conjured a golden, static-charged mass of electricity, launching it at Urshifu at lightning speed. Prankster? Tobias's Grimmsnarl had Prankster, which meant its status moves had increased priority. Guryu, zzz. Even in its sleep, Urshifu instinctively flared its aura and dark energy to defend itself. Come back, Urshifu. Buzz. Just before the thunder wave struck, a red beam recalled Urshifu. Why did he recall it? Flint asked in surprise. Urshifu was in peak form, and Wicked Blow was devastating. A Fairy/Dark type Grimmsnarl quad resists Dark type moves, and Urshifu is locked into Wicked Blow due to the choice scarf. This was the perfect switch, Thorn explained dismissively. Most of the audience agreed it was a brilliant swap. Your turn, Ninetales. Yuan sent out his third Pokémon. A graceful, snow-white figure leaped elegantly into the battlefield, its 9 tails flowing like silk ribbons as delicate snowflakes fell around it. Oh! The Ice Ninetales let out a soft, melodious cry, captivating the entire audience. So beautiful, too stunning. The moment Ice Ninetales appeared, Tobias's expression darkened. One of Yuan's strongest Pokémon? Misty Terrain. Taunt. Tobias immediately countered. However, too late. Ice Ninetales had begun summoning Misty Terrain from the moment it entered the battlefield. Even with Prankster, Grimmsnarl couldn't interrupt it in time. Yuan had planned this move all along. Too steady. With Misty Terrain neutralizing Prankster's effects, Grimmsnarl's ability was half useless now. This is... Tobias clenched his jaw. Yuan never left an opening. Moonblast. Oh! A radiant, pink energy orb blasted straight at Grimmsnarl. That ice wall, is that even fair? Ice Ninetales is way too solid. Yuan is too steady. Tobias sighed. Boom. Amid the roaring crowd, the large screen displayed Tobias's 3 dimmed Pokeballs. Losing 3 Pokemon in a 6v6 full battle was a critical threshold, especially when his opponent hadn't lost a single Pokemon yet. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, the tournament staff were scrambling to repair the energy barrier protecting the audience. It had cracked from the cold, almost shattered completely. This level of destruction had already exceeded what was expected from competitors in the Lily of the Valley conference. Man, the energy barrier nearly exploded. Tell me Yuan entered this tournament for a junior division, right? First, he breaks the battlefield, now the barrier? I feel like the tournament staff must be stressed having Yuan here. As we all know, Yuan is notorious for destroying battlefields. The audience's chatter didn't affect Tobias, but losing 3 Pokemon weighed on him. If he didn't take a point soon, the battle would be completely one-sided. So, I have to send it out now, Tobias murmured. Come back, Ninetales. On the other side, Yuan recalled Ninetales. If this battle continued, he might actually break the tournament's energy barrier. And honestly, the Sinnoh League probably wouldn't even make him pay for it. Oh! Ninetales obediently returned to Yuan's side. As it left the battlefield, the snowstorm subsided, and the misty terrain faded. Tobias frowned slightly. The tournament staff had taken extra time to repair the barrier, which worked in his favor but wasn't exactly fair. Still, it was out of his control. After thinking carefully, Tobias made his choice. At his waist, a Pokeball shook slightly, as if responding. You think so too? Tobias's frown eased slightly. In that case, he flicked his cloak, grabbed a red and white Pokeball, and tossed it. I'll leave this to you, Latios. A sleek, jet-like body descended from the sky. Its blue and white form blended with the clouds, leaving behind 2 white contrail streaks. What? Tobias's 4th Pokemon is the legendary Pokemon Latios. The announcer's voice echoed the shock of the entire crowd. The Ian Pokemon Latios. A legendary Pokemon? The audience gasped. Tobias had already used Darkrai, and now he was sending out another legendary Pokemon? No way, Flint blurted out. Thorn adjusted his glasses and said seriously, I never expected Tobias to have a hidden Latios. If he's using it now, Yuan must be putting serious pressure on him. This Latios isn't particularly strong, Cynthia said, narrowing her eyes. Everyone's lips twitched. Only Cynthia could say something like that with confidence. You guys notice he used a standard Pokeball? Aaron pointed out. Probably means Latios chose to follow him willingly, right? Steven guessed. And he wasn't wrong. The audience exploded. Wow, I thought Yuan was the only one treating this tournament like a junior division. Turns out Tobias is too. Who are these people? Yuan has Urshifu, right? Legendary versus legendary? This is getting wild. Buzz. Yuan wasn't surprised by Latios's appearance. As he considered his next move, one of his Pokeballs started shaking. Dragonite, you want to fight? Yuan smiled slightly. Alright then. He lightly tapped the Pokeball, releasing Dragonite. A beam of red light shot out. Dragonite appeared, flapping its wings. Dragonite called out excitedly. A real one? It had seen depictions of Latios in murals back in the Dragon Sanctuary. The Elder Dragons told it that Latios was an incredibly powerful Dragon-type Pokemon. And now it was finally seeing one in the flesh? Of course, it had to battle it. Huh. Latios tilted its head, looking slightly confused. Its expression was calm, and it actually felt a bit of affinity toward Dragonite. Both were Dragon types, after all. But for Tobias's sake, it had to win this battle. As Latios's competitive spirit flared up, Dragonite only got more excited. Let's fight. The battle begins? Latios. Tobias felt it too. Maybe it was Latios's naturally gentle nature, or maybe he had just realized something important. A battle doesn't always have to be about winning. The true joy lies in the battle itself. Psychic shock. Buzz. Latios's wings flared open. A powerful air current surrounded its body as it shot upward, soaring like a jet. At the same time, a pale blue psychic energy gathered around it. Dragonite lifted its head, watching Latios dance freely in the sunlight. Its wings flapped rapidly. ZZZZT. Suddenly, a sharp psychic blade descended from above, cutting through the air. Air slash. Dragonite swung its wings, unleashing 2 crescent-shaped slashes to intercept the attack. Boom, boom, but then Yuan's expression shifted slightly. From the collision smoke, Latios's psychic energy pierced through, continuing toward Dragonite. Dragonite raised its arms, bracing itself. Boom. At the same time Latios dove through the dust, gathering orbs of white light around its body before launching a crimson energy beam. Luster Purge. Dragonite, protect. A green barrier flickered to life. The Luster Purge blast forced Dragonite backward, its protect shield flickering as it absorbed the hit. But Latios wasn't done. Its entire body glowed faintly with psychic energy. Dragonite gritted its teeth. It clenched its fists. Ice formed around them. Ice punch. At the same time, Latios rushed forward. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. Both Pokémon were sent flying, kicking up a massive whirlwind of dust. As the smoke cleared, Latios's wing was coated in ice. Dragonite's arm was scorched black. An even match. Buzz. The misty terrain finally faded. The next second, still midair, Latios opened its mouth. A powerful dragon energy wave surged toward Dragonite. Dragon Pulse? Dragonite refused to back down. Its claws glowed bright blue. Dragon Claw? Slash. Dragon Pulse was cleaved in half. Dragonite's wings flared. It charged toward Latios at extreme speed. Latios didn't retreat. It exhaled an icy wind, covering Dragonite's body in frost. Boom! Another violent collision. The battle was happening so fast, the audience barely had time to breathe. From the exchanges, it seemed like Latios had a slight edge, but neither Pokémon could take the other down quickly. Whoa, this is insane. This is the best battle ever. But, will this ever end? Then, a faint white light enveloped Latios. Its wounds started healing. Recover? But Dragonite wasn't falling behind. As it landed, its own injuries began to fade. Roost? If they both have healing moves, won't this fight last forever? Yuan and Tobias exchanged grins. Then let's see who takes the other down first. Latios, Draco Meteor. Dragonite, Outrage. Boom. The crowd lost their minds. Dragonite's eyes instantly turned blood red, and a violent aura of draconic fury surged around its body. Its entire form tensed up. It's Outrage. The audience immediately recognized the move. A Dragon-type ultimate move versus another Dragon-type ultimate move? But before the crowd could react further, Yuan's voice rang out again. Extreme speed. Tobias's expression changed instantly. Using another move during Outrage? Back when Yuan battled Guzma, Dragonite had shown signs of being able to resist Outrage's usual drawbacks, but at the time, it hadn't used any other moves. But this time, it's happening? Yuan and Dragonite's absurd Outrage strategy is back. Flint shouted excitedly. Dragonite's entire body was bathed in red energy, and it shot forward at extreme speed, charging straight into the rain of flaming meteors. Boom, boom, boom. One meteor smashed into Dragonite's side, but it plowed straight through it, shattering the burning rock into glowing embers. Then another and another. But Dragonite didn't slow down. In fact, it only moved faster, tearing through the storm of meteors like a comet cutting through the sky. Latios's eyes flickered with shock. This Dragonite. Boom! Before Latios could react, Dragonite slammed into it at full force. A deep, resounding shockwave rang through the air. The entire stadium fell dead silent. As the dust began to settle, Latios's body plummeted from the sky, crashing hard into the battlefield below. And hovering above it, Dragonite, clenching its fist, gazed downward with an aura of absolute dominance. The moment Dragonite roared, the stadium erupted. The crowd went completely wild. Who said pseudo-legendaries aren't gods? Screw the term pseudo-legendary, this thing is a damn god. A legendary Pokémon? Who cares? It got wrecked. How is Dragonite so adorable and yet so terrifying? Inside the VIP suite, Cynthia's Garcomp stared at Dragonite, its expression unusually serious. Yuan's Dragonite was a threat. As Dragonite slowly descended, its outrage aura faded. With each steady breath, its usual goofy smile returned. Did I do good, Yuan? The response. You did amazing, Dragonite. Yuan grinned. He was thrilled but also a little worried. Dragonite's obsession with battling other dragon types. Rayquaza, Giratina. The world's dragon Pokémon are on a whole different level. Boom. Another Pokeball dimmed on the screen. That's 4. Including Latios, Tobias had already lost 4 Pokémon, more than half of his team, but instead of dwelling on victory or defeat, Tobias had started genuinely enjoying this battle against Yuan. So, without hesitation, he sent out his 5th Pokémon. A humanoid Pokémon, clad in heavy metallic armor, sat firmly on what looked like a chair made of its own hair. It had the presence of a mighty general, radiating an intense aura. The massive golden blade on its head was particularly intimidating. Tobias's next Pokémon is King Ambit, the announcer called out. King Ambit, the big blade Pokémon. A dark/steel type. It was said that among a group of Bishop, only the strongest one at the top could evolve into a King Ambit. There were even rumors that King Ambit's presence could bring war, though in battle, it relied more on brute force than complex strategies. And more importantly, King Ambit had a very special ability, Supreme Overlord. Supreme Overlord, for each fainted ally, this Pokémon's move power increases by 10%. Judging by the overwhelming aura surrounding Kingambit, it was highly likely that it had this ability. With 4 of Tobias's Pokémon already down, that meant Kingambit entered battle with a 40% boost in move power. As soon as Kingambit appeared, multiple Pokeballs on Yuan's belt shook at once. Tinkaton, Urshifu, and Charcadet. Tinkaton's reason was simple. Besides its natural rivalry with Corviknight, Tinkaton also harbored a grudge against Bisharp and Kingambit. Also, Kingambit's armor looked interesting. Urshifu, on the other hand, had a different reason. The opponent had finally sent out a proper general. As Yuan's strongest frontline warrior, Urshifu wanted to challenge it. As for Charcadet, well, it had been sidelined for too long. That Kingambit looked important, so maybe it would respect its presence. Yuan's face twitched slightly. After some thought, he made his choice Charcadet. Tinkaton had no direct type advantage, and there was a real risk that Kingambit might walk away missing some armor. Urshifu was still locked into Choice Scarf. Charcadet, on the other hand, hadn't battled in a while and had a natural advantage. So, after recalling the still excited but injured Dragonite, Yuan tossed his next Pokeball. I'm counting on you, Charcadet. Goka. With a serious expression, Charcadet emerged from the red light. Its eyes burned with determination as it faced the mighty Kingambit. Goka, please, show me some respect. Boom. Before Charcadet could even finish speaking, Kingambit suddenly dropped to its knees. Charcadet. Hiss. Wait, since when was I this respected? Did Kingambit just bow to me? Charcadet was utterly confused. Be careful. Yuan's voice rang out. At that moment, Kingambit's eyes gleamed with cunning malice. Taking advantage of Charcadet's brief distraction, it lunged forward at lightning speed. Its massive golden blade shot straight toward Charcadet like a spear. Kowtow Cleave? Kingambit's signature move, a deceptive attack where it kneels to lower the opponent's guard, then strikes with full force. Boom! Kingambit's colossal blade slammed into Charcadet's chest. A heavy impact, sparks flew everywhere. But it didn't pierce through. Because Charcadet had caught the blade with both hands. Bare-handed blade catch? Yuan's timely warning, combined with Charcadet's own aura abilities, gave it just enough reaction time. If Kingambit's attack had landed fully, Charcadet would have been in serious trouble. Even so, a deep wound had formed on its chest. But at the core of the wound, crimson threads began to weave together. Faint streaks of gold flickered within. Guryo. Kingambit let out a deep growl, pressing forward with its full strength. Meanwhile, Charcadet's expression tightened, its feet digging into the ground as it tried to hold its position. Goka. Gritting its teeth, Charcadet refused to back down. As fire surged from its body, a fierce struggle of strength unfolded. Physically, Charcadet was weaker, but just when Kingambit thought it had the upper hand, something was wrong. Hot? An intense heat radiated from its blade, and it was getting hotter. Guryo. Kingambit looked up, and locked eyes with Charcadet's blazing gaze. Goka. Nice sword. Whoosh. Flames erupted from Charcadet's body. Its hands, now glowing red-hot, had heated Kingambit's blade to scorching temperatures. Blast burn. Yuan commanded. Guryo. Kingambit tried to retreat, but it was too late. It had walked straight into a trap. A wave of fire exploded from Charcadet, completely engulfing both itself and Kingambit. Kowtow Cleave versus bare-handed blade catch. Am I watching a kung fu movie? This reminds me of that one-line 100% successful blade catch. Kingambit probably would have been fine, but it literally handed itself over. Boom! A towering inferno erupted. When the flames subsided, Kingambit lay unconscious, its once golden blade blackened from the heat. The referee immediately called it. Kingambit is unable to battle. On the big screen, Tobias had only one Pokémon left, and everyone knew what it was. Wait, it's already 5-0. Tobias still has a chance? His Darkrai is insanely strong. What if he pulls off a 5-6 comeback? Is Darkrai about to carry? Tobias took a deep breath and silently recalled Kingambit. My turn. From behind Tobias, Darkrai emerged from the shadows. Sigh, so it's come to this. Darkrai let out a deep sigh. Well, whatever. Might as well fight. If things got bad, it could always just put everyone to sleep. Tobias sensed Darkrai's thoughts and hesitated. I have a feeling that might not work against Yuan's Pokémon. How could it end? Darkrai scoffed. Then froze. From Yuan's shadow, another figure emerged. Grinning mischievously, Gengar waved at Darkrai. Darkrai, the world's most notorious Pokémon psychologist, and a hypnosis expert. Crap. Maybe we should just forfeit. Darkrai muttered. Tobias, however, wasn't giving up. No, we fight until the very last card is played. Darkrai, easy for you to say, but with no other choice, Darkrai drifted onto the battlefield. A shroud of black mist surrounded its body, giving it an intimidating presence. And Tobias's final Pokémon is Darkrai, the announcer declared. The crowd held its breath. Was this the start of a miracle comeback? Gengar. Caw. With a cheerful hum, Gengar bounced onto the battlefield. It had waited long enough. Darkrai's face stiffened. This wasn't going to be easy. Tobias swung his cloak dramatically and called out, Darkrai, nasty plot. If Dark Void wouldn't work, then boosting Darkrai's offensive power and breaking through with pure force was the best choice. Buzz. Darkrai's misty form swirled violently, and a sinister black aura gathered around it, its power surging higher. He's going for a direct showdown. That makes sense. Dark Void might not work against Gengar, but if Darkrai can overpower it in a straight fight, this is actually a smart move. Gengar probably wouldn't be affected by Dark Void, and Darkrai might resist Gengar's hypnosis as well. As the audience debated, both Yuan and Gengar grinned at the exact same time. Their smiles were identical. Gengar. Yuan chuckled. Shadow Theft. Darkrai. Tobias. The audience. Wait, what move is that? Is that even a real move? I've never heard of it before. What does it do? Most spectators and even the announcer had no idea what Yuan had just called. But one Pokemon knew exactly what was coming. Darkrai. Gengar vanished in an instant, appearing just a short distance away from Darkrai. Then, with a mischievous grin, it reached out and grabbed something invisible from Darkrai's body. Hand it over. A dark misty energy was ripped away from Darkrai, condensing into two shadowy bats that flapped their wings and flew toward Gengar's hands. The sinister aura that had surrounded Darkrai just moments ago was now wrapped around Gengar. Darkrai's power surge abruptly vanished. Meanwhile, Gengar's own power spiked sharply. For a moment, Darkrai felt empty inside. Wait, this move steals stat boosts. That's insane. Unfair? That's not just unbalanced, that's illegal. Darkrai's plan to overpower Gengar had been ruined before it even began. Tobias reacted quickly. Since boosting power had failed, and Gengar had even more offensive power now, there was only one thing left to do. Gamble. Bet that Dark Void could still work. Tobias clenched his fist. Darkrai, Dark Void. Darkrai's icy blue eyes flashed. Dark mist billowed around its body, and a swirling black vortex formed in its hands. If this attack landed, Gengar would be put to sleep. Humph. Gengar smirked. Let me show you how it's really done. It spun its fingers in circles. Wait, Gengar's going to use hypnosis against Dark Void. You can't tell me Dark Void is weaker than hypnosis, right? Gengar is way too confident. Dark Void versus hypnosis? The moment both attacks activated, Darkrai felt strange, drowsy. Why did its head suddenly feel so heavy? Gengar tilted its head and blinked. Caca. You're weaker than the one from New Moon Island. Darkrai. Caca. And by a lot, too. If there was ever a definition of salt in the wound, this was it. Darkrai's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, its own Dark Void attack landed straight in Gengar's hands. Gengar curiously played with the swirling black vortex. This was Darkrai's infamous Dark Void? The entire arena fell silent. It was as if the entire audience had been put to sleep themselves. Everyone just stared blankly at Gengar, their minds unable to process what had just happened. Darkrai, the nightmare Pokemon, the master of sleep and dreams, had lost a sleep battle. Wait, hold on, let me think about this. Before anyone could react, the referee's voice broke the silence. Darkrai is unable to battle? Tobias has lost all of his Pokemon. The winner is Yuan. The champion of the Lily of the Valley Conference has been crowned. A split second later, the entire stadium exploded. Yuan is the champion. We are champions. We are champions again. We've always been champions. Caca. Gengar scratched its head. It took a moment to process. Then, suddenly, it jolted in realization. Caca. We won again. More prize money? More food? More fun? Gengar grinned wildly, tossed the leftover Dark Void into its mouth, and gleefully dashed toward Yuan. We won again, Yuan. As Gengar casually ate the Dark Void, Tobias felt a cold sweat on his forehead. But then he sighed in relief. At least the Dark Void didn't get flung back at him. Tobias walked toward Yuan and smiled. Congratulations, Yuan. This battle, he had lost completely and utterly. But, Yuan patted Tobias's shoulder. Don't worry. The future belongs to you? Tobias froze. Wait. Did I just get recruited into the future club? As for that collaboration, I'll accept. Yuan smiled. Huh. The Pokemon card game expansion. I've got an idea. Darkrai's eyes lit up. Seriously. Let's find a time to discuss it in detail. Absolutely. The Lily of the Valley Conference Championship battle had finally come to an end. Yuan, alongside his Pokemon, stepped onto the podium to receive the Champion's Trophy and medal from President Damalanche and Elite Four Bertha. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks burst into the sky once again, and Yuan, along with his Pokemon, couldn't help but smile. That smile meant many things: snacks, ice cubes, dragon scales, metal, charcoal, minerals, and so on. But regardless of all that, this was undoubtedly a perfect outcome. Let's give another round of applause for Yuan and his Pokemon. Caca. Standing front and center, Gengar wearing sunglasses completely shoved Yuan out of the spotlight. Oh. Ninetales wrapped itself around Yuan's right arm, while on the other side stood Tinkaton with her massive hammer and Urshifu, arms crossed in a dramatic stance. Dragonite hugged Yuan's head, grinning goofily. Beside it, Charcadet was holding on to Larvitar to keep it from running off, while Alcremie and the nosy sibling duo stood close by. In the shadows, a faint glimpse of Marshadow could be seen holding a wooden stick. The entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers, as multicolored ribbons rained from the sky. Click. Rotom snapped a picture. And just as the camera captured the moment, at Gengar's command, all the Pokemon tossed Yuan into the air. Yuan? This beautiful moment was immortalized perfectly by Rotom. With the award ceremony complete, the Lily of the Valley conference officially came to an end. Now, it was time to collect the prize money. Ahem, no time to celebrate. Although the tournament had ended, the buzz surrounding it had not faded. One only had to look at the massive crowd still lingering on Lily of the Valley Island to know this tournament had made an impact. People couldn't stop talking about Yuan's battle against Tobias, where he had toppled a legendary Pokémon trainer. Yes, Tobias, who had both Latios and Darkrai, had inevitably earned the nickname Legendary Pokémon Guy. Throughout the entire battle, there had been many controversial moments. But two things stood out the most. Dragonite's pseudo-legendary triumph over Latios and Darkrai getting put to sleep by Gengar. Latios, losing sucked, but seeing Darkrai suffer made it feel so much better. Thanks, Darkrai. This led to a heated discussion among fans. Yuan's strength must be at least Elite 4 level, right? Elite 4? Master Mustard already got destroyed by Yuan ages ago. At minimum, he's champion level. His true limit? Unknown. Possibly capable of taking down Arceus itself. Damn, and he's competing in a league tournament. New fans, huh? Hey, listen up, our dear Yuan just loves competing in baby tournaments? What are you gonna do about it? The debate over Yuan's actual strength had drawn in countless fans. After all, many believed he wasn't even fighting at full strength against Tobias. With endorsements from Mustard and Bruno, speculation about Yuan's true power ran wild. Tobias, sorry, Yuan. I wasn't strong enough to make you go all out. That said, Yuan himself had a pretty good grasp of his own level. He was definitely stronger than most gym leaders. Not just in terms of raw Pokemon strength, but also in terms of strategy and tactics. But against a true Elite 4? Maybe. Gengar could match a standard Elite 4 ace. Honestly, Yuan hadn't seen Gengar go all out in a long time. As for Ninetales, Tinkaton, Dragonite, and the newly evolved Urshifu, they were a little behind Gengar in raw power. Of course, that was under normal conditions. But Pokemon battles are never just about normal conditions. Ninetales had absolute defense. Tinkaton had insane strength. Dragonite had outrage mode. Urshifu had form switching. If they truly pushed beyond their limits, it was hard to say what might happen. For now, Yuan used Gengar as a rough comparison. Charcadet was a bit behind them. Larvitar was still just a baby. Maybe, in Alola, I could already qualify as an Elite 4 member. But in Alola, the island kahunas held more power than the Elite 4. Not much point in taking that job. Besides, the pay wasn't great. As for Hone and Sinnoh, Hone had money. A lot of money. Second only to Kanto in terms of wealth. But being an Elite 4 in Hone? That was no joke. At any moment, Groudon or Kyogre could wake up and ruin your day. And then you'd have to fight them head on. Sinnoh, on the other hand, not as rich as Hone, but just as chaotic. Arceus, Dialga, Palkia. Any of them could start trouble at any time. Wait, now that I'm the league champion, doesn't that mean I qualify to challenge the Elite 4? And this qualification never expired. Flint had taken this route to become a Sinnoh Elite 4 member. And then there were Red and Blue, who had blazed through the whole thing on their first try. But most challengers never made it past the Elite 4. Not everyone was lucky enough to run into a champion actively looking for a successor like Iris did. And the gap between different regional champions was massive. As night fell, fireworks lit up the sky over Lily of the Valley Island. Thousands of tourists gathered in the plaza, celebrating together. Meanwhile, Yuan and Cynthia headed to the Sinnoh League headquarters. No special reason, just to collect the prize money. Kaka, Gengar and Garchomp trailed behind, watching the latest episode of Meowth and Pico on a phone. Along the way, Cynthia asked, "The exhibition match invitation has arrived. Have you decided yet?" Already, Cynthia had mentioned earlier that a noble family was organizing a grand festival and inviting strong, well-known trainers to participate in an exhibition match. With Yuan's rising fame and recent championship, he was finally getting paid to just show up. Cynthia smiled. "They sent it during the middle of your battle." It was obvious. As Sinnoh's most famous young trainer, Cynthia had also been invited. "I heard they're inviting an Elite 4. Which region's Elite 4 had this much free time?" "Yes, apparently they've already secured one." "An Elite 4 just for hype?" "Well, whatever. It was just for show. Winning or losing didn't really matter." "What's the appearance fee?" Cynthia held up 5 fingers. 50,000. Cynthia paused, then smirked. "Add a zero. 500,000. Hiss. That appearance fee? You just won the championship. Your popularity is at its peak." Yuan immediately understood. The exhibition match was all about hype and audience engagement. And fresh off a championship win, he was at peak popularity. Plus, it was just one match. Not like the Lily of the Valley conference, where he had to fight multiple rounds and several battles per round. This was way easier. He accepted on the spot. The prize money from the league, combined with the exhibition fee, should keep his Pokemon well funded for a while. If necessary, he still had the 500,000 Poké League fund and the special task force budget. Arriving at Sinnoh League HQ, they were greeted by Elite 4 Bertha. It was clear. She had been in charge of organizing this conference. "Congratulations, Yuan." Bertha smiled warmly. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Bertha." Yuan replied politely. Then out of nowhere, "What do you think? Interested in challenging an Elite 4 seat?" "Huh?" Yuan laughed nervously. I don't think I'm strong enough for that." Bertha sighed, shaking her head. I'm getting old. My energy's fading, my strength's declining. Then she gave Yuan a very meaningful look. Yuan? She was definitely hinting at something. Sinoa's Elite Four retirement plan. Bertha could see Yuan's true strength. With more training, he could easily become an Elite Four level trainer. Yuan coughed awkwardly. Bertha, you work too hard. Take care of your health. Bertha. Cynthia, meanwhile, smirked in amusement. Yuan was a master of playing dumb. But Bertha wasn't done. Oh, right. She smiled knowingly. The league has officially promoted your trainer ranking, from beginner to master. Yuan froze. Master rank? He knew what that meant. He could no longer enter standard league tournaments, because he was now eligible for the Masters tournament. Yuan, I'm screwed. The night sky stretched endlessly, with a faint moonlight weaving through wispy clouds, casting a delicate veil over the world. A campfire burned in the courtyard, its flickering flames driving away the night's chill. After the celebration, everyone sat around the courtyard, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Beyond the yard, the rustling leaves and occasional chirps of insects created a melancholic melody. Caw. Jengar sat alone on the swing, a troubled expression on its face. It took occasional sips from a drink in its cup. Noticing its demeanor, Flint's Infernape climbed onto the swing's metal pole, gazing down at Jengar under the moonlight before speaking softly. Ku, what's wrong? You just won the championship, why aren't you happy? Jengar looked up at Infernape, curiosity flashing in its eyes, before asking back. Caw, what about you? Why do you also look troubled? At this, Infernape sighed deeply. Ku, tomorrow, I have to start eating charcoal as part of my diet. I don't know if I can handle it. Charcoal? Jengar's expression turned strange. It had tried eating charcoal before. It was scorching hot, dry as heck, and tasted awful. Only Charcadet seemed to treat it like a delicacy. Then, Jengar's eyes flickered mischievously, and it grinned. Caw, you could always make Flint study first. If he can learn to be like Yuan, then you eat the charcoal. Infernape's eyes immediately lit up. Great idea. Flint always wanted to learn from Yuan. If Flint can pull it off, then fine, Infernape would eat the charcoal. Sounded fair enough. Ku, but you still haven't said what's bothering you. Now feeling much better, Infernape asked again. Jengar sighed, took another sip of its drink, and looked mournful. Caw, being undefeated, is so lonely. The league wouldn't even let them compete in regular tournaments anymore. Damn it, it had to be because they were too strong. But it wasn't like Jengar had gone all out. Sigh. Jengar sighed again. Infernape. So you're pouting like a heartbroken fool, over that? And this whole drinking alone in sorrow act? At least swap the milk for actual alcohol? Just like that, Infernape's briefly lifted spirits plummeted again. I was naive. I always knew Jengar was a master at acting, but I never thought it could go this far. Suddenly, Caw, Jengar shouted loudly, grabbing everyone's attention. All the Pokémon nearby turned their heads. Oh, Ninetales, curled up lazily in Yuan's lap, cracked open one eye, looking confused. Yuan's expression tensed. What nonsense is this purple goblin up to now? Tinkaton, who had been discussing armor designs with Urshifu and Charcadet, also looked over. On the grass, Dragonite lay sprawled out, completely stuffed, while Larvitar bounced on its belly, playing with Rotom. Yaji. I can't eat that, Roto. ... Meanwhile, Jengar dived into a bush, parting the leaves to reveal a Cricketune leading a group of Cricketos in song practice. Jengar's sudden intrusion startled them. Luckily, it didn't attack them. Instead, it took a huge gulp of milk, then declared, I feel inspired. Accompany me. The Cricketos looked to Cricketune. Cricketune swallowed nervously. Even though Jengar hadn't done anything threatening, its natural boss-like presence made it seem too risky to refuse. So, it quickly nodded. Jengar cleared its throat, grinning. Caw. Cricketune led the melody, its voice smooth and pleasant. To be honest, it and its Cricketos were quite talented. At first, the performance sounded pretty good. But then, caw. As soon as Jengar started singing, the entire vibe shifted. Still, the Cricketos were professionals. They quickly adjusted their tune to match Jengar, doing their best to keep up. However, as the song continued, both the Pokémon and the trainers gradually sensed something was off. Suddenly, Cynthia, who had been watching with a smile, spoke. That sounds like Parish song. Yuan's eyes widened. Then why are you so calm? Everyone. All Pokémon. January 24th, cloudy. Some tourists were beginning to leave, while others chose to stay on Lily of the Valley Island a bit longer. Due to scheduling constraints, Yuan's group was also preparing to depart. Stephen had agreed to take the twin Butler siblings and Alcremie back to Rustboro City. To Yuan's surprise, their temporary cafe and dessert shop had earned a staggering 800,000 Poke dollars. Yuan never expected this. No wonder the league valued these tournaments so much. His small cafe was just one among hundreds on the island. And yet, it had still raked in this much money. Not to mention all the gift shops, clothing stores, hotels, and more. The direct revenue from a single tournament had to be in the hundreds of millions of Poke dollars. And that didn't even include the tourism industry, advertising, sponsorships. It was clear now, the most profitable business in the Pokémon world was running the league. Of course, Yuan's own earnings weren't small, either. 1.5 million Poke dollars from winning the tournament. various valuable prizes, profits from his pop-up shop. Altogether, he had around 17 to 18 million Poke dollars. And with the exhibition match coming up, by the time his Sinnoh trip ended, he'd likely earn over 23 million Poke dollars. Suddenly, life felt a lot better, like a parent working hard to feed their children. After Steven left on his private jet, Bertha also departed with Fulner. Fulner had a mission to complete, a mission that Yuan had personally assigned. As for Bertha, she was tagging along simply because it felt satisfying to boss her around. Why didn't they take Flint with them? Because while Bertha was reckless, at least she was less chaotic than Flint. Which meant Flint had become Yuan and Cynthia's new problem. The group's first stop was Kanaz City before heading to the exhibition match venue. Yuan would have preferred not to bring Flint, but he was too stubborn to shake off. He even declared, "Why didn't the organizers invite me? I'm going to find the noble who's hosting this event and convince him myself." Clearly, life as an Elite Four in Sinnoh wasn't easy. Luckily, Flint was just tagging along on Cynthia's private jet, which meant Yuan was stuck with him. Aboard the private jet, Cynthia sat by the window, elegantly reading a book. Yuan, instead of holding clingy little Ninetales, was carrying Larvitar. Because the little guy had almost bitten the turbine when they landed, he was terrified. This aircraft wasn't cheap. So now, Yuan had to keep a firm grip on Larvitar, lest it decide to take a nibble out of the plane. The little one was behaving for now, but its curious eyes stayed glued to the window, much like Jengar's first time flying. Yuan sighed. Jengar had turned into an old veteran. It could even nap peacefully on a flight now. Clearly, Parish Song had traumatized it last night. Yuan sighed. Without realizing it, Jengar had already become a seasoned traveler. It could even nap peacefully on a flight now. Clearly, last night's Parish Song incident had left a mark. A very real, physical mark. Meanwhile, Larvitar, as a rock/ground type Pokemon, was still a youngling full of curiosity about the world. And its way of exploring new things was simple. Bite first, ask questions later. It pointed at the clouds outside the window. Can I eat that? It pointed at the mountains below. Do they taste sweet? It pointed at the rivers. Are they sour? It was like a walking 10,000 wise book, asking all sorts of strange food-related questions. Yuan, though a bit amused, patiently answered each one. His experience taking care of Tinkaton had made him quite skilled in handling these kinds of Pokemon. As for Flint, he was already passed out in his seat. Tinkaton lay sprawled over Urshifa's back, hammer in hand, measuring its body. The plan was simple. Build a suit of armor for the big General Bear. Half of this was Urshifa's own request, and the other half was Tinkaton wanting to test its crafting skills. If the armor for Urshifa turned out well enough, then the next project would be for Charcadet. Without a doubt, Tinkaton was becoming more and more like a true blacksmith. A tiny pink-haired weaponsmith with twin ponytails. Meanwhile, Rotom, ever the perfect assistant, floated nearby, recording measurements and offering suggestions. Landing in Kanaz City, the plane landed around noon. Their only goal here? Buying ore. Although Yuan could have asked Steven to sell him some, the Devon Corporation had partnerships in Kanaz City. A lot of coal-based ores and rare minerals exclusive to Sinnoh were mined and processed here. Considering Larvitar's dietary needs, Yuan planned to stock up. Later, he could have Steven help transport it all back. Byron, the Kanaz gym leader, was quite generous. He gave Yuan the lowest possible discount. Yuan gritted his teeth and spent 7 million Poke dollars to order an entire truckload of minerals for Larvitar. Of course, the minerals weren't even the most expensive part. What really emptied his wallet were the smooth rock and soft sand. The smooth rock was an item that extended the duration of Sandstorm. For Larvitar, it would greatly enhance its future Sandstorm abilities. It was a long-term investment, and Larvitar absolutely loved eating it. The soft sand, on the other hand, was a highly recommended item in the art of the earth. It massively boosted a Pokemon's potential in ground-type moves. This was critical for Larvitar. Once it evolved into Tyranitar, it would lose its ground typing. If Yuan wanted its ground-type moves to remain strong, he had to train its potential early. The only downside? His wallet took a massive hit. The league winnings were already half gone. That feeling-rich sensation? Gone. Completely gone. Larvitar, meanwhile, was thrilled. Baiete full. Yuan let out a deep sigh. The pay-to-win training method truly lived up to its name. Of course, it didn't stop at minerals. Yuan had also invested heavily in Larvitar's Pokeblock diet. Both Larvitar and Tyranitar had a ton of weaknesses. To counterbalance this, Yuan had incorporated special berries into its diet to help build resistances early on. For example, Chople berries for fighting-type resistance, Wiccan berries for water-type resistance. All of these were expensive as hell, but they were necessary. He had even scammed Marshadow into trading some twigs from the Tree of Beginning in exchange for gourmet food. These twigs were then added to Larvitar's diet to strengthen its resistance to grass-type moves. Luckily, Larvitar wasn't picky. It simply ate everything in sight. And once it started eating, it never stopped. At this point, Yuan made up his mind. Next time Mew showed up, he'd shake it down for more materials. The Tree of Beginning was both a plant and a mineral source, making it the perfect Larvitar food. Marshadow's personal stash was limited, but Mew could get as much as it wanted. If I could get my hands on some Xernea's life tree materials, then maybe, just maybe, Tyranitar could eat grass-type moves like snacks. January 25th, early morning. The sun rose over the horizon, its golden light streaming through the mountain crevices and casting warmth over the vast winter landscape. Yuan stood on a grassy hillside, gazing at the distant town bathed in sunlight, his expression complex. The town was situated atop what appeared to be a flattened plateau, its classical-style buildings rising in layers like mountain ridges. But what truly caught the eye were the two towering structures standing in the town's center, gleaming under the sunlight. Intricate spiral patterns adorned their surfaces, and though the towers stood independently, they were also connected in a unique way. The refracted light from the towers made Yuan subconsciously press his lips together. This is the Spacetime Towers. What are the Spacetime Towers? Flint shielded his eyes with his hand as he took a long look, his gaze filled with curiosity. Kaka. Jengar floated midair, equally fascinated by the distant towers. Yaji. Larvitar licked its lips, smacking them twice. They kind of looked like two giant ice cream cones? Cynthia smiled slightly and explained, yes, they're the Spacetime Towers, renowned clock tower structures in the Sinnoh region. They are also the landmark of Alamos Town, designed and built by the famous architect Gaudi. Alamos Town, the Spacetime Towers? Yuan rubbed his forehead. The names alone made his eye twitch uncontrollably. If those names seemed unfamiliar, then the title The Rise of Darkrai, Dialga vs. Palkia vs. Darkrai was undoubtedly well known. This was the very place where Dialga and Palkia made their first appearance and clashed in the Pokémon movie. It was also the battlefield where Darkrai became a legend. Dialga and Palkia, the dragons of time and space entities powerful enough to obliterate an entire town in an instant. If a catastrophe were to break out here, why is the exhibition match being held here of all places? Yuan muttered. He only knew that some noble had invited them to participate in an exhibition match, but he hadn't been aware that the location was none other than the infamous Alamos Town. Flint is definitely suspicious. Yuan couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Flint, who was craning his neck to get a better view. Every time this guy was around, things always seemed to go wrong. Last time, it was Regigigas. Before that, it was Darkrai and Cresselia. So, are you the Ash of Sinnoh? Experiencing protagonist-level encounters but without the protagonist's plot armor. Flint heard Yuan's muttering but didn't quite understand. He assumed Yuan was talking about how their plane couldn't land directly in Alamos Town. So he scratched his head and laughed. Yuan-sensei, is there a possibility that the problem isn't me? Yuan. Spoken without much thought, but heard with deep meaning. Could it be that the problem was actually with him? Yuan looked up at the vast blue sky and the rising sun. Everything seemed peaceful. The mountains in the distance were tranquil, with only the occasional wild Pokémon flickering by. There was no sign of impending disaster. Yuan mused to himself. Wait a minute. Why am I even nervous? If we go by the timeline, Dialga and Palkia's battle doesn't happen until Ash reaches Sinnoh. Right now, Ash is probably still wetting the bed. The two Hone dimwits haven't even appeared yet, so the three Sinnoh knuckleheads are even less likely to show up. Even Team Rocket's trio isn't in Alamos Town yet. I'm safe? The time and characters are all wrong. It's just the location that matches. What am I even worried about? With that thought, Yuan's mood instantly improved. Besides, worst-case scenario, even if Dialga and Palkia did show up, wasn't there still the invincible Darkrai? And with Uxie's Claw, Mespri's Wing, and Azelf's Fang in his possession, he could forge the red chain and play binding play with them. More importantly, he wasn't alone. He had Cynthia, Flint, and at least one Elite Four member invited to the exhibition match. He suddenly felt a lot safer. Of course, that was assuming the absolute worst. He refused to believe his luck could be that bad. At the very, very worst, he could always ask Giratina to negotiate. If they all got thrown into the reverse world together, that'd be fine too. Still, Yuan adjusted his glasses slightly. That Darkrai, maybe I should try talking to it in advance. Once we settle in, I'll have Tinkadan start figuring out how to forge the red chain. Walking along the bridge leading to Alamos Town, Yuan made up his mind. Just in case, preparing the red chain in advance would be reassuring. Kaka. Jengar floated outside the bridge, gazing at the lake that surrounded Alamos Town. A few Wingull and Pidgeotto flitted past. Jengar grinned and pulled out a pair of sunglasses, spreading its arms wide as it transformed into a Pidgeot. Takeoff? Masterclass shapeshifting Jengar, live demonstration. The bridge wasn't just occupied by Yuan and his companions, there were many other people heading toward Alamos Town. Some looked like ordinary families, laughing together as they walked their Puchayana. Others were dressed like Pokémon trainers, traveling in small groups with their partners. From Cynthia, Yuan learned that in 2 days, Alamos Town would be hosting its annual classical music festival, which was why they had been invited for the exhibition match. To lovers of classical music, Alamos Town was considered a sacred place. Because the Spacetime Towers weren't just towers, they were the largest musical instrument in the entire Pokémon world. The music played from them resonated across the entire town and even extended into the surrounding areas, mesmerizing both people and wild Pokémon alike. And the most famous melody? None other than Oration. However, it had been many years since anyone had last heard it. As they entered the town, everywhere was adorned with festive decorations. Strings of colorful lanterns hung between buildings, and the streets were bustling with people and vendors. Music filled the air from various sources. Some came from phonographs outside shops, others from street musicians with instruments, and even a few minstrels using nothing but a simple leaf to whistle tunes. Additionally, many trainers who locked eyes would engage in casual Pokemon battles for fun. Winning or losing didn't matter. Sometimes, the trainers and their Pokemon would even start dancing together, caught up in the music. The harmonious atmosphere of Alamos Town was palpable. This town is really something special, Cynthia said with a smile. It really is, Yuan nodded in agreement. Caw. Gengar floated past Yuan, soaking in the beautiful melodies. The old me wants to burst into song too. Yuan's smile instantly dropped. He grabbed Gengar by the spikes on its head and shoved it into his shadow. No singing parish song. Caw. Yuan and his group finally arrived at the center of Alamos Town, standing before a grand and luxurious mansion. At the entrance, a young man with lazily styled blonde hair, wearing a red noble's outfit with gold-trimmed epaulets, was waiting for them. Beside him stood a plump, pink Pokemon Lickilicky, the licking Pokemon. A normal type. It is said that the longest Lickilicky tongues can reach up to 25 meters. Rotom. The Rotom Pokédex, which had been taking pictures all along the way, suddenly remembered its role and spoke up. Caw. Gengar stuck out its crimson tongue. Barong. Lickilicky did the same, tilting its head with its tiny, vacant-looking eyes staring at Gengar. Gengar's expression tensed. Damn. It had encountered a real opponent? Lickilicky still looked clueless, but a slowpoke-like question mark floated above its head. Barong. Ha. Welcome, everyone. I am Baron Alberto, and I sincerely appreciate your presence here. The nobleman laughed smugly. Alberto, the Baron? In the rise of Darkrai, he was the man who desperately wanted to drive Darkrai away, only to be turned into a Lickilicky himself. His nickname? The Lickilicky Baron. And the one who had spent a fortune inviting them to this exhibition match, was none other than this rather unpleasant nobleman. As the representative of the group, Yuan stepped forward and put on a polite smile. It is our honor, Baron Alberto. But Alberto didn't seem to notice anything off about Yuan's expression. Instead, he looked even more pleased by the remark. Yuan-sensei, you're too kind. I've prepared some small gifts for you. At his signal, several servants approached, each carrying wooden trays. On the trays were a shimmering dragon scale, a jet-black dusk stone, and a massive plate of spicy dumplings. It was obvious. The dragon scale was for Cynthia's Garchomp, the dusk stone was meant for Gengar, and the spicy dumplings were for Bruno. Flint looked at the gifts with wide eyes. Seeing these valuable items, Yuan's smile became a little more genuine. Baron Alberto, you are far too generous. Honestly, Yuan had always thought this nobleman was quite handsome. Look at him, so rich, so handsome. Gengar gleefully stuffed the dusk stone into its mouth, flashing a thumbs up at Baron Alberto. This guy was worth befriending. Their participation fee for the exhibition match was 5 million Poke dollars, and just the dusk stone alone was worth at least 2 million. This alone proved just how extravagant Baron Alberto was. I have also prepared accommodations for you, Alberto continued. However, before he could finish speaking, a girl with long golden hair, wearing a red coat and a light blue scarf, suddenly rushed out of the mansion behind him. Her face was full of urgency. Alice. Seeing the girl, Baron Alberto's expression shifted, and he immediately chased after her. Alice? Wasn't she the tour guide of Alamos Town, the only one who could play oration? Apologies, dear guests. An elderly butler in a formal suit stepped forward with a courteous bow. Baron Alberto has prepared rooms for you. Please follow me. Caw. Gengar glanced in the direction Alice and Alberto had gone, murmuring softly. Should we go check it out? Cynthia whispered. Judging by Alice's expression, she seemed to be in some sort of trouble. And besides, they had already planned to explore the town after meeting their employer. Yuan took a deep breath. Alberto, Alice, Darkrai. Why did something about this feel off? Oh, right. Yuan suddenly remembered. When the time-space chaos struck Alamos Town, there was someone who foresaw it. That was the great-grandson of Gaudi, the architect of the space-time towers, and Alice's secret crush, the scientist Tonio. If they could find Tonio, they might learn whether or not something was about to go horribly wrong. Although Alamos Town seemed peaceful now, it was better to be safe than sorry. With that thought, Yuan nodded. Let's go. So, after briefly excusing themselves to the butler, they quickly followed after Alice and Baron Alberto. In Sinnoh's Alamos Town, behind the space-time towers, lay Gaudi's garden designed and built by the famous architect Gaudi himself. With the theme of harmony between nature, humans, and Pokemon, the garden was home to many Pokemon, creating a serene and refreshing environment. And just now, Yuan and his companions had witnessed a rather dramatic scene. Alice had rushed to Gaudi's garden because Tonio had gotten lost inside. Meanwhile, Baron Alberto had taken the opportunity to look down on Tonio and publicly introduced Alice as his fiancée, only for Alice to immediately shut him down, declaring that she already had someone she liked. Then, without a word, she clung to Tonio's arm, making it very clear who that person was. Tonio blushed shyly. Baron Alberto, absolutely shattered. Feeling like a complete fool, he stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuan and his group officially got acquainted with Alice and Tonio. Alice enthusiastically shared stories about Alamos Town, Gaudi's garden, and the space-time towers with Cynthia, an irresistible temptation for anyone passionate about history. As the group explored the garden, Yuan pulled the timid Tonio aside, hoping to learn more about the current situation in Alamos Town. Before that, however, he called out all of his Pokémon. Gaudi's garden was full of Pokémon, many of whom had a close relationship with Alice. There was a Luxray and its Shinx family, an Azumarill, Marill, and Azurill family, a Quagsire and its Wooper companions, a Kricketune and Krickito duo, a swarm of Combi, and many more. With Gengar, who had once ruled the stray Pokémon of Kanaz City, as their leader, Yuan's Pokémon quickly befriended the locals. As they walked across a bridge over the water, a Marill suddenly tumbled into the clear pond. Seeing this, Dragonite immediately performed a dive dragon plunge into the water, sending a massive splash everywhere and scaring the poor Marill stiff. Marill turned to see Dragonite rise from the water, leaving the pond with nearly half its volume missing. Oh. Watching this unfold, Larvitar excitedly prepared to jump in, only to be grabbed by Yuan, who lifted it by its little feet, holding it upside down midair. You're not getting in. A Pokémon 4 times weak to water wanting to swim? Maybe practice in a baby bathtub first. Oh. Larvitar drooped its head in disappointment. Lily. Just then, a tiny Azurill waved at Larvitar from the top of a spiral sculpture. The swirling design made it look like a playground slide, and Azurill gleefully spun down it. Oh. Larvitar immediately perked up. It huffed and puffed its way up the sculpture, plopped itself down, and spun down at full speed, only to lose control and roll across the ground twice before stopping. But the little one was tough. Not only did it not hurt, it actually loved it. With a determined slap on its own behind, it sprinted back up for another round. Meanwhile, an Azumarill stood in the center of a seesaw while a Quagsire and 2 Woopers sat on one end, waiting for a playmate. Cha! Tinkaton eagerly volunteered. Marill. Azumarill, balancing the seesaw, observed that Tinkaton was too light. It needed a partner for the game to work properly. No problem. Tinkaton casually leapt onto the other end. The next moment, Azumarill's face. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Quagsire and the 2 Woopers rocketed into the air. Whoop-ha! Quagsire blinked in confusion. Wait, was it flying? Guruyo. Urshifu clapped its hands and expertly caught Quagsire and both Woopers as they fell. Azumarill sighed in relief and wiped its forehead. Whoop-ha! Rather than fear, the Woopers were thrilled. Again. Meanwhile, a very eager Luxray and Mytyena circled Ninetales like fanboys. ARF? Mytyena panted excitedly. Meow meow. Luxray flicked its star-shaped tail playfully at Ninetales. Stare. The two suddenly realized they were rivals. They locked eyes, brimming with hostility. Oh. Ninetales sighed, curling its tail to retrieve a berry and placing it between them. Unfortunately, it failed to anticipate how much this one berry would mean to Luxray and Mytyena. Next second. ARF. Meow. They pounced at each other. Their fight escalated. Mytyena called its Puchayana pack, Luxray called its Shinx clan, splitting into 2 warring factions. Ninetales contemplated freezing them all to solve the issue. Just then, Charcadet walked past, calmly lowering its hand in a stay-put gesture. It knew the scene all too well. Goka. It stepped between Luxray and Mytyena. Give me some respect. Luxray and Mytyena paused. They exchanged looks before staring at Charcadet. Who the heck are you? Before they could say a word, Charcadet's eyes flickered blue. A chilling aura crept down Luxray and Mytyena's spines. Goka. I said, give me some respect. Sweat trickled down their foreheads. It seemed like respect was in order. Without a word, Charcadet split the berry in half and handed it to both of them. They accepted. However, as they turned to leave, that chilling feeling intensified. Instinctively, they each broke off a quarter of their half and handed it back to Charcadet. Goka. The flames in Charcadet's eyes returned to their usual warm orange. It grinned and waved them off. No need to be so generous. Luxray and Mytyena exhaled sharply. That felt like they had narrowly escaped death. Originally bitter rivals, the two suddenly became best buddies, laughing and walking side by side. Satisfied, Charcadet nodded approvingly. Yuan, watching from a nearby platform, wore an amused expression. So, both Luxray and Mytyena were courting his Ninetales? He suddenly questioned whether foxes belonged to the canine or feline family. At least Charcadet had stepped in. Otherwise, Luxray and Mytyena might have left in pieces. Meanwhile, Yuan turned back to Tonio. Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Tonio adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. If I had to say, the townspeople have been experiencing strange nightmares from time to time. He hesitated before adding, some believe it's because of the nightmare Pokémon Darkrai, but very few have actually seen it. Yuan felt relieved. No major time-space disturbances. The Darkrai in Gaudi's garden wasn't malicious. If anything, it was the guardian of Alamos Town. Though it sometimes inadvertently caused nightmares, they were neither dangerous nor too terrifying. It had been restraining itself. That Darkrai wasn't like Tobias, not even close. This one could fight Dialga and Palkia head-on? And if that wasn't proof of its power, its dark void put Ash to sleep for an entire day. Maybe I should try to help it, Yuan thought. It was a Pokémon worthy of respect. If they crossed paths and he had the means to help, he would. For now, though, there was no sign of trouble. And that was comforting. Yuan's gaze swept across the courtyard. With Jengar's personality, it should have been the loudest one causing trouble amidst all the excitement. And yet he hadn't seen a single sign of it bouncing around. Meanwhile, Jengar. Caw. It tiptoed quietly, parting the thick bushes and branches in the garden. We should head back, Rotom, the hovering Rotom muttered nervously as it continued recording. But Jengar simply puffed out its chest, patting itself confidently. No worries, it was here. That's exactly why I'm worried, Rotom thought bitterly but didn't dare say aloud. Caw. Found it? Jengar called out excitedly. Rotom froze in midair, its screen flickering with unease. Something was watching them. A presence heavy with intimidation. Beyond the parted bushes, in the depths of the shaded grove, a Darkrai rested beneath a tree. The swirling black and white wisps on its body drifted lazily as it leaned against the trunk. And the moment Jengar and Rotom saw it, Darkrai's eyes snapped open. It met their gaze. Darkrai's expression grew serious. It slowly lifted from the ground, its eerie aura shifting. It could sense a threat from Jengar. More importantly, it could detect traces of at least 2 other Darkrai on Jengar's body. Since when did Darkrai become so common? And there was something else. It also sensed an incredibly faint trace of Giratina. Giratina? Most Pokemon had no idea what Giratina truly was. But Darkrai knew. Rotom was too terrified to move. Jengar, however, remained completely unfazed, casually waving at Darkrai in greeting. Rotom breathed a sigh of relief. Good. At least Jengar didn't say anything reckless. Caw. Hey, I've beaten up 2 of your kind before. Hands on hips. Rotom's entire body stiffened. Inside, it was screaming. I want to go home? PQ. Darkrai didn't speak, but the black and white wisps around it began to ripple. Was this a challenge? Before it could react further, Jengar suddenly rolled its tongue out and spat a box of Pokeblocks toward Darkrai. Darkrai instinctively caught it, then blinked, staring at Jengar in confusion. What's this supposed to mean? First, an insult. Now, a gift? Jengar grinned. Caw. Oh, / From now on, we're friends? Without waiting for a response, Jengar grabbed Rotom and floated away. Darkrai looked down at the Pokeblocks in its hands, then back up at Jengar. A large, slowly appearing question mark popped up in its mind. Jengar, on the other hand, clapped its hands together with satisfaction. Mission complete? Darkrai was bewildered, but Jengar felt extremely pleased with itself. This was what you called paying respects. Alamos Town belonged to Darkrai. The moment Jengar had stepped into this town, it had already sensed Darkrai's presence. That feeling had only gotten stronger upon arriving at Gaudia's garden. And as the boss of Kanaz City's stray Pokemon, Jengar understood the rules of the game. This was Darkrai's territory. Since it had entered someone else's turf, respect had to be shown first. In professional terms, this was called paying respects to the local boss. Even a strong outsider wouldn't recklessly challenge the authority of a territory's ruler. Now that Jengar had extended a gesture of goodwill, if they ever ran into trouble in Alamos Town, they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. And if Darkrai ever needed help, Jengar wouldn't mind lending a hand if it was within its capabilities. This was mutual understanding. The code of the streets. Night fell. Yuan and his group had spent the entire afternoon playing in Gaudia's garden. They had intended to explore Alamos Town properly, but between the stunning scenery and the interesting Pokemon, time had slipped away. In the end, they decided not to stay at Baron Alberto's mansion. Not because the mansion wasn't good, and not because they had anything against Baron Alberto. It was just that, since they had befriended Tonio and Alice, staying at Baron Alberto's place might make things awkward. Of course, it definitely had nothing to do with Baron Alberto's obsessive self-love and ultimate simping behavior. How he had been firmly rejected by Alice in broad daylight, and by nighttime, was once again inviting her to his mansion as his fiancée. His big, round, comfy bed. Ahem. Anyway, the Alamos Town Pokemon Center had a unique charm to it. Its architecture reflected the town's artistic heritage, and it was surprisingly spacious. The rooms were large, providing plenty of comfort for their stay. After making sure Larvitar was well fed, Yuan climbed into bed, preparing to sleep. Once Jengar turned off the lights, the room became quiet, except for Urshifu's rhythmic huff as it shadowboxed in its sleep. The moonlight was bright. Lying flat against the ceiling, snug under a tiny blanket, Jengar suddenly opened its eyes. It wasn't alone. One by one, the other Pokemon also awoke, their eyes flickering toward the same direction. A shadow was cast upon the window. Darkrai. Its gaze swept across the room. When it saw Jengar, its eyes narrowed slightly, then landed on Yuan. Darkrai could sense something unusual. The 9 tails curled beside Yuan carried an exceptionally pure lunar wing. Not just any lunar wing. A blessing directly from Cresselia. Even Darkrai couldn't induce nightmares upon it. Caw. Jengar gestured for the others to relax. No need to worry, it's a friend. Hearing this, the Pokemon let out tired yawns and drifted back to sleep. Ninetales snuggled closer to Yuan, gently nudging him before settling into a more comfortable position. Just 2 billion more, then that's enough. Yuan murmured in his sleep. Darkrai's gaze drifted over the resting Pokemon. Then, its body tensed. What kind of Pokemon were these? Giratina's aura, Rayquaza's aura, Ho-Oh's aura, Lugia's aura, Groudon's aura, Regigiga's aura. Even the lingering traces of Mew, Marshadow, and something else it didn't recognize, some sort of psychic-type energy. And that wasn't even mentioning the 3 legendary birds, 3 legendary beasts, 3 lake guardians, or the Regi Titans. Had these guys been collecting legendary Pokemon like souvenirs? Gengar floated outside. It saw Darkrai standing atop a lamppost, its shadow stretching long behind it. Paying homage to some dramatic character, no doubt. Without hesitation, Gengar pulled out a pair of sunglasses and tossed a tiny cape over its shoulders. Gotta match the energy. Darkrai twitched at the ridiculous display, but still, it finally spoke. Why have you come here? Gengar scratched its head. Caw. Came to battle. We were invited for an exhibition match. Darkrai's shoulders relaxed slightly. For a moment, it had feared they were here to capture it. It glanced back at Yuan. He's your trainer. Gengar turned to look at Yuan. Then, as if realizing, it scratched its backside and said, Caw, kinda. But he's a Pokemon psychologist. Or a Pokemon therapy teacher, I guess. Then it tilted its head. Caw. Why? You got mental health issues? Someone you miss? Something you can't let go of? Darkrai flinched. Somewhere deep inside, something had been stirred. Darkrai's heart wavered slightly at Gengar's words. Someone it missed, something it couldn't let go of. It felt as though an invisible string deep within its heart had been plucked. Realizing this, Darkrai tensed up slightly, masking the emotions that had surfaced. It gave Gengar one last deep look before vanishing into the darkness. Gengar shook its head. Still too shy to admit it, huh? It turned toward the lamppost where Darkrai had been standing just moments ago. Its eyes gleamed mischievously. With a grin, it pulled its tiny cape around itself, climbed onto the lamppost, and crouched down in the same dramatic pose. Its dark figure blended seamlessly into the night, save for its glowing red eyes. The moon hung behind it, casting an eerie glow over its form. Damn, this actually looks pretty cool, Gengar thought to itself. Another pose mastered. January 26th, early morning. The training grounds behind the Alamos Town Pokemon Center. Yuan had planned a light training session for his Pokemon to maintain their condition and burn off some of their excess energy. After all, freshly woken Pokemon were always full of energy. If it wasn't burned off properly, accidents could happen. You guys saw Darkrai last night. Just as he was about to start training, Yuan heard Ninetales mention it. Yiji. Larvitar tilted its head in confusion. Saw who? The little one had been sound asleep and hadn't sensed a thing. Caw. Gengar let out a long yawn, stretching lazily with a smug expression. It waved a hand dismissively at Yuan. No big deal. I already settled it. Now, as long as they didn't flatten Alamos Town, Darkrai wouldn't bother them. Yuan's expression twitched. Gengar settled Darkrai? He wasn't sure if that meant physically settling, digestively settling, or... Forget it. Darkrai had shown up last night but hadn't caused any problems, so things were probably fine. Morning, Yuan. Just then, a steaming hot Bruno appeared, draping a towel around his shoulders as he walked onto the training grounds with his Hitmonlee. Judging from his appearance, he had already been exercising for a while. Just finished a lap around Alamos Town for a warm-up. What do you say, want a little spar? Bruno grinned. A lap around Alamos Town, as a warm-up? And then a spar on top of that? Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This was Bruno, the fighting-type Elite Four member of Kanto. Though currently ranked 4th among Kanto's Elite Four, his physique was practically superhuman. This was a guy who could take on an Onyx with his bare hands. Still, exchanging a few friendly punches with Bruno? That was Ash Ketchum's specialty. I'll pass. Just had breakfast, not ideal for intense exercise. Fair enough. Bruno didn't insist. We'll grab breakfast first, then. Yuan let out a subtle sigh of relief. However, Bruno's words made him realize something. His aura had grown a lot over time. Could he finally form an aura sphere? And Urshifu, after evolving, should now be capable of learning aura sphere as well. Then there was Charcadet. With that in mind, while Gengar, wearing sunglasses, led a group of Pokemon on a morning jog around the training grounds, Yuan sat cross-legged with Urshifu and Charcadet on the side, sensing the energy of the universe. Ahem. That is his aura. Yuan's method for training aura was simple. Aside from occasionally channeling aura into Urshifu, Charcadet, and Dragonite to enhance their temporary bursts of power, he mainly used aura to help his Pokemon relax after battles and training. Of course, that was just a side effect. His main goal was to keep feeding his Rainbow Wing. At this point, the Rainbow Wing was glowing in a constant neon shimmer. It was practically bright enough to be used as a night light. A very low-key but effective training method. With his eyes closed, channeling his aura, Yuan could clearly sense the two distinct auras beside him, one large, one small. He could feel aura circulating throughout his own body. It was as if, with every pass, he could vaguely perceive the sensations of different parts of his body. Wait a second. Was aura basically internal martial arts? After all, Spirit Bomb was also a type of martial arts move. Not only could he sense the auras of Urshifu and Charcadet, but he could also perceive the life force of everything around him: Pokemon, plants, even tiny insects. Their auras were faint and peaceful. In certain situations, Yuan even felt as if he could influence those auras. Perhaps that was why aura could be used for mental communication. Suddenly, Yuan opened his eyes. He lifted his index finger. A tiny, rice grain-sized, light blue sphere hovered at the tip. For a moment, He almost burst into laughter. This is an embarrassment to all aura guardians. Having strong aura was one thing, knowing how to use it was another. For example, Urshifu, after just a brief meditation, effortlessly conjured a fist-sized aura sphere. Forget it. Yuan gave up. After all, it wasn't like he would ever need to fight himself. Even in the wild, whenever danger arose, Gengar and the others charged forward first. Even when he tried to hold them back, he couldn't. If an enemy arrived alone, they'd leave as a group. And if even Gengar and co couldn't handle a wild Pokemon or a legendary, his pathetic little aura sphere wouldn't do squat. What was he supposed to do, punch a legendary beast? He wasn't Ash Ketchum. He couldn't just shatter Mewtwo's barrier with his bare hands. Just as Yuan was about to withdraw his aura, he suddenly felt something strange. He wasn't the only one. Urshifu, Charcadet, and even Gengar's jogging squad had noticed it. They all turned toward a large tree at the edge of the training grounds. Under its thick shade, Darkrai hovered silently. Marshadow grumbled, biting on a wooden stick as it clambered out from under the tree. It had already claimed that shady spot first. Before it could voice its complaints, though, Darkrai drifted across the field toward Yuan. It looked exhausted. Its deep blue eyes were bloodshot, its spirit seemed drained, but the swirling black and white wisps around its body remained as active as ever. Darkrai? Caw. Gengar hopped over excitedly and, before Darkrai could react, threw an arm around its neck. Hey, Yuan, this is my buddy, Darkrai. Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Surprisingly, though, Darkrai didn't resist much. It simply fixed its gaze on Yuan and asked. It said, "You're a Pokemon psychologist." Teacher. Yuan corrected. He wasn't an expert, but he was a teacher, and that was accurate enough. Darkrai nodded slightly, not too concerned about wording. Instead, it asked. You can help Pokemon resolve their internal conflicts. No doubt, this was Gengar's exaggeration. It depends on the situation. Yuan replied. As a Pokemon psychology teacher, he could immediately tell. Darkrai had a burden on its heart. And honestly, he could already guess what it was. What about me? Darkrai hesitated for a moment before speaking again, its voice slightly hoarse. Yuan glanced at it, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Then, in a warm and steady voice, he said, there was someone you cared about deeply, but you can no longer see them. And yet, for some reason, you constantly think about them, you remember them. Darkrai's gaze flickered. It hadn't expected Yuan to understand so quickly. Was this the power of a Pokemon psychologist? This time, Darkrai fell silent for a long time. Then, as if gathering courage, it asked, can you help me? Yuan sighed softly. Even a nightmare Pokemon can't control its own dreams. If you truly need it. Yuan said seriously. Darkrai did not hesitate. What do I have to do? Nothing. Yuan smiled gently. Just relax. He turned to Gengar and Ninetales. Caw. Oh. Gengar flashed an okay sign, while Ninetales offered a soft, reassuring smile. You're going to hypnotize me? Darkrai hesitated. It won't work. Nothing had ever been able to hypnotize it. But Yuan was completely confident. No, he said. We can. Yuan shot a look at Gengar. Gengar grinned, rolling its tongue out while rubbing its hands together. Slowly, in its palms, a black sphere began to form. Dark void. Darkrai's eyes widened slightly in surprise. But upon closer examination, no, it wasn't. It only looked like dark void. Gengar had simply copied the appearance while shaping a specialized hypnosis technique. It just thought Darkrai's dark void hypnosis looked cool. As Darkrai stared at the floating black sphere, Yuan's voice flowed like water into its ears. Gradually, a sense of fatigue washed over Darkrai. Its eyelids grew heavy. Oh. At that moment, Ninetales let out a soft, ethereal cry, and as its voice echoed, something deep within Darkrai's heart unlocked. It felt as if it were submerging into a deep, endless spring. A bright, sunlit afternoon. A lone Darkrai, exhausted and wounded, dragged its battered body into a beautiful garden. Feared and misunderstood by both humans and Pokemon, Darkrai was used to being chased away. It just wanted a quiet corner to rest in. But as expected, the Pokemon in the garden noticed it immediately. To them, Darkrai was an intruder. They tried to drive it away. But Darkrai was too tired. It just needed a moment of peace. So, when the other Pokemon attacked, Darkrai fought back. But it didn't harm them. It merely cast dark void, lulling them into a temporary sleep. Just for a little while. Just so it could rest for a moment. However, it had underestimated the garden's Pokemon. Their resistance and sheer numbers left Darkrai even more exhausted. After a great struggle, it barely managed to put them all to sleep. And finally, it collapsed beneath a large tree, gazing up at the flickering sunlight filtering through the leaves. It was tired. Not just physically, but mentally. Just to obtain this single moment of peace, it had to struggle so hard. It had long lost count of how far it had run. Everywhere it went, humans and Pokemon alike shunned it. They saw it as an omen of disaster and did everything in their power to drive it away, or even destroy it. Maybe, if I just die here, that wouldn't be so bad. Darkrai thought to itself. The sun so easily seen by others, was something it could only glimpse through the tiny cracks between the leaves. Despised by the world, rejected by everyone. It was tired. At that moment, a group of Pokemon approached once more. They surrounded the tree, eyes filled with hostility. This time, they would attack. But Darkrai did not move. It had given up. To it, perhaps only death could bring true peace. And just as the Pokémon were about to strike, a young girl suddenly appeared. She stopped the attacking Pokémon. And then, she ran toward Darkrai. Even now, Darkrai remembered the way she had looked at it. A gaze filled with kindness, warmth, and concern. At that moment, Darkrai thought, maybe the sun's light isn't so far away after all. The girl's name was Alicia. She offered it food and water, and gently told it, this garden belongs to everyone. If you want to stay, you can. She even played a song on her grass flute. A song called Oration. A song taught to her by her mother. To Darkrai, that was the most beautiful song it had ever heard. And strangely, it noticed something. That song Oration seemed to lessen the nightmares it accidentally brought to those around it. At that moment, Darkrai realized something. Perhaps, this girl was its destined person. From that day onward, Darkrai became her shadow. It became the guardian of the garden. It became the protector of Alamos Town. But, humans live short lives. Time passed. The girl grew older, and eventually, she left. Darkrai finally understood. It would never see her again. But even now, her words echoed in its mind. Darkrai, eat plenty so you can grow big and strong. Darkrai, Oration is a song that prays for peace and rejects war. Be good, okay. Darkrai, the garden belongs to everyone. You have to get along with others. Darkrai, Darkrai. A single tear slipped from Darkrai's eye, like a pearl. Pure and clear, like a diamond. Yuan stood beside it, quietly watching. Is this what you wanted to see? His expression was complicated. The bond between humans and Pokémon. It really was amazing. Especially when the right person and the right Pokémon crossed paths. His mind echoed with Cynthia's words. When one life meets another, something is always born from it. Darkrai said nothing, but its floating body quivered slightly. Yuan spoke softly. Memories are pearls. Bonds are diamonds. Whether your meeting was fate or coincidence, it was something beautiful. And that's enough. Darkrai murmured the words under its breath. Memories are pearls. Bonds are diamonds. Yuan smiled. If you get the chance, you should go out and see the world. Go out. Memories are precious, but we can't live in them forever. The world is vast. If you don't explore it, how will you know if you're missing out on another pearl or diamond? Darkrai was silent, but deep down, it knew Yuan was right. Ka. Gengar and Ninetales appeared beside them. Gengar nodded in agreement, looking oddly wise. Darkrai glanced at it. This Gengar had clearly lived a long time. Did you also have a memory like this? Darkrai asked. Ka. Gengar scratched its head. Nah, one was enough. And in the future, Darkrai's eyes flicked toward Yuan before hesitating. What will you do then? Gengar smirked, clapping Darkrai on the shoulder. Ka, you're still young. Yuan just won't let himself kick the bucket, and we'll be fine. Darkrai. Gengar threw its arms wide. Ka, we'll just make Yuan immortal? Problem solved. Oh. Ninetales agreed wholeheartedly. Darkrai blinked. That's an option? Yuan. Pop. Like a bursting bubble, the dream faded away. Darkrai slowly opened its eyes. Thank you. Its voice was quieter, softer. It looked at Yuan, then at Gengar, truly grateful. Yuan waved a hand dismissively. After dealing with so many Pokémon, this wasn't difficult. But for Darkrai, it had been life-changing. For the first time, Darkrai experienced what it was like to have someone enter its own dreams. As a thanks, I could teach Gengar Dark Void. Ka. Gengar waved it off. Nah. Darkrai was stunned. Its Dark Void wasn't enticing enough. It narrowed its eyes at Gengar. Don't make me force you to learn it. At that moment, Yuan suddenly asked. If you ever decide to leave this place. Darkrai hesitated. Do you have any recommendations? Yuan smiled. Have you ever considered going pro? January 26th, sunset. Verdanturf Town, Verdanturf Ruins. Officer Jenny, who was patrolling outside the Verdanturf Ruins on her tricycle, suddenly froze. The little Growlithe in the sidecar had unexpectedly leaped off the vehicle. As a professionally trained little Growlithe, it would never jump off a moving vehicle without reason unless it had sensed something unusual. Woof, woof. The little Growlithe crouched outside the ruins, barking furiously at the entrance, as if it had detected something dangerous. This made Officer Jenny furrow her brows. The Verdanturf Ruins had originally been an open site, but after a warning from Yuan and Cynthia, the Sinnoh League had temporarily sealed it off and assigned regular patrols. The little Growlithe's reaction made Officer Jenny take the situation seriously. She immediately called the Verdanturf Town Police Department to investigate. However, after a team of League officers went in and searched the ruins, they found nothing unusual. The little Growlithe also stopped barking afterward, making Officer Jenny wonder, was it just overfed lately? January 27th, Eterna City. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky above Eterna City as hot air balloons floated by, and the entire town buzzed with excitement. Ding dong, ding dong. From the towering time-space tower, a lively classical melody echoed throughout the city, immersing everyone in the festive atmosphere. At a grand stadium behind the tower, a massive crowd had gathered. Locals and tourists alike had come specifically to watch this exhibition match. Among them were many of Yuan's fans. Of course, there were also supporters of Cynthia, Bruno, and other invited trainers. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Baron Albert. Now, please enjoy today's exhibition match. Baron Albert, the event's primary sponsor, made his presence known, flaunting his status. The exhibition match soon began amidst the crowd's excited cheers. The first to enter was Cynthia. Her opponent? A rising star from Unova's Pokémon Hollywood who was also a huge Cynthia fan and had eagerly requested this battle. As for the result, Garchomp, Dragon Rush. With one confident wave of Cynthia's hand, Garchomp brutally educated its opponent. A complete and utter KO? Roar? As cheers filled the stadium, Garchomp's menacing grin appeared on the big screen, claws raised in triumph. For casual spectators, this moment was exhilarating. For Yuan, who could somewhat understand Garchomp's expression, he swallowed nervously but kept a composed facade. Cynthia's dominating performance set the tone, immediately igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Interestingly, Baron Albert had paid Flint $1 million to participate in the event. That was after relentless persuasion and with Yuan and Cynthia putting in a good word for him. Flint was so touched he nearly wiped his snot on Yuan's suit. His exact words? I knew sticking with Yuan and big sis Cynthia would get me a solid meal ticket. Once the matches began, Baron Albert quickly realized he had made a brilliant investment. To be fair, while Flint might not be as famous as the other competitors, he was undoubtedly strong. Outside of facing Cynthia or an overwhelming force, even Yuan wasn't certain he could decisively defeat a fully powered Flint. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Elite Four from Kanto Bruno. The announcer's voice echoed across the stadium. By this point, the audience was already ecstatic. Learning that a member of the Elite Four was entering the stage only amplified the excitement. Bruno strode onto the battlefield with a broad smile, his well-defined muscles and battle scars fully on display. A pair of nunchaku hung around his neck, with 2 pokeballs attached at the ends. In Kanto, many skilled trainers carried weapons. Bruno had his nunchaku, Gold had his golf club, Agatha her cane, Erica her bow and arrows, and Red his insulated gloves. If you didn't have a signature tool, you wouldn't last long in Kanto. Bruno crossed his arms, eyes burning with battle spirit as he locked onto his opponent. Now, let's welcome the champion of the Lily of the Valley Conference, Yuan. Yuan. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, their enthusiasm shaking the stadium. Fresh off his Lily of the Valley victory, Yuan was basking in the momentum, drawing even louder cheers than Bruno. The entire stadium echoed with one name, Yuan. Wearing a sleek black fitted suit and a monocle, Yuan stepped onto the battlefield with a bright smile, savoring the audience's energy. Damn, Yuan looks even better in person than on TV. Why aren't they making Yuan and Bruno fight hand to hand? Despite his outward grin, Yuan was cursing internally. Why did he have to fight Bruno at the end? But he had no say in the event schedule. And honestly, the organizers knew what they were doing. Yuan had won the Lily of the Valley Conference, meaning he was qualified to challenge Sinnoh's Elite Four and champion. He hadn't done so yet, which had left many people disappointed. But now, while he wasn't facing Sinnoh's Elite Four, he was about to battle Kanto's Bruno, which was just as hype-worthy. Yuan versus an Elite Four member? There was no way this wouldn't attract attention. And while Baron Albert sponsored the event, the matchup itself clearly wasn't his idea. He wasn't that smart. Bruno's battle spirit burned even hotter. Finally, we meet again, Yuan. Yuan's smile twitched. Can't I just earn some prize money in peace? Fortunately, Bruno hadn't brought his Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, his strongest Pokémon. The Pokémon with him had only been in his team for about a year. Unfortunately, those Pokémon were still Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and Hitmontop, Bruno's specialty. And for a top-tier trainer like him, 1 year was more than enough to refine a Pokémon's strength. But it was an exhibition match. Winning didn't matter, momentum did. Yuan unbuttoned his suit, letting the fabric flutter, and smirked. Bring it on. The battle energy instantly soared. Bruno grinned, removed his nunchaku, and grabbed a Pokeball. Then, it's decided. He tossed the ball. Boom! Amidst swirling dust, an enormous figure emerged. The sheer weight of its presence shook the ground. When the dust cleared, its imposing steel body came into view. Guruyo. Bruno had sent out Steelix? Yuan blinked. A fighting-type Elite Four member, using a Steel/Ground-type Pokémon? At the same time, Yuan threw his own Pokeball. Emerging from the red light was another powerhouse Urshifu. Its fur rippled in the wind, its eyes sharp and determined. It spread its arms and let out a mighty roar, standing toe-to-toe with Steelix. Guruyo. Urshifu grinned. Not only was it not afraid, but it was itching for a fight. Urshifu, bulk up. Yuan commanded. Against an Elite Four member, there was no time for back-and-forth reactions. Bruno could unleash a devastating burst attack at any moment. Guruyo. Urshifu let out a roar, crossing its arms as its muscles tensed. A dark red aura swirled around its body, its strength rapidly increasing. Bruno didn't hesitate. His fists clenched tightly as he took a firm stance, shouting, Steelix, bind. Rumble. The metallic grinding of Steelix's body echoed through the stadium as it lunged forward. Its massive form coiled around Urshifu, locking it in an iron grip. Creak. The overwhelming force of Steelix's constriction caused a piercing screech, its steel body tightening like an unbreakable vice. Trapped within the coils, Urshifu found itself pressed from all sides, struggling to breathe. For a martial artist, this was a grappling technique, a submission hold meant to crush its target. Even Yuan, a non-fighter, could tell that this was a form of strangulation lock. For most opponents, once they were bound, the match was as good as over. But Urshifu was no ordinary opponent. It had a water-type move, not many, but enough. Urshifu, Aqua Jet, break free, Guruyo. Urshifu exhaled sharply. As a master of soft style, it didn't try to overpower Steelix but instead focused on using the enemy's force against it. It took a deep breath, then suddenly compressed its own body, shrinking just enough to create a gap in Steelix's bind. At that precise moment, a burst of water energy surged around it. With an elegant, flowing motion, Urshifu slipped out of Steelix's grip, escaping the bind completely. Bruno's eyes widened. Soft style. For the casual spectators, the scene was just an intense struggle. But to a martial artist like Bruno, it was a display of true mastery. Yet, despite his admiration, Bruno didn't slow down. Steelix, Thunderfang. Crackle. Steelix's massive form twisted like a coiled spring, using the tension in its own body to lunge forward at blinding speed. It was like watching a viper strike, only this viper was made of solid steel. Yuan instantly responded. Urshifu, surging strikes. No hesitation. This was an exhibition match, it had to be spectacular. Nothing was more thrilling than a full-force, blow-for-blow showdown. Guruyo. Urshifu spun on its heel, channeling the momentum of its movement into a devastating punch. Splash! A wave of water crashed forward, meeting Steelix's electrified fangs in midair. Boom! Water and lightning clashed, creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire battlefield. The force sent Urshifu skidding backward, its feet carving trenches into the dirt. The audience gasped. That kind of raw power, and Urshifu blocked it? But for Urshifu, this was just the beginning. Guruyo. It grinned, then immediately followed up with a spinning kick. Wham! The impact was like a whip crack, pure, concentrated power. But Urshifu didn't stop there. With a fluid movement, it shifted its stance and delivered another powerful strike. Crash! The second impact hit even harder, sending a shockwave rippling across the field. And then, the final blow. Urshifu leaned forward, using the full weight of its body, and threw a monstrous right hook. Boom! Steelix, a Pokémon known for its near-unbreakable defense, was sent reeling. Even as it dug its tail into the ground, trying to hold its position, the sheer force of the attack left deep grooves in the battlefield. Pain surged through its body. Steelix clenched its jaw, eyes bloodshot from the effort of staying upright. And Bruno smiled. A deep, satisfied smile. He crossed his arms, eyes gleaming with a warrior's spirit. Yuan's heart tensed. A gut feeling told him something dangerous was coming. Urshifu, detect. Yuan commanded instinctively, but Bruno's voice boomed over his own. Steelix Fury-powered Double Edge. Fury. An ability that increases a Pokémon's attack power when hit by consecutive blows. For every strike in a multi-hit combo, Steelix's attack had risen. Urshifu had just landed 3 hits. Steelix's attack had jumped 3 levels. And now, Guruyu! Steelix roared. Its massive form lifted straight up, its entire body radiating a blinding white aura. It didn't move like a steel-type Pokémon anymore. It moved like a brawler. Like a warhammer descending from the heavens, Steelix's entire form came crashing down, directly toward Urshifu. The arena trembled. The crowd held their breath. Everyone had the same thought. Even with detect. Can Urshifu block that? The answer came in the next moment. Guruyo. Urshifu's aura flared violently. Not just water energy but also pure, unyielding fighting spirit. Boom! The battlefield exploded. The entire stadium shook from the impact. Spectators were rocked in their seats, even with protective barriers in place. It was as if the earth itself had shattered. A cloud of thick dust consumed the battlefield, blocking everything from view. Silence. Then, as the dust slowly settled, everyone saw it. The battlefield completely destroyed. Not a single intact patch of ground remained. But in the center of the devastation, Urshifu stood. It was panting heavily, body covered in wounds but still standing. And Steelix? Steelix was no longer moving. The stadium went dead silent. And then, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. Holy shit. Urshifu blocked it. It won? It won. Urshifu exhaled sharply. It had won. But even as the audience celebrated, Yuan's expression was thoughtful. For just a moment, when Urshifu threw that last punch, had it unintentionally tapped into a different combat style? Something beyond its usual techniques? A single strike, precision-based martial art? The style of one-hit assassins. Even though this was just an exhibition match, the audience was completely enthralled, cheering non-stop. Both sides were elite-level trainers, showcasing their skill and power with every move. Hey, big sis, Flint couldn't help but ask in the VIP lounge, if Yuan actually beats Bruno, does that mean he can challenge the Elite Four? Cynthia glanced at him and chuckled. It's just an exhibition match. If Flint knew that Yuan had already been given the opportunity to challenge the Elite Four but turned it down, who knows what his reaction would be. I mean, yeah, but they don't look like they're holding back. Flint smacked his lips. This was supposed to be an exhibition match? What kind of exhibition match trashes the entire battlefield right from the start, leaving it completely unsalvageable? And don't tell me it's because Larvitar got hungry, Flint added. Cynthia chuckled, but she had to admit Yuan and Bruno looked like they were taking this fight seriously. And she wasn't the only one who thought so. Plenty of people were watching this battle. You're back early today. Claire raised an eyebrow as she saw Lance stride in. The Team Rocket holiday wasn't over yet, so Lance didn't have to report back to work. Instead, he had been running some simple field missions to keep his skills sharp. He didn't want to get too comfortable working for Team Rocket and forget that he was still a top investigator. I mean, it's Bruno versus Yuan. Did it start yet? Lance shrugged off his cape and dropped onto the couch. It's just about to, Claire muttered. But it's just an exhibition match. Lance grinned. Bruno doesn't do exhibition matches. He takes every fight seriously. The only difference was whether he was using his strongest Pokémon or not. But since his opponent was Yuan, Lance was sure Bruno would be all in. If Bruno's taking this seriously, Yuan won't have a choice but to do the same. This was guaranteed to be an exciting battle. And sure enough, the clash between Steelix and Urshifu had proven Lance's point. Professor, do you think Yuan will use it? Alon stared intently at the screen, afraid to miss even a single moment. Professor Sycamore took a sip of coffee and shook his head with a smile. I don't know, but his opponent is an Elite Four member, so Yuan's feeling the pressure. Back when Yuan won the Lily of the Valley conference, Sycamore had told him that he was ready to reveal Mega Evolution to the world. Even though there were still many unanswered questions, he knew this power could revolutionize Pokémon battles. Revealing it sooner would help trainers adapt and grow stronger. And besides, if more trainers mastered Mega Evolution, it would accelerate the research process. Professor, Alon suddenly spoke with determination. If? Alon took a deep breath. When Mega Evolution is officially revealed, I want to go on a journey. He had dedicated himself to researching Mega Evolution under Sycamore, but now, watching Yuan battle, seeing the bond between trainers and Pokémon in action, he realized that he wanted to experience it himself. He wanted to travel, to train, to fight alongside his Pokémon. Sycamore blinked in surprise. Then, with a knowing smile, he patted Alon's shoulder. Go for it. They had spent so much time together, Sycamore knew this day would come. Take your Charizard with you. See the world. Yeah. Alon nodded firmly, clenching his fist as he stared at the screen. Maybe, someday, he could battle Yuan too. With so much attention on the match, it was only natural that it was being streamed worldwide. And when fans saw Yuan versus Bruno, excitement exploded. Holy shit, Yuan vs Bruno, this is legendary. Nah, bro, this isn't a battle, it's Yuan officially putting the Elite Four in his baby food category. Bruno's like, oh, so that's how we're playing it. Let's go. Yuan, of course, was completely unaware of the internet chaos. As the tournament staff rushed to set up a new battlefield, he treated Urshifu's wounds. He had to admit Bruno hit hard. Urshifu had a type advantage and still took heavy damage. Without that advantage, winning would have been next to impossible. No doubt about it, Bruno was a monster. The exhibition match followed a 2v2 format. Even though Steelix was defeated, Yuan had treated Urshifu's wounds, which meant Urshifu couldn't battle again. So now, the match had turned into a 1v1 showdown. As soon as the new battlefield was ready, it was time for round 2. Yuan. Bruno was visibly excited. He grabbed another Pokeball from his Nunchaku. Get ready. With a powerful throw. Let's show them what we've got, Macamp. The red light faded, revealing a muscle-bound, four-armed powerhouse standing proudly in the arena. Its eyes were sharp and focused, but deep inside, there was a raging battle spirit, waiting to be unleashed. Hua. Macamp let out a booming battle cry, spreading its forearms wide. Its stance was rock solid, its aura rising like a storm. Bruno and Macamp were dead serious about this fight. The Kanto Elite Four's signature Pokemon Macamp. The announcer hyped up the crowd. And it worked, the stadium went wild. Oh shit, Macamp. Bruno isn't playing around. Yuan's in trouble. The hype is real. Even the VIP lounge was shaken. Flint stared at Macamp's ridiculously thick arms, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Wait, didn't Bruno say he wasn't using his strongest Pokemon? He wasn't. But a Macamp raised for a year by Bruno was practically as strong as a main team Pokemon. Cynthia's expression turned serious. That Macamp is strong. Even Garchomp had a rare look of respect. Yuan's eyelid twitched. Big guy, this is just an exhibition match. Why are you going all out? Fine. If that's how you want to play. Yuan exhaled slowly and stood up. Gengar. It was time. Time to test if Gengar was ready to take on the Elite Four. A serious Yuan appeared on the big screen, his sharp eyes reflecting on the stadium monitors. Here we go. Yuan is getting serious. Oh shit, he's using Gengar? Fighting vs Ghost, the counterpick. Yuan smirked. Go, Gengar. Caca. Gengar grinned mischievously, bouncing onto the battlefield. For a moment, the entire stadium fell silent. A Gengar. Bruno narrowed his eyes. His battle instinct screamed that Gengar was dangerous. Something felt familiar about it. Then, he realized. It was the same feeling he got when facing Bertha's Gengar. This wasn't an ordinary Gengar. And sure enough, Yuan raised his hand, revealing a shimmering gemstone. Mega Evolution. The entire world stopped. And then, the internet broke. As the radiant glow of Mega Evolution enveloped Gengar, the entire stadium held its breath. The dazzling energy surged, wrapping around Gengar's body like a cocoon of pure power. And then, boom, the glow exploded outward, revealing a new form. Mega Gengar had arrived. It hovered above the battlefield, its body now a darker shade of purple, its third eye gleaming ominously. A chilling grin spread across its face, exuding an overwhelming presence. The audience was stunned. Bruno and Macamp, usually fearless warriors, found themselves momentarily frozen. This was no ordinary evolution, this was something beyond. What is that? Jengar. Evolved. Mega Evolution. The entire league livestream crashed under the weight of incoming viewers. Flint, watching from the VIP lounge, nearly choked on his drink. Did he just? Cynthia exhaled slowly, her golden eyes sharpening. He finally used it. Even Lance sat up straight, his usual smirk fading. So, that's Mega Evolution. Back in Kalos, Professor Sycamore felt his heart race. He had theorized about Mega Evolution for years. He had researched its potential. But now he was watching it unfold in real time. This wasn't just a theory. It was reality. Bruno clenched his fists. He was a warrior. He respected power. And right now, Mega Jengar was power incarnate. Still, he wouldn't back down. He smiled, eyes burning with determination. Yuan, this is incredible, Bruno admitted. But don't think Macamp will go down without a fight. Yuan smirked. I wouldn't have it any other way. He adjusted his sleeves, his voice steady. Jengar, Shadow Ball. Kaka. Jengar lifted its hands, and a massive black orb materialized. But unlike before, the air itself seemed to twist around it. As the dark energy condensed, it became denser so much so that the entire battlefield felt like it was being sucked into it. Bruno felt his heartbeat accelerate. This wasn't an ordinary shadow ball. Yuan's Jengar was different. Bruno wouldn't let it attack first. Macamp, close combat. Hua. Macamp roared, its muscles swelling as it charged forward at full speed. It threw out a flurry of punches, each strike carrying immense force. But Jengar didn't move. It just grinned. Bruno suddenly felt uneasy. His instinct screamed that something was wrong. Then, he saw it. A shadow Jengar's shadow had stretched unnaturally across the battlefield. Like a predator waiting for its prey. Shit. Kaka. The moment Macamp stepped into range, the shadows exploded upward. Dark tendrils wrapped around Macamp's limbs, locking it in place. It was too late to escape. Yuan's smirk deepened. Shadow tag. Macamp struggled, but the shadows held tight. Its body tensed, realizing it couldn't dodge. Bruno gritted his teeth. He knew what was coming. Yuan's voice was calm and unwavering. Jengar maximum power. Shadow Ball. Kaka. The enormous black sphere now charged with unimaginable energy was launched forward. It cut through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at Macamp's chest. The impact. Boom! The entire battlefield exploded. Shockwaves rippled through the arena, sending debris flying. Even behind protective barriers, the audience flinched. For a moment no one could see anything. Then, as the smoke slowly cleared, Macamp was lying unconscious in a crater. Its forearms trembled, then went still. The battle was over. Holy shit. The crowd erupted. Roars of excitement shook the stadium. People in the stands jumped to their feet, some screaming in disbelief, others cheering uncontrollably. Yuan stood tall, his gaze unwavering. Mega Jengar hovered beside him, its eerie grin still unchanged. And then, it tilted its head. Caca. As if to say, who's next? 10 minutes later, a scientific paper, authored by Professor Sycamore and Yuan, was published. Mega Evolution, a scientific breakthrough. The entire Pokémon world shook. The league's servers crashed twice, and history had just been rewritten. Yuan, Mega Evolution, and Super Evolution. These three terms became the hottest topics across the entire Pokémon League network. Even in reality, the discussions were just as intense. A Jengar that had already reached its third evolutionary stage had managed to evolve once more. According to the authenticity and feasibility of Mega Evolution, this phenomenon was called Super Evolution, also known as Mega Evolution. Professor Sycamore's research paper stated that, based on his and Yuan's investigations, Jengar was not the only Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. The exact number of Pokémon that could Mega Evolve was still uncertain, but some had already been confirmed. Pokémon such as Jengar, Metagross, Garchomp, and Gyarados had been identified as having Mega Evolution potential. However, the requirements for Mega Evolution were strict. Not only did it require the rare Keystone, but it also needed an even rarer specific Megastone corresponding to the Pokémon. More importantly, Mega Evolution required a strong bond between the trainer and the Pokémon, though the exact threshold for this bond remained unclear. Even with these limitations, countless trainers became obsessed with the idea. The search for Megastones was bound to trigger a massive wave of exploration and travel in the coming months. But that was a story for another time. For now, Yuan had single-handedly shaken the entire Pokémon world. And it wasn't just about Mega Evolution. Yuan had defeated Elite Four Bruno. Although he had used Mega Evolution to do so, that power was still part of Yuan and Jengar's own strength. Mega Evolution is insane. Yuan is unbeatable. He actually took down Bruno. Bruno got clapped. TCH, it was just an exhibition match. No big deal. I'd only admit Yuan is strong if he gives me a Megastone. Bro, I can hear your scheming all the way from Kalos. In short, Yuan had once again blown up in popularity. This time, however, the impact extended far beyond anything before. The exhibition match had ended, but the roaring cheers of the crowd still filled the venue. It had been called an exhibition match, but with the level of intensity, the strategies, and especially the shock factor of Mega Evolution, the battle had felt as real as any official league match. Bruno's final resistance, Macamp's overwhelming power, and Jengar's ultimate counterattack had left the audience burning with excitement. This exhibition match had been worth every poke dollar spent. And it had also proven one thing: Yuan's influence was enormous. It was obvious that, in the future, many tournament organizers and corporate sponsors would be fighting to invite him to events, offering skyrocketing appearance fees. Unintentionally, Yuan had just advertised himself using the power of Mega Evolution. Of course, with that influence, more people would also come to him for answers. There was no doubt that trainers, researchers, and corporate executives alike would bombard him with questions about Mega Evolution. Might as well open up shop and start charging consultation fees. As the waves of cheers continued, Yuan and Bruno walked toward the ruined battlefield and shook hands. You really lived up to your name, Yuan. Bruno smiled. His battle aura had faded, replaced by a warm and friendly demeanor. No matter how intense the battle had been, at the end of the day, it was just a battle. Win or lose, it didn't change anything between them. Just like how Flint had been beaten by Cynthia over 100 times yet still called her big sis without hesitation. Just got lucky, Yuan said with a grin. If Jengar hadn't been able to Mega Evolve, the outcome might have been very different. But one thing was certain. Jengar now had the strength to go head-to-head with an Elite Four's main Pokémon. That alone was a huge win for Yuan. Bruno shook his head. Yuan was being humble again. Regardless, I look forward to a real battle with you next time, Bruno said seriously. This time, he fully acknowledged Yuan as a true rival, someone he would have to face at 120% of his power. Yuan let out an awkward chuckle. Holy crap, Yuan, you actually took down Bruno. Flint nearly tackled Yuan in excitement. After watching such a heated battle, his own fighting spirit was on fire. And with the Eterna City Festival happening today, the streets were filled with eager trainers waiting for challenges. Pure luck, pure luck. Yuan sidestepped, dodging Flint's flying hug. Professor Sycamore has already published the research paper, Cynthia said, pulling out her phone and showing Yuan the newly released paper. That fast? Yuan raised an eyebrow at Sycamore's efficiency. Cynthia smiled. He was probably watching your battle. After all, countless people had been watching. Fair point. Yuan nodded. He had already told Sycamore that this exhibition match might be a good chance to introduce Mega Evolution to the world in a low-stakes environment. As a controlled demonstration, rather than a life-or-death battle. Taking Cynthia's phone, he skimmed through the paper. He had already read the research data before, but now he looked at the comments and engagement levels. It was explosive. Wait. His name was on the paper? Yuan froze. In the author section, his name was listed side by side with Professor Sycamore. A joint publication? Wasn't this way too generous? Cynthia, however, didn't seem surprised. To her, this was completely reasonable. Yuan had played a huge role in the research, providing battle data, showcasing Mega Evolution, suggesting research directions, verifying theories, and helping predict other Pokémon that could Mega Evolve. At the next researcher conference, you and Professor Sycamore are definitely going to be the stars. Cynthia smirked. Yuan chuckled helplessly. To think that, when he first arrived in this world, he had simply wanted to be a normal Pokémon researcher. To live as a league employee, enjoy the salary and benefits, raise 1 or 2 Pokémon, and peacefully live out his life. But then, after catching Jengar and Ninetales, he had been forced to battle just to afford their food. And before he knew it, he had drifted farther and farther away from his original goal. Wait. Flint suddenly froze. He stared at Yuan and Cynthia with suspicion. So, you both knew about Mega Evolution. Yuan and Cynthia exchanged a glance. Then, they both nodded. Flint hesitated. What about Fulner and Aaron? Yuan patted his shoulder. Relax. You're not alone. Flint sighed in relief. Oh, good. Good. As long as he wasn't the only one left out, he could accept it. Wait, Yuan, do you think Infernape can Mega Evolve? This question was crucial. Yuan's expression turned slightly strange. Garchomp can Mega Evolve. No, I'm asking about Infernape. Oh, Alakazam can Mega Evolve. Bro, I'm asking about Infernape. Oh, Gallade can Mega Evolve. Flint's eye twitched. Yuan. Focus. Cynthia chuckled softly. At some point, Yuan had developed a habit of messing with Flint. And honestly, she enjoyed watching it. For all the times Flint had pestered her for battles, it was nice to see someone else drive him crazy for once. Yuan grinned and deliberately ignored Flint's question a little longer. But eventually, he sighed. No, Infernape can't Mega Evolve. Flint froze. His world shattered. He turned around and stormed off without another word. Not asking any more. He needed to fight someone to blow off steam. Yuan laughed as he watched Flint disappear into the festival crowd. He never got tired of messing with him. Yuan laughed as Flint stormed off into the festival crowd. Cynthia smirked. Jengar really is a lot like you. Yuan froze for a moment. Jengar, who had been lazily floating nearby, also perked up. How so? Yuan asked. Caw. How so? Cynthia's golden eyes swept over both of them before she tilted her head slightly, lips curling into a knowing smile. She didn't say anything, but her expression was clear. You both know exactly how. Yuan remained silent. Jengar remained silent. No. This was just a temporary side effect of the Mega Evolution bond. Yeah, that had to be it. They weren't actually alike. Definitely not. Jengar thought the same. By the way, does Flint have any Pokémon that can Mega Evolve? Cynthia asked casually. Yeah, Houndoom can, Yuan said offhandedly. You're not going to tell him? Yuan smirked. Not a chance. He straightened his jacket, adjusting his cuffs. If Flint ever found out on his own, maybe he'd erase Yuan's name from his little revenge list. But until then, he wasn't telling him a damn thing. Caw, hee hee hee. Jengar started laughing, floating around and clutching its belly. You're laughing way too much, Jengar. But Jengar kept laughing, even spinning midair. Yuan and Mega Jengar's battle had shaken the world. Reporters flooded the venue, eager for interviews, but Yuan refused them all. For one, it was too much of a hassle. He could already guess what they wanted to ask and the answers were all in the research paper anyway. More importantly, Urshifu and Jengar were still injured. Even after immediate treatment, he wanted to get them checked properly at the Pokémon Center to prevent any lingering effects. After confirming with Nurse Joy that they were fully recovered, Yuan finally relaxed. Now, it was time to actually enjoy the festival. The moment he let them go, his Pokémon scattered in all directions, eager to explore. The Eterna City Festival had streets full of vendors, making it a paradise for Pokémon looking to eat and play. Thankfully, the exhibition match paid well, so Yuan let them roam freely. He joined in too. He picked out festival outfits with Jengar. He ate cake with Ninetales and Cynthia. He played shooting games with Tinkaton until Tinkaton got too excited and smashed a huge hole through the balloon wall. He went surfing with Dragonite until they both wiped out and crashed into the water. He tried goldfish scooping with Urshifu, lost all his money. He helped break up a fight between two trainers only to realize they were a couple arguing, and the boyfriend nearly tried to stab him because Yuan had almost third-wheeled too hard. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the festival, under the shade of a tree, Darkrai suddenly sat up. Its gaze snapped to the top of the time-space tower. A strange ripple flowed through the air. Was that a mistake? Once was an accident. Twice. During Jengar's battle against Macamp, Darkrai had sensed something strange. Something faint but familiar. It was Giratina's presence. At first, it thought it was a fluke. Jengar's shadow ball contained too many mixed energies, making it hard to analyze. And Darkrai had always felt that Jengar had a small trace of Giratina's aura in the past. But now, sensing it again so clearly, this wasn't a mistake. Darkrai slowly rose into the sky, hovering above the festival. It overlooked the entire city, scanning everything carefully. Then, it felt a very faint pulse, something just barely detectable. Darkrai's body tensed. It lifted its head, its sight piercing through space itself. This is bad. Yuan's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, signaling to Cynthia that he had to take the call, and stepped into a quiet alley. The call connected. Yuan. It was Giovanni. Yuan had expected this. He also knew exactly what Giovanni was about to ask. So, before Giovanni could say a word, Yuan spoke first. Yeah, Beedrill can Mega Evolve. Giovanni went silent. In his office, Giovanni paused, his hand stopping mid-motion as he stroked Persian's fur. For the first time in a long while, he didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he finally responded. Understood. I'll have Mattery wire the money to you. Yuan grinned. Honestly, he enjoyed doing business with Giovanni. Straightforward. No nonsense. No small talk. Just results and payment. By the way, Giovanni, Yuan said, his voice turning serious, about that person you wanted me to find. I've got a lead. At the mention of this, Giovanni abruptly stood up. Where? Relax, Yuan said smoothly. It's just a lead. I don't have exact coordinates yet, but I believe I'll find them soon. Giovanni remained silent for a moment before exhaling slowly. I see. Yuan paused deliberately, then added, before that, though, I think you should deal with something else first. Giovanni immediately understood the implication. Team Rocket. If he ever wanted a true reunion, Team Rocket could either be an obstacle or a stepping stone. Giovanni's voice was calm. I understand. All right, well, I gotta go. Something just came up. Without waiting for a reply, Yuan ended the call. He turned only to find himself face to face with Darkrai. His instincts flared with warning. A bad feeling filled his chest. Darkrai opened its mouth to speak. Yuan turned around immediately. Nope. He bolted. He grabbed Cynthia's wrist and dragged her away. Let's go. Cynthia blinked in confusion. Her face flushed slightly as she glanced down at their interlocked hands, but she still followed his lead. What's wrong? She asked as they ran. Yuan rubbed his temples. I knew I should have left right after the match. If Darkrai was this serious, then the conversation would definitely involve those two guys. And Yuan really didn't want to see them. Those two guys? Who? Cynthia looked confused. She was curious who could make Yuan so anxious. Yuan slowed his pace as he glanced toward Darkrai, who was silently following them in the shadows of the alleyway. It neither stopped them nor spoke, just quietly trailed behind. Yuan rubbed his temples, looking helpless. If nothing unexpected happens, it's Dialga and Palkia. Cynthia's eyes widened. As a Sinnoh mythology researcher and a native of Celestic Town, she knew exactly what those names meant. Are you saying Dialga and Palkia will appear in Eterna City? Cynthia asked for confirmation. Yeah, probably. How? According to ancient records, Dialga resided in a separate time dimension, and Palkia lived in a space beyond this world. Theoretically, these two places never overlapped, and Dialga and Palkia should never have reason to interact, let alone appear together. Yuan understood Cynthia's doubts, but theoretically didn't mean much. Otherwise, how would movie plots happen? Honestly, even he was confused. Logically, those two shouldn't have clashed this early. And to be extra cautious, when Yuan first arrived in Eterna City, he sought out Tonio to dig for information. Tonio had assured him everything was normal. So why did things change so quickly? The only one who could answer that question now was Darkrai, who was still floating in the alleyway, watching silently. Yuan and Cynthia exchanged glances. They stopped walking and turned toward Darkrai. Let me ask something first. Before Darkrai could speak, Yuan raised a hand, stopping it. Can we still leave Eterna City? Darkrai stared at Yuan without responding immediately. It just kept staring. Seconds passed. Then, a strange pulse rippled through the sky above Eterna City. Because of the festival fireworks, combined with whatever power was at play, the city's residents didn't notice a thing. Darkrai finally spoke. You cannot leave. Yuan fell silent. I strongly suspect you stalled on purpose, and I have evidence? He took a deep breath, calming himself down. When did you find out? Yuan asked. About an hour ago, Darkrai admitted. Yuan blinked. An hour ago? In the movie's timeline, Darkrai sensed the danger early, trying to warn the city by scaring the residents away. But ultimately, it failed and was blamed as the cause of the disaster, leading to a massive trainer hunt against it. That took at least a full day, maybe even longer. This is happening way too fast. Darkrai nodded. It came so fast that there was no time to warn people or drive them away. That's why Darkrai hadn't even bothered trying. How did you find out? Cynthia asked. Darkrai glanced at her, then hesitated for a moment before waving its arm. Something small was tossed into the air. A floating black letter P hovered in place, fidgeting anxiously. Yuan and Cynthia both froze in surprise. Unknown. The little P-shaped unknown immediately dove behind Yuan, peeking out cautiously at Darkrai. Its reaction was so familiar as if they were longtime friends. Yuan felt a headache coming on. Darkrai's expression said it all. I knew it. You're from the Eterna Ruins, aren't you? Cynthia suddenly realized. The unknown nodded rapidly. The Eterna Ruins. Yuan instantly recalled the prophecy the unknown had given them when he and Cynthia explored the ruins. Back then, the unknown warned of an impending disaster. At the time, Yuan wasn't completely sure who the prophecy referred to. But now, it was obviously Arceus. After all, Sinnoh's 3 movie plots were all linked. Everything started because Arceus was about to awaken. Let me get this straight. Yuan grabbed the unknown P. Arceus is about to wake up, and its rage equals destruction. That rage has disrupted time and space, causing Dialga and Palkia to overlap dimensions. Each of them thinks the other is invading their territory, so they start fighting. The unknown sensed this fight, entered the dimensional rift, and tried to witness or stop it. They failed, so they came to ask for help. And the first person they thought of was the good guy who gave them Pokeblocks, Yuan. Then, intentionally or not, they led Dialga and Palkia straight to Eterna City. That's why they arrived so quickly. So, in conclusion, this is all Flint's fault. If Yuan hadn't gone to save him, he wouldn't have met the unknown. If he hadn't met the unknown, he wouldn't have heard the prophecy. If he hadn't heard the prophecy, he wouldn't be in this mess now. This wasn't just one mark in the revenge notebook, at least 10. Yuan sighed deeply. So, what do we do next? Yuan looked at Darkrai. Darkrai looked back at him. Then Cynthia. Then back to Yuan. Yuan narrowed his eyes. Why are you all looking at me? I mean, you're the one who has to figure it out, Cynthia said seriously. If Dialga and Palkia really start fighting here, Eterna City won't just be destroyed, it could cause a chain reaction across all of Sinnoh. Yuan forced a smile. What gave you the impression that I could solve this? Yuan took a deep breath, calming down. Wait. How did the movie resolve this? He lifted his head, looking toward the center of Eterna City. The time-space tower. That's right. Oration. Oration. Cynthia looked confused. Darkrai, however, reacted immediately. Oration was the song that Alicia had played for it and the Pokémon in the garden. It had the power to calm emotions. But oration alone won't reach them. Darkrai suddenly turned sharply, looking toward the top of the time-space tower. The time-space tower. Though it was phrased as a question, its tone was already certain. Exactly. Yuan nodded firmly. Find Tonio and Alice. Gotti should have kept a recording of oration. Once you find it, take it to the top of the time-space tower and prepare to play it the moment Dialga and Palkia arrive. Understood. Darkrai nodded. Then it asked, what about you two? Yuan narrowed his eyes. I'm going to set up a backup plan. Darkrai studied him for a moment, then sank into the shadows and disappeared. Cynthia, go get Flint and Bruno, Yuan said next. If this turns into an actual battle, we're going to need them. Bruno was an absolute powerhouse. As for Flint, well, if Dialga and Palkia showed up, they could just throw him at them and see what happened. Got it. Cynthia turned to leave. Then she paused. She glanced down at her hand. Yuan was still holding it. Ah, sorry. Yuan quickly let go. He had been so tense he hadn't noticed. Cynthia's cheeks flushed slightly, but there was no time to dwell on it. Be careful. Meet at the Pokémon Center, Yuan said. Understood. Sinnoh League headquarters. A strange energy field has appeared outside Eterna City. Bertha had just sat down in her office when she received the report from the monitoring department. She sighed, rubbing her temples. Can I not get a single day of peace? At this point, she was seriously questioning whether being an Elite Four member was even worth it. Despite her complaints, she pressed the intercom button. Where? Eterna City. At the same time, a live feed from outside the city appeared on the large screen in her office. A thick, dense white fog had completely shrouded Eterna City and the surrounding areas. All testing confirms that this energy field cannot be dispersed. Drones, monitoring personnel, and even Pokémon are unable to enter. Communication signals have also been completely cut off from within. Bertha frowned. This was no ordinary incident. Eterna City had thousands of residents, and with the festival happening, there were even more tourists than usual. If something went wrong, any idea what's causing this? Bertha asked grimly. The source is currently unknown, but based on our analysis, this energy field is most likely related to spatial distortions similar to a dimensional wall. We're already consulting experts. The report was interrupted by an incoming call. Bertha glanced at the screen. Professor Carolina. She was surprised but quickly answered. Professor Carolina's expression was grave. Bertha, this energy field outside Eterna City, it's likely connected to Dialga and Palkia. Bertha's pupils shrank. On the screen behind Professor Carolina, a glowing orb was floating. The adamant orb, Dialga's sacred relic. It had never glowed before. This was the first time in history. And, coincidentally, it started glowing at the exact moment the strange energy field appeared around Eterna City. Dialga and Palkia. Bertha suddenly felt a massive headache coming on. How did this suddenly involve them? Somewhere in the depths of a temporal spatial distortion. Time and space collided violently, their energies constantly clashing and reforming. At the very center of this chaotic rift, two colossal figures stood locked in battle. Every time they struck, space would shatter and time would fracture. Boom! The shockwaves from their battle rippled outward, warping reality itself. Around them, countless unknown floated desperately, trying to contain the destruction. But no matter how many unknown arrived, they couldn't stop the two deities. Boom! Time froze. Space tore apart. Dialga roared. Grrr. Palkia responded immediately, slashing forward with a spatial blade that could cut through existence itself. Boom! Another devastating collision erupted. The force of their battle wasn't random. Whether intentionally or not, the two legendary Pokémon were slowly drifting in one direction. Wherever they passed, the fabric of reality was left in ruins. The unknown trembled in terror. Cha! Tinkaton tilted its head, looking confused. Across from it, Yuan held three ancient artifacts in his hands. Uxie's claw, Mespri's feather, and a Zelf's fang. Yeah, these are the ones. Tinkaton scratched its head. Okay, but how the hell were they supposed to forge a red chain out of? A tooth, a tiny feather, and a small claw? And why does it have to be red? Kaka. Jengar, now wearing a pair of fake scholar glasses, rubbed its chin. My expert suggestion? Let's melt them down with my poison first. Goka? Goka. Charcadet frantically shook its head. No, they need to be red. They should try smelting them with fire first. Grr. Dragonite picked up Mespri's feather, squeezing it in its hand. It didn't bend at all. Urshifu grabbed a Zelf's fang, clenched its fist, and squeezed hard. It didn't even crack. Unbreakable. Yaji. Larvitar casually tossed Uxie's claw into its mouth, biting down. Yuan, are you serious? He sighed, rubbing his forehead. He should have known. None of his Pokémon were normal. But seriously, how the hell were they supposed to forge this thing? Then, Yuan suddenly had an idea. He turned toward Ninetales. At the end of one of its 9 flowing tails, the little pea-shaped unknown was happily bouncing up and down. Yuan narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. This little guy might know something. The unknown's excitement froze instantly. Its movements became stiff. It slowly turned its head, only to see Yuan grinning at it. And around him, Jengar, adjusting its glasses with a sinister gleam in its eyes. Tinkaton, spinning its massive hammer, its smile unsettlingly wide. Dragonite, lazily patting its huge belly, looking ready to crush something. Urshifu, cracking its knuckles, exuding pure intimidation. Charcadet, brushing the flames on its head, heat intensifying. Larvitar, using Uxie's claw as a damn toothpick. The unknown gulped. Why do I suddenly feel like Dialga and Palkia are the lesser evil? Some trainers had noticed the anomaly and were trying to escape the city. But no matter how hard they tried, the thick fog refused to let them leave. Even if they ran straight ahead, they would always end up back at the bridge. We can't get out. What's going on? My phone has no signal. We can't contact anyone outside. Panic started to spread. And panic was contagious. Suddenly, someone shouted. Baron Alberto has found the cause. It's a Darkrai. If we get rid of that Darkrai, we can escape. Darkrai, the nightmare Pokémon. So, this was all it's doing? The moment they had a target for their fear, reason went out the window. Darkrai, let's go. It's in the town square. Take it down together. A large group of trainers began gathering in the square, preparing for battle. Yuan, what the hell is going on? Flint's loud voice echoed through the center as he barged in. Behind him were Cynthia and Bruno. Bruno was carrying a ridiculous amount of steamed buns, stuffing them into his mouth like a starving man. A huge fog just appeared and trapped the city. Flint asked. Yeah, Yuan smiled. Nothing major. Flint relaxed. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's just Dialga. Flint's eye twitched. Excuse me. And Palkia. Flint. They're about to start a fight. Flint's expression went blank. Bruno stopped chewing. Cynthia's face darkened. In Eternity, Bruno asked. Yep. Didn't Cynthia tell you? There was no time, Cynthia said, looking serious. Relax. Yuan patted Flint's shoulder with a big grin. You'll be leading the charge. Flint, what? You're in charge of blocking Dialga and Palkia. Flint. At that moment, a large crowd of people rushed into the Pokémon Center. Some were carrying unconscious Pokémon, while others were dragging unconscious trainers who had collapsed. The Pokémon Center was instantly thrown into chaos. What the hell is going on? Flint asked, frowning. Had Dialga and Palkia already started fighting? Yuan grabbed a passing trainer and asked, what happened? The trainer recognized Yuan immediately. Yuan? It's Baron Alberto? He led a group of trainers to attack Darkrai in the town square. Yuan's face darkened instantly. Of course it's that idiot. Move. Without hesitation, Yuan rushed toward the town square. If Darkrai had really fought back, things might already be out of control. As they arrived at the square, the scene before them was exactly as expected. Alberto, who had now been transformed into a giant Lickilicky, was standing at the front, commanding the trainers. Meanwhile, dozens of Pokémon and trainers lay unconscious on the ground, their bodies completely still. Yuan didn't even need to ask. Darkrai had put them all to sleep using Dark Void. Kaka, Gengar, floating out of Yuan's shadow, grinned as it observed the battlefield. So this is what mass sleep looks like. Boom! Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the sky above the Time-Space Tower. A blazing red slash tore through the air and sliced off the top half of one of the tower's spires. Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What the F? In the original movie, Dialga and Palkia had fought for half the movie before they barely damaged the tower. But now, they hadn't even appeared yet, and the tower was already missing half its structure? The two towering structures that defined Alamos Town were the Time-Space Towers, the left one representing time and the right one representing space. But just now, a single blazing slash had sheared off half the spire of the left tower. Above the towering structure, strange ripples distorted the air, as if time and space themselves were warping. And within the disturbance, faint, distant roars echoed. What is that? The entire town square fell into a stunned silence, every gaze locked onto the mutilated Time-Space Tower. Then, Darkrai shot upward, abandoning the trainers and Pokémon it had just put to sleep. As it rose, a violent shockwave erupted from its body, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Its cold, piercing gaze locked onto the swirling distortion in the sky. And then, it roared. You are not welcome here? Get out. With those words, Darkrai thrust its arms forward, a black sphere forming between its hands, rapidly fracturing into countless smaller orbs that shot toward the distortion. Ruoaar! A thunderous howl rumbled through the air, and in the next instant, a crimson arc of energy erupted from the distortion. Spatial rend? It tore through the sky at blinding speed. Crash! The attack didn't directly target anyone, but it ripped through the plaza, slashing across the town and annihilating everything in its path. The impact left behind a gaping chasm, and anything caught in the attack had simply vanished into nothingness. A deathly chill spread through the crowd. That attack. Could they even survive something like that? If that attack had been aimed directly at them, would they even exist anymore? A ripple of pure terror swept through the town square. I said get out. Darkrai roared again, its energy surging. And in response, a radiant blue beam erupted from the distortion. Darkrai, Yuan shouted immediately. Stop talking. If Darkrai kept provoking them, this entire town would be gone before they even arrived. Darkrai hesitated, glancing at Yuan, then at the swirling tear in space. Finally, it floated downward. Only then did the terrified crowd notice Yuan and the others. Yuan? Yuan, save us. Yuan? Oh, thank Arceus you're here. Suddenly, everyone surged toward him, pleading, sobbing, clinging to whatever hope they could find. Yuan rubbed his temples. Great. Just great. Originally, Dialga and Palkia would have needed time to destroy the town. Now, one roar of time. One spatial rend. Boom. Everyone's dead. But, even though he knew that, he couldn't ignore their pleas. That's Dialga and Palkia. Cynthia's gaze lifted, narrowing her golden eyes. Within the swirling dimensional fog, amidst the flashes of crackling energy, two immense figures loomed in the shadows, clashing violently. And with each collision, their forms became clearer, the shockwaves more intense. Dialga, Palkia. The crowd froze in place, their expressions going blank. In Sinnoh, every person had heard the legends of these two Pokémon. And now, they were real. And they were furious. A creeping, inescapable sense of doom settled over the town. But just as panic was about to boil over, someone spoke. Yuan is here. Cynthia is here. Flint is here. We have the Elite Four. Slowly, the fear subsided, replaced by something stronger. Hope. They're coming? Yuan nodded grimly. Then, he turned to Flint and gripped his shoulder. Your time to shine. Flint's face instantly fell. Yuan. He forced a laugh. You're joking, right? Yuan stared at him. Flint, ha ha ha, 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 ha 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 ha. Nearby, Bruno cracked his knuckles, his muscles tightening as he rotated his shoulders, producing a series of loud pops. Don't know if I can hold them back. He grinned. But that wasn't going to stop him, because as an Elite Four member, he was Sinnoh's shield. This wasn't just about being strong. This was his duty. And even if he was outmatched, he had no choice but to fight. Bruno turned to Yuan, smirking. Yuan, you coming? Yuan's expression twitched. Next time. Definitely. Alright. What's the plan? Darkrai landed beside Yuan. Now, the entire town turned to him, waiting. Yuan glanced at the half-destroyed time-space tower. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. According to the movie, they were supposed to lure Dialga and Palkia to the tower, play oration, and calm them down. But now, they might not even have a tower left. Yuan's eyes drifted to Tonio and Alice, both clutching the oration music disc. His voice was firm. Tonio, give me the oration disc. The scientist hesitated, then handed it over. Yuan turned to Darkrai. Go find Tonio's grandfather's lab. There should be a backup copy of the song. Get it to the tower. Darkrai nodded. Bruno, meanwhile, was already walking straight toward Dialga and Palkia. Yuan took a deep breath. This was bad. Very bad. But there was still a way out. He took off his coat and tossed it to Gengar. And then, he grinned. Alright. Plan B. How's it going? As Dragonite and Tinkaton landed, Yuan immediately asked. Whoosh. The unknown letter P, with tears in its eyes, flew toward Cynthia and hid behind her. Cha. Drae. Tinkaton and Dragonite quickly explained the situation in a simple and concise manner. Thanks to their help, Unknown P finally recalled some details about the forging of the red chain, but there weren't enough materials. According to Unknown P, the claws of Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie were crucial components, but the red chain still needed a medium, preferably a meteorite. In the anime, Cyrus indeed used a meteorite to craft the red chain after capturing the Lake Guardians. But in this situation, where could they find a meteorite? They'd have to try using ores instead. Gengar. Yuan called out. Kaka. Understanding immediately, Gengar reached into its mouth and pulled out the ores it had previously bought for the Larvitar back in Orberg City. Tinkaton didn't hesitate either, immediately pulling in Charcadet and Rotom to start forging in the plaza. What are they making? Darkrai couldn't help but ask. Something to restrain those two, Yuan said in a deep voice. Darkrai opened its mouth, wanting to ask what exactly could possibly restrain the twin dragons, but seeing Yuan's determined expression, it held back. Truthfully, Yuan wasn't entirely sure Tinkaton could successfully forge it, but as a trainer, he believed in Tinkaton. So next, it's up to us to face those two. Yuan flipped onto Dragonite's back, quickly equipping it with portable armor before tossing out a Pokeball. Ninetales, Cubfo, I'm leaving things here to you. Then he turned to Gengar with a grin. Gengar, let's give those two a little surprise. Kaka? Gengar let out a sinister laugh. I'm coming too. At that moment, Cynthia summoned Garchomp and swiftly leaped onto its back, locking eyes with Yuan with unwavering determination. What are you doing? Stay here and protect. No, I'm going with you. Cynthia insisted firmly, summoning the rest of her Pokémon to help protect Tinkaton as it worked. Yuan's expression hardened. You need to understand how important this place is. Tinkaton and the others are the key to Plan B. Before he could finish, you two are unbelievable. Darkrai, looking completely exasperated, roared and cut them off. If you keep bickering, Twin Leaf Town will be gone before you're done. As its voice fell, a surge of energy erupted around Darkrai, creating a powerful shockwave as it charged toward Dialga and Palkia. In the end, if they wanted to protect Twin Leaf Town, they had no choice but to fight. Yuan and Cynthia exchanged glances. In the end, Yuan couldn't convince her, so he simply said, be careful. With a pat, Dragonite took off. Dragonite let out a mighty roar, its wings slicing through the air as it eagerly chased after the battle. Grr. Not to be outdone, Garchomp also rocketed skyward, leaving two trails of vapor in its wake. What about us? Flint, struggling to his feet, mumbled as he watched Yuan and Cynthia's departing figures. Coo. His Infernape smacked the back of his head, nearly making him stumble. What are you standing around for? Get moving? Infernape's eyes burned with battle fervor. This was the perfect opportunity to take down two legendary Pokémon. Oh, right. Flint snapped out of it, throwing out a Pokeball to summon his Rapidash. Charge. Darkrai. With the wind howling past his ears, Yuan gripped onto Dragonite's armor tightly and shouted, forget the fancy tricks, use Dark Void. You're telling me what to do. Darkrai shot him an irritated glare before roaring. This is not your place, get out of here. With that, Darkrai raised both hands, forming a massive Dark Void, ready to launch another assault on the twin dragons. Don't be reckless. 1 against 2. Focus on Dialga. Yuan's voice rang out again. Darkrai froze. Why? Kaka. Gengar appeared beside Darkrai, pointing at Palkia's left shoulder. The crimson jewel embedded in Palkia's shoulder, which was supposed to shine brilliantly, was now covered in cracks. Clearly, Palkia had been too confident in its strength, taking a direct hit from Dialga's Roar of Time during their earlier clash, leaving it injured. So throughout their battle, Dialga had been suppressing Palkia. In this situation, they had to intervene. It would buy them more time. Darkrai understood immediately. That makes sense. You're dumber than my Gengar, Yuan scoffed. Darkrai shot him another glare, but it didn't argue back. Instead, it hurled the massive Dark Void directly at Dialga. Grr. Seeing this, Dialga immediately enveloped itself in a temporal barrier to resist the attack, then glared furiously at Darkrai. Why just me? Darkrai, now completely fed up with Yuan but absolutely fearless against Dialga and Palkia, roared back. What are you staring at? I'm hitting you. With that, it lunged straight for Dialga. Palkia hesitated for a moment, then seemed to realize was this thing on its side? Dialga was enraged. Now it was a 2-on-1. It decided to show Darkrai that battles between legendary Pokémon were not something a mere caca could interfere with. We're joining in too, Yuan declared. Gengar, Will-O-Wisp, Thunder Wave, Confuse Ray, Lick use everything? Spam it all. Caca. Gengar smirked evilly. With Darkrai and Palkia drawing attention at the front, it had nothing to worry about. Sure, these moves might not deal much damage to Dialga, but they were annoying. At the same time, Cynthia and Garchomp sprang into action. Garchomp, Dragon Rush. Yuan didn't stop her. Instead, he attempted to communicate with Palkia using his aura powers. Palkia. No matter what, they had clearly shown they were helping it. It should at least acknowledge them, right? If they could establish communication, or even cooperation, they might be able to lure the dragons away from Twin Leaf Town and minimize the danger. But Palkia ignored him completely. After a while, it finally responded, seemingly annoyed. Get lost. A mere human buzzing in its ear, how irritating? Yuan grinned. You little. Grr. Too much bullying. At that moment, Dialga had finally had enough. It was supposed to be a one-on-one fight, so why did the enemy suddenly have backup? If you've ever been in a street fight, you know that when someone interferes, the anger is usually directed at the one who pulled the fast one. So, Dialga completely ignored Palkia. The blue gem on its chest gleamed brilliantly. Yuan's expression changed. Forget Palkia's attitude, there was no time for that now. Dodge, quickly. Boom! A blinding blue beam tore through the air toward Darkrai. In an instant, Darkrai was blasted away, crashing through countless buildings, leaving a trail of destruction across Twin Leaf Town. Seeing this, Palkia didn't hesitate. It slashed its claws, unleashing several spatial rends toward Dialga. But Dialga was now focused on one thing, taking Yuan and his group down. It had realized Darkrai was following Yuan's commands. A mere human? Dragon Claw? To the left, spatial rend created a distortion in space. To the right, Roar of Time froze time itself. Yuan and Dragonite were trapped. Yuan's expression darkened as he took a deep breath and patted Dragonite. It was time to go all out. Yuan and Dragonite had no space to dodge. Seeing this, Yuan's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and patted Dragonite, signaling it to prepare. This was going to be a fight for survival. Dragon Rush. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. From above, Garchomp, clad in its draconic aura, dove straight toward Dialga's incoming claw. Cynthia's face was ice cold, her sharp gaze filled with unwavering determination. Boom! Dialga's claw was knocked off course. Grr! Dialga roared in pain. It had momentarily forgotten about Garchomp, though it wasn't as much of a threat as Darkrai. It had been persistently buzzing around the battlefield. This girl. She really went all in when she fought. Cynthia and Garchomp had successfully diverted Dialga's attention. She even spared a glance toward Yuan, offering him a gentle smile. Macamp, Dynamic Punch. Below, Bruno's voice rang out. It seemed he had arrived as well. At the same time, Palkia's attacks finally landed, explosions erupting around Dialga. Grr. Dialga's eyes burned red. It was furious. Seeing Palkia attack, it naturally wasn't going to back down. The two legendary dragons, wrapped in the powers of time and space, clashed again. With each blow, Twin Leaf Town crumbled further into ruin. Whoosh! Darkrai, battered and bruised, returned to the battlefield. Seeing Dialga and Palkia about to unleash their signature attacks again, it didn't hesitate, immediately diving between them. It hovered in the center. In its mind, it recalled the scene Yuan had shown it the night before. Alicia, the garden, it belongs to everyone. You can stay here, Darkrai. Thank you. Darkrai's gaze hardened. It roared. This is everyone's garden. This is not your battlefield? Get out. That small, shadowy figure bore the weight of the entire town's survival. This was its mission, its destiny. Spatial rend? Roar of time? Time and space twisted violently. With its small frame, Darkrai held up a dark veil to block the two devastating forces, preventing them from clashing and annihilating Twin Leaf Town. But, even as strong as Darkrai was, it couldn't hold back the power of two legendary dragons. It was too much. Struggling, Darkrai turned toward Yuan. Please, protect the garden. I beg you. Yuan's heart tensed. His brows furrowed. TCH. Darkrai might be reckless, but damn, was it badass. Fine, fine. Yuan shook his head. His frustration faded, replaced by a fierce determination. Then let's go crazy together. If there was ever a time to be reckless, why not now? Gengar. Yuan roared. Mega Evolution. Caca. A brilliant burst of rainbow-colored energy engulfed Gengar as it evolved into Mega Gengar. Then, without hesitation, it lunged forward, ramming into Darkrai and knocking it out of the collision's epicenter. Boom! At that moment, Roar of Time and Spatial Rend collided once more. The impact blasted Darkrai and Mega Gengar away. Cynthia, Garchomp, and Bruno struggled against the shockwave, barely keeping their footing. Darkrai, like a broken kite, crashed into the ground, its condition unknown. Mega Gengar, though struggling, managed to steady itself in midair, positioning itself in front of Yuan once again. Grr. Draa. Even after that clash, Dialga and Palkia still weren't stopping. But now, only a third of Twin Leaf Town remained. Yuan could faintly hear the distant cries for help. His heart grew heavier. If this kept going, who knew how many people would die? Caw. Jengar stuck out its tongue and let out a ferocious roar. Finally, it caught the dragon's attention. Dialga and Palkia? One Darkrai was down, and now another one popped up? But this one was way weaker, no need to worry. Jengar was furious. They actually ignored him? Cha! Behind him, an excited shout rang out. Yuan's eyes lit up. Rotom, teleport it over. Rotom, Sigma, LLL. Dragonite, let's go. If not for protecting Yuan, Dragonite would have joined the fight long ago. Now, given the order, it roared with excitement and flapped its wings, soaring into battle. Dragonite had never backed down from another dragon. Seeing the dragons about to clash again, Jengar roared. Caw. Hey, you two little dragons, come at me? It even curled a finger in challenge. Dialga and Palkia froze, then exchanged glances. This guy actually taunted them? Enraged, the two dragons prepared to attack. Clink, clink, clink. A clear metallic rattling sound rang out. Hearing it, both Dialga and Palkia visibly stiffened. They turned their heads and saw a Dragonite soaring through the sky, carrying a handsome young man, holding a crimson-red chain. You two are way too cocky, Yuan bellowed, hurling the chain forward. That's... Cynthia gasped, her pupils shrinking. The blood-red chain from ancient legends. Grr. For the first time, Dialga and Palkia looked truly nervous, as the chain unfurled midair, extending far beyond its original size. The two dragons instantly tried to escape. The chain could only bind one of them. No way were they both going down. Grr. Dialga roared in desperation. Why is it always me? The red chain shot toward Dialga, its mystical energy sealing the flow of time. Seeing this, Palkia let out a sigh of relief. Time to run? In the rubble below, Darkrai struggled to rise, staring at the crimson glow in disbelief. So this was the power of Plan B? Plan B? If Yuan had heard Darkrai's thoughts, he would have told it. No, this was Plan C. You think you can run now? Too late. Yuan sneered. Jengar? You've been watching your virtual pet for a while, time to let it out for a walk. Caw. Mega Jengar cackled. Roar? A low, eerie growl rumbled from its body. Dark mist poured from Mega Jengar's form, shaping into the silhouette of another dragon. Sensing this, Dialga and Palkia both froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Giratina? Impossible? Wasn't Giratina sealed in the distortion world? Yes, Giratina couldn't leave. But, just like how Dialga and Palkia's realms had intersected due to Arceus' influence, Giratina's seal had also loosened. It could project more of its power. This was the one chance Yuan and Giratina had been waiting for. That spectral form of Giratina surged into Mega Jengar's body, making it swell even larger. In an instant, it flashed in front of Palkia. And then, it punched Palkia in the face. Boom! At the same time, Yuan leaped from Dragonite's back, plummeting straight down. He shouted. Dragonite outrage. Dragonite's eyes burned red, a crimson aura raging around it. Outrage mode activated. Again outrage. Already in a frenzy, Dragonite unleashed a second outrage mid-outrage. Double outrage mode activated. Crush it. Yuan never let grudges slide. That get lost from Palkia earlier? Yay, he remembered. Dragonite, writhed in a deep red aura, shot toward Palkia like a crimson comet. Boom! Bruno! Yuan yelled. On it. Bruno, having received Yuan's aura message beforehand, had been waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he commanded his Pokémon to attack. Bang! 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 Palkia, trying to escape, was already thrown off by the red chain and Giratina's projection. Now, with Jengar's sucker punch, Dragonite's outrage, and Bruno's team's coordinated assault, its body completely lost control, getting smashed into Dialga. And at that moment, the red chain tightened, sealing them both. Humph! Yuan smirked. Mere twin dragons. Whoosh! From above, Garchomp soared in an arc. Cynthia, carrying Yuan in a princess carry, caught him midair. Grr! Garchomp snorted, turning its head. You get a pass this time. Yuan, Cynthia, Mega Jengar, Dragonite, Garchomp, and the barely standing Darkrai now hovered before the captured twin dragons. Yuan's Pokédex flashed, revealing Giratina's blood-red eyes. Grr! The grand battle had finally come to an end. Giratina, I suggest we kill them. Dialga and Palkia, Sigma, LLL. Yuan. You really dare say that, huh? I wouldn't dare. The problem is, I couldn't even if I wanted to. Did Giratina really think they could just kill the gods of time and space like that? Yuan also doubted the red chain could keep them restrained forever. What he hadn't expected, however, was the immense toll using the red chain took on him. Combined with his earlier aura consumption and maintaining Jengar's mega evolution, Yuan felt like he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. So, ignoring Giratina, he turned to look at Dialga and Palkia. Those two were still somewhat restless, but they were no longer colliding in a chaotic frenzy like before. Of course, the red chain was part of the reason, but Giratina's presence was definitely the bigger factor. Maybe now, they could actually talk? Grr. This is all your fault? If you hadn't come to my domain, you wouldn't be stuck here now. Grr. You came to my domain? And sure, I might be stuck, but you didn't even get a chance to run. Loser. Grr. Who are you calling a loser? Grr. Whoever responds first is the loser. Grr. I'll destroy you. Grr. Try me. Yuan. He had barely extended the last of his aura when he heard their conversation. Are you two a pair of bickering idiots? Ahem. No time for this nonsense. Yuan cleared his throat and interrupted them with a firm voice. You two restore Twin Leaf Town. Now. The bickering dragons immediately fell silent, both turning to look at him. Then, they snorted in unison and turned their heads away. Yuan. They had only been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the red chain and Giratina's aura. Now that they had time to think, they realized Giratina was still bound to the distortion world. It couldn't do anything to them. As for the red chain, it wasn't complete. It could restrain them, sure, but command them? Not happening. Seeing their you can't do anything to us attitude, Yuan let out a cold laugh. Fine. Guess I'll just hand you two over to Giratina. Giratina, now this is a surprise. Grr. Go ahead. Bring it on. Grr. Yeah, let it come. For some reason, when faced with Giratina, Dialga and Palkia suddenly became extremely united. Giratina, hold me back. Yuan, Gengar, hold me back. Yuan, however, smirked. Oh, that's fine. You two know I'll survive even if Twin Leaf Town is destroyed, right? And I just so happen to know how to break the seal on the distortion world. Just wait. Giratina, huh? For real? Grr. You're bluffing. Grr. Yeah, nice try. Yuan ignored Giratina and simply smiled. Aren't you curious why your realms overlapped? Why Giratina's seal weakened? The moment he said this, all three dragons froze. Yuan slowly raised a hand and pointed upwards, his voice laced with amusement. Why don't you sense for yourselves, and see who's waking up? That was the real problem. Dialga and Palkia, who had just been defiant, immediately paled. Yuan's heart sank as well. He had only been guessing that their fight, combined with Unknown's prophecy, had something to do with Arceus awakening. Now, it was confirmed. More importantly, judging by their reactions, Arceus wasn't waking up in a good mood. And if even Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina feared this, Yuan didn't even want to imagine how angry Arceus must be. Grr. How do you know all this, human? For the first time, Dialga truly acknowledged Yuan's presence. Palkia did the same. Darkrai, Gengar, and the rest of Yuan's Pokémon gathered at his side. Yuan, however, raised a hand to stop them. Stay out of this. Let me ask, if I keep you two locked up until that one fully awakens, what do you think will happen? His tone turned cold. He tightened his grip on the red chain. I won't ask a third time. Restore Twin Leaf Town. Dialga and Palkia exchanged glances. A silent conversation passed between them. Palkia, what do we do? Dialga, what else? He's louder. Just listen to him. With a slight vibration, time and space energy surged forth from their bodies. The town, which had been mostly obliterated, rapidly began to rebuild itself, including the people and Pokémon who had been lost. Gengar, having reverted to its normal form, scratched its head in confusion. Why did this feel so familiar? It shook its head. Nah, just a coincidence. As Twin Leaf Town returned to normal, cheers erupted from the town's residents. Grr. Happy now? Palkia asked. Yuan staggered slightly. Cynthia, who had been watching closely, silently stepped forward to support him. Yuan didn't resist, simply tossing the music box to Darkrai. Go play Oration at the Spacetime Tower. Just in case. Thanks to Dialga and Palkia's powers, the tower had also been restored. Then, Yuan turned back to the two dragons with a smile that made their instincts scream danger. Leave something behind, and I'll let you go. Dialga and Palkia's eyes widened. Were they being extorted? This isn't extortion, it's compensation. Yuan calmly expressed his thoughts through aura. Compensation? This was too much. Before they could retort, soft, calming music drifted through the air. Oration. The melody that could soothe all anger and hatred. As the golden, phoenix-like tower unfurled its wings and showered Twin Leaf Town in gentle light, even Dialga and Palkia couldn't hold on to their fury. Their rage faded like the tide. With clearer minds. Grr. What do we do? Dialga looked at Palkia. Grr. What else? Palkia stared at Yuan. It had to admit, it felt a little guilty toward him. After all, during its battle with Dialga, he had helped it. But more than that, it was curious. And just a little, afraid. How had this human learned about Arceus awakening before them? Why did he have a red chain? Why did Giratina listen to him? After a moment of hesitation, Palkia plucked a small sphere of light from its body. Seeing this, Dialga gritted its teeth and did the same. The two orbs merged together, forming a translucent, multifaceted crystal. It floated into Yuan's hand. Yuan barely had time to examine it before his legs gave out. If not for Cynthia holding him, he would have collapsed. Clink, clink, clink. With a flick of his wrist, Yuan retracted the red chain. Dialga and Palkia were free. They exchanged glances, then huffed and prepared to leave. Wait. Dialga frowned. Grr. What now? Yuan was too exhausted to say much more, so he simply shot a look at Gengar. One glance was all it took. Caw. Gengar cackled mischievously. With a flick of its wrist, it reached into its dimensional stomach and pulled out 4 boxes of poke blocks. Kaka, one box as a goodwill gift. The other, let's trade. Dialga and Palkia exchanged confused glances. What was this? Gengar casually opened a box, releasing a rich aroma into the air. The scent immediately caught their attention. After fighting for so long, Dialga and Palkia realized just how hungry they were. And right in front of them was something that smelled delicious. Yuan's specially crafted, high-tier, premium temptation poke blocks? Dialga and Palkia's eyes lit up. Nutritionally, it didn't matter. They were legendary Pokémon. But the taste? Grr. What do you want in exchange? Dialga asked. Kaka. Gengar rubbed its hands together greedily. If Dialga and Palkia had ever watched human movies, they'd realize, right now, Gengar looked exactly like a scheming businessman. What Yuan wanted was simple. Dragon scales. More specifically, scales from the twin dragons themselves. Palkia hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Grr, grr. Fine. But just as it was about to hand one over, Dialga stopped it. It narrowed its eyes at Gengar's sly grin and let out a cold snort. Grr. One measly box for our scales. Kaka. Oh, then what do you suggest? Grr, grr. At least 2 boxes. Gengar froze. Then it put on an extremely conflicted, heartbroken, reluctant expression. Before gritting its teeth. Kaka. Deal. Dialga smirked and shot a triumphant look at Palkia. See that? Learn from me? Palkia rolled its eyes. What are you so proud of? Honestly, if they had pushed a little harder, they probably could have gotten 3 boxes out of Gengar. But considering the fact that Yuan had helped them, fine. They'd let it slide this time. In the end, Dialga and Palkia each handed over a scale, while Gengar gave them 3 boxes of poke blocks. Legendary dragon scales acquired? Grr. I'm leaving. Without another word, Dialga tore open time itself and vanished into the temporal stream. Not wanting to be left behind, Palkia swiped its claws, opening a rift in space before stepping into the void. And with that, the battle at the Spacetime Tower had officially come to an end. Yuan was more than satisfied with Gengar's negotiation skills, and even more impressed by how skilled Gengar had become at acting. With everything finally over, the tension in his body faded. His vision blurred, and he collapsed into Cynthia's arms. Grr. Garchomp instinctively bared its fangs, but considering what Yuan had just accomplished, it simply huffed, lifted its head, and pretended not to see anything. Darkrai, after securing the music box in the Spacetime Tower, rushed back in case Dialga and Palkia tried anything again. But upon arrival, it saw, Twin Leaf Town had been restored. The twin dragons were gone, and Yuan had simply passed out. Darkrai let out a long sigh of relief before collapsing onto the ground. As the mist faded and the clear blue sky returned, Darkrai closed its eyes. This time, it owed Yuan another life debt. Huh? It's over. At the same time, Flint finally arrived, riding Rapidash at full speed. But the moment he saw Yuan lying peacefully in Cynthia's arms, his face turned pale. His lips trembled. Yuan, is he? He's just asleep, Cynthia said softly. Flint let out a breath of relief. Oh, good. I thought. Bam! Before he could finish, Bruno's steel-like arms wrapped around his shoulders. Let's battle, Afro Boy. Sigma, degree. As sunlight once again bathed Twin Leaf Town, and the melody of oration soothed its people and Pokémon, the once chaotic town quickly regained its warmth and vitality. Even Baron Albert, who had spent the entire fight in Lickitung form, had returned to normal. He immediately raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Yuan!" After all, there was no doubt that Yuan was the reason for all this. And as the Pokémon Center's head of security, Albert had been secretly watching the battle at the Spacetime Tower. He hadn't seen everything, but he had seen Yuan commanding Darkrai, Mega Gengar, and Dragonite to take on the twin dragons. Then, Yuan simply raised a hand, tossed a chain, and restrained them both. What kind of power was that? Long live Yuan! The Pokémon Center erupted into cheers. A nearby reporter, eager for an exclusive, rushed up to Albert. Baron Albert, you were watching the battle closely. What exactly happened? Albert adjusted his outfit. As a noble, handling reporters was second nature to him. He cleared his throat. Ahem. He raised his hand dramatically, prepared to speak, and then paused, because he realized he didn't actually know that much. Well, Albert began. Yuan took on the twin dragons solo. He flew up, shouted a few commands, then bam, bam, he swung his arm, and then boom boom. The reporter scribbled furiously. One was talking nonsense. The other was writing nonsense. And what level of strength would you say Yuan is at? Level. Albert straightened his suit. You know, Yuan and I are close. He usually doesn't let me reveal this, but, see that Darkrai? That's his Pokémon. Everyone who had seen Darkrai in action was shocked. The reporter immediately wrote down Yuan's confirmed minimum strength, champion level. And in her mind, she was already writing tomorrow's headline. Yuan, the man who bound the twin dragons. As for today's news, it had already been published. Yuan unveils a new evolution, Mega Evolution. For the next several days, Yuan's name was destined to dominate the headlines. Meanwhile, in a peaceful garden, shaded beneath a large tree, Yuan slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was Kaka, Gengar's wide, grinning face. Yuan smirked, pinching Gengar's cheek. Good job, Gengar. Gengar beamed and pounded its chest. Caw. Mere twin dragons? Easy? As soon as he sat up. Oh. Ninetales curled its 9 tails beneath him, forming a soft foxtail chair. Cynthia knelt beside him. You should rest. Twin Leaf Town is safe now. Yuan chuckled. Safe? Not necessarily. Cynthia and the Pokémon looked confused. Yuan slowly took out his phone. There was one more angry old man waiting for an explanation, Giratina. It appeared directly on Yuan's phone screen. With Arceus awakening and after the chaos caused by Dialga and Palkia, Giratina had become even more active. It no longer needed to communicate through text. To be honest, seeing a giant, blood-red eye suddenly pop up on his phone screen was a little creepy. But Yuan was used to it by now, and perhaps because of Gengar's influence. The way Giratina appeared on the screen looked strangely cute. It really was starting to feel like a digital pet. Communicating with it had also become easier. At least now, he didn't have to type anymore, just using aura was enough. So, do you truly have a way to free me from my seal? Giratina's impatience was clear. If before, it still had doubts about Yuan's identity. After what happened with Dialga and Palkia, those doubts were completely gone. It was laughable to even question it. Someone who could bind both Dialga and Palkia. How could they be ordinary? Its tone had shifted to one of equals. Speak normally. Ahem. Can you help me break the seal? Giratina corrected itself with a cough. There should be a way. Yuan rubbed his chin. After all, in the movie Giratina and the Sky Warrior, Giratina's seal was weakened by Shaman's seed flare. And Shaman was known to inhabit a place in Sinnoh the Grassidea fields. The problem was, Shaman is the gratitude Pokemon. Without a genuine heart of gratitude, one couldn't see it. Even though Shaman had a population, that didn't mean you could just find one whenever you wanted. Unless, of course, you had a Grassidea flower, which could lure Shaman out. As for a heart of gratitude, Yuan was self-aware enough to know he probably didn't have one. A greedy heart, a love for money heart, a narcissistic heart, sure, those were fine. For some reason, Yuan's mind flashed with certain artistic fan interpretations of Giratina and Shaman. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. Then hurry up and help me get out. Giratina urged. It's not that simple. Yuan sighed, explaining the situation. Then, he added, besides, don't you think this isn't the best time for you to come out? What do you mean? Yuan pointed upward. That one is about to wake up. That one. Giratina's expression hardened. Pfft, I'm not afraid of it. Let it wake up. Yuan's expression turned strange. I didn't say you were scared, buddy. Everyone knew. Giratina had a rebellious streak. And that rebellion was directed only at Arceus. Don't forget what you said before. Yuan's face turned serious. Those who achieve great things don't fuss over small details. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Great things. Are you telling me Adventures of Poplio wasn't good? Or that Meowth and Pika wasn't entertaining? Giratina glanced at Yuan before muttering. I already finished watching those. Yuan. So, you're here to ask for new episodes? Yuan sighed, scanning the area. His gaze landed on Darkrai, and his eyes lit up. Relax. There will be new movies soon. Just be patient. After a pause, he added. You need to learn patience. Wait for the right moment, then strike when the time is right. If you really can't wait, I'll have Gengar send you some audio recordings in a few days. Yuan had recorded plenty of stories while narrating to Gengar and Rotom. Things like 3 Kingdoms, for example. That should be enough to keep Giratina occupied for a while. Right now, letting it out wouldn't be a good idea. For one, Yuan wasn't sure he could control it. If Giratina went to pick another fight with Dialga and Palkia, another town might get destroyed. For another, Arceus. Just thinking about Arceus waking up gave Yuan a headache. Would Arceus be able to wait until Ash made his debut? Or maybe Red, Blue, or Ethan? For now, Giratina needed to stay put. After soothing Giratina with the promise of future updates, Yuan collapsed back onto the grass with a sigh of relief. Finally, this whole mess was truly over. Wait. Yuan bolted upright. Besides Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, there was one more problem. Team Galactic. Cyrus. Now that they had seen the twin dragons in action, Team Galactic wouldn't sit still. That meant Pokemon Hunter J and her group of mercenary hunters would also become more active. Yuan rubbed his temples. Why did I end up getting pulled into this whole special task force nonsense? The only good thing was, at least there's Looker. Is it over? Cynthia, who had been sitting nearby, finally asked softly. Yuan massaged his temples, smiling wryly. Not even close. But, for now, things have settled. I'll help you. Cynthia smiled slightly. Her golden hair shimmered like a waterfall under the light. Her flawless face, those crescent moon eyes, her delicate nose, and cherry lips. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Their gazes met. He saw his reflection in her eyes. Ahem, sure. Yuan quickly turned his head, stumbling over his words. Not far away, Darkrai watched this unfold and rolled its eyes. TCH pathetic. I was ready to hold Garchomp down for you, and this is all you do. The celebrations continued in Twinleaf Town. Fireworks lit up the sky. But now, it wasn't just for the festival. It was a celebration of survival, and of Yuan's heroism. Baron Albert even suggested building a statue of Yuan in the town square. The townspeople all agreed immediately, although, in private, They wanted to rename Albert's statue as Lickitung Baron, since that better suited the actual events. Meanwhile, as Yuan, Cynthia, and the Pokémon wandered through town, the townspeople refused to take any of their money. Words couldn't fully express their gratitude, so instead, they showed it by covering everything. As they walked, Yuan took out his latest gains, or rather, Dialga and Palkia's compensation out of guilt. A small, glowing orb, about half the size of his palm, time-space orb, formed from condensed temporal and spatial energy, grants some control over enclosed time-space, excels at breaking seals, and allows Pokémon to gradually adapt to time and space energy. Time and space energy? Yuan didn't have much experience with time energy. After all, time couldn't be seen or touched, yet it was real. Very few Pokémon could interact with it. Aside from Roar of Time, there weren't many moves that dealt with time. Oh, wait. There was one. Celebi. Celebi could travel through time and had even rewound time to resurrect Steven and the others. Rumor had it that Celebi's species existed as infinite versions of itself across time. As for spatial energy, that could be useful. Moves like Teleport, Phantom Force, and Shadow Sneak all manipulated space. But more importantly, there was one Pokémon that truly humiliated Palkia's authority over space. Hoopa. The Ultra Hoopa incident had seriously tarnished Palkia's reputation. So much so that it was now called Little Jawfish Dragon. Yuan smirked. This thing is perfect for Gengar. Gengar could become even more elusive with this, and combined with its battle style and tactics, its strength would improve significantly. As for time energy, Yuan figured Gengar could figure that out on its own. Whatever it ended up mastering, that would be up to its own abilities. Caca. Gengar was delighted, immediately swallowing the time-space orb into its stomach. It wasn't too concerned about spatial energy, but time energy? That was important. If it could grasp even a little of time's power, maybe it could make sure Yuan lived forever. Yes, it had to study this carefully. Aside from the time-space orb, there were also the dragon scales from Dialga and Palkia. These were much easier to handle. Palkia's dragon water scale would go to Dragonite. Dragonite had strong talent in water-type moves. Even before evolving, it had already mastered Hydro Pump. This scale would definitely benefit it. As for Dialga's Dragon Steel scale, that was perfect for Tinkaton. Even though Dragon type and Fairy type normally conflicted, knowing Tinkaton's personality, that scale was definitely going to become part of its hammer. Tinkaton's body was Fairy type, but its hammer was Steel type, so forging the scale into the hammer wouldn't cause any issues. More importantly, Tinkaton had already absorbed traces of adamant orb powder into its hammer before, and nothing bad had happened. That meant the compatibility was fine. Now the real question was, if Tinkaton smashed a Dragon-type Pokémon with this hammer, would it count as quadruple damage? After all, Fairy was X2 against Dragon, and now Dragon would be X2 against itself. Well, that was something for later. Yuan was satisfied with the distribution. Gengar, Dragonite, and Tinkaton had contributed the most in the battle. It was only fair they got the best rewards. Besides, Tinkaton had truly proven its forging abilities. Maybe, if they found the right materials, it could enhance the red chain even further. Watching his Pokémon excitedly bounce around, Yuan felt his mood brighten. But then, he frowned. With the time-space orb in his possession, that meant his Pokémon's maintenance costs were probably about to skyrocket again. Night fell. Twin Leaf Town was still brightly lit, laughter filling the streets. At the top of the Spacetime Tower, Darkrai stood at the highest point, overlooking the celebrating town below. The night breeze rippled through its mist-like form. Despite its constant flowing body, its heart was calm. Twin Leaf Town had been saved, and its promise to Alicia had been fulfilled. Darkrai let out a quiet sigh of relief. You Pokémon are really something. Always meeting on rooftops like this. A voice drifted up from below. Dressed in black, one hand adjusting his hat, Yuan gazed over Twin Leaf Town with a small smile on his face. Darkrai looked at Yuan and said softly, "Unlike you, I've always lived in darkness." Then, it asked, "Where's my payment?" Yuan rolled his eyes. "You think my stock is infinite? Energy Pokeblocks take time to make, you know." Darkrai turned away, scoffing. "Then why are you here? Stargazing?" Yuan simply grinned. "I'm here to give you an opportunity." Darkrai blinked. "An opportunity? An opportunity to do good?" Darkrai paused, then, "I never had a choice before. Now, I want to try being good." Yuan froze. "Wait a second." Darkrai's response timing. Its phrasing. Was it quoting a movie? Was this Pokémon Infernal Affairs? Hold on. That's my line? Did they just swap roles? Yuan tested it. "Sorry, I'm with the International Police." Darkrai shrugged. "So, what difference does that make?" Yuan immediately snapped his fingers. "You're hired?" Darkrai stiffened. "Hired. Yep. If you're willing, I can help you go mainstream." Darkrai's face darkened. So after all this build-up, Yuan was trying to make it a celebrity. Who wants to be an actor? Darkrai growled. "Oh." Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely not. You'll get lots of fans. What's the point? You'll be known as the beloved Darkrai, not a shadow lurking in fear." Darkrai's eyes flickered. Yuan smirked. "You'll also get attention from a lot of cute girls, Darkrai, and you'll make tons of money." "Huh? What do I need money for? Money is meaningless." With money, you can buy all the energy poke blocks you want. Darkray's breathing hitched. Yuan pushed further. And for convenience, I'll have your paycheck deposited directly into my account, and I'll buy you poke blocks myself. Easy, right? Darkray nodded instinctively. That's actually quite. Wait a minute. Darkray's eyes sharpened. I need time to think about this. Yuan nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Before leaving, he left one final sentence. Alicia wanted you to be happy, but she wouldn't want you to be stuck in one place, either. Then, he turned and headed down the stairs. As he descended, he muttered. Why do we always have these deep talks at the top of a tower? Do you know how many stairs this thing has? Darkray's eye twitched. Why not just fly up with Dragonite? After Yuan left, Darkray gazed at the moon. It took a deep breath and murmured. To be happy, huh? A strange, awkward smile tugged at its lips. Not quite right. But not quite wrong. Either way, I owe him one. And I'll repay it. It had already decided how. Midnight. Near the Pokémon Center, at an empty lot. Jengar squatted on a power pole, swinging its feet lazily. Down below, Darkray looked up at the overloaded pole and sighed. Caw. Jengar grinned. Why'd you call me out here? Darkray rubbed its claws together, and formed a swirling black sphere in its palm. Dark Void, do you want to learn this? Darkray asked. Jengar scratched its head. Caw. You dragged me out here this late at night just for this? What else? Jengar rolled its eyes and hopped down. Caw. No thanks. Not interested. If that was all, I'm going to bed. It had been a long day. It fought Bruno's Macamp. It punched Palkia in the face. It was exhausted. Seeing this, Darkray's face twitched. Since when did Dark Void have so little respect? It vanished, and reappeared right in front of Jengar, holding an even bigger Dark Void. Jengar's eyes narrowed. It grinned and licked its lips. Caw. Oh, you wanna fight? Darkray's tone was dead serious. Don't make me beg you to learn this. Jengar froze. Whoa, that serious, huh? Caw. Fine. I'll try it. Darkray took a deep breath. Sinnoh, Twin Leaf Town. Pokémon Courtyard. The green forest swayed with the wind, clear streams flowed gently, and the sound of a grassy flute echoed through the garden. Caw. Jengar rubbed its palms together, forming a dark sphere in its hand. At first glance, it looked like a shadow ball, but in reality, there was something sinister about it. No, wait. Darkray held its forehead. Is that really how you form spheres? Caw. Jengar tilted its head. What's wrong with it? Well, I suppose it's fine. It does seem a bit faster to execute, and the energy is more concentrated. Darkray glanced sideways. Somehow, even though Darkray was the one teaching Jengar Dark Void, it felt like Darkray was the one learning new techniques instead. Still, it had to admit, Jengar's expertise in hypnosis far exceeded its expectations. Because of that, Jengar didn't feel much need for Dark Void, and its enthusiasm for learning was lacking. Alright, then. After some thought, Darkray said, I'll teach you something flashy. It formed a Dark Void in its hands. Then, the Dark Void suddenly expanded, swallowing Darkray itself. A moment later, Jengar was pulled into the void as well. Inside the Dark Void, Jengar quickly realized that its movement had been heavily restricted. Its body felt sluggish, its mobility was compromised, and attacking was nearly impossible. Caw. But instead of panicking, Jengar's eyes lit up. This move. It was interesting. Seeing that Jengar was finally intrigued, Darkray let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, it's interested. Want me to teach you? Caw. Jengar nodded rapidly. Then you need to master Dark Void first. This is just an advanced application. Caw. Jengar pounded its chest. Bring it on. Sitting on the grass nearby, Yuan watched with a strange expression. You really dare to teach this, huh? That move. It was the same technique Darkray had used in the movie, where it shielded itself from Roar of Time and Spatial Rend, then immobilized Dialga and Palkia to buy time for Ash. If Jengar learned this, wouldn't his entire house disappear? Dinner's ready. Yuan quickly called out. Yaji? Larvitar rolled over, jumped to its feet, and dashed toward Yuan. The other Pokémon followed immediately, including Whoosh. Darkray, who had been teaching Jengar just a moment ago, suddenly teleported to Yuan's side. Yuan glanced at Darkray. Darkray looked away, scoffing. It's a work meal. Teaching Jengar was a job, so food should be included. Yuan chuckled. He handed over a box of poke blocks and some homemade snacks. Darkray grabbed it as fast as Larvitar did. Have you thought about it? Darkray casually popped a poke block into its mouth. I don't mind fighting for you, but acting. It didn't see itself as acting material. Besides, it was comfortable living in Twin Leaf Town. This place was filled with memories. After the battle, the townspeople had accepted it. Now, it wanted to protect Twin Leaf Town. Though, if the film location was in Twin Leaf Town, it might consider it. Deal. Yuan suddenly grinned. Darkray. Deal? Wait, what did I just agree to? Yuan smirked. You just said it yourself. Fighting is fine. Darkray blinked. Then, it locked eyes with Yuan, its gaze firm. That's my promise. After a pause, it added solemnly. If you ever need me to fight for you, I will be there. Its voice was resolute. Are you sure? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Darkray's eyes narrowed. You doubt me? No, that's not it. Yuan waved his hand. He believed in Darkray's promise. This was a Darkray strong enough to take on Dialga and Palkia. I just mean, if I ever do need you, our opponent won't be easy. Darkray snorted. As long as it's not Arceus, I'll take them down. Yuan's smile deepened. But what if hypothetically our opponent is Arceus? Darkray. Yuan's expression turned odd. It wasn't that he expected to fight Arceus, but at this rate, it seemed highly likely. Arceus's awakening had already begun. He had encountered Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia. Unknown had marked him as significant. It was hard to believe he wouldn't end up crossing paths with Arceus eventually. Not to mention Cynthia, Flint, Looker, Aaron. All his friends were in Sinnoh. Avoiding Arceus felt unrealistic. Darkray huffed. TCH. Like you'd actually fight Arceus. Then, after a pause, it gritted its teeth. Even if it is Arceus, I'll buy you 3 minutes. Yuan laughed. Then I'm relieved. For some reason, Darkray suddenly felt like it had been tricked. He wouldn't really end up fighting Arceus, right? Caca. Yuan's sudden shout snapped Darkray out of its thoughts. It turned, and its face froze. Gengar had just created an enormous dark void. Darkray, Sigma, LLL. It whipped its head toward Yuan, its eyes pleading. Stop it. Yuan gave it a deadpan look. And whose fault is that? Too late. Can't stop it. Yuan shrugged. Not my house anyway. Darkray, F. Under the wisteria pergola, Cynthia sat gracefully, flipping through ancient texts from Twin Leaf Town's library. These books were brought by Tonio. His great-grandfather was the legendary Gaudi, so his family had preserved many ancient writings. Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered. A familiar voice came through. Is everything truly over? It was Elite Four Bertha. Her voice sounded tired. Are you all safe? Cynthia smiled. We're fine. It's all over. Bertha was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously. So, is everything really like what's been spreading online? At that moment, Flint was squatting on a railing, chatting on his phone. His voice was dramatic. Yup, Looker, it's exactly like they said. Yuan one-punched Dialga and Palkia. I was right there, man. He just bam, one punch, and boom, down they went. Hey, Looker, you still there? Listen, I'm telling you, that day was. Cynthia chuckled. The rumors online had spiraled out of control. Thanks to Baron Albert and Flint, the story had grown. At first, it was just Yuan took on Dialga and Palkia alone. Then it became Yuan fought them with his bare hands. And now, Yuan one-punched the twin dragons. The more exaggerated it got, the more people believed it. 3 people repeating a lie made it the truth. And since Yuan was already known as a fighting-type expert, the rumor stuck. Even now, people had started calling him One-Punch Trainer, Brawling Fist, My Punch, 20 years of training. Yuan muted his phone. He couldn't be bothered anymore. That was also why most of the phone calls had started going to Cynthia and Flint instead. Cynthia replied, well, there are some exaggerations, but it's not entirely inaccurate. She glanced toward Yuan, who was currently pinning Gengar down, preventing it from wreaking havoc with its Dark Void experiments. Cynthia smiled. Not too far off, I suppose. Bertha. So in reality, Yuan used strategy to restrain Dialga and Palkia and then managed to de-escalate the battle through negotiation. That was something Bertha could believe. Yes. Cynthia nodded. Bertha let out a deep sigh of relief. It seems Yuan's understanding of Pokémon psychology is truly unmatched in the world. Even furious legendary Pokémon could be calmed by him. What other Pokémon psychologist could boast such a feat? Cynthia nodded again. And it wasn't just Dialga and Palkia. Even Darkray, one of the strongest and most feared mythicals, had completely bonded with Yuan. Or rather, had literally fought with him, side by side. Because at that moment, Yuan, after subduing Gengar, had turned around and gotten into another scuffle with Darkray. After hanging up, Bertha slumped back in her chair, exhausted. Being an Elite Four in Sinnoh was a nightmare these days. Especially recently. Regigiga's awakening. The Lily of the Valley conference. Dialga and Palkia's battle. Compared to all of that, the Pokemon Hunter crisis almost felt like a minor issue. And now, she had another problem to deal with. What kind of reward should the Sinnoh League give Yuan? Because this event wasn't just about Dialga and Palkia. There was also Mega Evolution. But the Yuan one-punched the Twin Dragons headline had been so overwhelmingly popular that it had actually overshadowed Mega Evolution. This was basically Yuan versus Mega Evolution. Of course, once the hype around the Twin Dragons incident faded, Mega Evolution would become a long-term topic of interest. Some of the more perceptive trainers had already begun searching for Mega Stones and Key Stones. Meanwhile, Pokemon research labs around the world had rushed to organize discussions on Mega Evolution research. Not that any of this affected Yuan, since he had muted his phone and was actively ignoring all of it. Instead, all the inquiries were now being handled by Professor Sycamore. That wasn't all. Several trainers had become particularly invested in the subject, including one from Kalos, Shalar City's gym leader, Corona. At that moment, she was training with her Lucario, focusing on Mega Evolution mastery. After seeing the news about Mega Evolution, and the headlines about Yuan one-punching the Twin Dragons, she had become especially excited. As the descendant of Kalo's ancient Mega Evolution lineage, as well as a fighting-type gym leader, she was determined to master Mega Evolution with her Lucario. Grandpa, when can we visit Yuan-sensei? January 30th. Clear skies. After resting in Twin Leaf Town for a few days, Yuan was preparing to return to Hone. Why? Because school was about to start. Outside Twin Leaf Town, a League-assigned private jet was already waiting. Yuan-sensei, I'll miss you. Flint grinned. I'll come visit you in Hone when I get the chance. Yeah, and when I do, we're having a battle. Bruno flashed a thumbs up, his pearly white teeth gleaming. Yuan's expression twitched. Time to leave fast. He boarded the plane, closed the hatch, and waved at Cynthia outside the window. Sinnoh, a land of endless trouble. As the plane took off, Twin Leaf Town grew smaller and smaller in his view. From above, he spotted Darkrai, standing atop the Spacetime Tower, watching his departure in silence. Phew. Yuan leaned back into his seat, exhaling deeply. It was finally over. This 5 million Poké mission hadn't been worth it. He might as well have just competed in the Pokemon League. Unfortunately, now that his trainer rank had increased, he could no longer participate in regular league tournaments. It felt like playing a game, discovering an exploit to farm rare materials, and just when he started grinding efficiently, the developers patched the bug. Ugh, guess I need to plan out my team's training next. January had been an extremely busy month. While his Pokemon hadn't neglected their training, they had also been thrown into high-difficulty battles. Still, Yuan, being a meticulous planner, felt there were some areas that needed improvement. Gengar was already the strongest Pokemon on his team. Under normal circumstances, it had combat power on par with an Elite Four's ace Pokemon. With Mega Evolution, it could even challenge some veteran Elite Four members. However, with Mega Evolution becoming widespread, this advantage wouldn't last forever. Fortunately, Gengar had mastered a lot of unconventional moves. With the right strategy, it could even cause trouble for a champion's main team. Given its wide move pool, Yuan decided, after Dark Void, he would have Gengar learn moves from different types to expand its versatility. As for Ninetales, its Ice-type abilities were already top-notch, so the focus should be on refining its Fairy-type skills. Ideally, Yuan wanted to find a Fairy-type expert to mentor it. However, since the Fairy-type was only discovered recently, there were very few Fairy-type specialists in the world. Arceus itself was missing its Fairy-type plate. At present, the only known Fairy-type specialists were Valerie, the Laver City gym leader in Kalos, and Opal, the Balinli gym leader in Galar. Maybe I should ask Giovanni if he has any connections. Yuan considered. Or maybe his school's headmaster had better connections in this area. I'll ask when I get back. As for Dragonite, this time, it had used Dual Outrage for the first time. But it had almost lost control. Mastering Dual Outrage was far more difficult than using it once. But if it could fully master it, it might be able to challenge some Elite Four aces head-on. Then there was Tinkaton. Like Dragonite, Tinkaton had also received a legendary Dragon's Scale. For now, their priority was simply adapting to their new power. With this upgrade, their Dragonite combo had become an absolute Dragon-type killer. This Sinnoh journey had brought the biggest change to one Pokemon in particular, Kubfu. It had finally evolved into Urshifu. As a legendary Pokemon, Urshifu's power boost was significant. But since it had just evolved, it still needed time to fully adapt to its new form. Yuan was also thinking, was there a way to combine its Single Strike and Rapid Strike forms? A move that combined Surging Strikes and Wicked Blow. Who could possibly withstand that kind of devastating combo? Yuan continued planning. As he gazed out the plane window, he murmured, I need a new source of income. The Pokemon League tournaments were no longer an option. He had to find another way. If only I had a Diancie, or any Pokemon that could generate gemstones and rare metals. What Pokemon produce minerals? Rustboro City was quiet under the night sky. A soft early spring breeze rustled through the courtyard. Finally home, Yuan plopped onto the sofa and let out a long sigh. Finally, home. No matter how comfortable it was to stay elsewhere, nothing compared to the peace of his own home. No golden palace or silver nest could compare to his own little den. Thanks to the care of the Ndidi siblings and Alcremie, Yuan didn't have to clean up every time he came back. A simple sweep from Rotom was enough. So this is what it feels like to have someone waiting for you at home. Dragonite let out a relaxed cry as it settled on the sofa next to Yuan. But with its size, the moment it sat down, Yuan felt himself bounce up slightly, experiencing a brief moment of weightlessness. Seeing this, Dragonite quickly grabbed Yuan's arm and pulled him back down before letting out a relieved sigh. Yuan was already used to this, so he didn't mind. At worst, he could just push off the ceiling to get down. Big sister Ndidi, ever considerate, brought him a steaming cup of coffee. Given Yuan's long-time habit of drinking coffee, he could sleep just fine even after having a cup before bed. Thanks. As he thanked her, he also took out the gifts he had bought in Petalburg town. Since the Ndidi siblings and Alcremie had returned early to tend to the cafe after the Lily of the Valley conference, they had missed the festival in Petalburg town. So, Yuan brought them a little souvenir, a melodica. Bringing back small gifts every time he traveled had become a habit of his. Big sister Ndidi happily took the melodica and eagerly tried playing it. To Yuan's surprise, it actually sounded pretty good. It seemed like the cafe would soon have another musical attraction. Meanwhile, Gengar and Ninetales were busy showing the little Larvitar around the house, a tradition for any new addition to the team. Usually, Gengar led the tour, while Ninetales acted more as a supervisor. A supervisor to make sure Gengar didn't steal from the house, and also to stop Larvitar from chewing on things it shouldn't. After taking a sip of coffee, Yuan pulled out a book to read. As his Pokémon grew stronger, he, as their trainer, couldn't afford to lag behind either. Given his team's unique traits, Yuan had some strategies in mind. Most of them focused on doubles battles but could be adapted for singles as well. For example, the Rain Song KO strategy. Typically, the core of this strategy was a Politoed with Drizzle and Perish Song. But with Gengar's Perish Song and Dragonite, the same concept could work. In fact, with Dragonite's Fortune Balance ability, it didn't even need Rain Dance to secure quick knockouts. This strategy focused on quickly sweeping teams while using Perish Song as a backup. Combined with Dragonite's Thunder and Hydro Pump, it had high burst potential. However, since Perish Song affected both sides, it wasn't the most friendly tactic for either team. So Yuan only kept it as an option. Other strategies, like Trick Room or Gravity Hypnosis, required Indeedee or Rotom's support, so he didn't use them as often. If Charcadet evolved into Armarouge, he could consider adding it to the regular strategy. If it became Cerulge, then things would be different. That said, Gengar and Ninetales were already excellent at Hypnosis without Gravity. It was just that, without Gravity, their accuracy wasn't always reliable. The strategy Yuan used most was Hail Hide and Seek, centered around Ninetales' Snow Warning, supported by Aurora Veil and Permafrost Barrier. It created an absolute defense, allowing Ninetales to work with any teammate. In full team battles, this was currently his go-to approach. Another strategy he kept as an option was Hail Baton Pass, also built around Ninetales. The idea was to maximize Ninetales' defensive utility, stack boosts, and then Baton Pass out to sweep. Once Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, I could even try mixing Hail and Sandstorm. Others had Sunny Sand teams, so why not a Hail Sand team? In the past, Sunny Sand teams usually consisted of Charizard, Venusaur, Torkoal, and Tyranitar as the core. Adding Trick Room made them even trickier to deal with, offering absolute versatility. Against single weather teams, they could dominate. Yuan's Hail Sand team could include Ninetales, Tyranitar, Gengar, and either Tinkaton or Urshifu, providing solid defensive synergy. He could even combine it with Hypnosis tactics for extra disruption. Even Rotom could play a surprise role if needed. If Hail and Sandstorm can be perfectly combined, then Raihan would be nothing more than a toy. Yuan chuckled at the thought. No one can use weather against my Hail Sand, no one. Too many strategies isn't necessarily a good thing, Yuan mused, feeling quite pleased with himself. There's not enough time to use them all. Kaka, Yaji, Gengar and Larvitar, after finishing their tour of the house, were now sitting on the floor, trying to see who could open their mouth the widest. Did Larvitar really think it could win against Gengar? Maybe in its normal state, it had a chance, but Gengar had an unfair advantage. Gengar grabbed its own jaws and stretched them wide, instantly doubling the size of its mouth. Kaka. It smugly raised an eyebrow at Larvitar. Yaji. Larvitar, looking serious, placed its tiny hands on its own mouth, as if preparing to tear itself open. Yuan panicked. Larvitar, stop. If you dislocate your jaw, you won't be able to eat, and I can't help you with that. Yaji. Hearing that, Larvitar immediately gave up. Thus, Gengar won the household wide open mouth contest, with Larvitar as runner-up. Gengar, lead the team to wash up, Yuan instructed. It was still early, but being back home made him feel sleepy. Kaka. Gengar's eyes lit up. Yes? The sooner he went to bed, the sooner it could check on its little underlings in Rustboro City. Tinkaton, still working. While Gengar took the others to wash up, Tinkaton was still at its forge, deep in thought. Cha. Tinkaton nodded while stroking its hammer. Yuan had to admit, its forging skills had improved tremendously. Not just because of the red chain, but also from crafting brass knuckles for Urshifu and protective gear for Dragonite. At this point, Tinkaton was a true blacksmith. Its next challenge was integrating Dialga's scales into its hammer, and forging armor for Charcadet. Honestly, making armor wasn't that hard for Tinkaton now. The tricky part was, it wanted to make something special. Yuan had once told it about a fun fact: Slowking's crown was removable. Not only could Slowking's crown be taken off, but even people could wear it. For example, Ash once wore it and became King Ash in the most ridiculous way possible. But that gave Tinkaton an idea. If Charcadet's armor were also removable, wouldn't that mean it could have two forms? At first, this was just a fun theory between Yuan and Tinkaton. But after crafting Dragonite's detachable armor and the red chain, Tinkaton felt like it might actually be possible. Dragonite's armor was incredibly easy to equip and remove 1 second, one hand, done. And the red chain's automatic extension and binding functions gave Tinkaton another idea. Can't do it all in one go. Go wash up and rest first, Yuan patted its hammer. Cha. Tinkaton nodded obediently. Meanwhile, at Rustboro City Airport, a private jet landed, and the cabin door opened. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing an orange hiking outfit and carrying a massive backpack, peeked out. Looking around warily, he He quickly stepped aside as a girl with fluffy pink hair in a navy school uniform pushed past him. What are you looking around for? This is a city, nothing dangerous is going to happen. Galur's champion, Peony, has arrived. Peony chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Haha, yeah, I forgot. Seeing the girl step off the plane, he quickly called out, Peonia, don't run off. Then he turned and waved to the person behind him. Uncle Peony, Peonia isn't a child anymore. You don't have to be so nervous. Stepping off the plane next was Sonia, Leon's childhood friend and a Pokémon researcher. But still, Sonia shot a glance at the person still sitting inside the plane, dressed in a dark gray hoodie with the hood pulled up, carrying an EV backpack while typing on a laptop. Peony sighed and nodded, then softened his expression as he walked over to the girl in the hoodie, speaking gently. Briar, we've arrived. Briar gave a small nod, closed her laptop, and put it away in her EV backpack before standing up. Her head remained low, most of her face hidden beneath the oversized hood. Peony's eyes flashed with deep concern. He gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder before leading her off the plane with Sonia. The four of them had all come from Galur. The middle-aged man, Peony, was none other than the reigning Galur champion. Aside from Sonia, the other two girls were his daughters, his eldest, Peonia, and his youngest, Briar. When they disembarked, a car was already waiting nearby. The driver was someone Yuan was quite familiar with. Martin, the head of the school's administrative office. Champion Peony, welcome to Hone. Martin greeted them with a polite smile. Peony let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal, Director Martin. I'm here for personal reasons, no need to make a fuss, ha 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 ha. Peony sighed and lightly kicked him. Dad, you're too loud. Am I? Ha ha ha. Several airport staff turned to look at them with curious expressions. Briar lowered her head even further, pulling her hood down as if she wanted to disappear, clearly embarrassed. Martin also looked somewhat awkward. He quickly changed the subject. Let's get in the car first. The principal has already arranged temporary accommodations for you all. Truth be told, when Martin first heard from the principal that Galur's champion Peony would be coming to Rustboro City, he was beyond surprised. After all, this was a regional champion? But once he learned that Peony had come specifically for Yuan, he understood. Especially in recent days, despite the fact that school was about to start, the Academy's admissions office had been flooded with calls. It wasn't just from regular students and parents, there were even officials and high-ranking members of the Pokémon League asking about admissions. In the past, Rustboro Pokémon Academy had never lacked students, and there had always been a fair share of talented ones. But this was the first time the school was seeing an overwhelming influx of geniuses being sent through the doors. And this was just for the second semester. Summer was the true enrollment season. Yet, even now, a champion had personally come. Not to mention Sonia, she was already a Pokémon researcher, and her grandmother was a famous professor. Yet, she was now coming to Rustboro Pokémon Academy to continue her studies. Truly an honor for the school? He could only say Professor Yuan's recruitment ability was unmatched. After everyone got in the car, Martin said, Champion Peony, Miss Sonia, classes don't start until the day after tomorrow, so you'll have to wait one more day. That's fine, Peony waved his hand with a grin. What's another day or two? It just means we get to meet this Yuan guy sooner. That works. Peony looked out the window at the bustling city and smiled. A teacher who had gone head-to-head with Dialga and Palkia. Just thinking about it got him excited. January 31st, early morning. One day remained until the start of the new semester at Rustboro Pokémon Academy. On the riverbank, fresh green sprouts had begun pushing through the soil. In the water, Loaded floated along the current while Poliwag gently nibbled at their feet, making them giggle. Yuan jogged along the riverside behind his house, greeting the local residents as he passed. He didn't actually jog that often, he usually just took leisurely walks. More than anything, he liked to take his Pokémon out for a stroll to burn off excess energy. But today, he decided to run. With the new semester starting soon, word was that many of the Academy's training and battle facilities had been upgraded. The latest protective barriers had been installed. His Pokémon would finally have a new place to unleash their energy, a place to train and sharpen their skills. So, he was in a great mood. As he was about to reach his usual turnaround point, another jogger came into view. It was early spring, yet the man wore only a tank top and shorts, showing off his lean but well-defined muscles. He had a scruffy beard and looked vaguely familiar. Yuan assumed they'd just pass each other without interaction, but to his surprise, the man suddenly picked up his pace and ran toward him. Morning, Professor Yuan. The middle-aged man greeted him enthusiastically. Morning. Yuan smiled politely and returned the greeting. Maybe this was a new neighbor? Want a race? The man suddenly asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yuan chuckled. A grown man challenging him to a foot race? What was this, kindergarten? You're on. And so, the two started running at full speed. To Yuan's surprise, the middle-aged man was in incredible shape. He could actually keep up. It almost made Yuan want to use his aura to boost himself. Stop, I can't keep going, the man finally gasped, bending over with his hands on his knees, drenched in sweat. Yuan was also breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling. He instinctively reached into his shirt, touching the rainbow wing he carried. Good thing it helped with stamina recovery, or he might have actually lost. Man, the people in the Pokémon world were built differently. Even a random middle-aged guy had crazy endurance. As the man caught his breath, he grinned and said, "No wonder Master Mustard spoke so highly of you. I'm actually starting to believe you really did punch Dialga and Palkia into pieces." Yuan's face darkened. That rumor again? It had been days. Why were people still talking about this? At this rate, they'd say he one-shot 7 legendary Pokémon and forced Groudon to drink water next. Wait. Master Mustard. Yuan looked at the man more closely. He did seem familiar. Could he be? The man grinned widely, flashing his white teeth, and gave Yuan a double thumbs up. "Name's Peony. I'm a champion, you know." Yuan. This was insane. Who could have predicted that he'd run into a champion while jogging behind his house? And not just any champion, Galar's champion, Peony? Yuan's knowledge of Peony came mostly from the games. Like how Mustard lived on the Isle of Armor, Peony was only found in the Crown Tundra DLC, where he was busy researching legendary Pokémon. Not only was he Galar's former champion, but he was also the younger brother of Chairman Rose, the president of Macrocosmos. Though, his relationship with his brother wasn't exactly the best. As people often said, having an outstanding older sibling usually meant the younger one would always be known as so-and-so's little brother. From what Yuan knew, Peony had resigned as champion sometime after Rose became chairman of the Galar League. A champion showing up here was surprising enough. But why did he have that "I'm very satisfied with my future son-in-law" expression on his face? Hello, champion. Goodbye, champion. Yuan had encountered a wild champion on his morning run, but unfortunately, he couldn't catch it, so he chose to leave immediately. However, just because he wanted to leave didn't mean Peony would let him. The man grabbed his arm and started asking all sorts of questions: his zodiac sign, his hobbies, how many people were in his family. Wait, was this guy conducting a household survey? Ahem, Peony, what brings you to Hone? Yuan tried to change the subject. "Oh, little Sonia told me she was coming to study under you, and I have a kid at home. I was hoping you could help look after her." Peony grinned. "A kid? Her name's Briar. Oh, I mean, just Briar." Briar. Yuan paused for a moment before suddenly remembering. Right, that name did ring a bell. Maybe Briar wasn't a widely recognized name, but if you called her Cassiopeia or the leader of Team Star, a lot more people would know who she was. "Wait a second, I'll bring Briar over to visit right away." Peony said this, then ran off before Yuan could even stop him. Briar. Yuan repeated the name. As far as he knew, Peony had 2 daughters. One was Peonia, who had accompanied him to the Crown Tundra to investigate the legendary Pokémon Calyrex. The other was Briar, who had been sent to Paldea's Naranja Academy to study. And in that academy, she had become the leader of Team Star. Team Star was essentially a gang formed by some students at Naranja Academy. They regularly disrupted school rules and forcibly recruited members, causing trouble for those around them. But at its core, Team Star was actually founded to resist bullying. Most of its initial members had been victims or witnesses of bullying themselves. Briar was one of them. Yet, as the saying goes, he who fights monsters must take care not to become one. After bullying incidents at Naranja Academy were eradicated, Team Star ironically became the new bullies. As for Briar, due to her personality, she had indeed suffered from bullying in the past. But after joining Team Star, she quickly rose through the ranks with her skills and strength, becoming the true leader behind the scenes. She called herself Cassiopeia. At the end of the day, this was Peony's fault as an absent father. "She's going to be a handful," Yuan sighed. When he got home, Kaka, Jengar was sitting beside Charcadet, warming itself by the fire. Seeing Yuan drenched in sweat, it tilted its head in confusion. This was the first time it had seen Yuan sweat from a morning run. "Some guests are coming over soon. Have Ndidi and the others prepare some snacks to welcome them," Yuan instructed. "Kaka, degree. Jengar immediately saluted and got to work. Yuan had said to give them a warm welcome. After taking a quick shower, Yuan came downstairs just as Peony arrived at the cafe with 3 girls. "Yuan." Sonia greeted him cheerfully. Yuan smiled back. "It's been a while, Sonia. How's Leon?" Sonia crossed her arms, pouted, and turned away in frustration. "Who knows? He's probably lost somewhere again." Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Classic Leon. If he wasn't lost, he was on his way to getting lost. Even his Pokémon had caught his sense of direction or lack thereof. "Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Peony, Uncle Peony, the Galar champion." Sonia gestured toward Peony, who was wearing his signature orange hiking gear. "Ha ha ha ha, Sonia, keep it low-key. You can't just go around announcing I'm a champion." Ha 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 ha. Peony laughed heartily. His laughter drew quite a few stares from the cafe patrons, some curious, others slightly annoyed. "Who's this loud guy? Doesn't he know that if he disturbs Big Sis, he's getting punched?" "Champion? Pfft, Yuan's already won 2 championships. Who isn't a champion these days? Even if he's a real champion, he'd better behave in Yuan's cafe." Yuan sighed. His customers had more pride in this cafe than he did. Bam! Peonia kicked Peony. "Too loud, old man. Old man." Peony instantly deflated like a wilting vegetable. Sonia giggled before continuing. "This is Peony's eldest daughter, Peonia." "Morning, Yuan." Peonia greeted him with a bright smile, waving enthusiastically and winking. "And this here is Peony's younger daughter, Briar." Sonia motioned toward the girl standing awkwardly at the back, her face mostly hidden under a hoodie. Briar was wearing a gray hoodie with an Eevee-themed fluffy backpack. A lace skirt peeked out beneath the hoodie, and her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings decorated with red and blue +- symbols. She wore black combat boots. Briar's a little shy, Sonia whispered. Yuan smiled. That's a cute EV backpack. Briar lifted her head slightly in surprise at the compliment. But she quickly ducked her head again. Yuan glanced at the group and couldn't help but think. Galer's champion, the Galer League president's younger brother and 2 nieces, and the childhood friend, and likely future girlfriend, of Galer's next champion and league president. If he got along well with these people, didn't that mean he had Galer in his pocket? Caw-caw, caw-caw. Suddenly, Jengar's voice echoed through the cafe. Yuan felt a bad premonition. He turned around and immediately covered his face. On the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, Jengar was balancing on the railing, holding a microphone and tapping it like a performer. Behind it, Dragonite was trying to keep its big belly straight while Urshifa patted it rhythmically. Tinkaton was lightly tapping its hammer like a drum, while Larvitar was biting the hammerhead, producing a crisp ding-ding sound. Charcadet exhaled puffs of smoke to create a foggy atmosphere, while Ninetails waved its tails elegantly on the cat tower. A full-on welcome performance. Yuan. He had told them to give a simple welcome, and this was what they came up with. The phrase collapse of etiquette and music popped into Yuan's mind. No, that wasn't strong enough. This was outright musical anarchy. Ha 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 Yuan, you really went all out for this welcome. Peony laughed, completely entertained. Sonia and Peonia's faces turned red with embarrassment. Briar took 2 steps back and buried her face even deeper into her hoodie. Yuan sighed and clenched his fist at Jengar. Caw-caw. Jengar immediately got the message and waved its hand. Abort mission? Hey, why'd they stop? Peony asked in confusion. Yuan forced a smile. Peony, don't worry. Jengar will give you a solo performance later. Everyone knew when other people sang, you had to pay money. But when Jengar sang, you paid with your life. Peony, still clueless, happily agreed. Sounds great. Yuan led them to a corner table. The Ndidi siblings promptly brought over coffee and pastries. Big sister Ndidi looked disappointed. If she hadn't been busy preparing snacks, she would have joined the band with her melodica. Her little brother, on the other hand, would have been hopelessly out of place. Just as Sonia was about to introduce Yuan, Briar suddenly muttered in a soft voice. Yuan, native of Hone. Enrolled in Silver University with top theoretical scores. Graduated early. Became a Pokemon psychology instructor at Rustboro Pokemon Academy before pursuing a trainer career. 1. She rattled off his entire biography. Yuan. This kid hacked his information, didn't she? Yuan hurriedly interrupted Briar before she could reveal any more details. Just a moment ago, he had thought Briar was shy and reserved, unlike her father. But now, he realized she was just like Peony. Both had an obsession with digging into people's private information. The difference was that Peony asked questions directly, while Briar skipped the formalities and just hacked the system. She had nearly blurted out his bank account balance. Yuan couldn't help but suspect that if she wanted to, she could probably retrieve his bank password too. Briar's rise to power as Team Star's leader wasn't just because of her strength. Her hacking skills played a major role. In the games, she could even transfer funds directly from the Pokemon League system into the protagonist's account. Thankfully, no matter how good she was, she still had limits. She wouldn't be able to access the League's highest level secrets just yet. Team Rocket's security systems were nearly as tough as the League's, possibly even tougher after Yuan helped Porygon evolve. If she ever found out about his Team Rocket executive status, now that would be awkward. Wait. If Briar could hack into the League's financial system, then could she also? Yuan shook his head and immediately crushed the thought. No, absolutely not. Breaking the law was off limits. But, if it was already illegal money in the first place, like funds belonging to Pokemon hunters. That was an interesting idea. Oh, Briar simply nodded, stopping her report. Seeing her like this, Sonia looked concerned. She gently patted Briar's head and said, Yuan, because of some special circumstances, Peony wants to transfer Briar to Rustboro Pokemon Academy. Special circumstances? She must be talking about how the previous headmaster of Naranja Academy had suspended Briar, forcing her to take responsibility for the entire Team Star incident. Briar and the other Team Star bosses had openly challenged the school's former bullies to battles. However, those bullies, afraid of losing, refused to fight and dropped out instead. The school's head disciplinarian covered up the truth, portraying Team Star as the real troublemakers. To ease tensions, the old headmaster spared the Team Star leaders from expulsion but forced Briar to take full responsibility and transfer for a year until things settled down. So now, she was at this stage of her exile. And judging by Sonia's words, it seemed like Briar and Peony had specifically chosen to transfer her because of Yuan. But, isn't the transfer process handled by Director Martin? Yuan asked. I'm not even a homeroom teacher. I just teach Pokemon psychology. The transfer is already approved, Sonia replied. Well, in that case, he had no objections. She could just go wherever she was supposed to. Then, Sonia continued, but Peony really wanted to meet you in person. Yuan looked at Peony. The former champion suddenly became very serious. Yuan, I'm leaving my daughter in your hands, Peony declared. I have to take on a very dangerous mission, and I can't bring Briar with me. So, Yuan. Dude, I'm just a psychology teacher. Why did this sound like some dramatic final request from a dying general? Why were all these powerful figures like this? Peony was doing it now. Even Giovanni occasionally acted like this. Peony, listen. I'm a single guy living alone. Having a girl stay with me, that's not appropriate. Actually, Yuan, Briar will be staying with me, Sonia interjected. Oh, Yuan, can we talk privately for a moment? Peony suddenly asked, looking unusually serious. Yuan followed him to a quiet corner. Peony sighed and said, you've seen it yourself, Briar is. This is my fault. Peonia turned out fine because I actually spent time with her. But when Briar was born, I was already champion. I was too busy to be around, and because of that, she went through some things. I heard from Sonia that you're a brilliant psychologist. Pokemon psychology instructor, Yuan corrected. Same thing. Peony continued, I just hope you can help her. She needs guidance. Yuan sighed. How many times did he have to say this? He was a Pokemon psychology instructor, not a therapist. But honestly, Yuan said, what Briar really needs is for you to spend time with her. Peony sighed too. I know. But the moment I became champion, my life stopped being my own. I have a duty to protect all of Galar. After a pause, he quickly added, this is the last time. Once this mission is over, I'm stepping down as champion. After that, I'll always be there for her. His expression was firm, his attitude resolute. Yuan could feel the weight of responsibility in Peony's words. Just like how, in the future, Steven would fight Groudon and Kyogre for 22 straight days to protect Hone. That wasn't something a normal human could do. It was the burden of being champion. The same burden carried by Cynthia, Lance, Diantha, Leon. Champions weren't just titles. They were the ones who stood between the world and disaster. Now, Yuan finally understood why Peony insisted on meeting him. He wanted help. Briar was a troubled student, and Peony wanted Yuan to fix her. Also, Peony added, Briar is actually quite talented in battle. If you get the chance, I hope you can teach her. As the daughter of a champion, Briar's talent was undeniable. Otherwise, she never could have earned Team Star's respect and leadership. As a thank you, Peony said, don't worry about money. But Yuan raised a hand to stop him. She's my student. And as her teacher, some things can't be measured in money. Yes, Yuan needed money. But as a teacher, he had his own principles. He wasn't going to accept red envelopes from his students or their parents. Otherwise, with Steven around, he'd never be short on cash. This was his bottom line. However, if someone wasn't his student, then that was a different story. Peony blinked in surprise. Then his expression softened into one of genuine respect. I see. I was being rude, Peony said seriously. Yuan, you're a teacher worth admiring. Yuan forced a smile. Yeah, but what if you had come a month earlier? Before Briar's transfer was finalized, would you still respect me so much? If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word. Peony pounded his chest in promise. As a champion, even a soon-to-be-retired one, his word carried weight. Yuan pursed his lips in thought. After a brief moment, he said, actually, I do have something I'd like your help with. Oh, Peony's eyes lit up. What is it? I heard you used to be a gear specialist. Yuan asked. That was something Yuan had only recently learned after coming to the Pokemon world. Before becoming champion, Peony had been Galar's Steel-type gym leader. He was also known as a gear artisan, a master at forging and repairing Pokemon battle equipment. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, Sword and Shield arc, the protagonist Henry Sword was also a gear artisan and was good friends with Peonia. Ha ha ha, so you know about that. Peony laughed proudly. Let me tell you, my crafting skills, they're the best in all of Galar. Perfect. Yuan turned toward the stairs and shouted, Tinkaton. Cha. Hearing Yuan's call, Tinkaton slid down the stair railing, hammer in hand, and ran over. Apaldean Tinkaton. Peony's interest was piqued. No true gear artisan could resist a Tinkaton, especially not a steel-type champion. Nice hammer. Seeing Tinkaton's weapon, Peony's eyes gleamed. You've trained it exceptionally well. Cha. Tinkaton clutched its hammer tightly and eyed Peony suspiciously. Someone was eyeing its hammer? Yuan patted the hammer's heavy surface and smiled. This little one has encountered some challenges recently. Would you mind helping? No problem. Peony agreed without hesitation. Hone, Rustboro Pokemon Academy. Yuan? Peony? What are you two doing here? Director Martin looked surprised to see them at the academy out of the blue. He even glanced down at his phone to double-check the date. Today was the 31st, meaning school didn't start until tomorrow. Director, we'd like to borrow the training field, Yuan said with a smile. After Peony confirmed his intentions, he had immediately planned to demonstrate his blacksmithing skills for Tinkaton. Fortunately, Yuan had reacted quickly enough to stop him. His house had already barely survived Tinkaton's hammer. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen with Peony, a champion, at work. For safety's sake, the academy's training grounds were the best choice. At least it wasn't Yuan's house. Besides, he hadn't yet taken his Pokemon to the newly renovated training grounds. Might as well use this chance to get familiar with them. The training field. Martin gulped as he watched them walk toward the brand new facility. This was bad. Among Yuan's many nicknames, one of the most famous was Field Tester. Not long ago, during the Lily of the Valley conference, he had nearly torn down the entire arena. And Peony? Back when Peony was a gym leader, he had a reputation for wrecking his own gym. He was infamously known as Iron Bro. And now, both of them together? if these two actually battled. Martin immediately turned and sprinted toward the headmaster's office. Headmaster? Stop them. He slammed the office door open, only to see a Pangoro pinning the headmaster against the wall. The elderly headmaster struggled to turn his head and managed to say, "What's wrong? Hold on. I'm about to take it down." Pangoro, chewing on a bamboo twig, snorted in disdain and pressed harder. Martin was unfazed by the sight. Instead, he simply said, "Yuan and Peony are about to fight in the training field." The headmaster, face turning red, could only let out muffled grunts. Martin's eyelid twitched. If he hadn't seen worse, he'd honestly be worried the headmaster was about to pass out. "Come on, then." Inside the training field, Peony stood on one side and took out a pokeball, gesturing for Yuan to step up. Yuan blinked in confusion. Wait, what? What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a blacksmithing lesson? Why did Peony look ready for battle? Peony grinned. "Let's battle first. I need to see Tinkaton's strength before I start teaching." Yuan. The sudden shift in tone left him momentarily speechless. Ahem. Peony, Tinkaton just wants to learn blacksmithing. "I know," Peony said. "But Pokemon that forge weapons usually don't battle often, so this is just a simple sparring match." After all, if he didn't assess Tinkaton's strength first, how could he know how to train it properly? As a champion, Peony had spent years traveling the world and investigating various Pokemon. Although he knew of Yuan, he hadn't actually seen many of his battles. He had only heard the rumors. But from what he gathered, Yuan had managed to raise a Tinkaton to this level, meaning his skills were on par with a champion. No wonder people online claimed Yuan could stand alongside champions. After all, this was the guy who defeated Master Mustard. And Peony knew Mustard well. Hearing Peony's explanation, Yuan couldn't refuse anymore. But if there was one thing Yuan was confident in, it was Tinkaton's raw power. It might not have the explosive bursts of Dragonite in outrage mode, nor was it as deadly as Urshifu in one-hit KO style. But in pure, raw strength, Tinkaton was number one. Yuan exhaled, his expression turning serious. "Alright then, let's give it a shot." Tinkaton. Cha! A burst of red light revealed Tinkaton, hammer resting on its shoulder, twin tails swaying slightly, standing tall with graceful steps. Seeing this, Peony smirked and tossed his own Pokeball. His choice was a Berserker, a Steel-type Viking cat. Berserker, the Viking Pokemon. Steel-type. The Galarian evolution of Meowth. It has an extremely combative nature. Its claws grow long and hard like short swords, which it wields in battle. Rotom Dex immediately provided info. Berserker? Yuan recalled that when casting for Meowth and Piku, his original choice was a Berserker. But Piku was too feisty, so he had chosen a regular Meowth instead. Still, he knew this species well. Whether it was max raid battles in Sword and Shield or Terra raids in Scarlet and Violet, Berserker was an excellent Pokemon. It had solid attack power and defensive bulk while also supporting the team with Metal Sound, Screech, and Helping Hand. But its real strength? The ability Steely Spirit. Steely Spirit boosts the power of all Steel-type moves for itself and allies by 1.5 times. And the best part? The boost stacks. Meaning the more Berserkers with Steely Spirit in play, the stronger Steel moves became. And if it wasn't using that? With Tough Claws plus Swords Dance, Berserker could go full offense and become an absolute menace. Sonia, Peonia, and Briar took seats in the stands. "Who do you think will win?" Sonia whispered. "My dad's gonna lose," Peonia replied flatly. Briar silently opened her laptop and began typing, comparing both Pokemon's stats and abilities. But she didn't say anything aloud. After all, this wasn't just a normal battle. Yuan's Tinkaton was a blacksmith Pokemon. And Peony's Berserker was also a smithing Pokemon. Just from basic data alone, it was hard to tell who had the advantage. Battle start. With the Academy's new renovations, the training field now had automated referee robots. "Begin." "Berserker, fake out." Peony called out instantly. As soon as the battle began, his entire demeanor shifted. "Meow." Berserker let out a gruff growl and lunged forward with lightning speed. Yuan raised an eyebrow. A fake out to start things off? So much for this being just a sparring match. Classic Peony. But Yuan wasn't about to fall for it. Tinkaton, fake out. Fake out versus fake out. In theory, the faster Pokemon would land the hit first. But, clang? A sharp metallic clang echoed through the field as Berserker's claws met Tinkaton's hammer head-on. Sparks flew. Meow. Cha. The two Pokemon locked eyes. Both could see the battle hunger in each other's gaze, as well as mutual surprise. Berserker was shocked at Tinkaton's raw power. It had used all its strength, but Tinkaton barely looked fazed. Meanwhile, Tinkaton was equally amazed at how hard Berserker's claws were. This was fun. Peony, momentarily surprised, quickly recovered. Iron Head. Meow. Berserker's horned helmet gleamed silver, its head lowering as it charged forward. Yuan smirked. Tinkaton, Rock Smash. Boom. Berserker's iron head landed squarely against Tinkaton's chest, sending it flying. But, while airborne, Tinkaton swung its hammer and struck Berserker right on the head. Crack. A faint fracture line appeared on Berserker's helmet-like skull. Peony's eyes narrowed. It broke through. Tinkaton, Giga Impact. Wait. Berserker barely had time to react as Tinkaton hurled its hammer like a meteor. Berserker, protect. Meow. Berserker crossed its arms, summoning a thin green barrier around itself. But the moment Tinkaton's hammer hit, the protect shattered instantly. Huh. Sonia gasped. Shouldn't protect block that. Peonia quickly realized what had happened. But before she could explain, it was feint, Briar muttered. Feint? But Yuan had called for Giga Impact. Sonia opened her mouth in shock. So this was Yuan's battle style. She had often seen online comments about Yuan's dirty tactics, but she had never fully understood what that meant. Now she did. Even a champion like Peony had been caught off guard. Peony, however, wasn't just shocked, he was impressed. This level of strategy wasn't just about tricking opponents. It required an absurd level of trust between trainer and Pokémon. Otherwise, the only one getting tricked would be the trainer themselves. But to Yuan, this was just common sense. Feint was a fake-out attack, designed to bypass defensive moves like Protect. But because Yuan had called for Giga Impact instead, Peony had been lured into defending. And that had cost him. Because of this one moment of miscalculation, Yuan had seized complete control of the battle. Boom! The moment Tinkaton's hammer hit, Berserker was launched backward. At the same time, Tinkaton planted its feet and dashed forward, reaching for its hammer. Peony, despite being caught off guard, reacted instantly. Berserker slashed the hammer away. When a Pokémon was separated from its weapon, it became vulnerable. If Berserker could knock the hammer aside, Tinkaton would struggle to retrieve it. Meow. Berserker raised its claws and swung down hard at the hammer's hilt. But, clang! The moment its claws met the hammer, Berserker's expression changed. It was too heavy. Now Berserker understood why Feint had hurt so much. This wasn't just a heavy hammer. It was insanely heavy. Even though Berserker wasn't weak, the hammer barely budged. Peony's eyes widened. He had expected Tinkaton's hammer to be heavy. But this? How much rare metal had been melted into that thing? Tinkaton, meanwhile, smirked. Cha! With a quick motion, it grabbed the hammer's hilt. In Berserker's eyes, that smirk looked terrifying. Like it was staring at a pink devil. Yuan clenched his fist. Gigaton hammer. Tinkaton leaped into the air, spinning its hammer in a full arc before slamming it down. Berserker's eyes widened in horror. There was no way it could dodge. Boom! The ground let out a deep, shuddering groan as it cracked apart. Dust exploded into the air as shockwaves rippled across the field. Fragments of stone and debris slammed into the training facility's reinforced barriers. Sonia, Peonia, and Briar stumbled back from the sheer force. Warning! Warning! The referee bot's eyes flashed red as it activated emergency alerts. Rotom Dex floated over and lightly smacked the robot. All clear? All clear. The alarms instantly stopped. As the dust settled, Berserker lay on the shattered battlefield, a large crack splitting its helmet. Its horns were bent, and its eyes were spinning. Cha! Tinkaton rested its hammer on its shoulder, flashing a toothy grin. Then, it let out a small whimper, clutching its chest. That iron head hurt. Yuan immediately pulled out a healing spray and began massaging Tinkaton's chest. Nicely done. Peonia clapped. That was awesome. Sonia looked at her, surprised. Her father had just lost, but she seemed genuinely excited. Even Briar. For the first time, she lifted her head fully, watching Tinkaton closely. Her eyes gleamed behind her glasses. Sonia shook her head. Peony, you just lost in front of your own daughters. How embarrassing. Peony, however, wasn't disappointed. Instead, he grinned. That was one hell of a hammer. After briefly treating Berserker's wounds, he recalled it to its Pokeball. This battle had taught him a lot. That was the whole point. Without seeing Tinkaton's true strength, he wouldn't have been able to train it properly. Now, he knew exactly what it needed. Tinkaton, standing proudly, lifted its chin. Impressed yet? Yuan chuckled, patting its head. Yeah, you're amazing. Tinkaton's hammer had already absorbed some of Dialga's scales. And judging by this battle, the improvement was massive. Yuan had thought his team had reached their limits. But this battle proved they weren't even close. The sheer strength behind that hammer. Peony muttered. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. Here, he said, handing it to Yuan. These are my blacksmithing notes. You and Tinkaton should take a look. Tinkaton snatched it up immediately. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. But Peony wasn't done. That said, he continued, since you're already so strong, I'll teach you some advanced techniques too. Cha-cha. Tinkaton nodded enthusiastically. This guy's actually pretty nice. Ha 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 ha. Peony laughed heartily. At that moment, bang! The training field doors burst open. Martin and the bruised headmaster stood in the doorway. Martin took one look at the devastated battlefield and went pale. Just as I feared. Luckily, the special reinforced barriers had held up, so the damage wasn't too bad. The headmaster, however, seemed unfazed. Hands behind his back, he strolled forward with a smile. Looks like we arrived too late. The battle's already over. Both Yuan and Peony greeted him respectfully. Peony, in particular, seemed to hold the headmaster in high regard. So, the headmaster asked, who won? Yuan was about to answer, but Peony scratched his head and grinned. Ha ha ha, I lost. It had all come down to that feint trick. Yuan had seen an opening and took full advantage of it. Just like that, the battle was over. At that moment, Martin's eyes lit up. Yuan had beaten a champion, not a former champion like Master Mustard. Not a tournament champion. A real, active, full-fledged Pokémon League champion. The implications were massive. Martin clenched his fists. A simple training field? Not enough. They needed more funding. More equipment. Smash it all. Rebuild it. This school had limitless money. And as long as Yuan was here, they were going to spend it. Peony took Tinkaton to teach it some blacksmithing techniques, with Sonia and the others following along. Yuan, however, stayed behind. Since the battlefield was already destroyed, there was no point letting it go to waste. Yuan called out Larvitar and Dragonite to train their ground-type moves. The ground was already in ruins. What more damage could they possibly do? Larvitar, watch carefully how Dragonite uses Earthquake. Yuan crouched down and lightly patted Larvitar's small, rough head. Yaji. Larvitar swallowed nervously and nodded obediently. Dragonite, Yuan signaled. Dragonite, who had landed on the ground, flapped its wings twice, scattering some of the dust and debris in the air. Then, it lifted its foot and stomped down hard. Boom. A massive shockwave rippled outward from Dragonite's foot, sending tremors through the ground. Rocks and earth surged like ocean waves. Yuan nodded slightly. Dragonite's Earthquake was already powerful, though compared to its water and electric moves, it was still a bit weaker. After all, Dragonite was a dragon/flying type Pokemon. It made sense that ground-type moves weren't its forte. But with Giovanni's teachings from Secrets of the Earth, this weakness could be compensated for. All it needed was time and training. The goal was to expand Dragonite's offensive options and improve its synergy with other moves. For example, if Dragonite used Roost to heal itself, it could temporarily lose its flying typing. This would let it combo into Earthquake, catching opponents off guard. Dragonite, Yuan called again, motioning it over. Dragonite cheerfully hummed, flapping over and landing beside Yuan. When using Earthquake, we can. Yuan started explaining Dragonite's shortcomings in execution and how to refine its technique. By adjusting small details, they could improve move execution speed, power output, overall effectiveness. Yaji. Seeing Yuan teaching Dragonite, Larvitar tilted its head, then quietly scurried into the ruined battlefield. It stood exactly where Dragonite had just used Earthquake. Larvitar first looked down at its small feet, then mimicked Dragonite's movements, twisting, shifting, and loosening its body. And then, in a flash, Larvitar snatched a rock from the ground and shoved it into its mouth. Yaji. Its cheeks bulged like a squirrel's, chomping noisily. As it crunched on the rock, it glanced nervously at Yuan. Seeing Yuan was still focused on Dragonite, Larvitar quickly gulped it down, then grabbed another and stuffed it into its mouth. Yuan finally noticed something, turning toward Larvitar. The little Pokemon immediately froze, then quickly resumed stretching its legs like it had been training all along. To truly master Earthquake, you need to sense the Earth's pulse, Yuan continued, not thinking much of it. Crunch, crunch. Larvitar snickered quietly while chewing, but soon, it realized, eating one rock at a time wasn't fast enough. Its eyes gleamed mischievously. Larvitar lifted its foot and slammed it down. Boom! The entire battlefield shook violently. A large crack split open beneath its feet, extending all the way to the field's edge. At the same time, chunks of rock erupted from the ground. Without hesitation, Larvitar leaped forward, mouth open wide, and started devouring the flying debris like a vacuum cleaner. It was like a Pixel World bean-eating competition. After stuffing its cheeks full, Larvitar landed back down, looking comically bloated. Then, its small body stiffened. It could feel two sets of eyes staring at it. Slowly, it turned its head, only to see Yuan and Dragonite watching it in shock. Yaji? Sigma, LLL. Yuan glanced at the massive crack in the ground, then at the tiny dinosaur responsible for it. His Pokédex updated. Under moves learned, a new move had appeared. Stomp. Yuan, that was Stomp. That was definitely Earthquake. How could the system call that Stomp? This wasn't a footstep attack. That was a literal ground rupture. And Stomp was supposed to double in power if it missed. But Larvitar's version seemed to double in power based on hunger. More importantly, Yuan had been teaching Earthquake. So why had Larvitar learned Stomp instead? Even Dragonite was confused. Had it accidentally taught the wrong move? The last time it demonstrated Earthquake, Larvitar had learned Heavy Slam. This time, it used Earthquake again. And Larvitar learned Stomp. Dragonite clenched its chubby fists and pumped itself up. No, it had to properly master Earthquake. Otherwise, it would keep teaching Larvitar weird moves. Yaji. Larvitar knew it couldn't escape. It hid its hands behind its back, poking at the dirt with its toes. Then, it flashed a big, toothy smile, trying to look as innocent as possible. If only it didn't have rock crumbs falling out of its mouth. Yuan sighed. Forget it. The battlefield needs to be replaced anyway. Might as well let Larvitar have its feast. After all, the Academy's training ground was built with special, carefully selected minerals. Not just random rocks from the wild. They were nutritionally dense. So technically, Larvitar was getting a high-quality meal. Yaji, sigh. With Yuan's approval, Larvitar didn't hold back. Somehow, it pulled out a white napkin, tied it around its neck, and even held a fork and knife. Yuan. Was the silverware really necessary? Yaji. Larvitar's eyes gleamed. Time to feast? That evening, since there was no school today, Yuan decided. It was time for a barbecue party. Charcadet, keep the fire controlled. Goka. Charcadet sat cross-legged, arms folded, with a serious expression. Above its head, a grill rack had been set up, where Yuan, Rotom, and the Ndidi siblings were busy cooking. Every time they had a barbecue, Yuan couldn't help but think, fire-type Pokemon are the best, especially coal-based fire types. They saved so much charcoal. Of course, Rotom was equally invaluable. Rotom, fan form. Got it, Rotom. Rotom dove into an electric fan, transforming into Fan Rotom. Urshifu, be careful not to cut it too thick. Guryu, Urshifu nodded seriously, then proceeded to shove the entire slab of meat into Fan Rotom's spinning blades. The result? Perfectly sliced meat. Yuan. At that moment, he noticed something strange. Why is Jengar being so quiet today? Usually, Jengar was the first to steal food, but today, it was strangely well behaved. Yuan turned around, and saw Jengar squatting in a corner with Tinkaton. They were plotting something. Yuan wiped his hands. Ndidi, keep an eye on things. I'm going to check this out. Ndidi. As Yuan approached, Jengar and Tinkaton were staring intently at a charred black object. Yuan recognized it instantly. It was a chunk of wood from the burned tower, one of the key materials for forging the cursed armor. He crouched beside them. What are you two scheming? Yuan crouched down between Jengar and Tinkaton. Kaka, cha, what are you two up to? Tinkaton, hammer resting on its shoulder, picked up the charred wood and tapped it lightly with its hammer's handle. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as cracks spread across the surface of the wood. However, Yuan noticed something unusual. The cracks were repairing themselves. At first, he thought it was just an illusion, but upon closer inspection, the cracks were indeed shrinking. Self-repair. Yuan narrowed his eyes. He concentrated his aura, and quickly sensed something. Not life energy, but time energy. Time energy. Tinkaton's hammer had absorbed Dialga's scales, and just now, when it struck the wood, a trace of that energy had been transferred over. Though weak and unstable, the energy reversed time slightly, causing the wood to repair itself. Yuan suddenly felt an idea forming. He turned to Jengar, and saw the mischievous ghost grinning as it stretched out its purple claws. With its fingers spread wide, it made a slow, counterclockwise motion, as if spinning an invisible wheel. Then, the cracks on the wood repaired even further. Yuan was stunned. Jengar was using time reversal? That was a Dialga exclusive ability? Jengar stuck out its tongue, revealing a small glowing orb spinning at the tip. A miniature time-space jewel. Yuan. This sneaky little thing had stolen some of Dialga's power and figured out how to rewind time? Even if the effect was small, it was still ridiculous. But now, Yuan understood what Jengar and Tinkaton were thinking. You two want to forge Charcadet's armor using this technique, so it can be put on and taken off freely. Cha, cha. Tinkaton nodded excitedly. That was exactly the plan? Charcadet's evolution armor was permanent once worn. But if they could apply time reversal to the armor, then it could be removed and re-equipped at will, like Slowking's crown. However, Yuan wasn't entirely convinced it would work. Slowking's crown wasn't fused to the body like Charcadet's armor. Also, even if Jengar had learned a basic form of time reversal, it wasn't nearly as refined as Dialga's control over time. We'd need Dialga's help. That thought alone made Yuan hesitate. Messing with Dialga and Palkia again? That was dangerous. They were already irritated after the last incident. If he went back, he might accidentally summon Arceus. No, too risky. Don't rush it, Yuan said, patting both of them on the head. We'll research it slowly. There's no hurry. For now, the priority was honing Jengar's control over time reversal. Then, they'd figure out how to apply it to the armor. Let's eat first. At Yuan's words, Jengar and Tinkaton immediately cheered and rushed toward the barbecue. Yuan's face changed slightly. Oh no, he forgot to grab food first? Wait. Yuan darted forward. If I don't get food, I'll show you my advanced salt sprinkling technique. But his trick didn't work twice. The Pokemon ignored him and stole all the meat. Yuan. Damn it. That night, Yuan lay on the soft grass, staring up at the starry sky. He half sat on Ninetales' fluffy tails, using them as a cushion. So soft. So comfortable. Jengar sat cross-legged beside him, picking its teeth and smacking its lips. Caw-caw, still savoring the meal. Yuan suddenly had a thought. Should we recruit a Pokemon that produces salt? Caw-caw, Lovey, Yiji. The Pokemon all turned to him in confusion. A Pokemon that produces salt? Are there any Pokemon like that? Yuan immediately thought of NaCl Stack and Garganacl from the Paldea region. If his cafe already had Alcremie producing cream, then why not get a Garganacl to produce salt? Not only would it solve their seasoning problems, but they could even sell the salt for money. Plus, Garganacl salt could heal injuries. It was practically a walking salt factory and a healer in one. After hearing Yuan's explanation, the Pokemon nodded in agreement. Having a Garganacl around would be pretty convenient. The problem was, Garganacl only exists in Paldea, Yuan muttered. There were no sightings of it in Hone or Sinnoh. If he wanted one, he'd have to go to Paldea himself. That might be a good idea. Paldea had Terra Pokemon, and he still wanted to research terrestrialization. Also, Tinkaton's species was native to Paldea. It might be interesting to take it back home. Tinkaton's eyes sparkled. Paldea? Its birthplace? That sounded exciting. February 1st. The new semester officially began at Rustboro Pokemon Academy. This time, Yuan wasn't assigned any registration duties. It was just the second semester, so only a few transfer students were arriving. Sitting in his familiar office, Yuan made himself a cup of coffee. When he first started working here, the office felt big. Ghost had plenty of room to float around. But now, with Dragonite and Urshifu standing inside, the space felt tiny. Yuan turned on his computer. Super Evolution and the Time-Space Dragon incident had finally died down in the news, so it should be safe to log into his account again. The moment he did, ding, 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 an endless flood of notifications, friend requests, messages, emails. His entire screen was filled. Yuan. The notifications lasted for 15 minutes straight. At this rate, his computer might explode. Even Rotom was nervous. Rotom, should I jump inside? Not yet. Yuan sighed. With this many messages, how was he supposed to do online Pokemon psychology consultations? It was impossible to filter through all of them alone. Knock knock. A soft knock on the door. Caw. Jengar jumped up from its beanbag chair and floated to the door. When it opened, standing outside was Briar. Today, she looked a little braver. At the very least, she was lifting her head slightly. Caw. Jengar greeted her cheerfully. Briar hesitated, then raised a small hand and waved back. A faint, shy smile appeared on her lips. Briar, you're here, Yuan said with a smile. Teacher. She nodded slightly. Perfect timing. I need you to help me sort through some messages. Huh. Briar blinked in surprise. She had expected some formal counseling, maybe even an awkward conversation. But instead, Yuan was treating her like an old friend. Come in, Yuan said. Briar hesitated, then sat across from him, pulled out her laptop, and started typing. Want some coffee? Okay. Oh, and a question. Yuan handed her a cup. Can you hack into the league system? Briar froze. Then, cautiously, she whispered. Do you want me to transfer money? Yuan. He almost choked on his coffee. Cough. I'm a teacher. I'd never do something like that. Okay. Briar nodded. But I can transfer money. I'd probably leave a trace, though. Yuan. The room went silent. Then, teacher. Briar adjusted her glasses. I found something. She turned the laptop toward him. On the screen was a blurry photograph. A silhouette of a person. Yuan's eyes narrowed. That figure was Silver, Giovanni's son. The timestamp on the photo was from a few days ago, during which Yuan had his communication turned off, so he didn't receive it immediately. Since they weren't sure if the person in the photo was Yuan's target, the international police didn't want to overreact. Instead, they simply took the picture and sent it over without making a direct call. Can you find out where this photo was taken? Yuan handed the laptop back to Briar and asked. Give me a second. Briar murmured, her fingers flying over the keyboard. In less than 3 seconds, she had the answer. Ecruteak City, Pokemon Center. Ecruteak City? So Silver was still in the Johto region. The photo was from a few days ago, but it was unlikely that Silver had already left Johto. The only question was whether he was still in Ecruteak City or if he had moved to another city. Can you find him? Yuan asked again. It's a bit difficult. Briar didn't make any guarantees. After all, while the Pokemon world had advanced technology, the wild was still vast and unpredictable. The League couldn't possibly install surveillance cameras in the middle of nowhere. However, after a brief pause, she added, give me a few days. If he appears in a town, I should be able to track him. Now that's what you call a top-tier hacker. Thanks. Briar shook her head slightly. After this brief interaction, she found herself quite comfortable around Yuan. There was no pressure, he was polite and easy to talk to, and he didn't fit the rigid image she had of a teacher. Especially, Yuan's Pokemon gave her a familiar feeling, similar to being around her EV team. It was comforting. Oh. Ninetales curled its tail around a macaron and held it out to Briar. Seeing Ninetales acting so naturally, Briar gave a shy smile. Thank you. She took the macaron with one hand and continued typing with the other. I'm going to make a call. Okay. Yuan walked out of the office and dialed a number. Yuan-sensei. Madari's voice came through the phone. How's it going, Madari? Are you talking about Tobias and Darkrai? They would be perfect for television, Madari exclaimed. After the Lily of the Valley conference, Yuan had pitched an idea to Tobias to help promote Pokemon trading cards by making a show. In Yuan's original world, franchises like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Cardcaptor Sakura boosted their card game sales through anime adaptations. So, the best way to promote Pokemon cards was to create a popular TV series. With this angle, Tobias's Pokemon card company partnered with Team Rocket Entertainment. As for the script, Yuan had it covered. After all, there was a simple solution copy. Tobias? Yeah, he was definitely a trading card guy. If Yu-Gi-Oh! Had Yuji-Muto and the Pharaoh, they had Tobias and Darkrai. If Yu-Gi-Oh! Had Blue Eyes White Dragon, they had Hydreigon. That sounds good, Yuan nodded. However, because of all the post-production and special effects involved, the episodes might take a while to release, Madari said. Special effects? Yuan glanced back at the office. Send me an unfinished episode. I'll find someone to take a look. This was Briar's time to shine again actually, more like another opportunity for her to develop her skills. Got it. Madary had no objections. Oh, by the way, do you have any connections in Johto? Yuan asked. Johto? We're filming in Johto right now, Madary replied before adding, yeah, I know people. Why? Do you need something handled? Handled? That wording. But Madary's response gave Yuan an idea. If they really found Silver in Johto, it was best to keep him away from Team Rocket for now. If Silver formed a negative impression of Team Rocket too soon, it could lead to unnecessary conflict when he and Giovanni finally met. Team Rocket was changing and Silver played a part in that. And Team Rocket's transformation was beneficial for the entire Pokemon world. It shouldn't be disrupted just because of Silver's personal feelings. No, nothing urgent. I was just asking in case I need some help in Johto later. Don't worry. Madary replied confidently. The people I know in Johto have quite a bit of influence. Of course. The 4 Team Rocket generals. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, after Giovanni's disappearance, these guys went completely off the rails and even summoned Arceus. After hanging up the call, looks like I might have to go myself, Yuan muttered. Well, as long as I can confirm Silver is safe, there's no rush. Giovanni probably wanted to find Silver, but he also likely understood that it wasn't time for a reunion yet. Back in the office, Yuan asked Briar if she could do special effects. Briar responded confidently, if it's related to computers, I can do a little of everything. And just like that, Yuan saved a huge chunk of his budget. Over the next few days, everything seemed to return to normal. Apart from checking in at the school, occasionally teaching a class, and handling both online and real-world Pokemon psychology cases, Yuan spent most of his time training and playing with his Pokemon. On February 14th, Wednesday afternoon. Smack. Yuan closed his book with a smile, looking at the packed lecture hall in front of him. He was smiling on the outside, but internally, he was cursing. Last semester, his class was in a small classroom. This semester, Bem straight into the biggest lecture hall, filled to the brim. Luckily, his lessons weren't affected by class size. Whether it was 20 students or 150, the content was the same. The only difference? Instead of 20 students struggling to stay awake, now there were over 100. Except for Steven, Roxanne, Sonia, and Briar, most students looked exhausted. But no one dared to sleep. Veteran students came prepared with water, tea, and coffee. First-timers? Too bad for them. By the end of class, over 20 students woke up screaming from nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. Except for Flannery. She blended in perfectly with the newcomers. To be honest, Yuan's class was torture. Pokemon psychology was a theoretical subject, making it inherently dull. So his lectures were a mix of hypnosis and nightmares so boring that students felt sleepy, but too scared to actually fall asleep. Pure torture. Yet, students still flocked to his class. Yuan checked the time and leaned against the podium. Well, since we have some time left, let's do our usual Q&A. Here we go. The students perked up instantly, hands shooting into the air. This was Jengar's favorite part. Kaka, Sigma. It pointed at a student. Professor Yuan, is it true that you punched Dialga and Palkia into pieces? Pass. Professor Yuan, I heard a rumor that you not only destroyed the time-space dragons but also took down Regigigas. Pass. Professor Yuan, is it true that you recently defeated the Galar champion, Peony? Yuan. Hands on his hips, he rubbed his forehead. You guys shouldn't be studying Pokemon psychology. The students looked confused. You should be studying journalism. You hear all these rumors, what a waste of talent if you don't become reporters. Laughter erupted. And so, the lesson continued business as usual. Back in the office, Yuan noticed his Pokemon gathered around the table, listening to the radio, and the broadcast was Goldenrod City Radio Tower, Professor Oak's Pokemon Lecture. From the Rotom radio came the familiar voice of Professor Oak. That concludes today's Pokemon lecture. Thank you all for tuning in. Allow me to end with a haiku. 40 years have passed. Time flows just like Bulbasaur. Truly mysterious. Everyone, go out and catch Pokemon. Thank you for listening. Another voice chimed in, belonging to the sweet-voiced host, Walnut. Walnut was a well-known host at Goldenrod Radio Tower and reportedly good friends with the city's gym leader. In the future, Ethan would become one of Walnut's biggest fans. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Where did this radio come from? It was in a pile of junk in the storage cabinet. Rotom. Rotom popped out, and the radio fell silent. Yuan nodded, not giving it much thought. However, Professor Oak's haiku did pique his interest. 40 years, huh? Just then, Professor Briar suddenly appeared at the doorway, clutching her laptop. I found him. Him. Silver? Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Where? I sent the details to your phone. Yuan immediately checked his phone and sure enough, there was an image of Silver. The timestamp was 3 minutes ago. Location, Johto, Olivine City. Weevil, Metalclaw. Bam! In a remote forest, there stood an old wooden house. Outside, numerous cages of varying sizes were stacked haphazardly. Inside, a fierce battle was taking place. At last, a man, well past his 50s with graying hair and a mechanical eye, was cornered against the wall, stumbling to the ground. Weevil's sharp claws were mere centimeters from his throat. The Pokemon wore a cold, disdainful expression, as if looking down on the old man. Standing beside Weevil was a towering, broad-shouldered man clad in a red vest, a golden mask covering his face. Underneath the vest, faintly visible, was a blazing red R. Cough. Cough. The old man, eyes filled with terror, struggled to speak. Team Rocket? I haven't worked as a Pokemon hunter in years. Lately, for some unknown reason, Team Rocket had been aggressively cracking down on Pokemon poaching rings across Kanto and Johto. The old man had been relieved, thinking his retirement kept him safe, yet Team Rocket had still come knocking on his door. And this man was strong. The masked man scoffed and crouched down, lightly tapping the old man's cheek. You think retiring makes you innocent? Then, what do you want from me? It's simple. The man smirked. 40 years ago, in a certain forest, you let a Pokemon escape. Tell me where that forest is, and we're done here. 40 years ago? The old man's pupils contracted sharply. He suddenly remembered something. And in that moment, his terror doubled. Looks like you remember. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted outside. There's an intruder. Amidst the chaos, a Rocket Grunt's panicked voice rang out. February 16th, Thursday. A light drizzle fell from the sky, bringing the warmth of early spring back to a chilling cold. Yuan stood on the deck, one hand gripping the railing, the other holding onto his hat, as the sea breeze playfully tugged at the loose strands of his hair. That must be Olivine City's lighthouse. He turned to the Ninetales beside him and smiled. Maybe we'll run into Jasmine too. Oh. Ninetales smiled slightly. It still had an impression of Jasmine, especially her enormous appetite. Huanke. The ship's horn sounded, and a flock of Wingull, instead of being startled away, actually gathered closer in response. Yuan chuckled, taking out some leftover Pokeblock crumbs. The Wingull immediately flocked to him, perching on his hand and eagerly pecking at the food. Seeing this, other passengers on the deck began mimicking his actions. However, the snacks and bread crumbs they offered clearly weren't as appealing as Yuan's Pokeblock crumbs. This earned him quite a few curious and envious glances. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive in Olivine City. A sweet voice came from the ship's speakers. Caw, you can come up now, Yuan called out to the sea. Caw, glub, glub, glub. A moment later, a soaking wet Jengar, wearing swim goggles, crawled onto the deck, startling several passengers, who momentarily mistook it for a drowned ghost. Yuan had arrived in Goldenrod City by plane that morning, then taken a ship to Olivine City. Stepping off the boat onto the docks, he was greeted by clearing skies, soft golden sand, and the scent of the sea breeze. On the beach, a few slowpokes sat lazily by the shore, their tails dipped into the water as they fished, their slow, silly expressions making them irresistibly endearing. Yaden. Sensing Yuan's gaze, the slowpoke sluggishly turned their heads, question marks practically floating above their heads. Seeing their expressions, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Come to think of it, wasn't Cynthia also fond of slowpoke? They probably taste pretty good, huh? Caw. Jengar's eyes lit up, and it gulped. Slowpoke and Farfetch'd are both considered specialties of the Johto region. Images of crispy roast duck, scallion duck wraps, and bamboo shoot duck soup popped into Jengar's mind. Caw. Row_row. Yuan laughed and gave Jengar a light smack on the head. You know, Kanto and Johto are probably the safest regions. Hone had its 2 legendary Damas, Sinnoh had its 3, and places like Unova, Kalos, and Alola each had their share of reckless fools. But Kanto and Johto? At most, they had Ho-Oh, Lugia, Mewtwo, and Mew. And honestly, Ho-Oh was basically just a shiny Fearow busy filming all day, not a threat at all. Besides, as the rightful owner of the Rainbow Wing, Yuan figured Ho-Oh had to show him some respect, right? As for Lugia, a prime example of parenting before marriage, it was probably too busy taking care of its baby. Mewtwo and Mew? They had great relationships with him. Even Team Rocket, once the biggest threat in Kanto and Johto, had Yuan as one of its executives now. Thinking about it, if he ever wanted to retire, Kanto and Johto might be ideal. The climate was nice, too. Let's go. We've got work to do. Yuan patted Jengar's head and entered Olivine City. The photo Briar found had been taken outside the Olivine gym. So, if he wanted to find Silver without drawing too much attention, his best bet was through Olivine's gym leader Jasmine. At this time of day, Yuan checked his watch. It was nearly lunchtime. If he wanted to find Jasmine, there was one place to check. Olivine Restaurant. Located near the city's harbor, this restaurant was well known. Not because its food was especially gourmet, but because it served huge portions at decent quality. It was a favorite among sailors and other laborers. When Yuan arrived, the restaurant was already bustling with burly seafarers, each seated in front of impressive heaps of food. Caw. Jengar secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Found her. Scanning the room, Yuan quickly spotted her in a corner. A slender girl with chestnut brown hair tied into 2 braids, cradling a magnemite in her arms. On the table before her, stacks upon stacks of empty plates. The plates had 2 things in common. They were huge. And they were spotless. As Yuan approached, Jasmine kept her head down, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed. Noticing his presence, she hesitantly turned her head. Their eyes met. Jasmine's face turned bright red to the tips of her ears. She waved her hands frantically, flustered, before finally swallowing her food and stammering. These plates were left by the person before me. Yuan smiled. Though he already knew about Jasmine's legendary appetite, he was always amazed by the sheer amount of food she could consume despite her small frame. Just where did she put it all? Did she have a bottomless stomach? Good afternoon, Miss Jasmine. Good afternoon, Yuan-sensei. She mumbled, her face turning even redder. Sorry for bothering you at lunch, but I wanted to ask if you've seen this person. Yuan handed her a photo. Jasmine took it and examined it carefully. This person is. Yuan smiled slightly. You could say he's a student of mine. He suddenly disappeared, and his father is a bit worried. Oh. Jasmine nodded without asking further. After thinking for a moment, she said, I think I've seen him. Yuan's eyes brightened. Jasmine hesitated before continuing, slightly embarrassed. That day, I was returning from the lighthouse when the caretaker told me he had been loitering outside the gym for a long time. I assumed he was a challenger, so I went to ask him, but before I could say anything, he ran off. A challenger? Yuan's lips twitched. More likely, Silver had been scouting Pokémon at the time. He still remembered playing Heart Gold/Soul Silver and running into Silver outside the Olivine gym. But back then, Silver was there to challenge the gym. Now, he probably didn't even have a full team yet. Do you know which way he ran? Yuan asked. Jasmine thought for a moment. Into the forest. The forest? Yuan immediately felt a headache coming on. The reason tracking Silver had been so difficult was because he constantly disappeared into dense, complex forests. This probably meant this trip was a bust. Noticing Yuan's expression, Jasmine offered, maybe, there's someone who can help. Oh. Jasmine pulled out her phone and made a call. After a brief exchange, she let out a small breath of relief and smiled. Good thing he's at sea near Olivine City today, but they'd have to wait a while. Yuan didn't mind. It gave him time to eat. And so, Yuan witnessed firsthand the miracle of mortals challenging a god. Despite having eaten a lot already, Jasmine was still able to keep up with Jengar's monstrous appetite for a while. Fortunately, the person they were waiting for arrived before things got too out of hand. The newcomer was a young man in a light-colored trench coat, Mr. White. According to Jasmine, Mr. White was a resident of the northwestern forests of Olivine City. When she sent him Silver's photo, he confirmed that he had seen him in the forest. So, he was willing to take Yuan into the forest to search for him. I appreciate the help, Mr. White, Yuan said. Mr. White, who had a cheerful and easygoing personality, laughed and waved it off. Helping Yuan-sensei is my honor. Yuan couldn't help but think. Having a bit of fame did have its perks. This Mr. White was actually one of his fans. After saying their goodbyes to Jasmine, Yuan and Mr. White boarded the latter's boat. It was a speedboat capable of navigating both the city's waterways and the forest's rivers. As the boat glided across the water, under Mr. White's control, they left Olivine City and entered the forest's river system. As soon as they entered the forested waters, wild Pokémon began appearing more frequently. Splash! A Golduck suddenly surfaced beside the boat, swimming at high speed alongside them. It looked like it wanted to race. Mr. White didn't mind, but Jengar was not having it. Without hesitation, it pulled out a pair of swim goggles, slapped them on, and plop! It jumped into the river. Sigma. Golduck, seeing Jengar in the water, was visibly shocked. And the craziest part? Jengar was fast. In the blink of an eye, a round, shadowy figure whooshed past Golduck. Realizing it was falling behind, Golduck clenched its jaw and dashed forward. Losing to a ghost in a swimming race? Unacceptable. Meanwhile, the Pokeballs on Yuan's belt began shaking. Dre. With a flash of red light, Dragonite soared into the sky, startling a flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto as it flew past. Yaji. Meanwhile, Larvitar waddled onto the boat's edge, imitating Jengar. It put its little hands together, took a deep breath, and jumped. Only to be snatched midair by Yuan, who grabbed its blunt horn and held it up like a struggling puppy. Yaji. Larvitar kicked its tiny feet and flailed its little arms. But when it cautiously peeked open one eye, it realized it was still on the boat. Immediately, it crossed its arms behind its back and grinned sheepishly. Yuan sighed, rubbing his forehead before placing the little guy back on the boat. You can go swimming when you learn surf. He really didn't get it. Why did Larvitar, a Pokémon 4 times weak to water, love playing in it so much? Maybe it was just a child's curiosity. Well, once Larvitar evolved into Tyranitar, it would be able to learn surf. Yuan still remembered that Pokémon movie featuring a surfing Tyranitar when it moved through the water. It looked like Godzilla. Not to mention, Tyranitar could also learn muddy water. After giving Larvitar a piece of mineral to chew on, the little guy immediately forgot about swimming and happily sat at the front of the boat, munching away. Yuan patted its head, feeling a bit relieved. He had to admit, taking the Pokémon out for some wild exploration wasn't a bad idea. Meanwhile, Rotom hovered nearby, snapping photos of everything around them. As they continued their journey, they soon arrived at a waterfall. It seemed, this was the end of the river route. Jengar happily climbed back onto the boat and waved at Golduck. The Golduck, however, simply rolled its eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and floated belly up on the water. Had Jengar destroyed it in the race? Yuan turned to Mr. White. Is this as far as we can go? Mr. White smiled. Not a problem. Watch this. He pressed a button on the boat. PSSSSHHHHH. With the sound of inflating air, buoyancy tubes on either side of the boat slowly expanded, shifting upward with the whirring of gears. Within moments, the speedboat had transformed into an airship. Jengar's eyes sparkled. A transforming vehicle? The airship slowly rose, lifting them above the forest canopy. Below them stretched an endless expanse of green. The vast sea of treetops swayed gently in the wind, with Pokémon moving actively among the branches. Kaka. Gengar called out to Dragonite. Dragonite circled back and flew close to the airship. With a smirk, the pudgy purple ghost hopped onto Dragonite's back. Then, with a dramatic wave of its arms, take off. Yuan instinctively gripped the railing tighter. They really just took off like that? Wait. Why did this scene feel familiar? A chilling thought crossed Yuan's mind. Mr. White, where exactly are we going? Forest Village, Mr. White answered without hesitation. Forest Village? Yuan frowned. He didn't recognize the name. Mr. White explained, because there are a lot of Pokémon poachers in the forest, Forest Village is built at the entrance to help prevent them from getting in. As Mr. White spoke, Yuan's memory clicked. Forest Village. Lake of Life. Wasn't this Celebai's forest? The setting of Pokémon Forever, Celebi, voice of the forest? No wonder it felt familiar. This movie was from a long time ago. Mr. White added, the kid you're looking for passed through Forest Village not long ago. Silver had nothing to do with Celebi, right? In the movie, Celebi had taken a young Professor Oak on a 40-year time travel journey. That couldn't have changed, right? Even with all the butterfly effects Yuan had caused, there was no way he had altered something that happened 40 years ago. That thought reassured him at least a little. We've arrived? The airship didn't have to travel far before it descended toward a village nestled within the dense forest. Forest Village. Much like Fortree City in Hone, the villagers here lived in treehouses built among the massive trees. Passing through layers of branches and leaves, the airship slowly docked at an aerial harbor. Dragonite flew by and waved at a few Caterpie on the branches, causing them to freeze in terror. Caterpie, we're doomed? That's a huge bird. Kaka. Despite enjoying its ride on Dragonite, Gengar suddenly tilted its head. Something felt off. Kaka. It stuck out its tongue, curling the adamant orb at its tip. The orb glowed faintly. It was brighter than usual. That confirmed it. Something was disrupting time here. Gengar's eyes gleamed. Time-related forces. This could be the key to making Yuan immortal. For once, Gengar was serious. The airship docked successfully. Yuan and Mr. White disembarked. The kid you're looking for, Mr. White said, was here not long ago. You should ask Tawa. When I left, he was still around, but I don't know if he's left since. Tawa was a respected figure in Forest Village. She had spent her entire life guarding the forest entrance, preventing evildoers from getting in. As they approached her treehouse, they spotted the elderly woman standing on the balcony, leaning on a Noctowl-shaped staff, her expression stern. Mr. White stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Tawa, this is Professor Yuan. He's here too. He briefly explained Yuan's purpose for visiting and asked about Silver's whereabouts. Upon hearing that Yuan was a respected professor looking for his student, Tawa's expression softened considerably. But when asked about Silver, she said, that boy entered the forest. Yuan instinctively pressed his fingers against his temples. He went into the forest? Professor Yuan, are you planning to follow him? Tawa asked seriously. If you do, then when you hear the voice of the forest, you must stay still. Do not move. Yuan hesitated. Follow him? No. This forest was massive. Silver could have gone anywhere. Running around without a lead would be no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. It seemed this trip was a waste after all. Just then, Yuan glanced up and saw Dragonite casually flying over the so-called forest entrance. Yuan. So much for that entrance. Dragonite, Gengar, come back. Yuan called out. Kaka. From Dragonite's back, Gengar cupped its hands around its mouth and shouted back at Yuan. Then, it pointed deeper into the forest, as if it had found something. A strange feeling crept into Yuan's heart. A bad feeling that passing through the forest entrance and following the winding woodland path, Yuan walked under the watchful gazes of countless wild Pokémon until he arrived at a stone shrine-like formation deep within the forest, covered in thick moss. Dragonite and Gengar had already landed there. Buzz. Suddenly, a mysterious power rippled outward from the stone shrine, accompanied by a faint, melodic hum. Bii. In that instant, Yuan felt the world around him flash and shift as if countless seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had passed in mere seconds. Yep. Seeing this, Yuan's last shred of hope died completely. He turned his gaze toward the stone shrine. Sure enough, along with the mysterious sound, a young man in his early teens appeared out of thin air. Beside him was a small, fairy-like Pokémon, its body light green, adorned with a pair of white, translucent wings. Its eyes were tightly shut, its body trembling with exhaustion, and as it tried to stand, it stumbled and fell off the shrine. Bii. Even so, it struggled to flap its wings, trying desperately to escape. Kaka. Gengar tilted its head, eyes filled with curiosity as it observed the tiny Pokémon. This light green, forest spirit-like Pokémon was none other than the mythical Pokémon Celebi. Its Celebi, Rotom. Rotom's Pokédex hovered nearby, displaying rare, limited information about Celebi. The young man beside Celebi? That was none other than Professor Oak, in his younger days. Due to Celebi's powers, he had traveled through time from 40 years in the past to the present. Bii. Noticing Yuan and Gengar approaching, Celebi's body instantly radiated an overwhelming burst of psychic energy. Sensing its hostility, both Jengar and Dragonite immediately stepped in front of Yuan. Jengar rubbed its hands together, summoning a dark, pulsating shadow ball to counter Celebai's telekinetic force. But Celebai's panic only deepened. Before arriving in this era, it had been fleeing from a Pokémon hunter. Having narrowly escaped capture, Celebai did not trust humans. Now, seeing Yuan alongside powerful Pokémon like Jengar and Dragonite, Celebai assumed they were enemies too. Boom! A violent collision of power erupted, sending shockwaves through the area. Yuan immediately spread his arms wide. Aura, reside within me? Buzz. His aura powers expanded outward. Celebai, Yuan attempted to communicate with it through his aura, trying to project feelings of peace. Jengar, Dragonite, it's okay. He reassured them while taking 2 steps forward, directly facing the weakened Celebai. Bii. With a panicked cry, vibrant green vines suddenly burst from the ground, lashing toward Yuan. Are you hungry, Celebai? Yuan tried to communicate once more using aura. But Celebai's fear of humans and exhaustion made it impossible for Yuan's aura to properly convey his intentions. However, when Yuan pulled out 2 shimmering, crystal-clear poke blocks, Celebai's attack slowed. Its eyes fluttered open slightly. Bii. Those big, sapphire blue eyes still held fear. But when Celebai saw Yuan's gentle smile, its resistance weakened significantly. And finally, Yuan's aura successfully delivered his good intentions. As Yuan's hand softly reached out and touched Celebai, Celebai finally understood. This human wasn't a Pokémon hunter. Bii. Yuan lifted the little creature into his arms. It was small, soft, and cool to the touch. He gently fed it a poke block, and Celebai, after chewing slowly twice, completely relaxed. Bii. It let out a faint cry before falling into a deep sleep. Kaka, Drae, Jengar and Dragonite, who had been standing on full alert, cautiously leaned in to examine the now sleeping Celebai. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Yuan knocked Jengar lightly on the head. Kaka. Jengar clutched its head, laughing sheepishly. All right, explain. Why is Celebai here? Normally, Celebai was supposed to bring Professor Oak's younger self to the present only when Ash arrived here. But clearly, Jengar and Dragonite had done something. Kaka. Jengar fidgeted, tracing circles in the air with its fingers. Here's what happened. When Jengar had approached this area, it had faintly sensed a distortion in time. And, acting purely on academic curiosity, it decided to take out the adamant orb. All it wanted was to study time and space a little. But the moment it took out the orb, it acted like a lightning rod. It directly pulled in the time energy, dragging Celebai and Professor Oak's past self into the present. Yuan could only guess. Celebai must have sensed the energy and mistakenly believed it had found another Celebai. But instead, it got Jengar. Yuan sighed and rubbed his temples. In the end, this all traced back to one thing. Not the adamant orb. Not Dialga and Palkia. But Flint. I'm adding this to my grudge list. Just then, the young man on the ground stirred and groaned. Celebai. With a startled cry, he jumped to his feet. His eyes immediately locked onto Celebai, still asleep in Yuan's arms, and his expression darkened. Give Celebai back. He even pulled out an ancient-looking pokeball. Yuan froze for a moment. Wait. How strong was young Professor Oak at this time? He shouldn't be at champion level, right? Hold on. Yuan raised a hand. Kaka. Jengar suddenly appeared behind him and patted Oak's shoulder. The young Professor Oak flinched, shivering involuntarily. Then, his face filled with confusion. This Jengar. It looked awfully similar to Agatha's mischievous Jengar. Ahem. I think you're misunderstanding something. Yuan continued. At this point, young Oak finally calmed down and noticed. Celebai was sleeping peacefully in Yuan's arms. Sorry. I overreacted. Who are you? Before Yuan could answer, Oak introduced himself first. I'm Samuel. Samuel Oak. I know. I mean nice to meet you. Oh, thank you. Likewise. Then Oak paused. Wait, he never heard this guy's name. But Yuan smoothly changed the subject. Can you explain what happened? You and Celebai. Hearing this, Oak's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Yes. Here's what happened. As he earnestly began his story, Yuan secretly sighed in relief. Because he had just realized something important. If he and Jengar's interference affected Professor Oak's journey, would it also impact Ash's future? Not just Ash. Yuan himself might be affected too. That's why he had avoided giving his name. Still, Pokemon's world was full of parallel universes. Perhaps, this young Oak wasn't even from his timeline. But either way, minimizing information exchange was the safest approach. And then, somehow, Celebai and I ended up here. Professor Oak young Samuel Oak finished explaining what had happened. Yuan listened intently while holding the now sleeping Celebai in his arms. No matter what, Oak continued, we need to heal Celebai first. Agreed. If they were anywhere else, healing Celebai would be a major challenge. But here, Dragonite, when you were flying earlier, did you see a lake? Yuan asked. Dragonite thought for a moment before raising a chubby arm and pointing. Let's go. Yuan gestured for them to move. In this Celebai's forest, there was a special place known as the Lake of Life. A sacred lake with the power to heal Celebai. As they walked in the direction Dragonite indicated, Oak looked puzzled. Why aren't we just flying there? Yuan didn't even look at him. If you don't ask that question, we can stay friends. According to the Pokémon Forever timeline, around this time, the villain, the Iron-Masked Marauder, should have appeared to stop them. But so far there was no sign of him. And strangely, as they neared the Lake of Life, there were fewer and fewer wild Pokémon around. This shouldn't be happening. The Lake of Life was the core of the forest. It should be teeming with Pokémon. In fact, when Celebi was near, wild Pokémon were supposed to appear and guide them to the lake. But now, nothing. Something was very wrong. And when Yuan and Oak finally reached the lake, they immediately understood why. The Lake of Life was ruined. Instead of being crystal clear and full of vitality, the lake was now murky and blackened. The trees around it were withered, lifeless, and decaying. What happened here? Oak frowned, visibly upset. Even though he didn't know the lake's significance, seeing such a beautiful natural place destroyed like this angered him. Yuan was just as shocked. How did the Lake of Life end up like this? Floating atop the dark waters were black, oily streaks. This was clearly caused by humans. Bii. The sleeping Celebi stirred, weakly opening its eyes. When it saw the ruined lake, tears welled up in its eyes. Yuan could feel its sorrow. Bii. Celebi slowly floated out of Yuan's arms. Its small body glowed with a radiant green light. Rustle, rustle. All around, the trees responded to Celebi's cry, swaying gently as if answering its call. A wave of soft green energy spread across the forest. Tiny, glowing particles of life energy gathered from all directions, converging on Celebi. It then poured this restorative energy into the lake. Buzz. For a moment, the water began to clear. The oily black sludge on the surface slowly dissolved. The dying trees by the shore sprouted new leaves. Caw. Jengar watched, blinking in surprise. It looked at Celebi, then at its own hands, then back at Celebi. Wait a second. This felt awfully similar to how it gathered ghost-type energy in battle. However, Celebi was still too weak. After using its power for only a moment, its body wavered. And then, it collapsed midair. Yuan rushed forward and caught it. As soon as Celebi stopped glowing, the murky water surged back, swallowing the purified section. Celebi looked devastated. It trembled, and tears spilled from its eyes. Yuan took out his Pokeballs. With a flick of his wrist, he released all of his Pokémon. Block the polluted water, he commanded. His Pokémon immediately understood. Splash! Tinkaton and Jengar jumped into the lake. Urshifu grabbed huge boulders and threw them into the water, helping to build a barrier. Oh! Ninetales spread its 9 tails wide. It opened its mouth and fired a brilliant blue ice beam, freezing parts of the contaminated water. They didn't freeze the entire lake, because if the water was frozen, they wouldn't be able to purify it later. Instead, the goal was to separate the polluted water from the clean sections. Rotom transformed into its wash form and teamed up with Dragonite, using Hydro Pump to redirect polluted water away. Yaji. Larvitar stood near Urshifu, stomping its tiny foot on the ground. A crack split the earth open, revealing a layer of dirt and stones. Charcadet gathered fallen branches and burned them into charcoal. Charcoal had high absorbency. It could soak up toxins from the water. Dragonite then tossed the charcoal into the lake. Seeing this, Oak quickly acted. He pulled out his old-fashioned Pokeballs and released a Charmeleon and a Kangaskhan. Together, his Pokémon joined in the dam-building effort. Bii. Celebi watched in awe. Yuan smiled and patted its head. Don't worry, we'll make sure the lake is restored. Bii. Celebi's eyes shimmered with hope. And then, it suddenly wobbled and collapsed into Yuan's arms again. Yuan sighed. You need to eat this. He pulled out a revival herb and without waiting stuffed it into Celebi's mouth. If the Lake of Life couldn't heal Celebi, then they'd have to do it manually, even if it took longer. Bii. Celebi instantly grimaced. Revival herbs tasted awful. As soon as it ate it, Celebi's face twisted in agony. It looked like it wanted to die all over again. Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Come on, swallow it. If you don't get better, we won't be able to fix the lake. Bii. Celebi sniffled and looked up at Yuan with pitiful, teary eyes. Was that really true? Yuan nodded solemnly. Of course. Just look, everyone's working hard. In the lake, with all the Pokemon's efforts, a makeshift dam was taking shape. While charcoal helped purify some water, the real solution was still Celebi, or Suicune. Bii. Determined, Celebi forced itself to keep chewing. As it swallowed, its tiny fists clenched. It must not give up, even as tears rolled down its cheeks from the bitterness. A while later, the mini-dam was finally completed. Oak wiped the sweat from his forehead, then bowed deeply toward the wild Pokemon. Thank you, everyone. The wild Pokemon smiled back. The Lake of Life was their home. If it was restored, it would benefit them all. And with Celebi here, they weren't just helping a legendary Pokemon. They were protecting their forest's guardian. Caw. Jengar stood proudly on the shore, hands on its hips. It nodded approvingly at their handiwork. Then, it turned to the wild Pokemon and waved dramatically. All right, Scram. From now on, this place is under my protection. To complete the look, Jengar pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. With its arms crossed and a smug grin, it truly looked like a mafia boss. And oddly enough, a few wild Pokemon actually looked impressed.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.